Chapter 191. At the summit of the mountain, at the end of the winding stone wall, stood an ancient metal artifact. Shenrua recognized the artifact as something to be struck, though its shape differed from the ancient eastern bells of her home planet, Earth. This hollow object was designed to utilize vibration to produce a sound that could travel far. Was it a warning bell similar to a beacon tower, or a striking instrument like a morning bell or evening drum? Just as Shenrua was pondering the purpose of this seemingly ancient object, she saw a Zhuzhe approach the metal artifact, seemingly about to strike it. Junzhe then remembered something seemingly unimportant to him. So the annual selection of celestial spirit priests for the Holy See is about to begin. As he spoke, the Zhuzhe had already reached the metal artifact and begun striking it. The ancient sound carried far. Shenrua had no doubt that the sound could reach the core area of the Holy See. Junzhe watched Shenrua stand there, seemingly lost in the magnificent scenery and the distant sounds, her physique far too slender for a human warrior, making her appear as if she might be blown away by the wind. "Let's go!" The Grand Magister of Light from Qingze Kingdom is friends with a high-ranking priest here. I contacted him. Junzhe's words pulled Shenrua back from her reverie of the vast world. Led by Junzhe, they handed the unicorn over to Zhuzhe, who was in charge of managing mounts in the area, for registration, and then proceeded on foot towards the core area of the Holy See. The Holy See truly lived up to its reputation as an organization founded by Zhuzhe. The treatment received by someone of Junzhe's rank and status, a noble like Zhuzhe, was completely different from when they came with a mission team. The people still living on Shenrua's home planet, Earth, are educated to uphold equality, but in reality, equality has only existed for a very short period in Earth's history. It wasn't until interstellar travel solved the problem of resource allocation, and most people chose to embark on interstellar journeys, that the remaining population on Earth dwindled, allowing for a relatively long period of equality. However, before Shenrua left Earth, war broke out among those who had already entered interstellar space. Even in the early days of interstellar travel, different development philosophies emerged on Earth, each side seeking to prove that their own methods better developed human potential. Those who remained on Earth, and those who chose interstellar travel each inherited one school of thought. But ultimately, they also learned from each other. About 6,000 years ago on Earth, before the development of artificial intelligence, there was widespread anxiety about its incompatibility with humanity. Of course, theologians believed that humans, as creations of the gods, were inherently more powerful than artificially created intelligence. And regarding the future of artificial intelligence, numerous novels emerged during that era, mostly about how AI would rule the Earth. In the realm of science fiction, there is a space opera that is considered to have more humanistic elements than science fiction. When people evaluate it, they mostly focus on the power struggles of the space age and the historical and contemporary illusions it reflects. However, some researchers studying human brain development have drawn attention to a group that is not described in detail within the story, the Navigators. At the time, the human brain was proven to be used at extremely low rates. Scientists believe that all scientific fantasies were meant to bring reality closer, therefore, there must exist ways to increase the brain's utilization, thus realizing the concept of a human brain supercomputer. By developing the supercomputing capabilities of the human brain, people could better simulate more scenarios in a shorter time, then apply them, achieving a significant improvement in both brain and body. However, if a person were to achieve such utilization of their brain, emotions and feelings would become a burden. This school of thought later became the interstellar migration faction. In their early attempts to prove their ideas, they pointed out that most of the most outstanding experts in certain fields throughout human history had very low emotional intelligence because they had to focus solely on their talents. In layman's terms, it means, emotions only affect my speed of drawing my sword. Another school of thought, however, focused on the perspective of a few individuals who suddenly became incredibly powerful, and through genetic research, argued that the human body actually possesses genes that lock in one's abilities. The reason humans choose to lock their abilities is because, without their own awareness, they have been continuously adapting to Earth's environment and the frequencies of their home planet. They also believe that, as the only intelligent life chosen by Earth, their genes contain the complete code from the beginning of the universe to the formation of humanity. Genes are the containers that store this vast amount of data. And the genetic lock is a protective mechanism developed by humanity to prevent overload from accessing too much information and abilities. The key to unlocking the genetic potential lies in strong emotions and feelings. Those who hold this view are emotional beings. They believe that the mayfly's life is dedicated to a single, breathtaking dance, and that humans, like summer flowers, can bloom brilliantly. However, Those who remained on their home planet, Earth, and inherited this line of thought, also developed the supercomputing capabilities of the human brain. After reading this history, Shenrua felt that the people he met on the island were also guiding him to use his brain for excessive computation. They didn't deliberately suppress Shenrua's emotions, but they also didn't provide him with the emotional feedback that a normal child would receive during their development. Shenrua couldn't gain practical experience from them regarding the emotional knowledge he learned from books, nor could he use their reactions as a learning reference. However, Shenrua could sense a hierarchy among these people. He had asked related questions, and the answer he received was that the environment on his home planet, Earth, was relatively equal, but this equality wasn't actual equality, but rather stemmed from equality of opportunity. What determined status were talent and ability. Everyone receives equal rations and learning resources until a certain age, but they are tested at different age groups. The results of these tests categorize them into different groups, and then a second categorization occurs at the next age. Without this categorization, people would feel empty due to a lack of competition, ultimately leading to self-destructive tendencies. This is what the people in white told Shenrua when they arrived on the island. These people in white weren't always the same group. Although they promised to let Shenrua leave the island the year his physical condition reached its peak, Shenrua didn't really feel the weight of this promise. It probably wasn't unconditional, otherwise, Shenrua couldn't understand why these people were wasting their time and energy. However, all of that is in the past now. 8 years in the timeline of the Dust Sand continent is roughly equivalent to 20 years on his home planet Earth. He was only 22 when he arrived on the Dust Sand continent, and he would spend almost his entire life here. Led by Junja, they checked into a side hall in the core area of the Holy See. This side hall was large, but it wasn't just for them. It was a temporary residence for nobles from across the continent who would donate to the Holy See. The main people coming and going here were the noblemen Jisha. Not far from the side hall was the Holy See's training grounds. The high priest had presumptuously guessed Junja's hobbies to arrange his accommodations. In fact, there was no need for guessing. Junja's hobby of cultivation was common knowledge to Jisha. The priest arranged for Junja's accommodations to be closest to all the training grounds. The training ground outside the side hall primarily focuses on physical fitness and martial arts training, while magical training takes place indoors. Indoor magical training emphasizes precise control. It's important to know that the Holy See's central hall is the sacred temple, where magic is forbidden. To maintain the sanctity of the entire core area, the Holy See prohibits the practice of any large-scale, lethal magic here. Therefore, the training grounds for the Holy See's Unicorn Knights are located between the inner and outer concentric circles, visible only from the air. Junja needs to wear special bracers to enter this training ground. Junja followed Shenrua's gaze to the training ground. But you don't need to. This is to prevent them from accidentally using magic during training. Shenrua had already looked away. Aren't you born with the ability to control elemental power? Born to use, not born to control. Junja said, actually, many of the trainees here don't understand why they need to wear those wristbands. Shenrua understood what Junja meant. Because magic is incredibly powerful, for gifted races, magic is often combined with martial arts, so they don't understand why martial arts training requires them to control the use of magic. However, Shenrua then asked doubtfully, if making wristbands allows for control over magic use, wouldn't it be incredibly powerful to use shackles or weapons, like long ropes, made from that material? Why hadn't he seen anyone use such weapons in battle before? The wristbands aren't made of special material, they have a contract on them, requiring the user's consent to be bound, Junja explained, looking at the training ground with a touch of nostalgia. I achieved my first breakthrough here. At that moment, a simply dressed Junja approached. Long time no see, going to the arena? Junja glanced at Shenrua. Shenrua seemed indifferent. Junja nodded to the Junja. Haven't been here in a while, let's give it a try. Junja had changed his clothes after entering the side hall to confirm his room. He was now dressed simply as well. The two Junja went into the arena without wristbands, a testament to their considerable strength and confidence that they wouldn't lose control of their magic under such circumstances. Meanwhile, the other trainees in the training grounds all stopped their training and came to watch. Their discussion reached Shenrua's ears. Is that the legendary Lord Junja? He's clearly a highly talented mage, but his martial arts are also incredibly strong. It's him. Who do you think will win? Of course, it's Lord Junja. He's the head martial arts instructor. His magic is based on martial arts. No one in the Holy See can rival him in martial arts. It's starting. Less talk, more watching. Shenru and Junjie had originally planned on the way here that after arriving at the Holy See, Junjie would act as her guide and show her around. But after only leaving the side hall, Junjie was already exhausted. Shenru completely understood. At Junjie's level, sparring with his guards would be like bullying weaklings. There would be no sense of accomplishment. For a cultivation fanatic like Junjie, encountering someone with stronger martial arts skills and being invited to a non-dangerous match would be strange enough for him not to participate. This Junjie is definitely a spirit rank cultivator. Shenru had also seen martial arts masters from other races in the Eternal Towers arenas. Those masters all use martial arts as their core, combining it with magic to achieve victory. However, none of those masters were spirit rank. It's said that there's a high-ranking martial artist named Zhizhi in the Qingzi Kingdom, renowned for his martial arts and magic, but Shenru had never met him. Now, there's a battle to watch. Although it's a bit of a shame we can't see them use magic, Shenru still feels it's worth it. Chapter 192. While Yunji's status in the Holy See, in terms of noble rank, far surpassed that of the ancient capital's military instructors that Shenru knew, his responsibilities were not unlike those of Lin Chong, the leopard head, from ancient novels. In the east of their home planet Earth, martial arts were initially killing techniques. Later, they evolved into routines used for physical fitness. With the advent of firearms, close combat became increasingly less effective. This led to the loss of many traditional martial arts techniques throughout history. In terms of moves alone, what Shenru learned was not traditional martial arts. Instead, it involved exhaustively exploring all possibilities in simulated scenarios to calculate the optimal solution. Shenru initially thought that, given Yunji's status, Junjie should be allowed to strike first. However, it was clear that the Dusan continent did not have the custom of giving the weaker party first, as was the case in ancient Eastern Earth. Junjie briefly flexed his wrists and then, without warning, threw a straight punch, aiming directly at Junji's face. So direct? Junjie attacked without warning. Before Shenru could even adjust her perception, she couldn't possibly detect the change in Junji's attack in that instant. Even without enhancing her perception, Shenru could see every detail of an ordinary person launching a sudden attack. If an ordinary person wanted to gain speed without gathering power or altering their muscle state, the power of their attack would be greatly reduced. While the changes in muscle strength were subtle, Shenru, who had experienced such changes countless times using the technology of her home planet Earth, could discern them even without using her five senses or perceptions beyond them. However, Yunji's ability to prevent Shenru from anticipating his attack demonstrates that his instantaneous power conversion surpasses the human peak as determined by the intelligent algorithm. Of course, this algorithm is based on big data from human armies, and Shenru could certainly surpass this peak using his own methods. However, this change in perception comes at a price, and it alters speed, not power. While Shenru was mentally calculating how to deal with the punch if caught off guard, Junjie had already prepared his counter. He used both arms to block the punch in front of his face, barely managing to deflect it. Simultaneously, he jumped back to create some distance and crouched down, striking towards Yunji's abdomen. Yunji's abdomen contracted sharply, then his body twisted in a bizarre manner, dodging Junji's strike while simultaneously using one hand to brace himself and executing a spinning kick. Both Junji and Junji were incredibly fast, exchanging numerous blows in the blink of an eye. After the final blow, Junji smiled and said, "I concede." The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances. He conceded already? Just as they were feeling unsatisfied, they heard Junji ask the thin human who had come with him, "Why don't you give it a try?" Seriously? What was Lord Junji thinking? Letting a human spar with Lord Junji? Shenru shook his head. "If it's this kind of fighting style, I'm not as good as you." Shenru now understood that he was different from when he first arrived on the Dusan continent. He didn't need to overly conceal his abilities, because a cultivation fanatic like Junji would still be with him after their journey to the Demon Abyss, and Junji hadn't displayed any arrogant attitude. If Shenru appeared too weak, it would only arouse suspicion. Hearing their conversation, Junji couldn't help but hiss. Junji, however, didn't seem to care. He had also heard Shenru's words and asked, "You mean, you can beat Junji using other fighting styles?" "What I mean is, my strength and speed can't surpass Junji's, but my calculation ability can find a way to defeat him while simulating his abilities. However, I can't actually beat him because the condition I need is that I possess that kind of strength and speed." Shenru pointed to her head as she spoke. Hearing Shenru's words, Junji nodded to Yunji, turned, and walked out of the training ground. He was primarily a mage, albeit one who diligently practiced martial arts. He had no need to compete with Yunji, who specialized in martial arts and used magic as a secondary means. You can win, right? Junja asked. I can't win with your fighting style. Shinruo disagreed with Junja's opinion. Your style aims to determine a winner, not to fight to the death. What's the difference? Fighting to the death means finding the fastest way to cripple the opponent, Shinruo said. If you can use weapons, never fight barehanded. If you can use stealth, never fight openly. If you can kill the opponent, never hold back. But for me right now, all of this is only theoretically true. But in the Demon Abyss, Junja hadn't forgotten Shinruo's decisiveness in the Demon Abyss. That's because the relationship between them and me is like that of hunter and hunted. You saw it too. Many demons have very low intelligence. Some are just monsters. Actually, although I'm mentally prepared for many things, I haven't actually done them yet, like killing. Junja hadn't expected Shinruo to be an academic. The so-called academic type refers to those who have no real combat experience, only receiving systematic training but never actually participating in battle. However, that wasn't necessarily true, since humans were always fighting demons, Junja thought, but he quickly discovered a blind spot he had previously overlooked. Given Shinruo's age, the human race had already gained the recognition of all races on the Dust Sand continent. The strongest human force still preparing for war wasn't the army attacking the Demon Abyss. It was the human force that cooperated with the King of Soldiers, He-Shi, and insisted on living in caves. At the Hell Palace, King of Soldiers He-Shi and Shinruo seemed to have met before, although their relationship didn't seem particularly good. But Shinruo and Ling He seemed to have a good relationship. Could it be that Shinruo was the next generation of warrior leader being trained by that cave-dwelling human force? Junja rarely considered such things. Although his thoughts were off-topic, they shared a similar conclusion with Go He's inexplicable worry that Shinruo would become the leader of the human race. Shinruo was unaware that Junja had already arranged a possible identity for him. She simply asked Junja, "You mentioned before that the annual Celestial Spirit Priest selection is about to begin. Where will it be held? Is it only Zhezhe who can participate?" Judging from Junja's association of the selection with the sound of metal being struck, they should have already witnessed the selection process on their way down the mountain. That's striking. Junja hesitated, unsure how to describe it. It's a striking technique combined with celestial spirit magic. Seeing Shinruo's confusion, Junja understood. After all, celestial spirit priests were few in number, mostly concentrated in the Holy See, with a minority existing within the Hershey Kingdom. The Protoss priest isn't limited to Zhezhe. Any race with the innate talent can potentially become a Protoss priest. This profession is very special. The future Protoss priests they're looking for are all beings within the inner circle of the Holy See, resonating with the Protoss, when the Bodhi is struck. Junja's words meant that to become a Protoss priest within the Holy See, one must enter the inner circle of the Holy See before the Bodhi is struck. As they spoke, Junja and Shinruo had already arrived at the Holy See's document area. At this moment, a Zhezhe walked towards them from the stone-paved path, raising his right hand to his left shoulder in a salute. Then, Zhezhe brought news that surprised both Junja and Shinruo. "Human, you have been chosen by the Crystal Mirror and are qualified to become a Star Spirit Priest. Would you like to participate in the selection process?" Shinruo looked at Junja. What happened to the rule that only those with exceptional talent could become Star Spirit Priests? "I have absolutely no foundation in becoming a Star Spirit Priest," Shinruo said uncertainly. Actually, obtaining the professional status of a Star Spirit Priest seemed like a good idea, right? But he first needed to know if becoming a Star Spirit Priest required serving or working for the Holy See. After all, he came to explore the world, not to work for the Holy See. The selection process for Star Spirit Priests is very special. If you are interested, please follow me to the Star Spirit Hall. There, priests will answer your questions, said Zhezhe, who had come to find Shinruo. If you want to go, go yourself, Junja said. They don't welcome eavesdroppers during these kinds of conversations. Not only Shinruo and Junja, but even the Protoss priests of the Holy See were surprised. Protoss priests were an ancient profession that likely emerged after the continent's formation, at the very beginning of the active existence of various races. The earliest Protoss priest lineage originated from ancient crystal clusters on the continent. These crystal clusters differed from those on their home planet Earth. They were enormous and mirror-like, with one side so reflective it was almost luminous. A massive cluster of crystals abruptly grew on the ground near what is now the Holy Temple. Because the Holy Temple was considered a divine miracle, before the Holy See's emergence, this was a place where various races freely roamed. At one particular moment, a being of a certain race passing by the massive crystal cluster sensed something and looked at it. He was the earliest Protoss priest on the continent. Shinrua entered the Protoss temple, where 3 Protoss priests, their expressions extremely solemn, awaited him. This was an internally hollow hall, 20 meters high according to Earth's counting system. Looking up at its dome, Shinrua discovered it was a dark expanse shimmering with starlight. Like looking up at the sky in the dark. However, from the outside, this star spirit hall clearly had a dome, not a hollow structure, and it was daytime, not nighttime. In fact, Shinrua found it unbelievable. Weren't these star spirit priests the same? Others qualified to participate in the star spirit priest selection had only been notified by messengers. They didn't need to report to the star spirit hall. Because at this time, those in the Holy See, and those observed by the crystal mirror, were all there to participate in the star spirit priest selection. Only this human before them, they knew, couldn't possibly have come prepared. This is because, throughout the history of the Dust and Sand continent, no human has ever become a star spirit priest. The Holy See isn't the only source of crystals indicating star spirit priest aptitude, and becoming a star spirit priest doesn't necessarily mean becoming Jizya, but it's certain that no human has ever achieved this. In fact, besides humans, there's another race that has never produced a star spirit priest, the demons. Even the illusionary race has produced star spirit priests. Therefore, on the Dust and Sand continent, star spirit priests consider their profession a testament to the will of the gods, possessing a natural pride. The Holy See's agreement to help humans fight the demons is also related to this. Humans lack the divinely bestowed talent, while demons possess talent but lack spirit rank and star spirit priests. Therefore, Junji's statement that every race with innate talent has star spirit priests is inaccurate, as demons are a race with innate talent. However, just recently, the crystal mirror left by the gods broke the history of never choosing a human. This has made the star spirit priests eager to see just how different this human is. However, the human before them, aside from his undeniably rare black hair and eyes, seemed utterly unremarkable. The celestial priests had urgently contacted the Tower of Eternity to trace Shinrua's activities across the continent, and the results left them even more bewildered. A puzzle card champion, the one who helped the elite soldier Heishi enter the Eastern Human Ruins, Junji's teammate on the Demon Abyss journey. What strange experiences were these? Since the establishment of the Holy See, Heishi had disdained any association with it, and thus, Heishi had never appeared in the Celestial Temple's crystal mirror. But now, Heishi wasn't here. Instead, Heishi's friend had arrived, and a human at that. As for why this human was teamed up with Junji, they had already asked Junji after Shinrua and Junji separated. If possible, the celestial priests of the Holy See didn't want Shinrua to become a celestial priest, but the crystal mirror represented the choice left by the will of the gods, and they couldn't arbitrarily change the decisions of that will. Chapter 193. Chosen human, do you possess the basic inheritance of a celestial priest? One of the 3 celestial priests asked Shinrua, who was still admiring the celestial temple. I don't, Shinrua answered honestly. Then you might not even qualify for the assessment, the celestial priest said. However, as the chosen one of the crystal mirror, we will teach you. If you cannot master the basic inheritance of a celestial priest before the formal assessment begins, you will be disqualified. Thank you. How long will it take me to learn and master this skill? Shinrua asked. 1 night. The assessment begins tomorrow. This was the celestial priest's answer. Alright, time is short. Shall we begin? Although the celestial priests found it incredible that a human had appeared in the crystal mirror, and this was the Holy See, they naturally hoped for as many celestial priests as possible, but they didn't hold back. Celestial priests are priests, who communicate with the gods through the starry sky and the astrolabe. For them, obtaining divine information is paramount. Divine prophecies are not absolute, they can be altered. However, the power of the gods possesses an omniscient perspective, and their lingering will can see everything happening on the continent. Through calculation, using current knowledge, one can limit future star chart predictions to a finite number of possibilities. Communicating with the gods to obtain star charts is a manifestation of the divine power's deductive reasoning, as the gods do not reveal their omniscient perspective. Nevertheless, the information provided by star charts is invaluable. They are used to predict major events. Changing the present can change the future. But this change comes at a price. The Star Spirit Priest told Shinrua about 2 main aspects of the Star Spirit Priest's fundamental inheritance. The first is foresight, and its consequences. The second is the connection to divine resonance. Foresight and consequences are essential knowledge for Star Spirit Priests. They can use the star chart to understand specific fragments of the future. Each star chart corresponds to a possible future. A Star Spirit Priest of insufficient strength will only see the star chart itself, and interpreting it requires consulting the corresponding diagrams in the Star Spirit Priest's books. This is the lowest level of Star Spirit Priest. A higher level Star Spirit Priest will see the shifting of stars in the star chart and then glean corresponding fragments from these shifts. These fragments are random, but can be related to a specific object, except that object cannot be the Star Spirit Priest themselves. The highest level Star Spirit Priest can specify an object from the star chart and make a request to see a fragment. For example, Shinrua could silently contemplate a friend's moment, capturing their happiest or most dangerous instant. However, this requires a high level of skill from the priest. It's impossible without reaching the spirit rank. After seeing the fragment, interfering with it comes at a price. For instance, if a Star Spirit Priest used this method to interfere with a friend's death, they would be severely injured, and success wouldn't be guaranteed. It might even drag more innocent people into the torrent of fate. Regardless of success or failure, the backlash will be inevitable, and a second intervention will be impossible. Additionally, all Protoss priests can cast a divination spell once on another being of a lower or equal level. Unlike targeted fragments, this divination spell is rather impractical. It's highly random, and a Protoss priest can only cast it once per lifetime on the same target. However, this divination spell is quite costly. It's quite possible that a Protoss priest might expend a significant amount of mental energy only to see the divination target playing with cats or dogs, or even just lingering in a place of rest and rebirth. When different Protoss priests apply this divination spell to the same target, as long as the future seen by the previous Protoss priest hasn't occurred, the other Protoss priests will see the same scene. The only difference is the clarity of the scene. Connecting with the divine resonance refers to the need to sense the divine calculations in order to use the astrolabe. To sense the divine calculations, one must enter a state of emptiness, where only by eliminating distracting thoughts can one's mind connect with the divine calculations. Of course, the Void Realm standard on the Dust and Sand continent is quite flexible, and even the Star Spirit Priests rarely enter this state of perception. They can only ensure that their random thoughts flow through their minds, but don't linger there. Imagine your random thoughts are like carriages and horses outside. You're aimlessly wandering the streets, thinking of nothing. Those random thoughts exist, but they're no different from the pedestrians passing you in this state. If you can achieve this, you can enter the assessment. The Star Spirit Priest finally told Shinrua the crucial trick. However, with only one night, achieving this won't be easy. Shinrua simply smiled and asked, "What time do I take the assessment tomorrow? Are there any dress requirements? Where is the meeting point? Tomorrow, the altar will be struck 3 times. Our members will lead you to the location after the first strike, the second to confirm the number of participants, and the third to begin the assessment," the Star Spirit Priest explained to Shinrua. "As long as you reside within the inner circle of the Holy See, there won't be any problems. As for clothing, anything appropriate is fine." After understanding the instructions, Shinrua left the Star Spirit Hall. "How did it go?" Junja asked Shinrua during dinner. He was as taciturn as usual, but after getting to know him, Shinrua could roughly guess what he wanted to ask. "The assessment is tomorrow, and I plan to give it a try," Shinrua said. "My basics are fine." Junja, ? Basics fine? The basic entry into the Star Spirit Priest class is said to be extremely difficult. Apart from the first few ancient Star Spirit Priests, who received the Star Spirit Priest inheritance, later Star Spirit Priests all need to pass the inheritance before they can possibly appear on the crystal mirror. Of course, whether those ancient Star Spirit Priests received their inheritance because they had already fulfilled the crystal mirror's requirements in some aspect, or because the gods needed the existence of Star Spirit Priests, and thus provided the foundation for their chosen successors, remains unknown. This history has long been lost in the distant past, and remains unrecorded. I think I roughly understand why the crystal mirror showed me as a candidate for Star Spirit Priest. Shinrua finished her food and explained to Junja, "Actually, my cultivation path shares some similarities with the foundation of the Star Spirit Priests, so I think I grasp the essentials they mentioned for entering the assessment." Junja had some doubts, but he wasn't the type to pry. The cultivation methods of the Star Spirit Priests were very different from those of other warriors and mages. It was widely believed on the continent that the strength and combat power of Star Spirit Priests were completely unrelated. However, because most Star Spirit Priests used their race's innate magic, they possessed a corresponding level of self-defense ability as their strength increased. It was just that, in terms of combat, Star Spirit Priests were probably no match for either warriors or mages. Shinrua didn't specifically mention the commonalities between his cultivation path and that of the Star Spirit Priests, because it was a basic training practiced by all cultivators in the ancient eastern world of their home planet Earth, meditation. After finishing his meal, Shinruo went to the area beneath the 8 enormous statues again. It was the best place to enter meditation. If it weren't for the need to be aware of the gazes of other beings, Shinruo would have even wanted to meditate there. Should we go and look at the Star Spirit Priest's documents again? Junja asked, unsure if Shinruo wanted to obtain that qualification. Junja himself wasn't interested in the profession of Star Spirit Priest, but secretly hoped Shinruo could become one. Last-minute cramming won't do much good, Shinruo said with a smile, gazing up at the statue. Just looking at the statue here is enough. Unbeknownst to them, some of the other disciples were whispering, is that really Lord Junja who only focuses on strength and cultivation? That's so strange. If Junja were walking with Zizia, the other disciples wouldn't find anything wrong, even if Zizia was only a grandmaster. But with Shinruo and Junja together, many strange thoughts began to surface, even if Junja only wanted to befriend Shinruo because of her strength. What Shinruo was completely unaware of was that his biggest worry, that Junja's cultivation fanaticism would negatively impact his image as a weak and insignificant individual, did not materialize at all. The other fans had already started speculating in other strange directions. The fans were thinking, Junja is finally no longer the cultivation fanatic he always was, he's actually taken a human servant, and a male one at that. It seems that after Junja entered the spirit rank, he's nothing special, no different from those nobles with their various romantic affairs. It's Junja's reputation that's been damaged. Fortunately, these fans felt they should keep quiet and not expose the rumors. Of course, some fans believe that Lord Junja was seeking out such a human precisely to avoid interfering with his cultivation. Look, is there anything about the human that Lord Junja could be infatuated with? No. He's just a tool. A few fans who had gathered some information from the Eternal Tower firmly believed that Shinruo was trying to climb the social ladder by marrying the beautiful heavenly fox Tian Shui, because the intelligence contained a lot of information about the entanglement between heavenly fox Tian Shui and this human boy. It said that even the high-level intelligence purchased from the 10 absolutes of dust and sand was vague about the relationship between Shinruo and Tian Shui. The intelligence about Tian Shui from the Tower of Eternity was ruthlessly distorted by Seiensen. Those who paid high prices for intelligence were mostly captivated by Tian Shui's beauty. Some might even have been influenced by her allure. In their view, how could Shinruo remain unmoved after such a long period of contact with Tian Shui? He must be utterly infatuated. If Shinruo was so infatuated with Tian Shui, why did he abandon her and Junja to come to the Holy See? You see, Tian Shui has settled in the Eternal Tower. Is it a case of giving up easily, or does Junja possess something Tian Shui needs? Or perhaps Tian Shui needs Junja's help, so she sent Shinruo to help her hold him back? The more the plot unfolds, the more perplexing it becomes, but no matter how outrageous it seems to the Zizhas, it's always more plausible than the truth. The truth couldn't be that Lord Junja felt his strength was inferior to that thin human, and thus associated with him to improve his power, could it? However, the truth is surprisingly simple. The next day, when the sound of the golden bowl rang out, Shinruo stepped out of the side hall. At this moment, a Zizha dressed very strangely, carrying a miniature golden bowl, was waiting for him outside the door. The Zizha wore a wolf-shaped hat, the material of which Shinruo couldn't discern. This reminded Shinruo of the murals on his home planet Earth, depicting gods with human bodies and animal heads. However, Zizha's attire differed from the one depicted in the murals. This Zizha wore a snow-white robe. Was this a simulation of the 8 gods of creation? Shinruo recalled that the god in charge of the dark elements was depicted as a wolf, and when the giant wolf announced it would reclaim the dark energy of the Undying Valley, it had even taken on a human form, but its head remained wolf-like. It seemed that although the Zizhas were at odds with he-she, they still held genuine respect for the god in charge of the dark elements. Just as Shinruo was pondering the attire of the Zizha leading the way, Zizha stopped, pushed open a door in the wall, and said to Shinruo, "We arrived at the assessment location." Zizha stepped aside, and Shinruo walked inside, the door closing behind him. Chapter 194. The light behind Shinruo disappeared as the door closed, and the faint light in front of him appeared slightly brighter against the darkness, but it was extremely limited. It was the same light cast by the stars in the sky above the Star Spirit Temple that he had seen yesterday. However, this place seemed much smaller than the Star Spirit Temple. Shinruo altered his perception, allowing him to see his surroundings more clearly. This was simply the interior of a circular room, no more than 3 meters in diameter. The room was empty, except for the starlight slowly streaming down from the dome. Shinruo wasn't in a hurry. He stood quietly in the center of the circular floor under the starlight, lost in thought, or perhaps thinking of nothing at all. Bo Jin's voice rang out again. When this voice struck once more, the Star Spirit Priest's assessment would begin. Shenrua sat down, in a meditative posture. Although he had told Junja that this posture wasn't mandatory, just an action to bring himself into a familiar state, he did it anyway. One of the introductory techniques of meditation was the one the Star Spirit Priest had introduced. Through breathing, one can reconcile with one's inner restlessness. The restlessness is still there, but it's now focused on the breath. To truly enter a state of tranquility, one must relinquish the restlessness. In the process of relinquishing the restlessness, some can perceive illusions. From nothingness, suddenly, magnificent palaces and jade seas arise from the ground. Shenrua guessed that the absence of humans in the crystal mirror wasn't because humans lacked the potential to gain the Star Spirit Priest's approval, but because the primary concern of humans on the Dust Sand continent was survival. The humans here didn't have much time to daydream. They naturally had to strive for the survival and reproduction of their race. Their history of suffering is worthy of praise. It is not the suffering itself that deserves praise, but the indomitable will in the face of suffering. However, faced with such a history, humanity had no opportunity to develop a system of meditation cultivation. Now Shenrua, because of his foundation in meditation, has been chosen by the crystal mirror. Bo Jin's voice rang out for the third time. Shenrua focused his mind and immersed himself in a meditative state. Since there was nothing here, and the Star Spirit Priests had specifically emphasized the need to master basic methods similar to entering a meditative state, the assessment must be related to meditation, or something similar. In the Star Spirit Hall, the Star Spirit Priests presiding over the assessment were chanting their incantations connecting them to the will left behind by the gods. Veins on the ground shimmered with a faint light. Finally, the faint light spread along the veins and returned to the center of the Star Spirit Priest's area, where there were square lines on the ground, with a circle in the center of each square. Lines intersected between the squares and circles, forming ancient and mysterious patterns. Shenrua became aware of the light during his meditation. Sensing light during meditation is the first step in classical Eastern cultivation on his home planet Earth, but taking this step is far more difficult than the basic external meditation techniques the Star Spirit Priest had taught Shenrua. Shenrua had naturally already taken this step, but the light he perceived now was different from the light he usually felt during meditation. So Shenrua opened his eyes. Before him was a human village, the wind rustling through the wheat fields, and someone singing in the fields. Shenrua looked down at his hands. A pair of hands calloused from farm work, the muscles on his arms disproportionately different from his own. He gripped the scythe in his hand. The field was incredibly realistic. So, he already entered the assessment. What was the assessment content? How did he pass? He knew nothing. There was so little information. Meanwhile, inside the Star Spirit Temple, the Star Spirit Priests stared in astonishment at the rotating circle at the center of the ground, its intricate lines forming the final pattern. This assessment is the 10-direction star chart? It turned out that the Star Spirit Priest assessment wasn't set by the Star Spirit Priests in the Star Spirit Temple. Instead, the examinees entered a fragment of divine will, a connection the Star Spirit Priests collectively shared, through a process similar to meditation. Ultimately, who became a Star Spirit Priest wasn't decided by the Star Spirit Temple, but by the fragment of divine will. Each assessment corresponded to a different type, and only the examinee inside knew the specific content. The Star Spirit Temple Priests could only observe the type of assessment they received. The 10-direction star chart arrangement was said to have only appeared once before, during the assessment, when the radiant star chart appeared in ancient times. However, the light star disk is unique, and the celestial priest who obtained it undoubtedly left behind such a record. Now, without the light star disk as a reward, the assessment has yet to begin with the 10-direction star luo. What exactly is going on? The celestial priest left no information about what the 10-direction star luo would entail, only telling those who came after that the situation was likely not fixed. The scenario might not even be replicated. At this moment, Shenrua, already gripping a sickle, pushed a cart laden with wheat towards the storage point she had guessed. After all, the round, roofed huts along the fields looked somewhat like barns. In the village, there stood a very incongruous building. It was entirely white, like a castle from a fairy tale, completely out of place with the village's low-rise buildings. Shenrua pushed the cart loaded with wheat to the hut. The people around him ignored him, happily discussing the harvest. Shenrua decided to give it a try. He waved his hand in front of one of the people, but there was no reaction. Looking at the shadow on the ground, It was clear that he or these people weren't ghosts. So what was going on here? Shinruo poured the wheat into the hut, and then silently checked if the items he had brought with him were usable. The earring could be retrieved along with a short sword, Gisilfa's blood, and the quest item. He couldn't retrieve the encyclopedia, the initial set of ordinary human clothing, or the ordinary cloak. All items in the storage necklace could be retrieved. The encyclopedia, the clothes, and the cloak all shared the commonality of being gifts from the gatekeeper. Shinruo was now certain that this was a spiritual world, but it wasn't entirely under his control, or rather, while it might contain elements of his own, it wasn't entirely under his control. In this spiritual world, he could only control himself. The information was too limited, further testing was needed. Shinruo left the small house, and found a girl with braided hair. This girl had blonde hair and blue eyes, a common appearance on the Dusan continent. He grabbed her hand. She seemed oblivious and tried to continue walking forward, but Shinruo's grip was strong. The girl kept moving forward without shifting her position, looking like she was performing a gliding dance. Because the girl couldn't move, even the wind stopped. It was like a program. The girl was a fixed node. Since she didn't reach her destination at the designated time, time stood still for her. Perhaps everyone here was like this, like NPCs in an old game. How could he trigger the plot? Shinruo pondered. He was holding the girl back, meaning she was still in a fixed space, only time was frozen. This was the space-time anchor point in the spiritual world. All NPCs were probably space-time anchor points like this. Thinking this, Shinruo pulled the girl, changing her direction. After the girl's steps deviated 2 steps from her intended path, Shinruo heard her ask behind him, "Flanda, what are you doing here? You should go to the castle to find the pharaoh." Shinruo received a quest prompt, but was completely confused. A medieval castle-like building housing an Egyptian pharaoh? What a strange combination. But after speaking, the girl immediately ran away, seemingly heading back to her designated point in time. That castle was definitely worth exploring, but the information available was limited. Shinruo tried to find several people in the village. They all spoke the same words as the girl. Shinruo wandered around the village, waiting for a day and a night. Everyone in the village, except him, followed the exact same movements yesterday and today. To be on the safe side, Shinruo took out paper and pen from his storage necklace and drew the village and wheat fields, then used lines and arrows to represent the characters' movements. For now, no patterns or clues can be found. It seems the only option is to head to the castle. The castle gates are tightly shut, there's no steward, no servants, and no guide. Shinruo reached out and pushed the door, but it wouldn't budge. Trying to circulate his inner energy in his hands, Shinruo pushed the door again. This time, it opened a crack. Shinruo forcefully pushed the door, which was much taller than him, through a gap large enough for 2 people to pass through, and slipped into the castle. The inside of the castle and the village outside were like 2 completely different worlds. The castle wasn't as gloomy and terrifying as Shinruo had imagined. Instead, it was brightly lit. A huge table was surrounded by chairs, some of which were already occupied. The people seated were Westerners of various appearances. Another one, a woman with freckles on her face, said as Shinruo entered. Her demeanor differed from the villagers Shinruo had seen outside, who only repeated the same actions. It seems the order of entry is determined by the strength of one's mental power, a man with slick back hair summarized. "All right, newcomer, tell us how you got in. Let's see if we can find any clues," another man said. Shinruo noticed that all the participants here had human appearances, but whether the skin beneath those appearances was truly human was hard to say. Because he, an Eastern human, could transform into a Western appearance, it was uncertain whether these people were even human. They might even be another type of NPC. Sensing Shinruo's silence, the freckled man spoke again, quite vigilant, but then again, it took him a whole day and night to get here. His mental power is probably not very strong. Shinruo walked over, pulled out a stool, and sat down, maintaining a slight distance from the others. He would spend a day and a night solely to determine the behavioral patterns of the village's inhabitants, and whether they varied from day to day. Most importantly, he wasn't sure if he could return to the village outside after entering this castle. This place wasn't solely constructed by his own spirit and will. If this was Shinruo's own world, then he considered his starting point to be the island where he had lived for 20 years. Now, these future Protoss priests, whether NPCs or other participants in the assessment, after expressing their contempt for Shinruo's mental power, continued discussing their observations. "Since a new one has arrived, regardless of his strength, we just finished exploring this castle anyway. We were going to exchange opinions anyway, so we can start over. It's a good deal for this kid. If he doesn't appreciate it after hearing it, heh. The slick-haired man sneered. It seemed they needed manpower for what they were doing, or perhaps the information brought by each person who arrived was unique, so they needed to verify the clues. Since the other party was willing to express sincerity first, Shinruo decided to listen to what they had to say before making a judgment. A man looked at Shinruo and then spoke. Let me state the unfortunate conclusion first. We came here, and for some reason, we all turned into humans. What we do know now is that some people can still use some magic, while others can't at all. Star Spirit Priests are warriors, so I think not being able to use magic is a huge disadvantage. Hey, can you still use magic? The man suddenly attacked, a beam of light striking toward Shinruo. Chapter 195. Shinruo fell to the ground, barely avoiding the attack of the light. Alright, he can't use it. He's really useless. Someone among the onlookers commented on Shinruo. Shinruo noticed that although the magic left cracks on the table and the area behind him, the table and ground quickly returned to normal. Like magic, was the attacker a Zhezhe, or perhaps an NPC? Shinruo silently memorized the attacker's information. Slightly embarrassed, Shinruo's entire demeanor perfectly matched the characteristics of a candidate Protoss priest with very poor combat skills. The people at the table, seeing that Shinruo remained silent and his clumsy yet stubborn appearance, clearly didn't take him seriously. Then, Shinruo gleaned information about these people from their conversations, based solely on their own accounts. After all, in a place like this, everything that happened could be an illusion or a performance. Judging from their conversations, some of these people knew each other before entering the castle. They were friends participating in the assessment together. One of them had just arrived before Shinruo entered the castle. The one who had just arrived was a fellow disciple of the two who arrived earlier, having known each other outside the assessment. They were both trained by the same Star Spirit Priest. The first to arrive was said to be the High Priest of the Light Star Spirit, the disciple of the owner of the Light Star Disk, and a future genius among the Star Spirit Priests, Zhezhe. The High Priest of the Light Star Spirit's son also participated in this year's assessment, but Shinruo didn't know which one he was. Those who arrived at the castle, except for a few who were slightly delayed on the way due to their own quirks, entered the castle almost entirely according to their ranking in terms of spiritual strength outside. Therefore, they concluded that Shinruo's mental strength was not very good. Each of these people had a different starting point. Some were born in war-torn areas, and after fighting their way through to cover, they arrived directly at the castle. Others were born in the desert, suddenly seeing a mirage, getting lost within it, and then, through sheer willpower, figuring out their location, they emerged from the mirage and found themselves at the castle. The last person to arrive before Shinruo was in a state of confusion, as if in a dream. In dreams, people often don't remember who they originally were, faithfully accepting the identity given to them by the dream and following its instructions. He thus considered himself an NPC until he realized he wasn't his own character, and only after finding the most peculiar building nearby did he arrive at the castle. After he shared his feelings, the freckled woman summarized, "It seems we all have an identity assigned to us here, but those with strong mental fortitude immediately realize who they are and break free from this identity recognition. The weaker the mental fortitude, the harder it is to escape this influence. Hey, what's the place you came from like? How long have you been playing this role?" When she said hey, she was facing Shinruo, clearly indicating they didn't intend to ask his name, simply calling him hey. "The place I came from was probably a village. I don't know anything else. I don't remember anything. My mind was a mess until I barely regained consciousness." Shinruo fabricated an answer based on his understanding of what it would take to overcome his identity confusion after such a long delay. Seeing this, those people didn't ask him to elaborate, but instead concluded, "It seems those who haven't arrived yet probably won't be able to." From this, it's clear that some of them knew the approximate number of those being tested. This wasn't surprising, given that the High Priest of the Star Spirits was a Star Spirit Priest of the Holy See, and this test was being conducted there. Furthermore, some of the test takers had participated in the Star Spirit Priest test before, but had failed. According to them, this year's test content differed greatly from what they knew before. This was because many Star Spirit Priests, who had participated in the test in the past, shared their experiences and insights on how they passed, a strength inherited from the Zhezhe Star Spirit Priest lineage. For a while, they made no further progress. According to them, the door to this place could only be opened from the outside, and once inside, they couldn't reopen the door to leave. In other words, they were trapped inside this castle. Or perhaps it wasn't a castle at all, because it was the castle Shinruo saw. What the others saw before entering wasn't a castle. Therefore, They could only review their performance to see if they had missed any clues. During the review, they raised several questions. The first question was, why are we all human? Although many of them could still use magic, according to the experience records left by the celestial priests who had participated in the assessment, although there were illusions during the assessments, the examinees generally appeared in the illusions in their own form and with their own abilities. Could it be because a human participated in the assessment this time? The disciple of the star spirit priest pondered. I heard a human appeared on the crystal mirror this time. Impossible, the disciple replied. We can't all become humans just because there's one human. That doesn't make sense. It's said that the illusions in the star spirit priest assessment, though bizarre and fantastical, have a certain logical thread. Therefore, participants analyze the current situation based on its plausibility. Not necessarily. In past assessments, different candidates generally experience the same logical illusion, but they never met each other. For example, last year's assessment focused on willpower. Candidates repeatedly experienced events similar to their deepest fears. Those who could overcome their inner fears qualified to become Protoss priests. Since we can meet in this assessment, it means we might be in a competitive situation. Since humans were chosen, they can't be denied any chance because of racial differences. Therefore, I suspect our strength in this assessment will be lowered on average. Someone began recounting past assessment content. It seems every exam has its share of test takers. According to you, it's more accurate to say that everyone except ourselves might just be an illusion created by our imagination, including you, an illusion created to assess me, said the freckled woman. The man with slick back hair smiled slightly, proving this is simple. If it's an illusion, then just inflict a sufficiently severe injury on him, If it's a spiritual entity that's injured, it won't be immediately destroyed, but as long as its spiritual power remains, it will linger on. After thinking for a moment, he added, who's willing to let me try? How about you? Shenrua's pupils constricted sharply. Some of these people had killed NPCs here to test the mechanics, and while others might not be, this man with the slick back hair definitely had. The man with the slick back hair looked at Shenrua. Anyway, if you're being tested, then you're the weakest among us. Killing you out and losing your qualification wouldn't be unfair. The others echoed his sentiments, and one of the men, with a somewhat morbid smile, stood up and walked toward Shenrua. Shenrua frowned, finally expressing her objection. As far as I know, if one is injured in the spiritual world, at best it will sever one's cultivation path, at worst it will lead to death. Are you really going to use me, a possibly living being, to verify your conjectures? Aren't you going to try something else? Or let me try something else. Trying on you first, then trying others is the same, the man walking toward Shenrua said with a smile. If we can't solve this, do you think someone who spent so long to escape the first level of illusion and recognize their own identity can solve it? Shenrua glanced at the structure of the hall, mentally planning how to leave this floor. The massive staircase seemed like a good option. Some of the people in this group were already acquaintances, and they didn't want to use someone they knew as a test. They were waiting for someone they could take action with. But what was the point of discussing things here to gather so much information? Or perhaps they were still somewhat wary of attacking those who weren't regulars here. Or maybe they had acquaintances who hadn't yet entered the castle, and they planned to discuss their strategy once everyone was there, only to find themselves inside? Shenrua ran through these questions in his mind. Then he realized this wasn't a good time to process this information, because the man had already drawn a sword and was thrusting it at him. Shenrua dodged the man's sword and ran towards the stairs in the hall, leaving streaks of light magic behind him. After Shenrua reached the second floor, the stairs behind him vanished. The smell of blood filled the air. Shenrua walked over and found various corpses lying haphazardly on the ground. Unlike the bright atmosphere of the first floor, the environment here was somewhat dim. Since it was inside a castle, the light filtered through the windows, creating a slightly wait lighting. The concept of lighting didn't exist on the dust and sand continent, but here, including the hall they had just been in, there was lighting. The hall's bright light source came from its magnificent lighting. However, that hall had no windows, so Shenrua hadn't noticed the lighting issue at the time. Now he finally realized that the lighting logic here wasn't the same as the lighting logic of the dust and sand continent. Shenrua suddenly realized something very important. If the people in the hall weren't figments of his imagination, but rather the condensed forms of the spirits of other members being tested, then the strength of his mental will could very well surpass that of these people. The other members being tested couldn't possibly understand this unknown lighting method, and the light in this collectively participated mental world operated in a way he was familiar with, indicating that his subconscious had influenced a very important part of the rules of this world. Shenrua had been feigning weakness, Firstly, because he needed more information to understand the structure of this mental world. Secondly, he needs to know where his mental power stands in the food chain, and what kind of impact he can have on the world through his consciousness. Now, he has a certain grasp of the second point. Chapter 196. Shinruo thoroughly inspected the entire floor. The people who died on the ground were dressed differently from those downstairs. Judging from their clothing, they appeared to be servants, maids, and butlers living in a castle. After inspecting everything, Shinruo took out paper and pen and began drawing a layout of the floor. Whether these dead people died of their own accord or were killed by those downstairs remained unknown. According to those downstairs, they had previously killed the phantoms in this spiritual world, and they said that if Shinruo were a phantom, the way she was killed would be different. Based on this logic, the people who died on this floor didn't seem to have been killed by those downstairs. As for why the others chasing Shinruo didn't come up the staircase that led here, there are three possibilities. First, because everyone's inner thoughts are different after crossing that staircase, it leads to different places. Second, everyone undergoing the assessment can come here, but it's a one-time event. The third possibility is that the staircase leads to different places, but not one-to-one with each person, it's random. Once they find a way out of this floor, and back to the hall downstairs, they can't return here. If it's the first possibility, Shinruo finds it strange because he doesn't usually enjoy reading stories about murders in castles. Aside from the lighting and the fact that all the victims are human, this place doesn't seem to have much to do with his subconscious. The second possibility is that this place is formed by a collective spiritual connection. Since it's an assessment, there should be other spiritual forces present here as well. If it was a one-off event, then the others downstairs must have been here. Whether the death was preordained or killed by someone downstairs as part of a test is unclear. If it was a test, then these victims didn't immediately disappear after death. How did they determine they could identify a phantom? Thirdly, if it was random, then if those downstairs were truly intent on killing him, someone would inevitably end up here randomly. But being able to randomly arrive here must be probabilistic. This raises the question of how many different random scenarios would occur after entering the second floor. This could explain why they needed to cooperate and exchange information. Shinruo planned to stay here overnight, firstly to search for usable clues, and secondly because the villagers in the village before entering the castle would repeat what they did the first day. The people here are all dead. Shinruo wasn't sure if they would be resurrected and repeat the process tomorrow. The people on the first floor of the castle, after seeing Shinruo leave, didn't choose to pursue him, but instead began discussing. I wonder if he'd be able to find his way back after he goes in, or which map he entered. This was someone who remained relatively calm. Let's not worry about him too much. In his condition, it's uncertain whether he even come back alive. The key issue now is what we do. This was someone who was starting to get restless. The second floor leads to 15 different places, but the problem is there's nothing useful about it. What are we waiting for here? If we wait until nightfall, that feeling will probably come back. Let's think of something. During their conversation, two people revealed their fear of the castle at night, and their anxiety at being unable to find any clues to escape. However, fear couldn't stop the arrival of nightfall. Shinruo, who had been resting against the wall with his eyes closed after checking everything he could find on the second floor, suddenly opened them. He felt like he was being watched, and, with his keen sixth sense, he surprisingly realized that the gaze wasn't coming from inside the castle. Something could see through the castle. In reality, this would be somewhat unbelievable, but this was the spiritual world. These thick walls, in the eyes of the being that controlled this spiritual realm, could exist or not exist. Shinruo drew his short sword, thoughtfully pointing it in a certain direction, and held it horizontally in front of him. The feeling of being watched disappeared, but when he lowered the sword, it reappeared. Shinruo held the sword until night fell. After confirming that the feeling of being watched had completely vanished, Shinruo sheathed the sword and looked around. The smell of blood had disappeared. Someone walked past in the corridor. Shinruo noticed that it was one of the bodies he had discovered yesterday, a maid. Shinruo remained silent, following behind the maid. As he had expected, the maid ignored him, continuing with her work. Just like in the village, everyone here disregarded Shinruo. However, unlike in the village, the people here interacted. For example, a child dressed like a young master was complaining that his painting was wrong, saying the colors had been switched. The maid was reprimanded by the head maid for spilling a cup of coffee. A few hours later, the people here repeated what they had done before. Shinruo spent a day recording all the things they did repeatedly, and then night fell. The feeling of being watched returned, and Shinruo once again spent the night with his short sword in hand. Shinruo drew a floor plan of the building, noting the movement patterns of the characters and their interactions. Using the same method as in the village, he traced one of the characters along a specific path. However, the clues given were different from those in the village. "Are you lost and trying to get to the hall?" the character asked politely, "The study at the end of the corridor. Go down to the right of the desk, and you'll be back." There was clearly a wall there. However, Shinruo released the character's hand and tried several different characters, all receiving the same clue. Since that was the case, Shinruo decided to give it a try. Following the clues, he closed his eyes, stepped towards the wall, and successfully returned to the hall. He stood behind that same tall door he first stepped into the hall. Several people were missing from the table, presumably doing something elsewhere. When they saw Shinruo appear, they all looked at him with suspicion. They always returned via the stairs, so why was this person coming through the door? They clearly tried. Once they entered through that door, they couldn't get out. Everyone immediately became tense and wary of Shinruo. Shinruo frowned. What was with all this commotion? Unbeknownst to him, during the 2 days and nights he spent recording the actions of the people upstairs, they were nearly driven mad by the feeling of being watched at night. The viscous gaze was relentless, possessing a power to erode their minds. They couldn't find a good way to escape this gaze, nor could they find any clues to leave. They were now teetering on the edge of madness. "How did you get in? Tell me." "No, how did you get out?" The freckled woman was still conscious, but her voice was more hysterical than before. "I came here based on clues given by the illusions." In contrast, Shinruo's voice was calm. "Didn't you come back here this way?" "Clues? What clues?" The other woman suddenly stood up. They had searched the castle repeatedly, reaching the second floor, where different maps and characters appeared. These maps and characters didn't correspond to the place they had come from before arriving at the castle, and the events were completely different. Those killed outside the castle would simply disappear. They called it an illusion. After killing the people moving around in the area led by the stairs, they would become corpses, and the stairwell would reappear, allowing them to return to the hall. When they went up the stairs again, they would arrive at another place. Therefore, they called the figures outside the castle illusions, while the figures on the second floor of the castle were called characters. Because of this, Shinruo misjudged, believing that they hadn't killed the people on the second floor. However, because Shinruo was unaware of the truth, he still referred to the figures upstairs as illusions. Thus, to them, Shinruo's words meant he had left the castle from the second floor and, based on clues given by people outside, returned to the hall. Just capture him, torture him properly, and he'd tell the truth. A man approached Shinruo, his eyes dark-circled and his gaze sinister, appearing somewhat neurotic. "I was planning to share some information with you anyway, on the condition that you tell me the truth." Shinruo frowned halfway through his sentence, realizing that the people sitting at the table had slowly surrounded him. They didn't seem to trust him. Shinruo recalled a book he had read. In certain desperate situations, people are unwilling to believe the honesty of others. They only want to believe the results they obtain through investigation, coercion, bribery, and humiliation. These people all seemed somewhat abnormal. If they weren't NPCs, could they recover their mental state after leaving this mental world? While still concerned about their mental state, Shinruo already held a scepter in each hand. This scepter is for use by mages. After modification, it can also be used to achieve some magical effects with the help of gloves. However, Shinruo is not wearing gloves now, clearly intending to use the scepter simply as a staff. After all, Shinruo had already tested the magic of these people, and he didn't find it very threatening. Nobody here knew who he was. What did the NPC girl with the braided hair call him again? Oh, Flandos. What did Flandos beating up these people have to do with Shinruo? When Shinruo arrived at the hall on the first day, there were 11 people there. Now 7 remain. 6 of these 7 can use magic. Seeing Shinruo draw his scepter, they dropped their pretense and launched a coordinated magical attack on him. Although they were somewhat puzzled as to why Shinruo could still retrieve the scepter from his storage necklace. After all, they had discovered upon arriving that they couldn't retrieve anything from any of their storage items. Then they quickly realized that although Shinruo had drawn the scepter, he hadn't used any magic. Heh, this guy, doesn't he know that humans can't directly use magical items? They felt both threatened by Shinruo's special abilities, and couldn't help but mock his ignorance, believing that without magic, he would inevitably be hit by their spells. Unexpectedly, Shinruo, with a few quick steps and rhythmic breathing, had already dodged the incoming magic, and confirmed that the 6 who could still use magic were all Zhuzhe. The combined magical power of these 6 Zhuzhes didn't even compare to the overwhelming aura of light blades Junji unleashed when Shinruo first met him. For example, what kind of light magic did that freckled woman use? A thorny whip of light magic? Shinruo sighed, his staff flashing repeatedly with each movement, each strike precisely hitting the back of their necks. Taking ropes from his storage ring, Shinruo moved the men to chairs, binding their hands behind their backs, then sat at the head of the table. After a moment's thought, Shinruo decided waiting for them to wake up naturally would be too much trouble. He took a bottle of water from his storage necklace, concentrated his true energy in his wrist, and then flicked the bottle like a throwing weapon box, splashing the water onto their faces. Chapter 197. The examinees, their faces splashed with water, woke up to find Shinruo sitting in the head chair like a demon king, their hands bound behind their backs. "Who suggested torturing me just now?" Shinruo asked casually. None of the 7 dared to answer his question. Shinruo smiled. These people were here to pass the Star Spirit Priest's test. If his information was correct, the test was likely related to mental will. And they were already chickening out? It seems you don't like being tortured either. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Now it's my turn to ask questions, Shinruo said. I understand. The freckled woman shouted. This is the key to our success. Take care of him, and we can pass the test and get out of here. She then struggled violently. How could they be so stupid? Shinruo now had a very clear understanding of the difference in strength between these people and herself in this spiritual world. How to put it? These people probably didn't even deserve to recognize the gap in strength between themselves and Shinruo. Shinruo stood up, walked behind the woman with freckles, and struck her on the back of the neck again. The woman tilted her head and fainted again. I just think you guys aren't very calm. This isn't a good way to communicate. Shinruo walked back to her seat and sat down. You should be glad I'm not some kind of gatekeeper for the assessment, otherwise you probably never get through, and would be trapped here to die. Now, can you be a little more rational and listen to me? We can work together to leave here. I have a rough idea, but the initiative is in my hands now. I hope you show some sincerity first. What kind of sincerity? The man with the slick back hair had already grasped the situation, though he still felt a lingering sense of unease in his chest. If he could, he would definitely try to kill the man before him. But he couldn't, his hands were tied behind his back, it was the man who had done it. They were all more or less affected by the knight's gaze, an influence that fueled their bloodlust. But they couldn't kill each other, because the 7 people in the hall knew each other. Shinruo only confirmed the relationships between some of them from their conversation, not all of them. After Shinruo left down the stairs, they chose a stranger to be tested and tortured to death, proving their identities. These shouldn't be illusions of the characters here. The process of torture and killing can alleviate the affected mental state, but after being watched at night, the feeling of descent into madness intensifies the next day. So, they killed another one before Shinruo appeared, but they were very careful, only making their move when the other unfamiliar examinees went out to search, leaving only one. Moreover, they discovered that after killing someone inside the castle, that person disappeared, while those with fixed trajectories didn't immediately disappear after being killed. The illusions outside the castle changed when severely injured. They used this method to distinguish the different characters. Theoretically, there are 2 more unfamiliar examinees who could be used to alleviate their mental problems. But if they still can't find a way to leave after 2 days, this place will likely become a gladiatorial arena of mutual slaughter. Now, the 2 men are still exploring outside, while the others are all tied up by Shinruo. Situation forces them to submit, and the man with the slick back hair is the first to back down. I ask questions, you answer, Shinruo says, taking out paper and pen. I want to hear the truth. Shinruo has prepared his questions over the past 3 days. The first question is about how they got to this castle, and what their starting point looks like. The second question is whether they've been upstairs, how many times they've been, and what happened each time. The third question is whether they felt any gaze from the darkness. The fourth question is how they got back here since they didn't receive any clues. You better answer my questions honestly, because it seems I'm the one with the best chance of leading you out, Shinruo adds, wanting these people to realize who their hope is now. This time, Shinruo has gained a lot of new information. First, he confirms that everyone's starting point is different, and that no one else has been as patient as he has in gathering all the information. After confirming that all the characters were inaccessible, they arrived at the current hall, either by entering a strange building or traversing certain areas. There's a staircase in the hall leading to the 2nd floor. Once they enter the 2nd floor, the staircase disappears for those already on the 2nd floor. They return to the 1st floor by one member, losing patience, attempting a violent escape. That is, killing everyone they could see. After killing all the characters, he found the stairs had reappeared, so he returned and shared his method of return with the others. Afterwards, When they explored the second floor again, they all used the same method to return. The second floor had 15 different scenes, none of which featured the pharaoh mentioned by the village characters to Shinruo. Everyone felt the gaze of the night. In fact, everyone except Shinruo was suffering from this torment. Although Shinruo's hands ached, at least he wasn't mentally corrupted. Although these people searched the 15 scenes on the second floor and found some things, because they hadn't observed the characters' dialogues and actions like Shinruo had, they couldn't find any patterns. These 15 scenes were sequential. According to these people, the first person to enter a scene saw the map Shinruo had gone to. Before all 15 maps were entered, when they went up to the second floor again, they saw scenes appearing in a certain order. For example, the first scene was the second floor Shinruo had visited, the second scene was a huge garden, the third scene was a clock shop. Shinruo compiled a list of what they had found and brought out from each scene. They didn't bring out any large items. What they found were mostly small objects, such as pocket watches that could be retrieved from the clock shop, paper and pens from the calligraphy and painting academy, and so on. When Shinruo last came to the first floor lobby, they had just re-explored all 15 maps and returned to the first floor by killing all the characters. Therefore, when Shinruo entered, he saw the corpses of these characters. They arrived a day and a night earlier than Shinruo, so on the first day, they had already discovered that characters didn't reset after death. Their method was to take turns entering the second level. The person in the first map would find a way out, and then enter the second level again. After completing 15 map cycles, since there were no living characters left in the first map, they had to wait until all characters reset before they could return to the first level by killing all the remaining characters. After synthesizing the information, Shinruo began to consider the connections between these scenarios and the purpose of this assessment. According to the Star Spirit Priest candidates undergoing the assessment, the purpose of past Star Spirit Priest assessments was to select those with strong mental fortitude. But she had never encountered such a strange proposition. Past assessments sometimes involved enduring various painful trials, such as going through fire and water. Those who could grit their teeth and prevent their will from being overwhelmed by the pain would become Star Spirit Priests. Other times, the assessment would immerse the candidate in moments of ultimate happiness, making them linger in those experiences. Those who could bring themselves back to reality were considered to have passed the test. Furthermore, sometimes you experience terrifying illusions, requiring you to confront and slay enormous, monstrous beasts. It's precisely because of these fight-your-way-out type of trials that they attempt to kill the characters operating within this vast, illogical place. Shinruo sighed after hearing this. The characters operating here and the enormous beasts to be slain were clearly not the same kind of illusion. This assessment connects everyone's consciousness, making cooperation obviously easier to pass. However, their cooperative spirit is limited, and in Shinruo's view, these 7 people who know each other are working in the wrong direction. Since it's an assessment, the number of successful candidates must be considered. Assuming only one person passes, the logic here should be that cooperation makes passing easier, but solo attempts are also possible without cooperation. Given this, regardless of their starting point, all starting points will inevitably have the same clues, just presented in different ways. Perhaps certain characters will have similar dialogues, perhaps they will have overlapping action lines, or perhaps they will possess an identical item. If everyone has thoroughly investigated their starting point, then when they gather together to verify, it will be easy to discover key information through commonalities. This is Shinruo's deduction based on logic. Unfortunately, these people didn't spend enough time at their starting points. They were all focused on passing the assessment as quickly as possible, thus failing to adequately gather information. Furthermore, the nighttime observation will undoubtedly be a crucial part of this assessment's test of willpower. Shinruo compared the movement patterns of the villagers with those of the people on the second floor of the castle, discovering that several people's movements were remarkably similar. Just then, someone came down from the second floor. One of the remaining 2 explorers had returned. He saw the strange scene in the hall, Shinruo scribbling with a pen, while 7 people were tied to chairs around him, and instantly became alert. Whether he had gone to a map with weapons, or if his storage gems were usable, he happened to be holding a spear, which he warily raised toward Shinruo. If I were you, I would surrender immediately. Look at these 7 people, so easily defeated. Are they any good people to band together? Shinruo said without looking up. You are the final test. The man clearly regarded Shinruo as the final boss. Hey, if I were the final test, what would I be doing here, waiting to hang you all up and declare you defeated? With the cover of the Flanders skin, and the others being so weak, Shinruo completely unleashed his true nature. It seems he has a point. Another person, who had gone to explore the second floor, returned to the stairs at some point, and said to the person holding the spear. Chapter 198. Alright, let me introduce myself first. My name is Flanda. What are your names? The last person to appear seemed relatively normal. Shinruo thought for a moment, and decided to try and see if they could cooperate. Besides you, there are 9 of us in total. Let's just number them 1 through 9. The other party was quite wary. Okay, then you're Xiaojio. Shinruo readily complied. It was just for convenience, and the other party didn't seem to care about the number. After all, books mentioned that many ancient curses required real names. In a world like the Dust Sand Continent, where most races could use magic, it was reasonable for some curses to use real names. For some reason, even though it was her own condition that the other party agreed to so easily, Xiaojio felt a little annoyed. Shinruo, however, was unaware of his inner thoughts and simply began asking about the 15 maps. How many maps did you explore today? Shinruo asked. And logically, you should have finished exploring already. Why are you continuing? Because we can't do anything else while trapped here, Xiaojio said. Besides, I feel that if we can't get out of here, we eventually develop mental problems. But you seem relatively clear-headed. Shinruo realized that Xiaojio was somewhat different from the other 8. Now, among the 9 people on the first floor besides himself, after being affected by mental influence, it's hard to say how many are truly normal. However, Xiaojio's logic is still relatively clear, and he hasn't allowed the crazy instincts that come with being affected to influence his behavior. That's because I discovered that all the characters on the map control the direction their faces are facing when they die, Xiaojio said, descending the stairs. Facing that direction, and using your mental will to resist that gaze will lessen its effects. Why didn't you ever tell us this? One of the people tied to the chair shouted. We weren't really in a cooperative relationship. You all came together, didn't you? Xiaojio said coldly. Do you think I don't know how we suffered casualties? Then why are you willing to tell us now? Shinruo didn't want to see infighting. He didn't have such a vile hobby. If signs were here, he'd probably be eager to stir up trouble. For Shinruo, finding the pharaoh and getting out of here was the real priority. That's because you already tied them all up. Xiaojio was pragmatic. There's no benefit in going against you. If you can't find a way out, we'd probably all be trapped here to die. Besides, judging from your mental state, you're clearly in better shape than me. You probably found some way to ignore the effects of mental influence. Although I'm not sure what it is, it should be more effective than my method. You see, although I can still maintain my rationality now, I'm actually splitting my mental will in 2, eliminating the irrational part within my own illusions. The irrational part of me is also a part of me. I'm actually weakening my mental state to stay clear-headed. She's ruthless. Shinruo greatly approved of Xiaojio's approach. He nodded in satisfaction. Since you're so frank, I give you some information too. Shinruo didn't hold back, telling Xiaojio about her discoveries, including the name Franda, which was given to her by the villagers at the spawn point, and that she could obtain a way to return to the first floor from the second floor. I think killing the characters here also has negative effects, Shinruo suggested. First, it affects nighttime observation. I felt that gaze at night, and I sensed its negative effects, though intuitively, the effects weren't that severe. Second, it severely hinders clue gathering. If any clues exist in these characters' interactions, killing them means waiting until the next day to obtain them. If they aren't killed, they repeat everything they've done within a certain time frame. Even if you meticulously record everything everyone does, it wouldn't take a whole day. But judging from their current mental state, we estimate it's impossible for them to record everything that happened on the 15 maps in one day through cooperation. They might not have gone to any one place today. Xiaojio pondered, because I suspect they sent us away first to kill the other examinees, and after they did that, they might not have had time to explore. That makes sense, Xiaoba. Shinruo suddenly called out the name of the man, who hadn't spoken since Xiaojio appeared, nervously gripping the spear in his hand, and immediately assigned him a code name. Ah! What do you want to do? The man was extremely nervous. Shinruo shook her head upon seeing this. After tying Xiaoba to the chair as well, Shinruo thought for a moment, there was still one more thing to do. If I'm not mistaken, this should be a place like a spiritual world. In that case, Shinruo's voice suddenly changed, and he said, the ropes binding you are unbreakable, remember that. Xiaojio, hearing Shinruo's unusual tone, glanced at him thoughtfully, then asked, are we going to explore the rest of the place? That's right. Since there's a way to return unharmed, let's split up. We can't rely on people 1 through 8, we have to rely on ourselves. You can make your own discoveries, but I want the movement patterns of everyone in every place, and what they said. Hearing Shinruo say this, Xiao Jiao looked at the 8 people bound behind their backs again and asked, "Are we just going to leave them here like this? You're still conscious. Don't tell me you haven't figured it out yet." Shen Ruo looked at Xiao Jiao with a scrutinizing gaze. "Time here isn't real time. Am I doing this for their own good, or do you want them to kill each other here?" Xiao Jiao felt as if she had been seen through. This is a world of mental will. Although the perception is incredibly realistic, there are still some differences compared to the real world. For example, in the real world, if Xiao Jiao were facing someone like this, her clothes would probably be soaked with cold sweat. However, in the mental world, although the psychological pressure is even stronger, there's no reaction like cold sweat. "Alright, let's get to work." Shenrua pointed to the stairs and said, "You go first." Before stepping onto the second floor, Xiao Jiao suddenly turned back and asked Shenrua, "What will happen if I kill them here?" Shenrua looked at him. "Nothing much. You just lose the right to cooperate with me. I tie you up there too, and fix your head in place, so you can't find any more ways to resist my gaze." "Okay." Xiao Jiao turned and went to the second floor. After confirming that Xiao Jiao had entered the second floor, Shenrua also went up the stairs. This time, the second floor led directly to an island. It looked somewhat familiar, but not entirely. The familiar part was that it really resembled the island Shenrua had lived on for 20 years. The unfamiliar part was the plants and animals on the island. And the figures walking among them, dressed in various ancient civilization costumes. What kind of hodgepodge is this? Can't it make any sense? Shenrua walked towards the huge building on the island. Upon seeing the island, Shenrua was once again certain that his subconscious mind indeed occupied a significant portion of the structure of this spiritual world. In that case, he should be able to find something more interesting to do. For example, using his subconscious mind on this island to accomplish a certain degree of creation. There must be some extremely powerful spiritual will within this spiritual world, and Shenrua didn't believe he could overcome that will and directly break through to obtain the pass to the assessment. However, since he was already on the island where he had lived for so many years, retrieving familiar items from places he knew where he kept them should be possible. Shenrua noticed that he could use the storage necklace while others couldn't. This wasn't because he had actually brought the storage necklace into this spiritual world, but rather because his spiritual power had broken through the suppression of this spiritual world. Just like the previous Star Spirit Priest assessments, which used some method to suppress the examinee's spiritual power, this suppression wasn't to prevent them from leaving the spiritual world. On the contrary, it was to temper their spirit. The examinees cultivated the Star Spirit Priest's inheritance, ultimately achieving a breakthrough under suppression. This was a coming-of-age ceremony exclusive to Star Spirit Priests. Because Star Spirit Priests possess a very special sensitivity to fate and the will of the gods, those who acquire this power must have the strength to never forget their original intentions, and an unwavering will unchanging regardless of life, death, or emotions. The more powerful the Star Spirit Priest, the more difficult the trials. Those tied to the stools, besides cultivating the Star Spirit Priest's inheritance, also studied the records of the Holy See, summarizing patterns and routines from past trials. By using a fixed pattern to pass the Celestial Priest examination, Shuja's Celestial Priests were far more numerous than those of other races. But what was the most important aspect of this Celestial Priest coming-of-age ceremony? It was the spiritual power unleashed in the face of life and death. Although the 10-direction Star Luo used a slow and agonizing method to test willpower, it was still within the logic of the Celestial Priest examination. However, during the mental torture, logical analysis was also required, thus completely crushing those who prepared for the test according to the established pattern. Shenrua found some familiar items in the house, and put them into his storage necklace. These items probably couldn't be taken out of this spiritual world, but they would save him a lot of time. 15 maps, more than half of which were not indoors. An anti-gravity jet device allowed Shenrua to observe from the air, take photos, and print them out using a portable printer. Then he marked the movement trajectories of the characters on each map. Since there's no logical connection to any of the character dialogues, the only way to understand why these maps are given out and why they need to be repeatedly farmed is through brute force. Record all the information the maps provide, then look for patterns. Chapter 199. With Xiao Jiao's assistance, and without having to kill characters on the map again to hinder progress, Shenrua obtained the complete records of events and character movement routes for 15 maps 2 days later. After analyzing and comparing them with Xiao Jiao, they indeed found a route that covered all 15 maps, even overlapping with Shenrua's spawn point. That's amazing. How did you figure out the route could be wrong? Xiao Jiao was now completely convinced. Although she didn't know what to do next after finding this route, The fact that the characters' movement routes themselves were clues was truly incredible. The key was that this might actually be the correct approach. Because everyone follows a fixed route and has fixed dialogues. Once you pull them out, you be given a hint. Shinruo thought for a moment. The nighttime gaze corresponds to disorder, chaos, and fear, so to leave, we must correspondingly seek logic, order, and unwavering will. Since we're looking for logic and order, then repetitive and predictable things are part of the order of this spiritual world. Of course, there's another reason. Since this is an assessment, its purpose isn't to prevent people from passing, but simply to differentiate between easy and difficult levels. Since its goal is to pass, as long as we record everything that happens here, the clues must be within it. And the route is only one part of what happens here. Now that we know this route is special, what do we do? Xiao Jiao was certain that following the person in front of her would likely allow her to pass the assessment, but she still didn't understand how to get out. Of course, it's about seeing what the people on these 15 maps along this route are doing. Shinruo looked at her notes. The most difficult part is actually finding the hidden route among these 15 maps. Once you find it, it's simply about fulfilling the requests of the people on that route, and they're actually connected. The owner of the clock shop instructed his servant to deliver a customer's pocket watch, but the servant secretly took the watch back to his room. On the first map Shinruo entered on the route map, the old butler couldn't find his pocket watch. He put it in his pocket so that when the butler said he couldn't find it, he would feel for the watch in his pocket. The young master said his painting colors were wrong, and he needed to get the correct colored pen from the 6th map and give it to the young master. Moreover, it had to be specific. For example, there might be more than one pocket watch in the clock shop, but it had to be the one the clock shop owner gave to the servant. The gardener in the garden needed a pruning knife, which would appear in the tailor shop on another map. The tailor complained that his apprentice had bought the wrong scissors. How could such scissors be used to cut clothes? Actually, they were pruning shears for trimming flowers and plants. The various mismatches and unusable items along this route were due to mismatched gears. Once the correct items were handed to the correct personnel, it was as if the machinery had finally locked into place. After completing all this, Shinruo and Xiao Jiao returned to the main hall on the first floor. Why haven't I passed the test yet? Could something have gone wrong? Xiao Jiao asked uncertainly. If you did exactly as I said, there shouldn't be any mistakes. Shinruo thought for a moment. Did you make a mistake in any step? I'm sure I didn't, Xiao Jiao said. This was crucial to his assessment and leaving this spiritual world. How could he be careless? Then let's wait. Shinruo didn't seem to care, pulling out a chair and sitting down. The vision only appears at night, so we can wait until nightfall to see. If there's no change by then, it proves our thinking is wrong. Perhaps Shinruo's calm demeanor reassured Xiao Jiao, and he sat down too, but he still couldn't sit still and close his eyes to rest like Shinruo. In this spiritual space, even if, as Shinruo said, the passage of time wasn't accurate, they would still experience some physiological conditions. For example, they would feel thirsty, hungry, and so on. But Shinruo didn't seem to have these problems. Some of them would go and drink water from the scene, but Shinruo never did. Who was this person? Where did he come from? Xiao Jiao had heard of celestial priests who glimpsed the will and revelations of the gods, entering a state of self-forgetfulness that could last for days, during which they neither ate, drank, nor slept. For a celestial priest in this state, dozens of days felt like a fleeting moment. The continent hadn't seen such a legendary celestial priest in a long time. Although this person was still undergoing the celestial priest trials with them, Xiao Jiao felt, for some reason, that he already possessed the state of a legendary celestial priest. Night fell. The wind blew open the heavy castle gate. This was illogical, as a normal night breeze couldn't possibly open such a heavy gate. But this is the spiritual world. Theoretically, anyone here possesses the power to move mountains and overturn seas, provided their willpower is strong enough. Outside the door, on the ground is a square within a circle pattern, the same as in the Star Spirit Hall. In fact, this is also the shape of a star chart, except that the star chart is three-dimensional, with the circle recessed downwards, embedded within the square frame. That uncomfortable gaze, the feeling that maddening one would be driven to madness by prolonged exposure, comes from the colossal statue standing in the center of that star chart pattern. Shinruo used his sword to cut the ropes binding those people, then said to Xiao Jiao, "Go over there. This might be the way to leave this place after passing the test." After saying this, he ignored the others' reactions, and walked alone towards the enormous statue. Xiao Jiao quickly followed, but although he clearly saw Shinruo walk into the ground displaying the star chart pattern, when he ran over, he bumped into darkness. The others, though they heard Shenruo's words to Xiao Jiao, hesitated to move forward after seeing Shenruo and Xiao Jiao disappear into the star chart pattern. The constant, ever-present nighttime gazes had eroded their courage during these past few days. Xiao Jiao had entered darkness, and Shenruo had also entered darkness, but within this darkness, there was starlight. Within the starlight, there were 8 luminous figures. Or perhaps, more accurately, not figures, but rather, shadows like Shuzhe, who had been specially disguised and led him to the location of the Star Spirit Priest examination. He had seen these figures before. In the Holy See, the 8 statues resembled these very figures. At this moment, 7 of the 8 figures were only about the same height as Shuzhe, except for one who was exceptionally tall. This exceptionally tall figure was identical in appearance to the Colossus standing on the star chart pattern on the ground. The wolf-headed, human-bodied statue that governs the god of dark elements. Congratulations, you have completed the test of the 10-direction star Luo. Huh? The wolf-headed, human-bodied Colossus seemed to pause mid-sentence. The aura of the wind god, a candidate? Shenruo was somewhat suspicious. Did this person not recognize him? Or was it because his meeting with the wind god had violated the rules? But these two had clearly stated before that it was within the rules, and judging from their tone, their actions would ultimately be judged by the remaining will of other gods. You don't recognize me? Shenruo probed meaningfully. Oh, so you had contact with the remnants of the dark god and wind gods while on the continent. The Colossus spoke. We are merely a fragment left here by the creator of the continent. To explain it using the mindset of your world. It's like we're just a program possessing their memories, like different servers copying the same data. But if the editing isn't consolidated, the later fragments aren't shared. You actually use data to help me understand what kind of existence you are. Shenruo felt a strong sense of contrast in a world like the Dust Sand continent, where technology leans towards magic, to the scientific language found only on their home planet, Earth. The laws between the 8 universes are common. Your technology can create a digital universe, and the universe you inhabit can also be understood using 3-dimensional data. The Colossus actually started discussing science with Shenruo. 3-dimensional data? What kind of data is that? This conversation was truly absurd. But one dared to ask, and the other dared to answer. For example, your 2-dimensional programs are written using zeros and ones, so when we create the universe, we can use a more special script. This script itself contains laws, which you can't understand in your current dimension. Let's talk about the 10-direction star array instead. Shenruo snapped out of his reverie. He was still undergoing the Star Spirit Priest's assessment, not consulting the remnants of a god about the laws. You have passed the test of the 10-direction star Luo. The power of the stars is jointly governed by the 8 of us, but the dominant force comes from both light and darkness. The light within the darkness is the stars. The stars are proof of twins, therefore, the most powerful star chart is bestowed by the 10-direction star Luo. The light star chart was obtained by Zhe's Star Spirit Priest many years ago, and their inheritance was initiated. The other star chart has never found its master. There are more than one crystal mirror possessing the power of the star spirit on the Dust Sand continent, but this is the only place where one can obtain both the light star chart and the dark star chart. The Colossus recounted the history of the 10-direction star Luo according to the established procedure. Shenruo understood. The 8 statues in the sacred hall were originally left by the gods to protect the Dust Sand continent, and they left a fragment of their will here to bestow a star chart upon those who come after them. Both the light star disk and the dark star disk are unique, but after the light star disk was acquired by the powerful Zhe early on, the Holy See was established here. The dark star disk, however, cannot be controlled by Zhe. It awaits a star spirit priest capable of taking it. The gods originally believed this star spirit priest would be Ishi. However, this is now Zhe's territory, and the Hishi rarely come here, let alone participate in the star spirit priest examination. So, can I get the dark star disk? Shenruo asked. You certainly can. Because of their attributes, both the light star disk and the dark star disk can only be taken by Zhe or Hishi, but humans are an exception. Humans do not possess elemental attributes, so they are not incompatible with either the light star disk or the dark star disk. And? If humans could pass the test of the 10-direction star Luo, they wouldn't originally receive the dark star disk. The Colossus said to Shenruo, stretch out your hands. Chapter 200. A stick appeared in Shenruo's hand, or rather, a metal chain with a ring attached to its center. In his other hand, an astrolabe appeared. The moment the items appeared, his mark sensed them, and information about them appeared directly in his mind. This feeling of gaining and understanding was unlike anything he had experienced with other quest items. These were 2 sacred relics, or more accurately, 2 parts of one sacred relic. The reason for this special feeling was that he had passed the Star Spirit Priest's test. These were artifacts bestowed upon the Star Spirit Priest by the 10 Direction Star Luo, and he had established a spiritual connection with them. It turned out that the Light Star Plate and the Dark Star Plate were both parts of the Star Spirit scales, only they had been separated. As for why they were divided into different parts, Shenrua directly sensed a memory. Let the starry sky of this continent correspond to the great events that are about to occur, a deity suggested. Since that's the case, we should leave a small fragment of its spiritual will here, so that those life forms that come into contact with it can learn how to observe the starry sky. If it's just about observing the starry sky, it will ultimately be difficult to pass it down. Then let them have a kind of prophetic identity. However, even the future we calculate is not absolute, and without certain constraints and limitations, prophecy will be the most sought after of all powers. Then let's use laws as constraints. The gods discussed various topics, primarily concerning how celestial priests use the star chart, how to enhance their power, and how to accept constraints. They also discussed leaving a celestial scale within the 10 Direction Star Luo. The power of the stars is inherently dominated by light and darkness, so I have no objection to the strongest celestial priests being light celestial priests and dark celestial priests. But what if a human passes the 10 Direction Star Luo's test? According to the law, they too can use either the light or dark star chart. That's unlikely. Time hasn't bestowed its blessing upon humanity. Would any human be able to complete the 10 Direction Star Luo's test? Since it's said to be unlikely, why don't we be more generous? The God of Light suggested, if we add threads to the 4 corners of the star chart, its shape can be used as a scale. Why don't we create a celestial scale? If humanity passes the test, they can obtain the celestial scale, including both the light and dark star charts. The scales. They can also be used as items in that matter. But what if Zhizhe and He had already obtained the light star chart and dark star chart before the humans? Then they can get the scales when the humans pass through. We should give the humans some sense of participation, said the God of Light. Other races have their own advantageous items to obtain. A light star chart and dark star chart without the scales aren't a complete star scale. In that case, this is the hardest item to obtain in that matter, isn't it? Said the God of Wind. Do you even want them to complete the dust and sand realm? I think if he were here, only this difficult mode would he find interesting. The dragon-winged god said. The object with the ring in Shenrua's hand wasn't a stick, but the beam of the celestial scales. The star chart wasn't the quest item, the celestial scales were. The celestial scales were items that could be taken out of this world centered on the will of the gods. Shenrua put them into his earring. As the darkness dissipated, a hidden door opened in the circular wall. A straight line ran along the stone slab in front of the door, leading to the star chart pattern on the center of the celestial temple, surrounded by a group of celestial priests. Shenrua realized he had left the world constructed by the will of the gods. He was now a human who hadn't been exposed to the celestial inheritance, so after experiencing so many mentally taxing events in the trial, he should appear dizzy and weak. While Shenrua was completely inept at acting out emotional issues, he had considerable experience in portraying weakness. To induce an adverse reaction, all he needed to do was make himself hear various sounds around him. After his hearing became extremely acute, Shenrua quickly turned pale, and cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Then, Shenrua reduced this sensitivity, and used the turtle breathing technique. Of course, he controlled it well, maintaining a faint breath. The Holy See was greatly shocked. Not only because this Star Spirit Priest assessment triggered the 10 Direction Star Luo, but more importantly, it seemed that only one dragon had passed the test. Indeed, the Holy See's Star Spirit Priest assessment was jokingly called the Bright Star Spirit Priest assessment, because almost all those who participated and passed the assessment to become Star Spirit Priests each year were Zhizhe. This time, not only did Zhizhe fail the test, but all the disciples of the Star Spirit High Priest, as well as several of the strongest candidates among the Star Spirit Priests this year, exhibited mental instability after the assessment. Furthermore, 7 or 8 candidates fell into a deep coma. Shenrua was also among those in a deep coma. Since Junjie, who accompanied him, was considered by the Holy See to be someone who would never take someone away, Shenrua was carried to the Holy See's treatment center before the other Zhizhes went to inform him. The only dragon who regained consciousness received a Star Spirit Disc as a gift from the Holy See. This Star Spirit Disc possessed legendary qualities, but he didn't seem happy. After leaving the Holy See, the dragon flew west, landing some time later. He was a dragon born with congenital deficiencies, abandoned in the wilderness after birth and raised by a Herxi Star Spirit Priest. Most dragons born with congenital deficiencies don't live past 10 years old. Since dragons highly value strength, even if a dragon with a congenital deficiency survives, life is difficult within the dragon race, and even its parents are often ridiculed. Therefore, it's common for dragons born with congenital deficiencies to be abandoned in the wilderness to fend for themselves. The dragon entered this settlement of the Hershey branch, a settlement inhabited by many Hershey Star Spirit priests. "Master, I'm back," the dragon said to the Hershey carrying him as he entered the Star Spirit Hall within the settlement. The Hershey turned around. It was a gentle-looking Hershey woman. "I heard that you were the only one who passed the Star Spirit Priest examination this time, and that you triggered the 10-direction Star Luo and obtained the Dark Star Disc?" the priestess asked with a hint of anticipation. However, the dragon shook its head. "What? Not you?" The priestess's face showed disbelief. "Could it be? A human participated in this trial, and I suspect he obtained the Dark Star Disc," the dragon said to the priestess. "But he's fallen into a deep coma, and looks like he could die at any moment." "A human? What happened to that?" the priestess asked. The dragon had nothing to hide from his master, who had raised him. Among those participating in the celestial priest examination this time, there was a human. This was mentioned by the philosophers when they were freely discussing why we all appear as humans in the 10-direction Star Luo. "Master, you said that only those with greater spiritual influence can make their will more concrete. Theoretically, none of us want to imagine ourselves as humans, whether it's me, the philosophers, or even the few candidates from other races. There was a candidate who called himself Landa during the examination. He was very strange. He was the first to leave the 10-direction Star Luo, and he was in excellent condition when he left, even better than me. My mental state was already very weak at the time. I could barely stay conscious, while he seemed completely at ease. But after it was over, because I was the only one who was conscious, the celestial priest there deemed me the only one qualified. Then he bestowed upon me a legendary quality astrolabe. Having said this, the dragon took out the astrolabe given to him by the Holy See and showed it to his master. This is indeed a good astrological chart, but his master sent him to the Holy See for the sake of the dark astrological chart. Hershey wouldn't go to the Holy See to participate in the celestial priest examination, because they believed that even if they went, the Holy See might pull some kind of trickery. That is, until the priestess adopted the dragon with congenital deficiencies. The celestial priest's prophetic abilities cannot be used indiscriminately. For example, a celestial priest can only see each prophetic subject once in their lifetime. Different celestial priests will have the same prophecy for the same subject, only varying in ambiguity. The higher the celestial priest's power, the more accurate the prophecy, while weaker celestial priests will only receive a vague prophecy. Moreover, what they see is only a fragment. After this fragment occurs, a celestial priest who hasn't prophesied for that subject can see another fragment of the prophesied subject, but highly skilled celestial priests can only see this much. The priestess used her prophetic ability on the abandoned dragon when she adopted it. She was a highly powerful female celestial priestess. She saw the celestial hall within the Holy See, and the patterns on the star chart foreshadowed a trial of the 10-direction Star Luo. The Holy See left no records of the 10-direction Star Luo, but it was actually the first 10-direction Star Luo that made the Holy See what it was. This is because the power of prophecy is the most coveted power in any world, especially since prophesied events can be altered. Those who returned from the 10-direction Star Luo that time were Zhizha and He-She, but only Zhizha obtained the star chart of light and became the first celestial priestess. It was this celestial priestess who continuously trained disciples, making Zhizha celestial priestess a force to be reckoned with, which ultimately led to the establishment of the Holy See. The returning Hershey became the Star Spirit Priest, second only to the Star Spirit Priest of that era, and recorded the story of the 10-direction star system in the secret record, passing it down to her descendants. In that era, those who wanted to become Star Spirit Priests would guard the crystal mirror near the Holy Temple, hoping to see their own face appear. If it appeared, they would bring provisions and water to the side of the present-day Star Spirit Temple, waiting on the ground marked with an astrolabe pattern. They would wait for the astrolabe pattern to change, drawing them into a world constructed by the gods through their spiritual power. This was extremely dangerous. Anyone who tried to kill an aspiring Star Spirit Priest at this time could do so with a swift stroke. Accepting the examination at the present-day Star Spirit Temple would no longer be subject to such external interference, and candidates would even receive free medical care from the Holy See if any problems arose. However, the Hersheys were unwilling to go to this place again. They didn't believe that Zhizha wouldn't target them. The ancient Hershey Star Spirit High Priest left his conjectures on the secret record. The starry sky is composed of both light and darkness. Although Zhizhi and He-She have long been adversaries, a sacred relic belonging to the He-She race should be hidden within the 10-direction star Luo, the dark star disk. This star disk should be unobtainable for Zhizhi due to its incompatible attributes. Therefore, when the He-She priestess saw the prophecy about the 10-direction star Luo on an abandoned dragon, she adopted it without hesitation, showering it with love, and even refusing to have her own children. Unexpectedly, the dragon passed the star spirit priest's assessment and indeed triggered the 10-direction star Luo, but it didn't bring back the dark star disk. After so many years of nurturing, the star spirit priestess's feelings for the dragon had long since transcended a purely transactional relationship based on obtaining the dark star disk. Failure to obtain the dark star disk actually made the dragon even more unhappy, and the star spirit priestess stood beside him, comforting him. "It's alright, we go see this human later. Are you hungry? Go eat first." Chapter 201. Shenhua thought Junja would have already left the Holy See when he woke up, but when he did, he found Junja right beside his bed, looking somewhat worried. "That's rare," Shenhua said. "I thought you would rush back to Qing's kingdom to continue your cultivation." "Zija has returned to the Holy See," Junja said. "He just arrived yesterday." Junja actually wanted to say that he also wanted friends his own age, but Shenhua only looked about the same age as him. Humans with an appearance like Shenhua's were probably only 10 years old. Therefore, the age of adulthood for humans is quite different from that of their Zija. Shenhua didn't notice Junja's thoughts other than his cultivation of the Magja, because Zija's return was quite coincidental. "How did the Star Spirit Priest assessment go?" Shenhua asked. "Only one dragon passed the assessment. I heard that something unexpected happened during this assessment. Some participants died one after another, and the remaining few are probably ruined." Shenhua wasn't surprised by this result. "Then let's go find Zija for a meal." He and Junja had already attracted enough attention on their journey, and Zija. There was a chance he'd be targeted by some unknown entity from the Demon King City, Shenhua thought. Shenhua had now obtained the power of a Star Spirit Priest, but he wasn't sure what information he could glean from Zija without any cultivation foundation. The Holy See had a special restaurant, where Zija was already waiting. "Oh! Although we agreed to meet here, it's really rare for Junja to take the initiative to invite me to dinner." Zija's voice, as always, was enthusiastic, sounding out of place among Zija's. Then, Zija's gaze fell on Shenhua's face, which still looked somewhat pale. "Wow, you're actually awake? Is anything bothering you? You look terrible. You're the first one to wake up among the candidates who fainted during this assessment." "Just a little hungry." Shenhua briefly answered the only question that Zija needed to answer in his rapid-fire questions. Zija brought over several dishes, and saw Shenhua already engrossed in eating the buns in front of him, looking like he hadn't eaten for days. Well, he really hadn't eaten for quite a few days. "Don't you humans not eat too much at once after such a long period of not eating?" Zija asked curiously. "When you're hungry, you don't care about anything else," Shenhua replied between bites of his bun. In fact, this was due to the turtle breathing technique. Normally, he wouldn't be able to stand not eating for several days, but the turtle breathing technique made his stomach move extremely slowly during this time, thus preventing any physical problems. Seeing this, Zija couldn't help but hand Shenhua a glass of water. "Thank you." Shenhua took it and drank a large gulp. Then her gaze was drawn to two other people who had entered to eat. Candidate Zija and candidate He-She had actually walked in together. Although they were quite a distance apart, and there was a visibly tense atmosphere of mutual dislike and discord, there was no doubt that they had entered together. Shenhua stared at them, making no attempt to hide the scrutiny in her gaze. Because this combination was so strange, or rather, it was understandable for He-She to enter the Holy See, given the 8 statues there, but for her to be dining with candidate Zija in a clergy-run restaurant was downright bizarre. They were all prominent figures on the Dusan continent during this period, so not looking at them would seem like an attempt to cover something up, a sign of something to hide. Although Shenhua's eyesight was excellent, this was the first time he had had the opportunity to observe the other candidates so openly and closely. Under everyone's gaze, the two candidates chose their food and carried their plates to Shenhua's table. Finally, candidate Zija sat next to Junja, and candidate He-She sat next to Shenhua. Even Shenhua couldn't figure out what was going on. "Hey you guys," candidate He-She spoke. He used you guys instead of you, clearly referring to Shenhua, Junja, and Zija, not candidate Zija. His words were abrupt and impolite, so Shenhua looked at candidate He-She with some confusion. Although he felt a little uncomfortable under the gazes of Shenhua, Junja, and Zija, The he-she candidate still wanted to finish his sentence. You're all acting strangely. Do you know something? You're the stranger one, aren't you? Shenrua muttered. It would be a miracle if he understood what they were saying. They were just having a nice meal at the restaurant. What was strange about that? Back in the Demon King city, you went there but didn't go in. Isn't that strange? Zhezhe, the candidate, actually filled in the gap in the he-she candidate's explanation. You two, one representing Zhezhe and the other representing he-she, suddenly eating together, even acting in unison. Isn't that even stranger? Shenrua asked, puzzled. Speaking of which, when we left the Demon Abyss and returned to the Holy Sea, it seems there were several other Hezais traveling with us besides you. Did the sun rise in the west? Ziwa's opening remarks brought even more unbelievable news. Zhezhe and he-she, when entering the Demon Abyss, were eager to part ways. Wouldn't they hate each other afterward and go their separate ways? Now, they actually arrived at the Holy Sea together. I don't know the reasons for the others, said he-she, the candidate, but this guy always seems to want to do the same thing as me along the way. I'm trying to observe what his purpose is. This guy must be Zhezhe, the candidate. Wait, could it be that they discovered something and want to verify it with each other, but because of their respective races and their own identities, they're too embarrassed to do so? As for the hostility Zhezhe or he-she harbors towards each other, neither Zhezhe nor he-she, the candidate, should truly understand. Because in their original worlds, there should only have been Zhezhe or only he-she. Since there was no conflict before, the reason why they can't directly communicate with each other after arriving here is obvious. They needed to respect the inter-race grudges on the Dusan continent to gain more support for their own race. As for choosing Shenrua and her group's table, this table was the perfect mouthpiece. Zhezhe was Zhezhe, the Holy See official in the town responsible for liaising with the various races. The Holy See appointed him to this position to change the stereotypes the various races held about the Holy See, demonstrating that the Holy See treated all races blessed by the gods equally. Despite their reluctance, the various races traveling to the Demon Abyss had all interacted with Zhezhe to varying degrees while transiting through the town. Junjie, appearing before the Demon King's castle with the strength of a spirit rank expert, turned back before the castle and reportedly notified the medical team to leave, seemingly knowing something. Shenrua, a human who entered the Demon Abyss with Junjie, can be ignored. Oh! What's the purpose? Zhezhe displayed his talent at this moment. No purpose, just that I feel there's something wrong with the Demon King's death. I suspect he possesses the kind of magic that can influence, or even become, the undead in the minds of other beings. Zhezhe, the candidate, replied irritably. Shenrua had seen similar magic in novels, something about trading one's soul with a devil at the time of death, and then those who used the magic bestowed upon them in life would establish a connection with that undead. Those who establish a connection are controlled by that undead. Of course, some can contend with the undead, but when the undead corrupts enough souls, it gains abilities similar to immortality. It's somewhat like possession in Eastern fantasy, but the method differs. It doesn't just seize one person's body and consciousness, instead, it controls multiple people, but not all of them completely. So you've been wandering around outside the camps of those beings you suspect are actually the Demon King or controlled by him. Candidate Hershey and Candidate Zhezhe started talking directly at this point. Sure enough, these two just wanted to use their table to start a conversation. Shenrua thought, this is too roundabout. However, what they were talking about was indeed what Shenrua cared about, because he also thought so. It's just that because he didn't ultimately enter the Demon King's city, purely based on deduction and a desire to avoid danger, he didn't participate in the final battle of the Demon King's city. Now, both Zhezhe and he-she, the candidates, were also wondering if they possessed some more concrete clues. Because the army hadn't followed the route of Amy Namity, their information wasn't actually equivalent to Shenrua's. So what kind of evidence had led them to this shared suspicion? While Shenrua was still pondering this, the Zhezhe and he-she, once they started talking, couldn't stop. The Zhezhe retorted to the he-she candidate's words. If you weren't also wandering, how would you know I was wandering? Alright, stop with the pointless arguments. The key now is, if the Demon King leaves the Abyss, what does he intend to do? Pointless arguments? The he-she candidate looked somewhat amused and annoyed. Who threw a knife at me in the camp, alerting the enemy? If it weren't for that incident, the other party wouldn't have shown genuine killing intent. How could you be so sure of your guess? The Zhezhe candidate not only didn't express any apology, but seemed to expect the he-she candidate to thank him. Wouldn't it be better if you saved these words for the higher-ups of the Holy See? Zhezhe forcefully interjected at this moment. We few have no say at all, do we? That's because discussing this with the higher-ups of the Holy See without 100% confirmation wouldn't benefit me. Candidate Zhizha put down his water glass. And you, how far have you gotten in confirming things? Haven't you seen everything you were supposed to see along the way? Candidate Herxi looked at Candidate Zhizha with disdain. He was convinced that there was indeed a reason why the Zhizha race and the Herxi race didn't get along. Alright, let's sort out the cause and effect. You're using our dining table as a platform for your argument. You should at least let us know what happened first, right? Shenru interjected. Humans, what's it to you? Candidate Zhizha and Candidate Herxi said in unison. TSK, this synchronization rate, their relationship is too good, isn't it? Zhizha chimed in, never one to miss a chance for drama. Chapter 202. Under Zhizha's nonchalant prompting, both Zhizha and He/She candidates realized that their own purpose was the real issue. The story begins the moment the Demon King was killed. My mark reacted, a very strange one. Zhizha candidate displayed his mark. The will left behind by the god said that the mark's uses are not limited to what I know, but the specific uses will only be known when encountered. Shenru understood. His gatekeeper had not only given him substandard initial equipment, but also withheld certain information that was optional. Just how much did he hate the bird in his earring? Had he considered the feelings of this innocent bystander? Me too. I suspected you felt it too, but now I have a definite answer, He/She candidate said reluctantly. What functions does this mark have? Shenru asked softly. Heh. However, Zhizha candidate only answered with a heh, probably not wanting to elaborate. Although the candidate He/She didn't intend to waste any more time arguing with Zhizha, she could still offer a small dissenting opinion. I can't say much more, but there's one thing I do know. It can block some underhanded methods, such as curses. It seemed pain was a good remedy for clarity, even able to shield against curses. Shenru suddenly felt that the mark wasn't so bad after all. Curses inherently have many harsh conditions. This kind of magic, whether successful or not, will suffer a backlash. If the person casting the curse is stronger than the person being cursed, the backlash will be even stronger than the curse itself. Who would want to curse a candidate for no reason? Candidate Zhizha found Candidate He/She's suggestion to be rather pointless. Candidate He/She shook his head. Since it can block curses, I think the Demon King might have done something similar back then. After all, the Demon King's castle was breached, and countless subordinates died. If I were in his shoes, wouldn't I also risk my life to unleash the most vicious curse? But even though our curses were blocked, none of the others who went in with us, Zhizha He/She, the humans, who survived suffered any misfortune or sudden death. That's strange, which is why I wondered if the Demon King's spirit has been resurrected among these people. Aren't you one of them? Candidate Zhizha didn't refute this. It was actually the same thought he had. However, he didn't intend to admit that Candidate He/She was right. Instead, he turned and sneered at Junja. Speaking of which, your leaving the Demon King's castle at that time was very subtle. Subtle enough that it seemed like you already knew something. Shenru hadn't expected that his suggestion to call Junja away would lead to suspicion against him. Candidate Zhizha's tone was as if he were implying that Junja was an inside agent for the Demon King's castle. Hey, what are you saying? Junja is the younger brother of the king of Qing's kingdom, and he's never been to the Demon Abyss before. Junja didn't bother to reply, but Zhizha said he couldn't take it anymore and had to stand up for his childhood friend. But he didn't go with the army in the Demon Abyss, so we don't know if he encountered anything along the way that made him turn against them. Candidate Zhizha remained non-committal. We were with Director Yuki at the time, and after Director Yuki left, we met him. Shenru pointed to the He/She candidate. Your suspicions are baseless. We did have some speculations about what might happen in the Demon King's city because of some events we encountered, but it's not what you think. Shenru knew, of course, that his relationship with Junja wasn't the kind of close friendship Junja and Zhizha had. In fact, their acquaintance had been quite unpleasant. But Junja's nature was that of a cultivation fanatic, or, in the parlance of Eastern Earth, a martial arts fanatic. Dealing with this kind of person was infuriating, especially since Junja was a prince's younger brother with a high position and seemingly no regard for his own power. However, martial arts fanatics also had one advantage. They were pure, and whatever they wanted to do was clear and unambiguous. Shenru's experience interacting with people was limited. Most of the time, the voices he heard were from various long-distance calls. People who came to the island were concerned with his various stats, the knowledge and skills he possessed. It was said that this was because they couldn't stay on the island for long. The island rejected humans. But why could he live on that island without being affected? Shenru couldn't understand. His real human relationships all developed after arriving on the dust and sand continent. While he didn't make many friends, he gained a deeper understanding of many things he hadn't grasped before. Leaving the Demon King city was actually Shinruo's suggestion. Now that suspicion had fallen on Junja, Shinruo didn't want anyone else to take the blame. So he briefly explained, "We encountered a similar situation in the demon city of Amenamite. A powerful figure's body was corrupted, and the power they used was roughly of the same origin as the Demon Kings. They were a relatively important figure among the powerful figures. When the energy within him left his body, a consciousness that wasn't his own emerged, which is why we suspect that the Demon King's castle might contain a similar trap." Junja is the younger brother of the king of Qing's kingdom, and a spirit rank cultivator. The consequences of being corrupted would be severe, so it's perfectly normal that he didn't join the fray. Shinruo's words were reasonable and well-founded. At this moment, the He-She candidate finally remembered who he was. "Human, I remember now, I recognize you. We only met twice, haven't we?" Shinruo looked directly at him. "I recognize you too, so what? Am I the only human going to the Demon King city?" The He-She candidate had probably never heard a human speak to him like this since arriving on the Dust Sand continent, and was completely at a loss for words. At this moment, the Zhuzha candidate appropriately let out a hee laugh. The He-She candidate's expression turned ugly, and he left the table. "He's not full, is he?" Zhuzha looked at the remaining food on the other's plate. "Can face be eaten? You tell them, won't you?" The Zhuzha candidate suddenly said to Zhuzha. This they clearly referred to the high-ranking clergy of the Holy See. "Yes." Zhuzha still has that carefree attitude, he said, and most likely wouldn't say, "If I were you, I wouldn't have chosen someone like me to be a mouthpiece." Finally, Zhuzha, the candidate, left the restaurant looking annoyed. "Junja, look, you're not good enough." Zhuzha reached out and hooked his arm around Junja's shoulder, ignoring the other's disdainful expression. "Xiaorua and I each drove one away, you can't." "Xiaorua? What the heck? We're not close enough for you to change my name, are we?" Shinruo drank a glass of water. He was already full. "Of course I am. We're pretty close, aren't we?" Zhuzha was indeed the kind of person who could ignore Junja's disdain and rise to the challenge head-on. He didn't seem to care about saving face by using the same tactics he used against Junja on a human. Taking him seriously was probably a losing proposition. And Zhuzha continued spouting his twisted logic. "Wouldn't someone as wooden as Junja be boring? When traveling together, you should find a humorous and witty friend like me. Even if one of us doesn't speak, I can find something to talk about. But if we encounter trouble like he did before, you won't be able to fight back," Shinruo said to Zhuzha. "You even ran away first." Junja couldn't help but find it amusing. But his smile was met with Zhuzha's historically exaggerated exclamation, "My God! You can actually smile?" Junja stood up as a response to Zhuzha, and instead of speaking to him, asked Shinruo, "Want to go back and rest?" Shinruo nodded. He looked like he had just woken from a deep coma. At times like this, he should be going back and forth between the restaurant and his bedroom. Once he was fully conscious, Shinruo wouldn't need to return to the Holy Sea's treatment center. He could go back to the side hall where he had started to rest. Both Zhuzha and He-She candidates had already contacted Zhuzha. Considering the relationship between Zhuzha and Junja, Shinruo thought that if he were a puppet of the evil will, he would probably eliminate Zhuzha first. Because among those in the know, Zhuzha seemed the easiest to deal with, and he loved to talk the most. A typical example of someone who couldn't stop talking. The imprint came from the remnant will of the god, so its strength and priority were higher than the will that was later born from the evil thoughts that the god wanted to abandon. The ability to resist the other party's spying and encroachment. Shinruo hadn't considered this function of the mark before, but it seemed quite reasonable. Junja had the Holy See arrange 2 bedrooms for him. Unlike Long Wei, who, although a young master, had been raised with a more youthful spirit by his father, and lacked a sense of distance. Junja enjoyed the conveniences brought by his class. He was inherently unwilling to interact with other beings. His social comfort zone lay in others considering his needs and anticipating his thoughts, without him having to waste his breath. Therefore, Junja wouldn't, like Long Wei, lower himself to stay in a room with 2 beds to save money. This habit provided Shinruo with the personal space he desperately needed at this stage. He planned to read books and study how to use the newly acquired Dark Star chart. It would be even better if he could obtain the Light Star chart to study what the complete scales looked like. Unfortunately, such a thing was just a dream. The Light Star chart was in the hands of the Light Star Spirit Priest. That thing, whose status within the Holy See was comparable to the Seers, something even Zhuzha, a candidate, hadn't been able to obtain. Shinruo decided it was best not to even think about it. Just then, Shinruo's storage necklace vibrated slightly. Someone was using the communication crystal. Shinruo took out the glowing communication crystal, It was a message from the King of Soldiers, he-she. Hello? Looks like I timed it well. Feng He's voice came through. I heard about the Star Spirit Priest. You got the Dark Star Disc, right? Huh? How did you know? Shenru recalled all his performances. Although his acting skills and expressing emotions were terrible, his portrayal of a deep coma should have been flawless. But the other party was the King of Soldiers, he-she, arguably the one on the Dust Sand continent, who knew his secrets the most. So Shenru readily admitted it. The Herxi clan sent a dragon to participate in this assessment, supposedly the only one to pass. I also heard that a human participated, something unprecedented, and this person doesn't have the foundation of a Star Spirit Priest, Feng He said. Shenru understood Feng He's meaning. On the Dust Sand continent, without the aid of crystal weapons, the highest strength humans possess is only at the high level of other races. The Herxi probably have their ways of knowing that the reward for this assessment is the Dark Star Disc, but the dragon, they said, didn't receive it, while one person participated in the assessment. With the intelligence network of the King of Soldiers, Herxi, finding out that this person was herself wouldn't be difficult. Since the dragon didn't get the Dark Star Disc, it's reasonable for him to assume that she did. Chapter 203. Shenruo stopped worrying about how the Soldier King Hishi knew he had obtained the Dark Star Disc, but the other party comforted him from the other end of the crystal. This is my deduction. The Holy See won't know. That dragon might suspect something, but he can't just say it for no reason. It wouldn't make him look good, nor would it benefit your Star Spirit Priests, Hishi. Shenruo had already considered the possibility. That's right. Soldier King Hishi confirmed his idea. So, you're a Star Spirit Priest now, right? Theoretically, yes. But actually I haven't had time to study it yet. Shenruo's voice was light. Actually, it would be even better if I had the Light Star Disc. When I obtained the Dark Star Disc, I received a legacy. A legacy. That's what they call the content that can be sensed in those sacred relics on the Dust Sand continent. Shenruo adapted to local customs. In reality, the island he used to live on had no customs whatsoever. All the customs he had seen were in books or documentaries, all imagined, but like looking at flowers through a fog. The customs of the Dust and Sand continent felt real to him, though they weren't exactly pleasant. There's even a tradition? Soldier King Hishi was surprised. He didn't know much about the Star Spirit Priests. The inheritance of the Light Star Disc wouldn't be passed down to Hishi, and the Hishi who entered the 10-direction Star Luo in ancient history didn't obtain the Dark Star Disc. Their Star Spirit Priest inheritance came from the Crystal Mirror. Actually, calling it an inheritance isn't accurate. It's just a piece of information, Shenruo corrected Hishi. The information is that both the Light Star Disc and the Dark Star Disc are just the pans on the Star Spirit scales, and I even got the lever. Facing the King of Soldiers, Hishi, Shenruo was willing to say more. Hishi had given him the Dark Crystal, and Shenruo could give him his trust. The Star Disc is hard to steal, isn't it? King of Soldiers said. Yeah, not only is it hard to steal, it's hard to even steal. Shenruo confirmed. So I give up on that idea for now. So what are your plans for the next step? King of Soldiers paused for a moment after speaking, and before Shenruo could reveal his plans, he continued, come visit Shishui sometime to see the new look of our Hishi tribe. The phrase new look was indeed very characteristic of the eastern world of their home planet, Earth. Shenruo paused for a moment, but quickly understood that it was the feeling created by the unified language rules. I don't have time right now. Shenruo replied coldly. Actually, I'd rather go out and be a wandering Hishi. King of Soldiers' tone held a hint of envy. But never mind. The crystal communication ended, just like the lone wolf dream that King of Soldiers had long ago abandoned. Soldier King Hishi had long since figured out what he wanted, and what the Shishui branch needed most. The youthful innocence and adventure of those who dared to challenge the Shishui branch elders before their deaths belonged to Fenghe, not to Soldier King Hishi. As Soldier King Hishi, he had traversed many mountains and crossed countless rivers, but he could no longer appreciate the scenery along the way. Every journey had become purposeful. When one is immersed in a goal, and can bury one's heart in the unseen realm for that goal, one often loses faith in the unchanging freedom of thought found in Shenruo. When he realized that Shenruo hadn't changed himself even amid such a perilous and tempting adventure, the Soldier King, she couldn't tell whether he felt envy or admiration. In the human settlement, Shenruo's status could have given him considerable influence, but he seemed more interested in the vegetation on the Dust Sand continent. Unfortunately, time was limited. If he had more time, he would probably have meticulously examined every part of each plant. Gore thought Shenruo was merely playing hard to get. While humans were weak, they were numerous and passionate about creation. If someone could unite them, who could underestimate their power? But Shenruo left in the blink of an eye. Not only did he leave, But he also unintentionally became a star spirit priest, though the star spirit priest wasn't even registered. Shinruo himself didn't share Hishi's sentiments. Junja knocked on his door, bringing him many scrolls related to star spirit priests, all containing content on the standard cultivation practices of star spirit priests. Junja borrowed these documents from the Holy See after Shinruo went to participate in the Celestial Spirit Priest examination. While there were no scrolls of the most advanced Celestial Spirit prophecy or divination techniques available, there were many basic to intermediate level texts. Junja hadn't expected Shinruo to fail the examination, but she did, falling into a deep coma and being sent to the Holy See's treatment center. When he brought these documents, he was thinking that he wouldn't easily give up during his cultivation. If there was no breakthrough in cultivation, then he would cultivate again, even more diligently. Therefore, what he gave Shinruo perfectly aligned with the logic of a cultivation fanatic. Having passed the 10-direction Star Luo trial, Shinruo desperately needed these things, though for reasons completely different from Junja's. Shinruo thanked Junja and, seeing that he showed no sign of leaving, led him into the room. While flipping through the scrolls of the Holy See's Star Spirit Priests, Shinruo asked, "Are you going to keep Zija company?" Junja didn't answer, but his uncomfortable expression betrayed his inner thought. Does Zija need company? Shinruo didn't notice Junja's expression. His attention was entirely focused on the scrolls before him. To Junja, Shinruo was reading incredibly fast, practically skimming through them. While reading, she added, "If the evil will really does emerge, once it understands the situation, both Zija and the other two candidates will be in danger. Actually, Zija is the most dangerous. Aren't the other two spirit rank? I think with their self-preservation abilities, even if the evil will wanted to harm them, it would be very difficult. But if they attack the Holy See, they will expose themselves." Junja joined the conversation, seemingly having considered this possibility. "Yes, so we must be prepared." Shinruo said, "Zija is an important friend of yours, isn't he?" Now it was Junja's turn to fall silent. The phrase important friend was something Junja couldn't bring himself to say, but Shinruo was right. Although he had always found Zija annoying, a waste of time and talent, Zija was willing to chatter on and on. Although for Junja, whether or not this chattering occurred only affected his cultivation speed. Speaking of which, the thing that Amy was born from has still not appeared. Shinruo said also, "Could you please buy me a star chart? I failed the Star Spirit Priest exam." Star Spirit Priests can't obtain information from star charts, Junja explained to Shinruo. "I tell you a secret." Shinruo put down the scroll in her hand, leaned close to Junja's ear, and whispered, "Don't tell anyone, but I actually passed." Shinruo's mysterious demeanor was simply to fulfill a ritualistic need for "I have a secret to tell you." Junja remembered to close the door when he came in. The Holy See's buildings are made of special materials, making it difficult to eavesdrop using magic. Besides, the corner where Shinruo and Junja were sitting was probably only of interest to a bored person like Zija. But Shinruo's inexplicable sense of ritual startled Junja. He solemnly nodded and promised, "I won't tell anyone. I go buy it for you. If anyone asks, I say you failed the exam and are upset, so I bought it to comfort you." "What comfort?" Shinruo burst out laughing and fell onto the bed. "Have you ever seen a friend buy sweets and place them at someone's house as a form of comfort when that person is on a diet? This kind of comfort sounds rather unserious, and only Junja could say it so seriously. But how could he say it? This is so Junja." Okay, go ahead." Shinruo finally managed to stop laughing and let Junja go buy him the astrologer chart. While Junja was buying the chart, Shinruo could conveniently browse an encyclopedia. The reason he had Junja buy the chart was because he was currently weak after the exam. Going to buy the chart while full of energy would seem a bit like protesting too much. With a thought, the encyclopedia appeared in Shinruo's hands. Opening the encyclopedia, Shinruo's finger moved to a blank page, and text quickly appeared on the page. Star Spirit Scales. A scale composed of the sacred relics of the Light Star Plate, the Dark Star Plate, and the Star Spirit Balance Pole. It is an incredible piece among all sacred relics. Legend has it that the God of Light and the God of Darkness were twin deities, each choosing to control the opposing aspects of the laws. However, the contradictions and unity of opposites are like the Star Spirit Scales. When one side tilts, the other must rise. They cannot tilt or rise simultaneously. But if one of the scales is missing, the Star Spirit Scales are incomplete. This is the only sacred relic created simultaneously by more than one deity, and each component can be used independently, making it extremely special. However, after reading it, Shinruo found that the entire encyclopedia focused on the special features of the Star Spirit Scales, but never explained how to use the scales after they were completed. I know you're special, but I don't know how you're special in its application. Shinruo understands the book's characteristics perfectly. It's undoubtedly an extremely powerful sacred relic, yet she insists on providing basic information while still offering general knowledge. The Holy Sea's shop specializing in magical items is a bit far from Shinruo's side shrine. Junja only realized what level of star chart Shinruo needed after reaching this area. It seems a bit of an overreaction to have a crystal call about this. Lord Junja, you want to see a star chart? This item shop only sells star charts. Seeing Junja deep in thought at the counter, the clerk offered a fawning smile. Choose one mid-range and one expensive. Junja hesitated slightly. The Star Spirit Priest's lineage is different from that of a mage like him. He didn't know how to choose the appropriate star chart, because it said that the star chart's level must match the Star Spirit Priest's level to unleash the Star Spirit Priest's greatest advantages. If an ordinary Protoss priest were to use the light star chart, their magical power would likely be like a stone thrown into the ocean, barely causing a ripple before ending. If a high-level Protoss priest were to use the light star chart, the limitations of the chart might prevent them from obtaining sufficiently clear prophecies. Junja's method of purchasing is truly rare. The shop assistant was happy to earn more money, but Junja seemed completely clueless. Would he eventually return the item? Well, who are you buying this for? What level of Protoss priest is he? The shop assistant asked tentatively. Chapter 204. He hasn't passed the Star Spirit Priest's assessment yet, but cultivation requires facing challenges head-on. If he can't do it this year, he can definitely do it next year, Junja said. I'm just trying to encourage my friend. If that's the case, we don't offer returns or exchanges unless it's a quality issue, the shop assistant quickly said. After all, Junja's encouragement-driven purchases have a very high return rate. No, Junja said. You pick one for me. The shop assistant was secretly pleased and picked out 2 star charts for Junja, the kind with high decorative value. Before Junja returned, Shinruo briefly used the Dark Star chart to cast a divination spell on the candidates Shija and Ishi, based on the knowledge in the scroll. Clearly, the level of the mark was very high, not only isolating them from curses but also from prying eyes. Shinruo didn't intend to succeed, he was just testing the use of the star chart and confirming his inner suspicions. Hearing Junja's knock, Shinruo put away the Dark Star compass and went to open the door. Want to try it now? Junja handed the star compass to Shinruo. As Shinruo took it, a strange feeling welled up inside her for some reason. Let's not try it now. Let's look at it again another day. Shinruo suppressed the strange feeling. Intervention comes at a price, but because divination is random, often what is seen are very boring fragments, not worth intervening in. These fragments might be someone having an affair, or someone simply strolling around. And this random fragment is the same for all the celestial spirit priests. If one really wanted to intervene, they would probably have a celestial spirit priest look at all the fragments related to that person. There is another type of divination, the same one the demons used to find Shinruo, but it differs from this one. It doesn't focus on the future of a specific person, but rather on a series of events as its framework. For example, if the question is, in which direction should we search for the most crucial ingredient of the elixir of immortality? A crystal ball engraved with a map will light up. Completing such a divination requires sacrificing numerous items and consuming the user's spiritual energy. Pointing out the direction doesn't guarantee success. In short, everything related to divination is subject to numerous restrictions and constraints. The celestial priests' unrestricted divinations originate from the stars. When the stars in the sky display a special arrangement, it represents the direct will of the gods. For example, the 8-line star chart that appeared in the sky before the formation of the Dark Fortress. Shinruo lay on the bed, lost in thought for a while. He felt that what he was doing had deviated slightly from his original plan. Because after confirming that even the Dark Star chart of the sacred relics couldn't glimpse fragments related to the candidates, he momentarily wanted to look at Zija's fragments. Although he acts on impulse and according to his own will, what is he doing now? In Shinruo's original plan, there was certainly no intention to glimpse Zija's future. If he only saw everyday life, that would be fine, but if the glimpses he saw concerned Zija's life or death, should he intervene or not? While thinking about this, Shinruo recalled the strange feeling he had when he received the astrolabe from Junja, and a thought of running away arose within him. He should pack his bags and leave now. Shinruo felt he was changing, but he didn't know if it was good or bad. Most importantly, no one could teach him, tell him what the right choice was. In the past, everyone he encountered provided him with learning tools, taught him how to learn, And then his life on the island forced him to take that step to learn. Perhaps the libraries, databases, and images available for learning were all filtered. This filtering, in the eyes of those maintaining the island's facilities, was already a form of instruction. In this world, there are countless situations where you can't know your choices until the very last moment. Shinruo was now somewhat afraid of that moment, but he also knew he had to overcome it in the future. But now, a sudden premonition of a possible choice made him hesitate and waver. He felt that his choice to come to the Holy See was due to his connection with the evil will in the abyss, and he would probably do something dangerous. But now, he suddenly asked himself, what did these dangerous things really have to do with him? He was just a seemingly weak Eastern human. In their eyes, he was probably just an ant. His studies on the isolated island allowed him to gather as much information as possible, naturally forming a mental picture. This picture included the past, the present, and all sorts of possible futures. But after arriving on the dust and sand continent, Shinruo discovered that whether human or other races, there were countless variables he didn't understand. He tried hard to understand and adapt, but things didn't always go according to his calculations. Compared to the blissful freedom of the isolated island, leaving it brings the joy of being among people, but also the current sense of bewilderment. In the Star Spirit Temple of the Holy See, the High Priest of the Star Spirits of Light is using his mental magic to guide a young man named Zhizhe. This assessment triggered the legendary 10-direction star Luo, with disastrous results. Of the candidates, who fell into a deep coma, one awoke, another, though showing vital signs, was trapped in a nightmare from which he could not awaken unless the High Priest of the Star Spirits of Light personally used his mental magic to guide him back to consciousness. However, the High Priest of the Star Spirits of Light would not waste his precious mental energy on an ordinary candidate, so this candidate was essentially doomed. Among the candidates who suffered mental instability but did not fall into a deep coma, one was the High Priest of the Star Spirits of Light's son. Although his talent was not particularly outstanding, only considered slightly above average, he had indeed reached the threshold to become a Star Spirit Priest. The High Priest of the Star Spirits of Light did not actually intend to use his position to specially arrange any important tasks for his son within the Holy See. The duties of a Protoss priest are unique, and apart from his position, high-ranking Protoss priests each faced their own dangers. It was precisely because his son's aptitude was only slightly above average that he agreed to let his son participate in the Protoss priest examination. This way, his son could become a Protoss priest who didn't need to stand in a high position and could live a leisurely and carefree life. Excessively devoted to his son, the High Priest of the Light Protoss recounted a great deal of the examination history to him, clearly explaining the likely scenarios and how to deal with each situation. Even considering the extremely rare occurrence of a collective mental link, he instructed the other examinees to prioritize the safety of his son. As it turned out, not only did a collective mental link occur during the assessment, but it was a connection across the entire 10-direction star array. Of course, the High Priest of the Light Star Spirits couldn't only care about his own son. He had arranged for other Star Spirit priests to use mental magic to calm the other examinees, but whether they would recover afterward was entirely up to fate. His own son, however, he was determined to bring back personally. Based on his stronger mental power, and the more stable mental magic brought about by their blood relationship, when the white light in the High Priest's hands dimmed, his son had regained consciousness. Although still very weak, and possibly unable to become a Star Spirit Priest again, he had at least returned to normal. This was already a very good result. Young Zhizhe opened his eyes, and softly called out, "Father, you should rest first." The High Priest of the Star Spirits was, at this moment, just an ordinary father. He didn't immediately force his son to recall what he had seen in the 10-direction star Luo. "If you have anything to say, we arranged for a recorder after you rested." Why the 10-direction star Luo was triggered, and what happened inside, were all things the Holy See needed to record. Even within the Holy See, Junja didn't slack off on his daily cultivation. The Holy See's training grounds had one advantage for Junja. He had to participate in cultivation or fight whenever he went. Therefore, when Junja was cultivating, Zhizhe couldn't make his presence known. Having just finished the Demon Abyss War, Zhizhe had plenty of time to rest. Unable to find Junja, he began searching for a new target to make his presence known. Until he discovered Shinruo sitting high up, reading a book. There were many places to read in the Holy See, but the spot Shinruo was in wasn't designated for reading. Zhizhe was quite interested in Shinruo. A human who could travel with dragons, befriend his childhood friend who might have a cold-blooded nature, and have a good relationship with Linghe. This meant Shinruo must possess some extraordinary abilities, but he wouldn't get any answers from Junja. "Hey, little one," Zhizhe greeted Shinruo. Shinruo looked at him coldly, her expression devoid of warmth, which startled Zizha. He had never seen Shinruo with such an expression, and recalling past events, he couldn't believe he had offended her in any way. Was it just the way she addressed him? But Shinruo only glanced at him, before returning her gaze to the book in front of her. Shinruo didn't intentionally look at Zizha with such a cold gaze, it was simply that his intuition was always sharp, and he had a premonition that he shouldn't try to uncover what he might see in Zizha's fragments using divination. This premonition could only mean one thing. Something life-threatening was likely happening to Zizha, and Shinruo might get caught up in it by investigating. The next second, Zizha had already used light magic to leap to Shinruo's side, smiling as he spoke. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have addressed you that way. Even though I'm twice your age, adulthood for humans is different from Zizha's. I'm truly sorry." What sets Zizha apart from the other Zizhas is that he can shed his so-called pride. As long as he's interested in what's in front of him, his pride doesn't matter. Right now, seeing Shinruo unmoved by his apology, and even rummaging through her storage ring to pull out a bottle of wine. "I buy you a drink? Or should I punish myself with one first?" She then pulled out another glass. Shinruo didn't speak, and Zizha didn't care. He could talk endlessly to Junja without responding. Shinruo's lack of response was no problem for him at all. Zizha poured himself a glass of wine. "Yesterday when we parted, we seemed like friends. So why are you so easily angered and won't accept my apology? Have you asked a star spirit priest to give you a glimpse into the future?" Shinruo suddenly asked Zizha. "No, why?" Zizha was a little surprised by Shinruo's sudden question. Nobles could certainly ask a star spirit priest to show them a glimpse into the future, but it wasn't very meaningful, because such glimpses were truly random. Once upon a time, a king received a glimpse of himself reading in his palace. Another nobleman saw himself committing adultery, and his wife awaited the celestial priest's pronouncements. Even after the celestial priest subtly recited a fragment of the prophecy, a fight broke out between them. After that, nobles rarely sought out celestial priests to see such glimpses anymore. "I suggest you take a look," Shinruo said, giving Zizha a meaningful look before leaping off the high wall. "Hey!" Zizha was still worried about the height, but Shinruo had already neutralized the impact midair, landing without a sound. She then cleanly and decisively left, clearly not wanting any further interaction with Zizha. Zizha muttered to himself against the wall, "Not bad." What? Such a strange personality. Junja probably didn't see her in her skills, but rather in their shared eccentricities that allowed them to understand each other. After saying this, Zizha suddenly realized that to decipher the hidden meaning in her words, he'd probably have to go to Junja. Of course, Junja was also difficult to communicate with. Honestly, they're all so difficult to deal with. Zizha muttered to himself as he walked towards the training ground. Chapter 205. Having completed his work in the town, Zizha was granted a considerable vacation. Most of those who came here to become high-ranking staff members were noble sons from various Zizha countries. In their own countries, whether they worked or not, they lived quite comfortably. After arriving at the Holy See, they worked for the See on a semi-voluntary basis, upholding their duty to God, and therefore, the Holy See was not stingy in granting them vacation time. Junja frowned when he saw Zizha appear at the training ground. If possible, he wouldn't want this Zizha to be flamboyantly cheering him on from the sidelines. He'd rather he come down and get beaten up. However, Zizha wouldn't do something like knowingly throwing the game to the wall. He simply used his flamboyant methods to get Junja out of training as soon as possible. After all, this was the Holy See, not Junja's own palace in Qing's kingdom. Junja probably still had some pride. After finishing a training session, Junja left the training field. Although his expression seemed unchanged, Zizha, knowing him as he did, knew his childhood friend was definitely in a gloomy mood. If he couldn't find a good excuse, Junja might drag him to the sparring area and beat him up. "Don't give me that cold look. Your human friend just contacted me." Zizha distorted the facts, pleased to see a very subtle change in Junja's expression. In his account, he altered the story from a chance encounter to him personally going to find Shinruo, making it seem like Shinruo contacted him. "What did he want?" Junja asked. "He asked if I had shown him any clips of myself to the Star Spirit Priest." "Tell me, why would I need to see the Star Spirit Priest for no reason?" "Then I suggest you find a Protoss priest to take a look. After all, it's a resource of the Holy See," Junja stated directly. "You really have a special interest in this human." "He asked me, and you want me to go see him?" Zizha added, trying to be dramatic. Actually, he came here to confirm with Junja and hear his advice. But since Junja had already spoken, he insisted on arguing, a common practice known as seeking attention. "If you don't want to, that's fine." It's just a suggestion anyway. Junja turned around. Why are you following me? I'm finished training and going to take a shower. I can go to take a shower too. Ah! Before Zija could finish speaking, Junja smacked him in the face. Even though he raised his arms to defend himself, the force was so strong he almost fainted. Regardless, Junja's words still resonated with Zija. And this also made him realize that Shinrua must have something very special about her that made Junja so unusually agree with his words. Under normal circumstances, Junja probably wouldn't even glance at a non-spirit rank cultivator. But Shinrua, this seemingly young human, had already caught his attention more than once, even from his arrogant childhood friend. Perhaps showing the Star Spirit Priest fragments about himself would reveal something about this human that made him extraordinary. Thinking this, Zija entered the Star Spirit Temple. Star Spirit Priests were mostly scholars. They certainly possessed some magic unique to their race, but the magic best suited to their star charts was defensive. Mental magic could also be used for defense or offense, but the recovery of mental energy was far more difficult than that of elemental energy, making its use in combat a poor trade-off. Celestial priests, possessing a connection to the cosmos and a unique mastery of psychic arts, routinely offer spiritual comfort and guidance to other beings. These services are paid handsomely. Shinrua was unaware of the celestial priest's fee structure. The scrolls Junja found for him, and the documents he discovered himself, were all about entering the depths of consciousness and enhancing psychic arts. They also described how to use psychic arts, with the aid of an astrological chart, to communicate with the celestial realm, obtain fragments of prophecy, and write short poems. Shinrua wasn't hesitant to pay, rather, he avoided confronting the aspects of his intuition. If he truly witnessed Zija's life or death situation, he would be caught in a moral dilemma. Should he help? Shinrua had never faced such a dilemma in his many years of life. He remembered no family, had no friends, and bore no obligations. He was like Robinson Crusoe, stranded on a deserted island, with countless Fridays, each one a short stay, and island facilities to satisfy his various intellectual needs. If he saw something he shouldn't have, his relationship with Zija wasn't exactly that of a life-or-death friend who could shield the other from certain death. Shinrua had considered death, but not this kind of death. He didn't even really understand what kind of person Zija was. Although Zija always seemed very welcoming and approachable, especially towards Junja, acting like a persistent leech, it was precisely because of this that Shinrua felt he couldn't see through Zija. The Zhejas liked to project an air of noble aloofness, some even possessing an innate coldness like the Junja. They believed themselves to be the most superior race on the continent, and this undisguised attitude isn't difficult for Shinrua to understand. However, every time Shinrua sees Zija, he seems to be smiling. Dealing with someone as insignificant as Shinrua, he seems to employ a template reminiscent of a dashing, unrestrained male protagonist from a novel. This is what makes Shinrua wary of Zija. For Shinrua, this character currently falls outside the realm of friendship. As for whether he's a potential business partner, he and Zija currently have no business to discuss, so he can't assess whether Zija is a suitable businessman. But it's precisely because of this feeling that Shinrua is even more certain of his intuition. If he could see glimpses of Zija's future, he would see scenes related to Zija's life and death. In the Star Spirit Temple, Zija was still joking, asking the Star Spirit Priest what he saw, whether it was a scene of him being beaten by his future wife, but the Star Spirit Priest remained solemn and silent. Zija was taken aback by the other party's attitude and tentatively asked, "Did you see something?" "That can't be said." After a long pause, the Celestial Priest finally said, "My strength is meager." Zija was a high-ranking clergyman whom the Holy See was grooming. There were many Celestial Priests in the Celestial Temple, and while the one Zija had sought out wasn't considered particularly powerful, to say his strength was meager was far too modest. The Celestial Priest's master, an older Celestial Priest, noticed Zija and his disciple, and seeing the unnatural expression on his disciple's face, he stopped in his tracks. "What's going on? Are you making a prophecy for Zija?" He placed his hands on the special star chart connected to the Star Spirit Temple, but after finishing his mental spell, his expression turned grave. It might require the High Priest of the Light Star Spirit to examine you." Things had suddenly taken a turn completely out of Zija's control. Zija couldn't help but feel puzzled. What future fragment required the High Priest of the Light Star Spirit to examine? Did it mean he was being crowned the Lord of the Church? Or was this fragment about appointing the next High Priest of the Light Star Spirit? Please wait a moment. The highly respected Star Spirit Priest flicked his robes, instructing his disciple to keep Zija there, and went to the hall where the High Priest of the Light Star Spirit resided. Zija felt the development of events was somewhat surreal, And, indeed, the high priest of the light star spirit had been summoned by this elderly star spirit priest. Zija also overheard the other party saying to the star spirit priest, "Yes, our strength is insufficient. We still need you to take a look yourself. What kind of monster is his future? What kind of strength is needed to see it? If even the star spirit priest sees it, and still thinks his strength is insufficient, what kind of earth-shattering event is his future?" The star spirit priest approached Zija. He wore the robes of a star spirit priest provided by the Holy See, the golden patterns on the robes blending seamlessly with the patterns on his skin. This star spirit priest was not only a powerful star spirit priest, but also possessed considerable archmage strength. He did the same thing as the previous two star spirit priests. Relying on the star spirit disc, he expanded his spiritual domain, seeking guidance from the starlight to see Zija's possible future. It was just a fragment. As the starlight faded, the high priest of light frowned, his expression equally grave. What exactly happened? Zija was now truly unsettled. I saw a terrible fragment. Unlike the previous two high priests, the Protoss high priest didn't try to find excuses. And I think I saw it more clearly than they did. There was the question Zija wanted to ask stuck in his throat. What these Protoss high priests were so reluctant to discuss was, of course, a matter of his life or death. Revealing him what might happen to him could potentially change that predetermined future, and the Protoss high priest who revealed this could very well pay the price with their life. However, the high priest of light hadn't completely concealed it. Moreover, if these two Protoss high priests truly felt it inappropriate to let Zija know, they could have simply said they couldn't say, especially the older one. There was no need to go to the high priest of light. Unless his life or death also concerned the Holy See. It's probably not as simple as just replacing the head of the Holy See. After all, while becoming the head of the Holy See is a distant prospect for Zija, and difficult to imagine, he was destined to become a high-ranking clergyman of the Holy See. So why couldn't he one day become the head of the Holy See? Actually, I saw you killed by a Zija. The high priest of the light star spirit didn't completely hide what he saw. I think what they didn't see was probably the face of this Zija. The high priest of the light star spirit didn't reveal any more. He seemed to have suddenly lost his powerful aura, only saying to Zija, "We will find a way to save you." Zija believed this. Otherwise, the high priest of the light star spirit wouldn't have looked so dejected. Because saving Zija would require the high priest of the light star spirit to pay a price. Zija's self-assessment was fairly accurate. He didn't believe he was more valuable than the high priest of the light star spirit. Since the high priest of the light star spirit was able to decide to save him, it means that what the high priest saw in the scene was most important to him was not Zija's death, but rather the scenes related to his death. His death was related to the Holy See. Chapter 206. The high priest of the star spirits, Light Star, didn't tell Zija the details. The reason was actually similar to a concept Shenrua had encountered on her home planet, Earth. Heavenly secrets must not be revealed. Of course, the Dust Sand continent didn't have such a concept as heavenly secrets. The high priest of the star spirits did this because, in order to interfere with the prophecy he had learned, he wanted it to both occur and not completely occur. As the star spirit priest Zija, possessing the strongest spiritual power on the Dust Sand continent, the high priest of the star spirits saw fragments that were longer and more detailed than those of the other two star spirit priests. The other two star spirit priests probably wanted him to see Zija's face mixed in with their sign in the fragments. For star spirit priests with insufficient strength, generally only the image of the person being prophesied was the clearest. For example, centered on Zija, they saw flames burning in the Holy See, enemies attacking from the sky. They couldn't see the enemies clearly, only blurry, indistinct shadows. They also witnessed Zija, dressed in the robes of the Holy See, piercing Zija's body from behind with a magic sword within their own ranks. The high priest of the star spirit promised to find a way to save Zija, but finding a way was not the same as doing everything in one's power. Saving Zija would incur at least severe backlash. It might even be a matter of trading one's life for another. The high priest of the star spirit instructed the Lord of the Holy See to do what the Lord of the star spirit had instructing, to identify Zija, who was colluding with the enemy, to monitor him beforehand, and to deliver the fatal blow at the most crucial moment on the day of the incident. Whether this crucial moment occurred before or after Zija was pierced was not something the high priest of the star spirit would deliberately arrange. His core objective was to capture the traitor and preserve the Holy See, but not necessarily for Zija to live. If this crucial moment occurred before Zija was stabbed, then Zija would survive, and the high priest of the light star spirit would only have to bear the consequences of the backlash. If the moment occurred after Zija was stabbed, then he wouldn't care about Zija's life or death. The high priest of the Light Star Spirit arrived at the palace where the papacy lord lived. This palace was enormous, with palace after palace connected and well-maintained gardens. The greenery in the gardens was arranged like a maze, but it didn't rise above the head of the adult Zija. It was a place where children could play like a maze, but it wouldn't trap the adult Zija. You come. When there were no ceremonies or formal meetings, the papacy lord usually met the high priest of the Light Star Spirit in the adjacent palace with its gardens, and lived in atmosphere. Yes, I come. Perhaps it was the heaviness in the high priest of the Light Star Spirit's voice and footsteps that made the papacy lord turn around to look at him. The high priest of the Light Star Spirit recounted what he had seen, along with his decisions and thoughts, to the Lord of the Holy See. The Lord of the Holy See turned and walked to the high priest of the Light Star Spirit, putting his arm around his shoulder. Don't worry, you won't die, the Lord of the Holy See said. If you fall into a coma, I will take good care of your son. Then I entrust this to you, the high priest of the Light Star Spirit said. There's one more thing. Is it the 10-direction star Luo or the Light Star Plate? The Lord of the Holy See asked. Your question has made it two things. The high priest of the Light Star Spirit smiled, but his smile was tinged with bitterness, perhaps because he had seen the fragments related to Zija. Speak. The recorder documented what happened in the 10-direction starry sky. Several disciples who entered the 10-direction starry sky this time have regained consciousness, including my son. Their descriptions of what happened in the 10-direction starry sky are quite perplexing to me. The Light Star Spirit priest considered his thoughts. Of course, the 10-direction starry sky itself wasn't recorded, the era is too ancient. The high priest back then. He only left behind a few words. Of course, he guessed that since the 10-direction starry sky gave him a light starry sky disk, there was likely also a dark starry sky disk. However, the 10-direction starry sky hasn't been triggered since. Considering the magical talents of various races, the reason? It's probably because Hershey never conducts the selection ceremony for celestial priests here. This year, among those chosen by the Crystal Mirror as qualified celestial priests, there was a dragon. He was the only one who remained conscious after the 10-direction star Luo trial, but he silently left afterward. Later, I investigated and discovered he was a disciple of the Hershey Celestial Priest Village. Up to this point, everything made sense. It was highly likely this dragon took the dark star disk. However, from the information provided by our disciples, I discovered some things that didn't quite add up upon closer examination. Oh! The Holy See's Lord was clearly intrigued. Because in the 10-direction star Luo, they all appeared as humans. Their appearance is naturally different from their real-world counterparts. Some of them could still use light magic, but it had been weakened to almost nothing. And others were simply like ordinary people. I heard that one of the chosen ones, by the Crystal Mirror this time, is a human. The papacy master, anticipating the Light Star Spirit priest's words, pondered for a moment. However, if this is an illusion orchestrated by the dragons, it's actually quite plausible. The papacy master clearly knew many of the continent's hidden secrets. Actually, although there's no concrete evidence, the transformation of the wilderness dragons into human dragon beings wasn't due to the dragons actively researching magic potions. It was because a long time ago, they devoured enough humans, and then the transformation occurred. I heard about it too, from the previous Light Star Spirit Priest. The Light Star Spirit Priest said, but even though things are different now, dragons are still inherently very proud. Given the choice between dragon and human, they would only choose to be dragons. But they mostly operate in human form now, don't they? The papacy master smiled. You don't understand mental arts and the subconscious. The high priest of the star spirit shook his head. In the star chart illusion, strength and the structure of the world are influenced by all beings entering the same illusion, but the stronger the subconscious of a being, the greater its influence on the illusion. You mean? Their self-awareness was originally the strongest, but they all turned into humans. In other words, there was a being whose subconscious believed that everyone appearing in his illusion was human, so he turned the other examinees into humans. The Lord of the Holy See seemed to be pondering something as he spoke. After explaining his guess about the high priest of the star spirit's thoughts, he raised his own question. Where's the evidence? There's no evidence, because they only remember the first half, the high priest of the star spirit said regretfully. According to their description, in that world, there was a gaze that eroded their will, and after being corrupted for a period of time, they couldn't remain conscious, suffered mental pollution, and experienced many hallucinations. Is it possible that they accepted this pollution from the beginning, thus creating the hallucination that they believed themselves to be human? The high priest of the star spirit shook his head. No. Because they share a common memory, and the same part in this shared memory can be considered a projection of their shared experiences in the hallucinations. They entered a castle with a style that seemed somewhat strange to them. Inside the castle, they separated to gather information and then reunited. Finally, a character named Flanda appeared, beat them up, and tied them up. What are Flanda's characteristics? The Lord of the Church asked. Nothing special, just an ordinary human, plain-looking, unremarkable, but supposedly very skilled at fighting, the High Priest of the Star Spirit answered truthfully. A single human, not using any magic, was fighting 7, and among those 7 were individuals who retained light magic abilities. Even the High Priest of the Light Star Spirit found it somewhat surreal. The Lord of the Church was unusually at a loss for words when it came to commenting on this scene. Zija shouldn't be asking about fragments of his future. 10 out of 10 nobles would see it as a joke. The High Priest of the Light Star Spirit changed the subject. He and Junja are childhood friends, and Junja came with that human. That Junja? The Papacy Lord clearly knew Junja as well. If that's the case, then it's quite possible that the one who fought 7 people in the 10 Direction Star Luo was human. Otherwise, why would Junja travel with humans? Was he short of servants? The Papacy Lord thought for a moment and added, in that case, we can also keep an eye on that human. If possible, we can test whether he has the Dark Star Disc. No. The High Priest of the Light Star Spirit shook his head. That's what I find strange. Because he didn't lead the 10 Direction Star Luo normally. Like those candidates who weren't strong enough, he fell into a deep coma. Because the 10 Direction Star Luo was triggered, we checked all the candidates' belongings when they finished the assessment. Except for that dragon, because he was conscious. After discussing the 10 Direction Star Luo, the High Priest of the Light Star Spirit talked to the Papacy Lord about how to deal with the Light Star Disc if he suffered a backlash. Walking through the long corridor, the Papacy Lord escorted the High Priest of the Light Star Spirit out of his palace. The Holy See initially possessed this land of sacred ruins because of the celestial priests. However, over the long years, the Holy See amassed immense organizational power, and the authority over this power gradually shifted to Zhezhe, who is responsible for maintaining the organization. The Holy See's leader emerged from among Zhezhe, who maintained the operation of this vast organization. Now, the Holy See's leader and the celestial priests of light and star spirits are interdependent. While the celestial priests have more followers in terms of sacredness, the real power rests with the Holy See's leader. Of course, for the Holy See to remain the most influential organization on the Dust Sand continent, the Holy See's leader and the celestial priests of light and star spirits must avoid vying for power and scheming against each other. Therefore, the Holy See has a system for cultivating its leader and celestial priests, ensuring that each fulfills their respective duties, while trusting and supporting each other during their development. Therefore, the High Priest of the Light Star Spirit was willing to pay the price of potentially being too severely injured to continue serving as High Priest of the Light Star Spirit for the Holy See, and he also entrusted his son, the Light Star Disc, to the Papacy Lord. For the Papacy Lord, who felt isolated and lonely at the top, the High Priest of the Light Star Spirit was one of the few people he was willing to trust. The Papacy Lord appeared relaxed in front of the High Priest of the Light Star Spirit, but if the High Priest of the Light Star Spirit looked back after he left, he would find that the High Priest's expression had become solemn. Chapter 207. The High Priest of the Star Spirit clearly saw Zhezhe's appearance. This was a spirit rank Zhezhe. The Holy See was powerful, possessing as many as 11 spirit rank individuals. Looking at the nations and organizations across the entire continent, only the 10 absolutes of dust and sand could compare. In fact, the Holy See had one more. However, the numerical advantage of this one was now clearly gone. A spirit rank individual willing to turn against their own people was probably only one in number. Zija unusually seemed unhappy. A clergyman from the Cold Serpent clan, familiar with Zija, patted him on the shoulder with his tentacles. Zija, what's wrong? This isn't like you. What should I do? You should go bother Junja. The Cold Serpent knew Zija liked to joke, so it spoke casually. I don't really like doing that much, do I? Zija briefly put his troubles aside, and chatted with the Cold Serpent. Shinro once again went alone to view the 8 statues. The area where these 8 statues are located possesses a very special power. Shinro can influence her 5 senses under certain conditions, but in ancient Eastern metaphysics, the cultivation of the 5 senses is fundamental. The 6th sense is consciousness, and consciousness's deduction of the future forms the 6th sense. Science fiction stories, like space operas, believe that this deduction can reach its ultimate form, thus creating true humanoid computers, or prophets. Whether this will be possible in the future is unclear to Shinrua, but more than 6,000 years after such fantasies appeared. No true humanoid computers have appeared on their home planet, Earth. Some say that even the most advanced calculations cannot predict how a tear will change shape in water, nor how it will merge with the water. However, deduction doesn't actually need to know this merging process. Shinra thought that whether or not it will merge is the calculation the deduction needs to perform. Seeing the tear fall, with water below, one inevitably knows that the tear and water will become one. The cultivation of the Star Spirit Priest is probably a kind of cultivation of consciousness. After reading all the writings left by the Star Spirit Priests that Shinra could find, he found many commonalities between the two. These 8 statues need to be viewed standing up. There is nowhere nearby to sit. Sitting cross-legged on the ground would be considered disrespectful to the gods according to the customs of the Dust Sand continent. It would make him look abrupt and inappropriate. Shinra understood this. Therefore, he must meditate standing up and cultivate his spirit in this posture. You seem to be standing here for a long time lately? A voice sounded beside Shinra. Shinra wasn't worried about anyone attacking him, but out of politeness, he opened his eyes and looked at the person speaking to him. If you didn't come, how would you know I was coming? If you didn't stand here for a long time, how would you know I've been standing here for a long time? Shinra retorted. This was Zizha, who had entered the Demon King's castle. Not only was he here, but several other beings who had entered the Demon King's castle were also standing in 2s and 3s around Shinra. Even she was among them. The power contained in the location of the 8 divine statues was too tempting for them. This thought suddenly occurred to Shinra. It seemed that his discovery of the power here had attracted their attention. They were perhaps more cautious than Shinra. They had never appeared here together before. Although Shinra had seen Zizha return from the Demon King's city, it wasn't an everyday occurrence, so he hadn't paid much attention. When Shinra left the Demon Abyss, he believed that if those who had entered the Demon King's city had become puppets of the Demon King, or vessels for the evil were represented by the Demon King, then they were likely to take action after understanding the current situation. Shinra wasn't sure if he and Junja were among their targets, because they would be targets of the Holy Demon Fire. However, no one knew whether the Holy Demon Fire and the Demon King were truly 2 completely different entities, or if they were merely playing a double game. The Holy See came to observe how these beings would act after leaving the Demon King's city. Now, after the conversation between Zizha and Ishii, he knew they were at least vessels for the Demon King. If they haven't interacted with the sacred flame yet, then it's very likely that he's simply been spending a long time among the 8 statues, attracting their attention daily during that time. Is their simultaneous appearance a test, or a direct threat? Shinra couldn't understand the Demon King's thought process, but among the 8 statues, no race could use magic. No matter how strong the evil will, it couldn't be stronger than the power left behind by the true gods within the 8 statues. He had obtained a vessel belonging to another race, and wanted to come here to draw upon the power belonging to the 8 gods. Shinra pondered the thoughts of these beings, perhaps vessels of the Demon King, or perhaps puppets of the Demon King. Regardless of their intentions, as long as these beings couldn't use magic here, Shinra felt there was nothing to fear. Thinking this, Shinra ignored them and continued to close her eyes, standing beneath the 8 statues, appearing as if in devout worship. All of this was observed by those in the Holy See who were interested, including Zizha. Junja, help me. Zizha decided to use his most proficient tactic, to annoy Junja. Help with what? Junja was puzzled. Help me challenge the spirit rank who returned from the Demon King's city. Zizha felt this would definitely ignite Junja's fighting spirit. Junja glanced at Zizha a few times, then frowned. Are you possessed by an evil spirit? Hey, I'm serious. Zizha didn't understand why he would be possessed by an evil spirit. You like to ask me to go drinking, find a girlfriend, and have fun, but you never ask me to help you challenge strong opponents. Are you really Zizha? Junja asked seriously. To tell you the truth, I suspect the Star Spirit Priest's prophetic spell showed me the moment I was killed by some being. Zizha slumped dejectedly onto Junja's bed, while Junja leaned against the wall watching him. Like the spirit rank cultivators returning from the Demon King's city? Junja asked. That's just my guess. The Star Spirit Priest of Light didn't tell me directly. Zizha said, I just wanted to confirm whether they were corrupted or anything else. Anyway, if they weren't spirit rank cultivators, I think I should be able to protect myself. What did the Star Spirit Priest of Light say? He only said he would do his best to save me, Zizha asked. He only said he would try his best to save me. Zizha's eyes flickered. But I don't really trust him. If a celestial priest wants to change someone's predetermined fate seen through prophecy, he might become a substitute for that fate himself, or he might not be able to change it at all. Of course, if the other party is the high priest of the light star, then he certainly has the ability to change that fate. It's just a matter of whether he's willing to pay the price. Zizha was very self-aware. He knew that although he was valued by the Holy See, his life was not as precious as the high priest of the light star. Why don't you resign from your post here and return to Qing's kingdom? Junja suggested. Your father is currently the strongest person in Qing's kingdom. He can definitely guarantee your safety if you go back. The problem is that the high priest of the star spirit didn't tell me what he saw. Zizha shook his head. What if returning to Qing's kingdom is the condition for triggering the prophecy? Sometimes logic is just that complicated. Then I can go and test it for you. It might be the condition for triggering the prophecy, Junja said objectively. However, after thinking about it, he realized he also wanted to compete with the various spirit-level beings of the Holy See, so helping Zizha wasn't out of the question. It's always good to know if they're enemies first. Being prepared is always a good thing. Zizha was still trying, unaware that Junja was already willing to help. Give me a few names, Junja said. Okay. Zizha wrote with a flourish, but Junja was speechless after seeing the list. Aren't you going a bit too far? You want me to challenge these near-spirit level beings? Junja's carefully constructed image was crumbling. Okay, I was wrong. For this part, what do you think about me asking your human friend for help? Zizha asked. Junja really wanted to refuse him, to tell him that Shinrua would just ignore him. But honestly, Junja really wanted to see it. Junja was silent for a long time before finally speaking. Whatever. I won't plead for you. Although Zizha had mentioned asking Shinrua for help to Junja, when it came to actually asking, he found himself very hesitant. Letting an Eastern human challenge a near-spirit rank, although Junja's whatever was interpreted by Zizha as an admission that Shinrua was capable of challenging a near-spirit rank. Zizha had always doubted Shinrua's true strength. When Shinrua and Junja met, Junja was at the near-spirit rank. This meant that, theoretically, Shinrua would have to use a crystal weapon to be strong enough to fight Junja at the near-spirit rank to even catch Junja's eye. Back then, Junja, near the spirit rank, was ridiculously strong. And why would Shinrua suggest he go see the star spirit priest to see fragments of his future? It was as if she already knew she would be prophesied about something life or death. Although emotionally influenced by the vague words of the star spirit high priest, Zizha's core principles remained unwavering regarding his goals and beliefs. He wasn't one to accept a predetermined fate. Passively waiting for death wasn't in his nature. Leaving Junja's room, Zizha had reverted to his usual nonchalant, pleasure-seeking demeanor. He planned to go see Shinrua again. Zizha already knew that sending Shinrua to challenge a near-spirit realm expert would be futile. He wanted to ascertain Shinrua's approximate strength, a fact indirectly confirmed by Junja. His visit to Shinrua now wasn't just something the Zizha persona would typically do, but also because he wanted to clarify another question. Shinrua had finally stood longer than any of the others standing beneath the 8 statues. Whether the onlookers from other races, or those with ulterior motives seeking the power left behind by the gods, perhaps worried about arousing suspicion from the Holy See by staying too long, or perhaps their bodies couldn't withstand standing motionless without eating or drinking, they all gradually dispersed. You wanted to see me? Shinrua suddenly spoke. Huh? Zizha hadn't expected Shinrua to know his arrival without even opening his eyes, even though his footsteps had been very light. Shinrua had ended his meditative state and turned to look at Zizha. The feeling beneath the 8 statues was strange. Even though he was in a meditative state, he could sense the every movement of everything around him. Was this the power of the gods? Shinrua saw that Zizha remained silent and glanced up at the enormous statues again. I heard you've been staying here all day lately, even overnight. Zizha decided to start the conversation in Junja's name. Junja was a little worried, and sent me to check on you, to ask if you wanted to eat. Chapter 208. In the Holy See's dining hall, Zizha was deeply moved to see Junja already seated there. His childhood friend, who hadn't exposed him when he used him as an excuse, had even cooperated. Zizha was practically in tears, saying to Junja, I knew I was the most important person to you. Junja had simply received Zizha's message and waited a short while in the dining hall before receiving Zizha's inexplicable emotion, which sounded as always, tinged with Zizha's peculiar thought process. During the meal, Zizha kept trying to signal with his eyes, and what he thought were micro-expressions. Unfortunately, Shinrua failed to receive the signal, while Junja asked Zizha with a puzzled look, What's wrong with you today? Is there something wrong with your face? Sigh, never mind. How can I communicate with people like you who are so clueless? Zizha clenched his fist, having just angrily drunk a fermented, wine-like beverage. The phrase unromantic doesn't seem quite right, does it? Shinrua corrected him meticulously. Let's not talk about that. I have something I want to ask you. Zija already understood that, aside from Junja and his friends, it was impossible for them to understand someone else's dilemma and offer their own solutions. Is it about my suggestion that you find the Star Spirit Priest? Shinrua asked. Zija was frustrated. He had just mentally prepared himself, thinking that Shinrua, like Junja, couldn't possibly know what others were thinking. How could her persona change so drastically the moment she opened her mouth? What he didn't know was that Shinrua genuinely couldn't read his expressions. She lacked experience in observing facial expressions, but since Zija said he had a question for her, it was easy to guess what he wanted to ask. After all, Zija wanted to ask Shinrua, not Junja. If Zija had any troubling matters to discuss with Shinrua, this was probably the only one. Moreover, judging from Zija's behavior, he had likely already consulted the Star Spirit Priest, and the fragments he saw probably weren't good. This confirmed Shinrua's intuition. Intuition, since the first recorded appearance of humans on Earth, has been considered by some as part of divine manifestation. Later, in the Eastern Indian region, it was recorded as the sixth consciousness. Furthermore, historically renowned cultivators proposed the concepts of a seventh and eighth consciousness. By the time of interstellar travel, the sixth consciousness had gained some scientific explanation, although it wasn't fully understood. Many humans could develop more accurate intuition through repeated training of their consciousness. Shinrua had, of course, received similar training. In her time, people often said that if you had a strong intuition and premonition that something would happen, it had a high probability of occurring. After completing the Star Spirit Priest's exam, Shinrua's understanding of intuition seemed to have become even stronger. When he considered using Zija as a test subject to observe that fragment of Zija's future using the dark astral chart, he internally warned himself not to look. This intuition likely stemmed from his subconscious calculating some crisis related to Zija based on known conditions. And if Shinrua were to see it using the astral chart divination, it might already be part of the interference. That's why Shinrua deduced from this intuition that the future fragment Zija would see, which the Celestial Spirit Priest would witness, was one involving a life-threatening situation. You really do know something, Zija said in a low voice. How did you know? I told you I didn't actually know anything. I just failed the Celestial Spirit Priest exam, and after reading some documents, I learned that Celestial Spirit Priests can see fragments of a person's future. I wanted to know what a fragment of the future would be like for someone like you, Zija, so I just told you. Can you accept that? Shinrua asked. Zija didn't believe a word of it, but he couldn't understand it. If Shinrua could see this fragment, then telling him to go to the Celestial Spirit Priest was also interfering with his life or death future. If Shinrua couldn't see it, why would she tell him to go to the Celestial Spirit Priest? And why would she know what kind of question he was going to ask just by seeing him? The Celestial Spirit Priest showed it to me, and even alerted the High Priest of the Star Spirit, Zija said, observing the changes in Shinrua's expression. Didn't you tell me this? Junja glanced at Zija sideways. You also said the Star Spirit High Priest said he would do his best to save you, and that I should challenge these. Junja said, taking out a list and handing it to Shinrua. I won't mention these spirit rank individuals, but these are near spirit rank. Zija said he wanted to ask you if you help him challenge them. Huh, Junja, didn't you say you wouldn't plead for me? Zija said excitedly, I knew you wouldn't give up any opportunity to help me. I was just stating that you had this idea. I wasn't pleading for you. Junja coldly corrected Zija. Challenge the near spirit rank, Zija. How is that possible? Shinrua's eyes swept over the list Junja gave her, knowing in her heart that these were all the spirit rank and near spirit rank individuals who had entered and left the Demon King city. Sigh, Shinrua, how could you be so unfriendly? Zija looked like he was about to cry as he spoke. Both the sudden nickname and, in Shinrua's eyes, the crocodile tears made him very uncomfortable. Don't act. Junja ruthlessly interrupted his friend with those 3 words, then said to Shinrua, Zija means to let me test my skills against these spirit rank individuals first. Want to see if the Star Spirit High Priest will care about this competition? Shinrua seemed thoughtful. Zija was stunned. How could Shinrua have guessed his thoughts? His purpose shouldn't be so obvious. Besides, he should have given the impression of being a brainless playboy, so different from Zija's personality. Actually, all our assumptions are based on the deductions we made in the Demon Abyss. Shinrua shook her head again, but there really aren't any other clues right now. After all, the Star Spirit High Priest's vague statement to Zija that the Holy See would intervene meant that Zija's life or death was indeed linked to the crisis of the Holy See. Few things could truly trigger a crisis for the Holy See. Perhaps the Holy See itself faces internal crises, but this massive machine has been operating for so many years, it's unlikely it would suddenly veer off course into a full-blown factional civil war. Even if there are disagreements, the most damaging thing for the organization would be a struggle that escalates into the sacrifice of clergy. Once such a situation becomes public, it remains to be seen whether the Holy See can continue to occupy this most precious land on the dust sand continent under the guise of upholding the Holy Temple. No matter the nature of the power struggle, like an emperor vying for the throne, first there must be the throne, and the corresponding power and land, before it's worth fighting for. If the struggle leads to the loss of power and land, then what is ultimately gained is nothingness. What is the relationship between the High Priest of the Star Spirit and the Lord of the Holy See, or other very high-ranking clergy? Shenruo asked Zizha again to confirm if they had overlooked any information. The Holy See has a complete system of succession, designed to maintain the relationships between their high-ranking clergy, Zizha said. This system of succession has always been very stable, and that's why it's stable and entrenched. I can try challenging one of the people on the challenge list, but in the Holy See, a mere friendly sparring match probably won't be effective, Shenruo told Zizha. Now, Zizha's life or death is at stake, and he should be more concerned about this matter. Moreover, the challenge Shenruo was referring to was probably different from what Zizha understood. In Shenruo's view, using various underhanded tactics to start a fight was also a way of challenging an opponent for someone as obviously weak as him. The High Priest of the Star Spirits finished his daily teaching duties, and Zizha, who was responsible for arranging his living arrangements, approached him. Lord Zizha, Lord Zizha wishes to speak with you. I have nothing to talk to him about. I will help him if I can, and if I can't, he can only pray for his own good fortune. Haven't I already spoken to him? The High Priest of the Star Spirits frowned slightly. He had heard many rumors about Zizha's personality, and he had also witnessed how Zizha interacted with other Zizha and other races from a distance within the Holy See. Could he possibly be trying to win more sympathy with his captivating performance? That's impossible. If a celestial priest were to alter the life or death of someone who has seen a glimpse of the future, he himself would be doomed. His status as the High Priest of the Light Star wouldn't exempt him from this fate. He said he wasn't here for this matter, but for something else. Since it was purely speculation, he hadn't reported it, but recently it seems those two have similar ideas, and after careful consideration, he felt he should inform you. I'm not the High Priest in charge of him. The High Priest of the Light Star frowned. And who are those two? God-designated candidates. Zizha, the messenger, hesitated. Never mind, I go and hear what he has to say. The High Priest of the Light Star ultimately agreed to the meeting requested by Zizha. Like the Lord of the Church, the High Priest of the Light Star has his own palace. His main hall is used for teaching, casting psychic spells, prophetic spells, and reciting hymns for the 8 gods. The meeting with Zizha was arranged in a small side hall reception room. Speak, what is it? The Star Spirit Priest sat in his chair, a strange, inexplicable sense of unease rising within him lately. You see, Star Spirit Priests manifest their power through mental magic. Unease was a distant, almost forgotten feeling for a powerful priest like the Star Spirit Priest. Zizha recounted his speculation that the warriors entering the Demon King city might have been corrupted, and corrupted by the Demon King. However, Zizha held back, omitting the claim that the Demon King might need the bodies of these powerful warriors to leave the demon abyss, thus implying that the sacrifice of a large number of demons was merely a performance. He also used the conversations between candidate Zizha and candidate He-She in the restaurant as evidence for his speculation. Then, Zizha pushed the list towards the High Priest of the Light Star Spirit. I know that because there's no evidence, even chosen beings like the candidates are worried about their image in your eyes, and don't intend to speak out directly. But I'm willing to let my friend create some evidence. Creating evidence is framing, the High Priest of the Light Star Spirit said, looking into Zizha's eyes. No, if they have no problems, this is to prove their innocence, Zizha said. As for any unforeseen circumstances, my friend can bear the consequences. That human friend? The High Priest of the Light Star Spirit suddenly smiled. Yes, that human friend. Zizha and the High Priest of the Light Star Spirit seemed to have reached some kind of consensus. An intelligent being. Outside the palace, Shenruo leaned against the wall, eyes closed. Sometimes it's truly incomprehensible to me. The walls and doors of the Holy See were very thick and protected by magic. Using eavesdropping magic to achieve the illusion of being overheard was impossible. And in the eyes of the Zizhas, even the race with the most sensitive ears couldn't hear conversations through such thick walls. Therefore, they didn't need to worry about other beings overhearing their private conversations in the hall. However, Shenrua, waiting outside the hall, heard every word of the conversation between the high priest of the Light Star Spirit and Zizia, even imagining their smiles. Zizia had asked him to come with him to see the high priest of the Light Star Spirit, saying he should accompany him. When it was time to announce their arrival, he instructed Shenrua to wait outside. It seemed that Shenrua's rank wasn't high enough to receive a meeting with the high priest of the Light Star Spirit, and that Zizia wanted Shenrua to know the results of their discussion immediately, so he could implement them. Everything seemed so natural. Shenrua could even imagine what Zizia would say to him later. Under normal circumstances, Shenrua would believe that Zizia had no other intentions, since he could easily have come to see the high priest of the Star Spirit behind Shenrua's back. Zizia even considered such a minor psychological impact. Did Junja understand Zizia? Shenrua didn't know, but he thought that regardless of whether Junja understood or not, after things here were over, he would not go to Qing's kingdom with Junja again. Since arriving on the Dust Sand continent, all his travels seemed to have been passively accompanied by other beings. He seemed to be constantly following intuitive calculations, but that would only lead to the future with the highest probability calculated by a sophisticated instrument. How terrifying was the impact of this training and intuition on him. Chapter 209. There is more than one route in and out of the Holy See, but the most frequently used is undoubtedly the one that breaks through the concentric mountain ranges and connects to the mainland highway. This road is flat and straight, with various facilities along the way. Along the route, one can see nobles and commoners of various races making offerings to the idols at the Holy Temple. Beyond the concentric mountain ranges, roads of varying sizes extend in all directions, like branches of a tree. A group of people from different races is traveling along these roads. Leading this group is a near-spirit level cultivator named Hirsch. After the Battle of the Demon King City, he followed Zizia and part of the human army to the Holy See. Those who entered the Demon King City with him are either dead or wounded. Now, besides one or two of his original teammates, he is leaving the Holy See with a few friends he met on the way back. After leaving the main road, they turned onto a forest path, a shortcut to the nearest mercenary mission location to the Holy See. While the Eternal Tower's mission area was undoubtedly the largest mission hub in the entire Dust Sand continent, most of those posting and accepting missions there were either unorganized individuals or loosely structured teams. Most of these missions were rather routine, or at least sounded routine. Missions involving war or conflicts between nations were often posted by local mercenary guilds, and mercenary groups typically received missions from these different regional guilds. These missions demanded a higher level of teamwork and coordination. The members of this temporary team, led by Hershey, had all accepted missions related to the Abyss. Some had completed them, others hadn't. They were now leaving the Holy See together, heading to a mercenary mission point for handover. The mercenary mission point was more like a joint office. Although conflicts often arose between different races and nations, they usually had their own people at larger mission handover points responsible for issuing and receiving missions. Some handover points were smaller, and they would entrust their staff to help receive missions by providing contact information. The mercenary group handing over the mission only needed to provide the mission issuer and mission number. Through a dedicated connection at the mission point, both parties conducted a remote handover, with the handover point responsible for paying the reward or a portion thereof. Monetary rewards could generally be paid directly at the handover point, but some missions negotiated partial payment in goods. In these cases, the mercenaries needed to travel to a larger city center mission handover point to complete the settlement. Although it was a shortcut, the distance from this forest path to the handover point was still considerable. As darkness fell, there was a campsite near a stream in the forest. The campsite wasn't specifically designated, it was simply the most suitable resting point along the route. Used by different travelers, previous members had intentionally or unintentionally left behind some simple facilities to make setting up camp easier. Taking advantage of the campsite's convenience, this hastily formed group quickly completed their tent setup. Some members were responsible for hunting, others for starting a fire, and still others sat by the stream chatting. They were talking about a recent incident at the Holy See, a contest between spirit-level beings that was supposed to be a friendly spar, but almost escalated into a full-blown fight. The two contestants were Zizia. One was a highly respected spirit rank Zizia who had served in the Holy See's own army for many years. The other was Junja, the only newly promoted spirit rank on the continent, and the younger brother of the king of Qing's kingdom. Most of the people in the group present disliked Junja, and of course, all the Zizia of the Holy See, but they disliked Junja even more. This was because they were all mercenaries who had survived the Demon King City and had not traveled with the human race or the Zizia's army. They all knew that outside the Demon Abyss Bridge, Junja had used all his spirit rank magic to protect himself from a powerful magical attack without hesitation, and had not even attempted to shield other travelers with a magic shield. Therefore, while watching this rare contest, they all cheered for the spirit rank Zhezhi of the Holy Sea. To their surprise, Zhezhi was at a disadvantage from the start of the match against Junja. However, Junja seemed determined not to give his opponent a chance to concede, relentlessly attacking and seemingly pushing him to the brink of defeat. At this moment, facing imminent death, Zhezhi's entire aura suddenly shifted, albeit only for a fleeting instant, before he returned to being suppressed by Junja. Finally, instead of using his signature light blade, Junja used light elemental magic to create fine needles that pierced non-vital points on his opponent's body, ending the battle. The end of the battle seemed utterly inexplicable to onlookers, as Junja had already gained a decisive advantage, and could have easily forced his opponent to verbally concede or make a gesture to end the fight. Such an ending would have been consistent with the competition and beneficial for him to become the new Grandmaster of Zhezhi. However, Junja chose a seemingly weak way to end the match. He flung out a handful of light needles, reportedly undetectable to anyone below the near spirit rank. After these needles pierced his opponent's body, the opponent collapsed to the ground in pain, and Zhezhi on the sidelines declared Junja the winner. But this method of victory would inevitably have some negative impact on Junja's reputation. Some Zhezhi, who had previously greatly admired Junja, after all, he was the youngest spirit rank Zhezhi, insisted that such a thing had never happened before in Junja's matches, proving that Junja wasn't content with just winning, he needed to completely defeat his opponent. These Zhezhi believed that Junja acted this way because, if he hadn't, the tide of the battle might have turned. Therefore, they tended to believe that Junja was unwilling to lose, refused to admit defeat, and was determined to win even if it was an ugly victory. This kind of defense was considered a forced explanation within the group currently discussing Junja. Regardless of their dislike for Junja, the team members knew perfectly well that they had witnessed a genuine spirit rank competition. To maximize their gains, they even resorted to simple tracings on the ground with branches from the edge of the camp, attempting to repeatedly recall and recreate the competition they had witnessed. Just then, a strange figure emerged from the forest path they had come from. This person had long chestnut hair typical of humans, a cloth band around his eyes, and carried a cane, tapping it left and right on the path. He appeared to be blind. He wore a robe that reached his knees, revealing trousers, leggings, and boots underneath. His attire was utterly incongruous. He seemed to have heard sounds coming from the camp, and was groping his way towards it. If the team members hadn't noticed him at first, they had now. It had to be said, the appearance of such a human was incredibly bizarre. It was only because the Dust Sand continent lacked the kind of horror films that were once wildly popular on Shenrua's home planet Earth. Otherwise, this encounter would clearly be a scene from an Eastern horror film. Precisely because the Dust Sand continent lacked such a history, the team members only felt strange about what was happening, not any sense of terror. After all, no matter how strange this person's behavior was, he was just a blind man with mobility issues. And a blind man who didn't look particularly strong either. Any one of them looked like they could easily snap his neck. His height was that of an average human male, but he wasn't as robust as a warrior. He looked like a human who, due to physical limitations, couldn't develop a strong physique through exercise. The strange thing was that this human had no one to accompany him, and he didn't even try to find someone to travel with him. Nor did he rent a flying vehicle. He was just walking alone on this poorly equipped path. Of course, they didn't think this person had anything they could rob. If he looked like that, and was carrying valuables, walking on this kind of road would be tantamount to suicide. "Excuse me, everyone," the man said. "I'd like to borrow a place here to rest for a bit. I won't be a bother, is that all right?" Although this group was composed of mercenaries, not exactly benevolent men and women, they had no interest in robbing a human who seemed to offer little. "Please sit down. There's a rock over there," the only woman in the group said. In situations like this, women tend to be a little more compassionate. "Thank you," the human man said, skillfully tapping the ground with his cane to find his way. He quickly groped his way to the rock the woman had indicated and sat down. "Your voice is very pleasant. You must be very beautiful, but unfortunately I can't see you right now," the man said politely towards the woman who had pointed out the rock. "Thank you for the compliment, but I'm not exactly beautiful." The one being complimented was a Heshi woman. She wasn't considered beautiful among the Heshi, and her physique was rather robust, exceeding the typical fitness standard. Her former companions had always mistaken her for a male Heshi. Being praised for her beauty by a human man, who looked even more slender than herself, she would have thought he was mocking her if he hadn't been blindfolded. But since he couldn't see, she couldn't think that way. We came back from hunting and there's a bit too much meat. Would you like some? The female Hershey hesitated before speaking. Their group was temporary, and this was extra meat. Sharing some with the humans outside the group wouldn't make a difference, would it? Thank you. Then as a return gift, I give you this. The human man reached out, seemingly reaching for the female Hershey sitting beside him. Perhaps because it was the first time someone had praised her beauty, the female Hershey reluctantly placed her hand on his shoulder. I'm here. Oh! The human man rummaged through his pack, took out a mana potion, and placed it in the female Hershey's hand. The female Hershey was quite surprised by his return gift. A human carrying a mana potion? Could you please take me to the campfire? I'd like to roast some meat myself. The human then made an even stranger request. Chapter 210. Moth, you're so kind as to take care of a blind man? The other members of the group didn't care about a human's pride. They were already gathered around the fire roasting food, and seeing the female Hershey bring the human over, they casually said something hurtful. The female Hershey looked at the human she had brought over with some concern. The human seemed very calm, even smiling as he said to her, Moth, is that your name? It's beautiful and lovely. This remark caused a burst of laughter from the other members, with one even teasing, so that's why you're taking care of this kid, Moth. But sweet talk is useless in the face of danger. The strange human didn't respond to their laughter. Instead, he used his cane to probe the surrounding rocks before finding a place to sit down. Seeing that he didn't seem to have any psychological issues, the female Hershey, as promised, skewered a piece of praised leg meat with a twig and handed it to him. Fumbling in his bundle, the human then pulled out a small bottle. Could you please sprinkle some seasoning on it while I'm turning the roasting branch? The human was quite polite, even using a respectful term for moth. The female Hershey moth didn't refuse. Seeing the human turning the branch in her hand, she took the bottle the human had given her and evenly sprinkled the seasoning on the leg meat. You can't see? How do you know when it's cooked? Moth couldn't help but ask, then thought for a moment and said, never mind, I roast it for you. No need. The other person smiled at her. If I didn't have some way of understanding the outside world besides seeing, I don't think I would have rashly come before you like this. Oh, how did you know? With nothing else to do, Mafu struck up a conversation with the somewhat slender human before her. The human didn't seem to mind the topic. He explained to Mafu, wait. By weighing the meat in my hand and feeling the skewer attached to it, I can roughly tell its shape. For example, this piece is larger at one end than the other. Animal meat comes from different creatures, those that fly, swim, and walk. Their meat densities are similar, and with practice, you can tell whether it's from an animal that lives in the sky, on the ground, or in the water. So, you can judge how well it's cooked by the difference in weight between raw and cooked. Mafu found his explanation somewhat mystical, and wasn't entirely convinced. But after a while, the human said to her, add another layer of seasoning, it's almost done. The aroma wafted through the camp, the meat sizzling and releasing its oil. The fragrance of the newly added seasoning quickly spread to every corner of the camp along with the cooking smoke. Hey human, give me that meat. The near spirit level Herxie, who hadn't participated in starting the fire or roasting the meat, had somehow appeared and made an unreasonable demand of the human man before him. This near spirit level Herxie wasn't the only one in the camp with this thought. Several members were walking towards them in twos and threes, their eyes fixed on the piece of meat in the human man's hand, a strange burning desire in their gazes. Mafu surveyed her teammates, finally realizing something was amiss. Although the roasted meat in the human man's hand smelled delicious, for them, it wasn't something they would be desperate to avoid. For example, Mafu also found the meat very fragrant. She even couldn't help but swallow slightly, but this was just ordinary craving for delicious food. Unlike the temporary leader of this group, Hershey, and the other near-spirit level figures around her. The feeling they gave Mafu was indescribable, but Mafu knew it wasn't the kind of feeling one would have from normal cravings. If you want me to give you the meat, there has to be a reason, right? The human man, perhaps because he was blind, remained calm despite the scene that even Mafu found somewhat intimidating. This meat, this taste, this shouldn't taste like this. Before the human man arrived at the camp, some team members had already cooked some meat, which had been kept aside for anyone who needed it. So, Hershey's words weren't problematic in meaning, but when combined with the somewhat sinister glint in his eyes, and his next words, something truly amiss. He said, what exactly did you get your hands on? Leave all your belongings behind, or else. Will you eat me too? The human man seemed to find the joke hilarious, laughing as he countered. To Mafu, the human man appeared to be joking, but she had eyes. She saw and felt the murderous intent emanating from the surroundings, making her extremely uneasy. Should she stand by and watch her teammates kill and plunder, Or should she join the remaining teammates to rescue this human? Rescuing him was impossible. Including the near-spirit level Hershey, there were 4 teammates coveting the items this human had brought. These 4 teammates were all near-spirit level, the strongest fighters in their team. The remaining teammates were only at the highest level. If the human knew better and handed over everything. Jasmine shook her head. A blind human, without any food or water, walking this road, even if he changed course and returned to the Holy See, where the Holy See would provide free aid along the way, he couldn't possibly make it there alive. It seemed this human was doomed. Jasmine felt a little sorry, but really, there was nothing to regret. On the Dust Sand continent, blind humans were practically living a life worse than death. Really, it was so obvious. The human seemed oblivious to the danger. He muttered to himself, first handing the meat he was carrying to Hershey. Although he couldn't see, he had accurately predicted the direction of the meat based on the location of the human's earlier voice. Hershey grabbed the meat skewer from the human and took a bite. Although he had already prepared to kill the human, since the other had already offered him the meat, there was no rush. The aroma of the meat, however, stirred an unusual craving within him, so eating it was the most important thing. If you were a normal strongman, you wouldn't speak like that. The human man, far from being afraid, commented on the behavior of the near-spirit rank Herxie. Normally, if a superior is being unreasonable, when I ask him for a reason, he should say something like, "What reason do you need? I am the reason," or perhaps something more refined, but not the kind of answer you give. "Captain, should I take over?" Mafu worried that if the human man continued, he might die a painful death. She couldn't save this human before her. The only thing she could do was to ensure his death was painless. "Sigh, it's come to this." The human man's voice sounded helpless. "A martial arts fanatic is a martial arts fanatic. Even if I could challenge him, I couldn't possibly defeat 4 of them." 4. Aren't there 4 teammates who want this human man's luggage right now? Mafu looked around. Who was the human man talking to? Or was he talking to himself? At this moment, the human man had already torn off the blindfold and opened his eyes. Almost simultaneously, he had already separated himself from the near-spirit rank Hershey. Mafu hadn't even seen how he got up and jumped. His chestnut-brown hair and the robe he wore were thrown to the ground. It wasn't some blind human, but the Eastern human who had come out of the demon abyss with Junja and traveled together to the Holy See. This strange human was Shinruo in disguise. Shinruo was already here, so Junja was naturally nearby. In fact, besides Junja, there was another spirit rank Junja. The near-spirit rank cultivator, Hershey, reacted quickly. His fingertips suddenly lengthened, forming razor-sharp claws aimed directly at Shinruo's throat. "Hey, you're not asking me to trim your nails, are you?" Shinruo drew a short sword made of elemental crystal and slashed at Hershey's wrist. He said he was just trimming nails, but his action suggested something far beyond his capabilities. Just as Hershey's wrist was about to be severed, it suddenly twisted in a strange shape, turning like a noodle along the edge of the sword, managing to save it. Mafu stood frozen in place. When did Hershey acquire such bizarre martial arts skills? Shinruo's sword strike was enough to make Hershey unwilling to continue fighting him. One strike was enough to show him that Shinruo was not a human he could simply take hostage. Just then, Hershey suddenly had a very bad premonition. This premonition arose from behind him, and he tried to turn around, but it was too late. 6 places on his body throbbed with pain. When he experienced this attack, his first thought was of Junja's battle with another spirit rank Junja. At that time, he felt that Junja's final burst of light needles was very threatening, but he hadn't understood why those light needles had given him that feeling. Now he understood. Because pain wasn't the most important thing. 2 spirit rank Junja appeared before the group. Seeing the few near spirit rank members struggling to their feet, still making a final effort to leave, Junja addressed him Ofu. "These near spirit rank members have been mentally controlled by the Demon King. We need to take them back to the Holy See. Do you have any tools to bind them? Could you help me?" "Oh yes." Mofu was still shaken. Everything had happened too fast and too suddenly. For near spirit rank members were not easily dealt with anywhere. She was so shocked that she forgot that Junja were supposed to be the most hated species by the He-She, without exception. And among the Junja, in the He-She's eyes, possessed a particularly arrogant and ugly demeanor, naturally eliciting even higher levels of hatred. However, seeing her temporary near-spirit rank captain become twisted had already deeply shaken Mofu. Although Junja was cold at this moment, he had at least uttered a few words that weren't entirely inhuman, leading her to temporarily think that Junja was not so bad compared to her twisted captain. Realizing what she just thought, Mafu slapped her face. Had she been mistaken? Junja was clearly using the Eastern humans as bait, just like the rumors said. It was said that this Eastern human had recently been kidnapped by Junja in the Hell Grand Palace and used as bait to hunt evil creatures, but was later rescued by the King of Soldiers, He-She. Now, somehow, he was with Junja again. What was this human's judgment? With such a charismatic King of Soldiers like He-She around, why didn't he stay in Shishui? In Mafu's opinion, this Eastern human should at least consider her, He-She's servant, to repay the debt of saving his life. How utterly depraved he was. Chapter 211. A human who willingly degenerates, yet still possesses some skill. Shinrua had already gathered up his scattered belongings, seemingly unwilling to waste them. Seeing his inexplicable premonition of entering a results screen, and recalling how she had previously mistook him for some blind human with a cane, Mafu felt she might be the blind one. Although she didn't know the outcome of a continued fight between Shinrua and the near-spirit level He-She, Mafu was already ashamed of her own speed in creating distance and assuming an attack stance. Shinrua didn't notice Mafu's changing expression. He helped Junja bind the several near-spirit level individuals on the ground, then used it all to finish off the areas Junja had already struck with light magic. They all went in, but wasn't pulled out. With each strike, the near-spirit level individuals under Shinrua's control let out a painful scream. These near-spirit realm individuals included He-She and a celestial fox, but the celestial fox's meridians differed from He-She's. Shinrua wasn't entirely confident with the celestial fox either, so while he was inserting the needle, he had Junja try the chi-infusing method he had instructed. However, since he had tested the meridians on Tian Shao, he didn't make too many mistakes. After several corrections, Shinrua accurately inserted the steel all into the correct positions. Unlike the He-He Phoenix, who expelled the evil will and scarlet energy from her body by infusing true chi after having fine needles inserted into her acupoints, Shinrua didn't infuse true chi into the alls of these near-spirit realm individuals. He had already learned that the Star Spirit Priest's mental techniques would also be effective in dealing with the evil will attached to these near-spirit realm individuals. However, Shinrua couldn't accurately assess the strength of the evil will within these near-spirit realm cultivators. In the Demon Abyss, Shinrua had tested Junja's pulse, proving that Zhizha He-She and He's physical structures were essentially the same. He also promised Junja that, as a token of gratitude, he would share the conclusions he had drawn from this experience. This led to Junja's use of needle-like light elemental attacks during the competition, and when dealing with these near-spirit realm cultivators. Originally, Junja wouldn't have used such a sneak attack to win a battle, but after Shinrua explained the principles of needle-like attacks, Junja was genuinely curious to know if this method could truly have an effective impact on opponents. Especially, whether it would be decisive against opponents whose consciousness had been corrupted by evil will. Now it seemed that this was indeed a method to quickly render an opponent incapable of resistance. Junja recalled their first meeting by the pool. Was the principle behind Shinrua's strikes there the same? These were questions Junja needed to consider in his future cultivation. The spirit rank Zhizha who launched the attack alongside him was responsible for the feint, as was the duel between Shinrua and He-She. The truly lethal attack was Junja's light element needles. This was an attack form of light element magic achieved through more precise control of Junja's signature sky-piercing light blades. Zhizha arrived late, accompanied by several Zhizhas from the Holy See. They were there to help move these near-spirit rank individuals. Oh dear, I'm sorry, due to insufficient strength, I had to arrive a little late. Xiaorua, do you mind? Zhizha continued to completely disregard others' wishes, stubbornly using nicknames according to his own ideas. Shinrua was too lazy to correct him, simply speaking somewhat coldly, my plan is different from what you expected, and Junja made his move. You're disappointed, aren't you? Zhizha was taken aback, then a smile returned to his face. How could I be? Whether it's true or not isn't that important anymore. Shinrua said, picking up her cane from the ground, then turned to Junja. Actually, you're not bad, but your friends are too annoying. I originally wanted to go to Qingze Kingdom with you, but now the Holy See probably still has some questions for you. And your light needle technique might be targeted. However, now that we already used, the two Hercules and the two celestial foxes were all impaled on the same spot. The Holy See will soon study the locations of their impalements. While this won't be widely publicized, it won't be a secret to some extent. Junja's reply was consistent with his usual cultivation spirit. Even if only I possess it, and those corrupted by the Demon King's spirit try to target me, I don't care. This concerns cultivation, and there's never progress without a price. But don't you really consider traveling to Qingze Kingdom? Junja made a final effort to invite him. No. Shinrua gave Zhizha a deep look before turning to Junja and saying, let's say goodbye here. He should perhaps remind Junja that Zija wasn't as Junja perceived him to be, but he felt it was somewhat unnecessary. Zija and Junja were childhood friends, a fact Shinrua knew. Therefore, Junja might actually know Zija's true nature but didn't care, or Zija might want to use and uncover Shinrua's secrets, but there was no need for him to do so to Junja. After all, Junja was so straightforward, his true nature was easily understood. Perhaps it was because Shinrua herself had secrets that Zija wanted to scheme against her. For example, could she be responsible for luring near-spirit level cultivators corrupted by evil wills? Letting Shinrua try would not only reveal the problems of these near-spirit level cultivators, but also allow Zija to gain more information about Shinrua. Zija's complexity was to be expected. Junja's pure focus on cultivation was rare and precious. Reminding Junja would not only be redundant, but also appear like sowing discord. So, Shinrua ultimately didn't do that. Instead, she looked at the biological compass in her hand, chose a pathless direction, and soon disappeared into the lush forest. Seeing Shinrua leave, Junja glanced at the unicorn Zija had brought and said, "I'm going back to Qing's kingdom. I'm taking this unicorn with me." Once back on the main road, Zija could easily switch to a flying car or other means of transportation to return to the Holy See, but Junja's decision was different from what they had agreed upon before they came. Why did they all suddenly decide not to return to the Holy See? Even if they wanted to arrange for someone to follow and protect them, or to monitor them, they weren't prepared at all. Of course, they didn't need to monitor Junja and his group, but after that competition, and now his participation in the capture of a near-spirit level being, Junja was bound to become a target, right? Zija was confident in Junja's abilities, but who knew if Junja could handle an assassination attempt? However, Junja himself seemed completely unconcerned. He had already gracefully mounted his unicorn and departed along the forest path, not intending to engage Zija in further conversation. This was simply playing with his weakest area against the opponent's strongest, and Junja had no interest in such unnecessary actions. Everything didn't go as expected, but the Holy See's gains were considerable. Zija's priestly rank was also exceptionally promoted by 1 level, and he wasn't disappointed. Because in Zija's deduction, the fact that the Demon King, or rather, some evil will within the Demon Abyss, had corrupted these spirit rank and near spirit rank individuals was likely related to the life or death situation he would face in his future fragments. The Holy See had extended an olive branch to Zija long ago, but what truly convinced him to come was the appearance of the candidate. He is the son of the Grand Archmage of Light of Qing's kingdom, so the information he possesses differs from that of ordinary Zisha. The emergence of candidates signifies an impending catastrophe. Although legend suggests that the outcome of the candidate competition might prevent the catastrophe, his father holds a different view. The Holy See can be considered the center of Zisha's power. In the past, Zisha believed the Holy See's core power was unbreakable, indestructible, and possessed absolute inertia. Without extreme unforeseen events, this organizational structure could exist for a long time within the Holy See. But what if extreme unforeseen events occur? Zija was interested in participating in history, and if he could accomplish something extra in the process, he would be even more interested. The High Priest of the Light Star Spirit and Zija shared some similarities, which gave Zija a sense of familiarity, but the High Priest of the Light Star Spirit was also very different from him. The High Priest of the Light Star Spirit was born into the center of power, undoubtedly nurtured from a young age according to his inherent abilities. Therefore, the High Priest of the Light Star Spirit's shrewdness and status as a being of power were undeniable. However, as a priest possessing prophetic powers, and nurtured by the Holy See, with all his emotional relationships within the Holy See organization, the High Priest of the Light Star Spirit did not belong solely to himself. While he also considered his own life and death, the continuation of his descendants, and the acquisition of more wealth, he understood that he was ultimately a being under the power of the Holy See organization. Therefore, when the Holy See faced a crisis, if the time came, the High Priest of the Light Star Spirit would not hesitate to sacrifice himself. The High Priest of the Light Star Spirit would not hesitate to give his life for the Holy See. Whether intentional or unintentional, the High Priest of the Star Spirit had already become involved in events related to Zija's future fragments. Thinking of this, Zija revealed his usual smile. Actually, he hoped Shinrua would also be involved, but this human seemed more cunning than he had imagined, or perhaps not cunning, but rather slippery. He was quite different from those humans with ambition, passion, and a relentless drive to fight for a better future for humanity. There were also those among humans who chose self-preservation. This type emerged after various races signed agreements, allowing humans to enter different countries, build their own towns, and live in peace. Before that, humans had no way out, retreat meant certain death. Therefore, the survival and reproduction of the entire race depended on a do-or-die courage. While humans now possess more diverse personality types, for a human warrior to become truly strong, they needed to train to overcome their fear and learn to unleash their power in the face of life and death. Judging from the moment Shinrua made her move, she was undoubtedly strong, but something was missing. Perhaps Shinrua wasn't familiar with him, Zija chuckled, finding the look Shinrua gave him before leaving rather telling. A board of continental chess lay before Zija. He enjoyed playing against himself, and now he had disrupted the game, which was already in its middle stages, wondering if the Holy See could glean any useful information from those near-spirit rank individuals. Even if they did, they probably wouldn't tell him. Zija smiled indifferently, and got up to find some familiar clergy to have dinner with. The 4 near-spirit rank individuals he was interested in were currently bound in the Star Spirit Temple. Chapter 212. The greatest limitation of the Protoss priests' most proficient mental magic lies in the fact that when they use it, they also enter a state of consciousness linking. To others, it appears as if they have lost consciousness, although they maintain the posture they had when entering the mental world and haven't collapsed. However, if their bodies are attacked at this time, they are practically defenseless. Therefore, only in organizations like the Holy See, where other beings are responsible for protecting the Protoss priests, can they use their mental magic without distraction. As Shinrua suspected, the near-spirit level Hercules were corrupted by the evil will of the Demon King or the Abyss, or perhaps there was some hidden connection between the two. However, unlike the corruption of the Hercules Phoenix, although the Hercules Phoenix could still maintain its dominant consciousness before the battle between Ammon Mighty and the Holy Demon Fire, its body had long been unable to withstand the powerful crimson energy, and death was only a matter of time. The blue-purple energy on these near-spirit level individuals, however, merely filled their capacities. Furthermore, as the group left the Abyss, the energy within their bodies continuously interacted with the 6 normal energy particles in the air, waxing and waning. At this point, the energy contained within these individuals was not significantly different from that of an ordinary near-spirit level being. However, when the Star Spirit Priests used mental magic to enter the mental world of one of them, they discovered that 2 consciousnesses existed within it. The stronger one was conscious and clearly defined, but its body was blurry, enveloping the other consciousness, which appeared to be dormant. The Star Spirit Priest of Light felt a chill run down his spine. Fortunately, they hadn't been overconfident, and hadn't used mental magic on all 4 near-spirit rank individuals at once. The conscious being before them was malevolent and powerful, radiating a blue-purple glow, a color representing the Abyss. Although its true identity was still unknown, it was clear that this consciousness originated from the Abyss. This consciousness not only possessed immense mental power, but could also draw energy from the dormant consciousness of the original near-spirit rank individual. Even if they destroyed this evil consciousness within the linked mental world, the original near-spirit rank individual's spirit had already suffered damage, as it had been used as nourishment by this evil consciousness for some time. The Star Spirit Priests had also seen the spikes Shinrua had pierced into the bodies of these near-spirit rank individuals. Based on their previous actions, the Star Spirit Priest of Light guessed that these locations were likely the weaknesses of these near-spirit rank individuals. However, the locations where the spikes were pierced were different for the Hermione near-spirit rank and the Celestial Fox near-spirit rank individuals. Clearly, the weakness was differentiated based on race. How Junja and the human found these locations remains unknown. Their departure was very sudden. When they left the Holy See to track down the team, both Junja and the human seemed to intend to return to the Holy See after completing their task. However, their relationship with the Holy See was not one of subordination, and this time, they were essentially working for the Holy See without seeking payment. It seemed to be solely for Zija's personal sake. The Holy See had no right, nor could it openly use any underhanded methods, to bring Shinrua or Junja back. Furthermore, their willingness to share their knowledge was entirely voluntary. The Holy See has certainly used coercion and enticement extensively, but only on the premise that it remains unknown to those outside its core. Otherwise, the Holy See's legitimacy as an organization on the Dust and Sand continent would be questioned. They are an ancient organization that has inherited and propagated the will of the gods, existing on the continent to ensure that the history of the gods is not forgotten. They are not an evil church, nor are they an organization rife with darkness. The core of the Holy See is led by Zija, and the Zija race worships the god who governs the element of light. They want to demonstrate light, not filth. Even if some methods are unavoidable, they must be used with utmost caution and absolute secrecy. Clearly, Shinrua and Junja possess knowledge sufficient to prevent the Holy See from resorting to such methods, which, if mishandled, could shake the very foundations of the organization. The Holy See would at most have Zija ask Junja if he had gathered any information during his travels in the demon abyss related to the consciousness of beings capable of possessing near-spirit or even spirit-level bodies, and why he would place cones in specific locations on their bodies. Whether Junja would tell Zija was beyond the Holy See's control. The high priests of the star spirits rarely felt the situation so out of control. They were already exhausted from dealing with one evil while possessing a near-spirit level being, and would need at least several days of rest before dealing with the next. Fortunately, this evil will seem to have no ability to escape its possessed body, flee in a soul-like state, and enter another vessel, except for maneuvering, resisting, and attempting to kill them within the world they were mentally linked to. Given enough time, they could slowly eliminate the powerful evil consciousness within each of the 4 near-spirit rank consciousnesses. However, a problem arose. If eliminating the evil consciousness within near-spirit rank consciousnesses was so difficult, the evil consciousness within spirit rank consciousnesses would only be stronger. Of those who survived within the Demon King City, there were 30 to 40 beings other than humans, including 7 spirit rank individuals. 2 of these were candidates, and these candidates had been cleared of corruption. Of the remaining 5 spirit rank individuals, 2 were from the Holy See. Spirit rank individuals are rare in any organization or nation. The Holy See and the Eternal Tower possess power on the continent that surpasses even that of ordinary nations precisely because their number of spirit rank individuals is unparalleled across the entire Dusan continent. The content seen by the Star Spirit High Priest in the future fragments related to Zija, combined with this information, points to a conspiracy. A force related to the evil will from the demon abyss seeks to gain control of the Holy See. Taking advantage of the Holy See's focus on dealing with the aerial intruders, the spirit rank Zija, controlled by an evil consciousness and lurking within the Holy See, did his best to ambush the unsuspecting clergy from behind the defenses. Once the Holy See loses a certain number of spirit rank members, and then those near spirit rank members. This conspiracy is clearly aimed at overthrowing the Holy See, but the Holy See will also suffer heavy losses. What is it that compels the evil will from the abyss to engage the Holy See in a mutually destructive conflict? While pondering this question, the High Priest of the Star Spirit also lamented that he had fallen into a conspiracy that might not actually be directed at him. From the moment he glimpsed fragments of Zija's future, the gears of fate began to turn. He was already caught in the waves that would alter Zija's future, and this matter concerned the very survival of the Holy See. He couldn't help but be affected. He recalled his past. Under an ancient tree in the Holy See, his former master, the deceased former High Priest of the Star Spirits, had told them, his disciples, who hadn't yet become Star Spirit priests, a story about destiny. At the time, he hadn't understood why his master said, the power of destiny is awe-inspiring, but now he did. A destiny seen is still awe-inspiring, because it will lead one to an inevitable choice. Shenrua's inner turmoil wasn't as profound as the High Priest of the Star Spirits, because the High Priest was facing a choice between his own life and the fate of the Holy See, both incredibly important to him. For Shenrua, Zija wasn't the one he absolutely had to save. His original intention was to have another Star Spirit priest glimpse Zija's future, so that Zija could react accordingly and make an effort to save his life. Of course, Shenrua only had a premonition that seeing Zija's future would reveal something terrible, even a strong sense that it would likely be the moment of Zija's death. But as long as he hadn't confirmed it, for Shenrua, it was still just Schrodinger's cat. A fragment of Zija's future wasn't a result that Shenrua absolutely had to observe and confirm. He didn't have that kind of chivalrous spirit that made him feel compelled to see clearly for Zija and think of a solution just because he sensed danger. Shenrua even felt a pang of regret for getting so deeply involved in this matter, especially after overhearing Zija and the Star Spirit High Priest's conversation. However, as he left the forest alone, he had already put this annoyance behind him. He planned to travel alone to a place called the Far Eastern Dragon Tomb. Dragons and magic were a world Shenrua had read about in countless storybooks. His first heart-pounding experience after arriving on the Dusan continent was also related to dragons and magic, though it was quite different from what he had imagined. As for the heart-pounding feeling, being chased by dragons, being attacked by magic, anyone would feel their heart race, and Shenrua wasn't ashamed of it. Although he had seen more than one dragon, the dragons of the human dragon race always felt somewhat lacking to Shenrua. Wilderness dragons had now vanished from the continent, and the legends surrounding the few that were said to still exist varied. But one thing was certain, disturbing these dragons' sleep or solitary lives would inevitably lead to becoming their food. Therefore, the safest way to understand the wild dragon is to examine its remains. The Far East Dragon Tomb is the legendary resting place of a wild dragon. Shinrua has seen 6 candidates, making 7 including himself, but there are a total of 8 candidates. Based on his calculations, Shinrua believes the candidate who hasn't yet appeared is most likely a dragon, specifically a wild dragon. This is because Shinrua has discovered that the races living on the Dust Sand continent vary in strength, and the universes of the candidates often represent only one race, embodying the wool left behind by a god. For example, the Horn tribe can also use earth elemental magic, but compared to the Stone Elf tribe, their superiority is immediately apparent. The Stone Elf tribe clearly represents the god, who governs the earth element, while the Horn tribe is likely an intelligent race formed by absorbing the energy left behind by the earth elemental god on the Dust Sand continent. Junji once said that the dragon race originated from the gods who control space, but the magic used by the dragon race is elemental magic. However, the elemental power is random, so theoretically there are fire dragons, water dragons, earth dragons, wind dragons, light dragons, and dark dragons. Chapter 213. In the forest, the young man was gathering food while consulting an encyclopedia, talking to himself. If you don't say anything, I just take that as a yes. The speaker was Shinrua, of course. Since arriving on the Dust Sand continent, this was the first time he had traveled alone for such a long time. Before coming to the Dust Sand continent, he had extensive experience living alone on a deserted island. However, after experiencing life with friends to communicate with, Shinrua sometimes felt a little awkward when he had thoughts to share with no one. On his previous island, he could communicate remotely with the management center. Therefore, he now used the bird in his earring as the management center. On his home planet, Earth, if he needed to communicate with a person on the other end of the management center, he needed to connect to a special channel, and the person on the other end might not respond immediately. So Shinrua often left messages for the management center, and after a while, he would receive a reply. With this long-term habit of delayed responses, Shinrua didn't feel there was anything wrong with talking to thin air. Speaking of which, I'm a little surprised you didn't show yourself, Demon Abyss. I thought you see your temple's totem pole and fly up like that ball of fire in the mural. Shinrua described the scene to the bird in her earring. Then a whirlwind appeared in the temple, swirling around the totem pole. The wind was incredibly strong. Everything that entered the temple was affected and spun around in circles. I read about this scene in ancient texts. Shinrua recalled the countless books she had read, extracting the information she needed. In the ancient eastern plateaus, there was a group of people who would circumambulate mountains, temples, stupas, and prayer wheels. It was a sacred scene. If you transform into a whirlwind and spin on the totem pole, it allows the pilgrims who come to worship you to complete the totem circumambulation in the least strenuous way. Shut up. The bird seemed depressed by the scene Shinrua described. I know your world's culture. Using a sacred scene here is like a large-scale, evil, force-spinning event. Quiet down. Huh? So it can respond to me after all? Shinrua's voice sounded like she had found a new kind of fun. No, stop talking to yourself. People will think you're crazy. The bird warned Shinrua. You speak more like a human than I do, Shinrua persisted. Do your followers know that the wool left behind by the gods is so down to earth? That's so you can understand, the bird said irritably. You can't understand our true way of communicating and thinking. Can't you just say things that don't break the rules? Shinrua gathered enough food and began building a treehouse for the night. What's wrong with chatting? Don't try to trick me, the bird said. I set up a restriction on myself. If you truly break the rules, you won't be able to get answers from me through language. I don't want to know anything that affects the competitive balance of the dust and sand realm. Shinrua shaved some soft, large-leaved plant branches and layered them to build a simple roof to keep out the rain. Then why are you wasting your breath here? The bird seemed unwilling to continue talking to Shinrua. Unexpectedly, Shinrua not only didn't understand its tone, but also said to it, because I think you probably also have a lot to say, but because of the rules, you don't know what I want to talk to you about. The more you think about the rules, the more you feel that opening your mouth to talk to me is likely to violate them. So why don't I start some topics? If you feel that the content doesn't violate the rules and won't affect your purpose, then just keep me company. It won't cost you any feathers. The bird fell silent until Shinrua finished building the treehouse, laid down, and started gnawing on the stems of edible plants she had dug up from the forest, before suddenly speaking. So what do you want to talk about? Shinrua took a bite of the plant stem and asked a question he had researched and was certain wouldn't cause the bird to break the rules. The ninth god. The creator god of our world. What kind of being is he? That's indeed a question that won't break the rules, the bird readily answered. What kind of being he is something you humans can't understand. I can only talk to you from a perspective you can comprehend. As if organizing its language in a way Shinrua could easily understand, the bird paused for a moment before beginning its narration. Its perspective was quite novel, starting with its own immature side as a god. Actually, the god who created your universe is one of the beings I hate the most. Of course, in our dimension, feelings of hatred, loathing, and jealousy are different from what you understand. Naturally, the lower the power, the closer these feelings are to those of lower dimensions. Like beings like you. I am the weakest of the 9 gods, who co-created the dust and sand realm. As you can see, I can't even create a world on my own, which is why I find him so repulsive. Because I never seen him yearn for a world half a dimension higher than ours, something we in this dimension would normally yearn for. He hasn't paid attention to any laws, nor has he spent time understanding the powers wielded by the others. Yet he created a universe, while I cannot. You could interpret this resentment as jealousy from your dimension. But in reality, it's not the same as the jealousy you perceive. We don't feel any sense of gain or loss because of such things. We simply exhibit a more indifferent attitude. We are also very honest. He knows all my thoughts. Our communication doesn't need language. It only requires sharing, and our true feelings are understood. The purpose of our existence in this dimension is very clear. For example, I yearn for a world half a dimension higher than mine. It's very simple and clear, and the other gods understand my goal as well. So when he nonchalantly used the victory of the candidates, who came to the dust realm from his own world as the criterion for my victory, my resentment towards him vanished completely. However, I also knew that since he was doing this, he didn't need my thanks. And perhaps he's hiding somewhere in your world, treating all of this as a game, and my eagerness to achieve my goal is one of the things he finds interesting to watch. But what does it matter? His goal is to observe, experience, and play. My goal is to go to a world half a dimension higher than mine. At this moment, our enjoyment and purpose are balanced. We each get what we deserve. I see, Shinrua said. Which law does he govern? Time, the bird said to Shinrua. I think you should understand. The 2 strongest among the 9 gods are the gods who govern time and space. In the Eastern civilization of their home planet Earth, one civilization calls the world the universe. You refers to space, Joe refers to time. Space-time forms anchor points. Space-time is the universe. Light, darkness, wind, water, fire, earth, and even life cannot exist in isolation from the universe. The thinking of gods is indeed a dimension higher than ours. Even evil thoughts separated by gods, after gaining will, don't want worldly power, money, or authority, they instinctively want to become gods. Shinrua suddenly laughed and said something seemingly unrelated to the previous topic. If you continue this topic, there's a chance I'd be suspected of breaking the rules, and I won't say another word to you. The bird finished speaking and truly ignored Shinrua. But Shinrua didn't need its attention. He saw the bird's refusal as approval of his reasoning. To receive approval from a remnant will of a god, even if that will belong to the weakest god, meant something undeniable. So Shinrua smiled and continued his topic in the treehouse. You said that a certain god didn't leave any trace of his power on this continent. The only proof that he participated in creation is the short sword in my hand, but that's not actually the case. For beings from the world, he created to participate in the dust and sand realm on this continent. There must be races born from his power. I don't know how he managed to bring humanity into this world without leaving behind any of his own energy, but even if he eliminated his remaining power, there are still beings derived from it. That is humanity. Therefore, the demons enjoy consuming humans, because the bloodlines of humans possess the power left behind by that god. The power of other gods resonates on the dust and sand continent, and is integrated into the particles of the air and the soil of the earth, but his power is absent. In this situation, to obtain his power, one either needs to perform some kind of sacrifice with humans to extract the remaining power from them, or one must directly consume humans. You also know that if you want to understand the laws he left behind, performing such a sacrifice is a very good shortcut. You are true gods. Even if you are gods half a dimension below him, you are gods of righteousness. Therefore, you understand this, yet you will not do it. However, the evil thoughts you extracted are unaware of this past. They are merely pure thoughts, and from these thoughts arises a will that, driven by instinct, desires to become a true god, a god half a dimension higher than you. You probably anticipated this development, which is why the evil thoughts of all gods are suppressed by the power of another god. Your power is inferior to the god of fire, but because you didn't incur the cost of creating the universe, you suppressed the god of fire, who is only slightly stronger than you. Thus, the abyss became a special place. It's hard to say whether you suppressed him or not, because the demon king was previously unable to leave the abyss. Shenrua knew the bird wouldn't respond or comment on the accuracy of his words. He simply recounted this deduction like a bedtime story, and before he finished, drowsiness overwhelmed him. Shenrua didn't insist on clarifying his guess. Since drowsiness was already overwhelming, he simply followed his instincts. So, he fell asleep in the treehouse, only halfway through his sentence. The wind rustled through the leaves, insects chirped in the forest, and animals moved about at night, weaving together a unique forest serenade. This place was far from the center of activity for various races on the Dust Sand continent. On the way to the Far East Dragon Tomb, there were no landmarks or anything related to the quest items. Shenrua felt an unprecedented sense of freedom. Chapter 214. This was probably Shenrua's longest journey on the Dust Sand continent. Most of the time, he relied on his own 2 feet. The journey was mostly spent in wilderness, grasslands, mountains, and forests, occasionally passing through towns or villages. Shenrua didn't deliberately avoid these places. He would stop in towns or villages to resupply, and if possible, he would also seek out local associations to get the latest news from the continent. However, after nearly 100 days of travel, the news from powerful beings had become somewhat unreal, like stories told by storytellers. When entering towns, he would choose to hide his signature black hair with a wig. Wig making was far less sophisticated than colored contact lenses, and it seemed that every human civilization, regardless of its type, went through a phase of baldness. Therefore, although there were no colored contact lenses like those on his home planet Earth to change eye color on the Dust Sand continent, with a different hairstyle, Shenrua was less conspicuous. Because his Eastern human bloodline was far too pure for the Dust Sand continent. If he only had black pupils, then although he was a rare human with mixed Eastern blood, he wouldn't attract much attention or scrutiny. After leaving the Holy See, and before bidding farewell to Junja, the thing Shenrua used to tempt those near spirit level cultivators corrupted by evil will in the forest wasn't the leg meat given to him by a mofu, but a specially made spice. A spice refined with his own blood. Mixing his concentrated blood powder with special spices prepared for cooking, and sprinkling it on the leg meat, what truly revealed the weakness of those 4 near spirit level cultivators wasn't the special spice, but Shenrua's blood. To craft that bottle of spice, Shenrua drew an entire bag of his own blood. The method he used was from a book left to him by Ji Mu, which described refining animal blood into powder, and then making pills from it. Human blood carries the unique energy of that powerful god, perhaps fragmented and scarce, yet it possesses a powerful attraction to the evil will driven by the instinct to become a god. Shenrua had vaguely suspected this before, and his actions that day further confirmed his thoughts. The bird made no comment on the matter, not even uttering a word, but Shenrua had previously stated that if the bird remained silent, he would take it as tacit agreement. Along the way, combining the documents he had carried with him, Shenrua gained a deeper understanding of the Star Spirit Priest's lineage. Currently, the Star Spirit Priests on the Dust Sand continent inherit from the Crystal Mirror and the Light Star Disk, but because the Light Star Disk is firmly controlled by the Holy See, the Light Star Spirit Priests are generally the strongest on the Dust Sand continent. Sacred relics contain legacies. The astrolabe isn't the only one. The Celestial Fox Jade contains legacies unique to the Celestial Fox clan, and Shenrua couldn't determine whether other sacred relics contained similar legacies. However, all astrolabes currently circulating in the world are imitations of the Light Star astrolabe. The closer the astrolabe is to the Light Star astrolabe, the higher its grade. Using the Star Spirit scales, with the Light Star astrolabe, and the Dark Star astrolabe simultaneously creates the Star Spirit scales. Given this, can other astrolabes replace the Light Star astrolabe? Could the Star Spirit scales also be imitated, and the Dark Star astrolabe also be imitated? But Shenrua couldn't flaunt the Dark Star astrolabe, nor could she possibly imitate it on her way to the Far East Dragon Tomb. Therefore, whenever he passed by a place with a renowned craftsman capable of forging star charts, he would visit them to learn about the materials and techniques used in the known star chart replicas. Additionally, he also tried taking the Protoss balance in the wilderness to see if he could place a dark star chart on one side and a regular star chart on the other. The conclusion was that it was impossible. When 2 regular star charts were placed on either side of the balance, faint threads appeared, forming a scale with the Protoss balance, but after only a few seconds, both star charts shattered. This was because the regular star charts could not withstand the powerful force of the sacred relic contained within the Protoss balance. Shenrua then bought 2 high-level star charts to test. This time, the star charts did not shatter immediately, but the shattering didn't last very long either. In Earth's time system, it was only a few minutes. However, through those few minutes, Shenruo unlocked a small amount of inheritance from the Protoss balance. Shenruo had read about this abstract method of transmission in ancient texts. In the history of their home planet Earth, there were individuals who sensed knowledge or visions through meditation. Due to differences in culture and history, some were considered prophets, others said it was Akashic records, and still others believed it was enlightenment. The Protoss scales require two astrolabes of equal rank, and they must be contradictory yet interdependent, like light and darkness, otherwise, they will shatter due to imbalance. Although Shenruo found two high-ranking astrolabes of equal rank, they were both imitations of light astrolabes, and therefore did not meet the Protoss scale's requirements. Even though they were of high rank, they only shattered slightly more slowly. Then Shenruo stroked the Dark Star Compass again, holding it while meditating to gain some of its inheritance. The Dark Star Compass inherited techniques for controlling mental power. These techniques weren't very useful to Shenruo now. He could already manipulate his five senses, and even his perception of time. His control over his body and mind was already highly refined. Shenruo traveled eastward, and a bustling small town appeared before him. This time, Shenruo chose to enter the town. According to the map, this town should be the last town he would encounter on his way to the Far East Dragon Tomb. The town was relatively prosperous because it was located on the border between a country called the Flowing Ice Kingdom and the wilderness. The wilderness was a general term used on the Dust Sand continent to refer to inhospitable areas, unclaimed except by the legendary wilderness dragon. However, the wilderness also contained many valuable things. Because these places were unsuitable for survival, no country would claim them as its territory. Some wilderness areas, while suitable for survival, are inhabited by wild dragons. Every time the wild dragons awaken, they prey on these lands, devouring all the creatures that live there. Therefore, the only way to prevent one's nation from being preyed upon by wild dragons is to prevent one's people from establishing towns and developing agriculture and animal husbandry in these areas. Let nature flourish unchecked, providing ample food and water for the wild dragons that awaken every few years. Such areas inhabited by wild dragons will gradually decrease over centuries. If the wild dragon population ceases to reproduce, after a wild dragon dies, and some time passes, that area will slowly become habitable. The Far Eastern Dragon Tomb should theoretically have been the habitat of a wild dragon in history, but the area surrounding it is a desolate wasteland. The exact extent of the Far Eastern Dragon Tomb is vaguely described on maps. It's merely marked as a sinkhole in its central area. This sinkhole appears lush and green, but beyond it, vegetation decreases with distance. Between the small town and the Far Eastern Dragon Tomb lies a wilderness stretching for over 10 days. No nation develops its territory arbitrarily. Territory means the need for military presence, and maintaining an army in the wilderness is a losing proposition. Therefore, in this wilderness, there are no conflicts or wars between nations, organizations, or groups. It's a paradise for wilderness hunters. After acquiring enough loot from their hunts, wilderness hunters come to this small town to trade, making it very prosperous. It has everything Shenruo could imagine on the Dust and Sand continent. Associations, trading posts, intelligence centers, underground taverns, everything she could think of. Shenruo first found an inn. He had been in the wilderness for 20 or 30 days, and although the magic circle on his clothes helped with cleaning, it couldn't compare to an inn with its amenities. Furthermore, from the moment he entered the town, he had sharpened his hearing slightly. After all, the encyclopedia described this small town as having fierce and rugged people. To Shenruo's surprise, there were quite a few active humans here, and many of them were wilderness hunters. Hey, Sack, don't always have such a sullen face. How can you expect the chief to maintain his interest in you like that? A somewhat roguish voice came from the inn's restaurant. Some inns here combined dining and accommodation, while others didn't. For convenience, Shenruo chose the one that did. After showering and tidying himself up, Shenruo went downstairs for dinner. The next table was bustling with activity. A group of humans were drinking and chatting. Of course, the drinks were beverages from the Dust Sand continent that Shenruo, after tasting, thought resembled alcohol, but in reality, they didn't contain any alcoholic components. Shenruo subtly observed the loud group out of the corner of his eye and, through their conversation, confirmed that Sack was one of the somewhat cold and handsome young humans. Humans on the Dust Sand continent, for survival, had genes that favored robustness. Humans like Shenruo, who considered themselves tall and well-proportioned among the Easterners of their home planet Earth, appeared thin and frail here. If they could use common Earth slang to mock Shenruo, he had no doubt they would be ridiculed as a white-skinned chicken. The cold and handsome human youth named Sack appeared to be in his early 20s. Although his expression was aloof, to the beings of the Dust Sand continent, He looked much healthier than Shinruo. His skin was wheat-colored, somewhat incongruous with his delicate features, roughened by years of traversing the wilderness, and tanned to a wheatish hue. His physique was more muscular than Shinruo's, but compared to the surrounding human warriors, he didn't appear as bulky. What caught Shinruo's attention was that Sak shared the same black pupils as him. In other words, Sak possessed the blood of the legendary, nearly extinct, pure-blooded Eastern human race. These people made vulgar jokes at him until the leader spoke up. "Stop making fun of Sak like that, he's easily embarrassed." Sak abruptly slapped away the leader's hand from his shoulder and left the table, looking very displeased. Completely unaware that there was another person of his kind at the next table, with the same black eyes. "Why are you so angry? You're ruining the mood." One of the humans said, "We're going to the Far East Dragon Tomb next. Isn't it because the leader heard there are herbs there that can prolong his life?" Another chimed in, "Leader, you're really strange. Although you've never been one for men and women, you spoiled this one for far too long. We brothers are waiting for you to get tired of him, and see what's so special about him." Shinruo was speechless. This sounded like lines from some nonsensical novel. Shinruo usually didn't read these kinds of novels, but to understand the popular literary themes in the ancient history of his home planet Earth, he sometimes had his intelligent voice assistant compile summaries for him before bed, categorizing historical novels, films, and so on by plot. Then it would read the summaries aloud to him. The scene before him was exactly like a scene from a gay sadomasochistic novel his assistant had compiled for him. A handsome young man, and the leader of a group of wilderness hunters. What on earth was this? Shinruo decided to drink a glass of water to calm himself down. Chapter 215. Shinruo didn't spend much time exploring the complex, novel-like relationships among this group of wilderness hunters. Even after he finished eating and left, he could still hear their voices. Especially after Shinruo left, the group's voices seemed less unrestrained, and their discussion seemed to have shifted to Shinruo. "Sak is certainly handsome, but Chief, you've seen plenty of beauties. If you're talking about something unique, is it the black eyes of the Eastern humans?" One of them began to examine the characteristics of the man named Sak. "Hey, speaking of black eyes, did you notice the guy eating at the next table? He also has a pair. We noticed them a long time ago, but I was too embarrassed to point it out before he left." "Chief, you can't bear to part with Sak. I'd like to experience what's so captivating about black eyes. Hee, Chief, you won't object, will you?" Shinruo found it difficult to comment. The humans of the Dust Sand continent, without using crystal weapons, could at most reach a level equivalent to other races using magic in this world through sheer strength. Although Shinruo lacked confidence facing figures like the king of soldiers Hishi, Junja, and Long Wei's father, and could calculate his success rate in striking and retreating, he wasn't particularly concerned about these few wilderness hunters unless they used some unpredictable methods. However, their tone and the fact that they were discussing such despicable matters, with him as their target, made him seem a bit too confident. Shinruo had grown accustomed to the fact that others didn't take him seriously after arriving on the Dust Sand continent. He found it quite convenient. Even the time he spent traveling with Junja had transformed him from a frail human into one traveling with Junja through the demon abyss. The initial disdain stemming from his appearance was overshadowed by Junja's aura. However, black hair and black eyes weren't exactly a low-key feature on the Dust Sand continent, so while Shinruo's use of a wig was partly due to Junja's influence, he didn't personally object to it. As it turned out, being quiet, unassuming, and frail had its own difficulties. Compared to the trouble Shinruo had encountered before, he felt these people weren't even a problem. But the type of trouble, the experience, was truly indescribable. However, this feeling was fleeting. Shinruo left the restaurant, putting aside the trivial gossip about him, and bought a newsletter from the continent. Although this small town was remote, it wasn't entirely isolated from information, probably because the local hunters needed information from the outside world. Recently, the Celestial Fox clan launched a sudden attack on the Frost Serpent clan. However, after a brief but intense battle, the Celestial Fox clan abruptly retreated to the Thousand Desolate Plains, with the outcome unknown. Subsequently, the Frost Serpent clan denounced Gisilpha of the Celestial Fox clan, claiming that this candidate not only instigated the war unconventionally, but also stole a sacred relic from the Frost Serpent clan. As a candidate, Gisilpha should have openly revealed his candidacy mark and negotiated his demands. Refusing would have sufficed for a more virtuous approach, with both sides agreeing to settle the ownership of the sacred relic through some form of agreement. However, Gisilpha's lightning attack, sacrificing hundreds of celestial foxes to secure his theft of the sacred relic, enraged the Frost Serpent clan. The Frost Serpent clan would not accept such a candidate as the god to lead them out of the cataclysm, and issued a declaration across the continent regarding this decision. Rumors circulated that the high priest of the star spirits of the Holy See was ill, and Zhizha, a star spirit priest with the potential to become the next high priest, had begun his training to compete for the position. Previously, there had been no precedent of a star spirit priest of the spirit rank falling ill. Star spirit priests, unless due to special circumstances or external forces, could usually die of old age. Their lifespan was related to their strength level. Therefore, the rumors of the high priest of the star spirit's illness stemming from either poisoning or the violation of a star spirit priest's taboos were being spread. The other briefings were information Shinruo didn't care about much. She just needed to read them and remember them. After buying the briefings, Shinruo returned to the inn, intending to sleep and go out to buy supplies the next day. Unexpectedly, she heard rustling sounds outside her door in the middle of the night. When Shinruo calmly opened her eyes, the noise stopped again. After a while, very light footsteps echoed in the hallway, receding from Shinruo's door. Shinruo got out of bed and went to the door. She saw a note slipped under the door. The note appeared to have been handed to her by the gloomy beauty Sak. She possessed delicate features, yet her skin was somewhat rough, her face was somber, but her complexion was a sunny wheat color, a contradictory combination. The note read, "Be careful. You've been targeted by the strongest human team among the wilderness hunters. Because wilderness hunters roam the wilderness hunting year-round, they never hold back when they have a need. A little something special makes you stand out. Your eye color is unusual. The leader can't monopolize two things at the same time, because that's against the rules of the wilderness hunter team." Shinruo couldn't help but find it amusing. The inability to monopolize two things meant that Sak had already gained the leader's protection, but if the leader didn't allow his team members to touch two people simultaneously, it would be against the rules. Because among the wilderness hunters, those who fulfill certain needs are also considered commodities, right? But the problem is, he hasn't become a commodity yet, and this message was sent way too hastily. If it was Sak who sent it, then Sak has already claimed the item attribute himself, and incidentally included Shinruo as an item as well. If it wasn't Sak who sent it, then it was just a kind reminder that someone is an item. Shinruo really couldn't appreciate the wilderness hunter's linguistic artistry. The next day, Shinruo went out to buy the food and water he would need after entering the wilderness, as planned. The weapons from the procuring points near the Holy See were of higher quality. Shinruo had already overcome his fear of insufficient firepower before leaving the Holy See, and the wear and tear on his weapons from hunting and gathering along the way was minimal. Furthermore, based on the medicine-making books left to him by Ji Mu, which taught humans how to make medicine, he had successfully concocted several potions. Shinruo was also familiar with the medicinal materials needed for these potions, having collected and processed a considerable amount of raw materials along the way. Taking them into the wilderness now would be a bit of a burden. Because his body had been enhanced, although he might get injured or develop acute illnesses, his body wouldn't age or undergo organ changes within 8 years according to the timeline of the Dust Sand continent, ensuring that Shinruo wouldn't contract any intractable diseases. So, while purchasing, he also sold the potions and herbs. The shop that bought the potions and herbs praised him highly after seeing his crafted medicines and herbs. "You seem to know which human races can make medicines with higher value. And you come to the right place to sell them here." Shinruo accepted the money offered and replied with a smile, "Thank you for the compliment. This was made according to a book a friend gave me. The selection was based on the book, not my own work. Are you short of these medicines?" The shopkeeper, probably hoping Shinruo would return and sell him more medicine, was exceptionally enthusiastic and talkative. "That's right. Don't be fooled by how difficult the wilderness is. Theoretically, some other races can roam more easily and have an advantage in the wilderness. But the reason why the title of wilderness hunter includes human. The reason is that there are more humans in this profession. To gain the strength to survive in the wilderness, they often use less than respectful methods. In short, humans who work as wilderness hunters have shorter lifespans than average, and because of this, they also value enjoying life to the fullest. Therefore, they have a high demand for medicine. Medicines like the ones you provided to alleviate the symptoms of chronic diseases are especially needed by older wilderness hunters." "I see." Shinruo recalled that at the restaurant, the wilderness hunters had mentioned they were also going to the Far East Dragon Tomb to find some life-extending herbs. According to the encyclopedia, the lifespan of Eastern humans is inherently shorter. Although Sak is a mixed-race descendant of Eastern humans, the fact that he has black pupils indicates that his bloodline is not yet diluted. Thinking of this, Shinruo spoke again, "Speaking of which, I lived on the continent for so long and never seen a human with black eyes like me, but I met one in this town. It's truly remarkable. You agree, the shopkeeper remarked, clearly a resident of the town and very familiar with its affairs. I've been operating here for 3 years, and besides Sack, you're the first human I've seen with black eyes. There were many humans in the small town, and the shopkeeper, also human, seemed to be talking about eye color. Since Shinruo was a stranger, the shopkeeper began telling him about the history of the town and the wilderness beyond. Since this place led to the Far East Dragon Tomb, judging from the map, it was naturally in the east of the Dust Sand continent. The origin of the eastern humans was said to be near this small town. The exact location has been lost to history. But if one were to say where the humans were most likely to possess the bloodline of the eastern humans, it would be this small town where they were now located. Don't let the savage aura of our local wilderness hunters fool you. They all carry some eastern human blood, though very few truly exhibit the hallmarks of eastern humans: black hair and black eyes. There are some eastern humans with black hair, but in all these years, only Sack has had black eyes. Of course, I heard that Sack's grandparents were both black-eyed humans, but I never seen them. You know, having prominent eastern human bloodlines isn't a good thing. It means a shorter lifespan and a less robust body. Even the shopkeeper believed that Shinrua's choice to learn herbalism and medicine was to prolong her life and avoid an early death. After all, Shinrua's health seemed even worse than Sack's. Shinrua's next words seemed to confirm his suspicions. Shinrua asked, I heard that there are herbs in the Far Eastern Dragon Tomb that can prolong life? The shopkeeper was taken aback, then told Shinrua, yes, there are, but the last time a team brought this herb out of the Far Eastern Dragon Tomb was 30 years ago. Chapter 216. Although Shinrua already knew about the origins of the Far East Dragon Tomb from the encyclopedia, during their casual conversation, the shopkeeper still treated him as a stranger with limited knowledge, enthusiastically providing a more detailed explanation than the encyclopedia had described. Shinrua was happy to hear more about the upcoming adventure, and didn't interrupt. To avoid affecting the shopkeeper's herbal medicine business, Shinrua paid him a gold coin and invited him to a nearby beverage shop to continue their conversation. More details, only available in this small town, were revealed by the shopkeeper during their chat. It turned out that in any given era, there could only be one spirit-ranked dragon. This was very strange, but the shopkeeper explained to Shinrua that it was because dragons inherently had a harder time surpassing the spirit rank than other races. The wilderness outside this small town was more popular than ordinary wilderness, allowing the town to prosper relatively in the remote wilderness, because legend had it that it was the burial place of a spirit-ranked dragon. For this reason, scholars studying dragons have visited this place more than once, and the people of the small town are very familiar with the legends of dragons. There are even some legends about wild dragons that are now rarely circulated. This is somewhat similar to the once popular tourism culture on Shinrua's home planet Earth, except that this place attracts adventurers or wilderness hunters. The reason why dragons find it more difficult to cross the spirit rank than other races is because their innate magic is elemental magic, but the gods who created and protect them are gods who control the power of space. Therefore, for dragons, both the laws related to elemental power and the laws related to space are much harder to comprehend. They can easily wield elemental power with unparalleled skill, and at the same level, dragon elemental magic is more lethal than other elemental magic. However, dragons rarely cross the spirit rank, and once two dragons reach the spirit rank, they develop a competitive spirit, much like the ancient proverb on their home planet Earth: two tigers cannot share one mountain. Most of the time, it's the norm for an entire era to lack a single spirit-ranked dragon. Even so, in the era of wilderness dragons, to prevent their nation's resources from being plundered by near spirit-ranked dragons, a nation often needs to deploy more than one spirit-rank warrior to contend with them. Because the spirit rank signifies understanding the laws and being able to use spirit-rank magic, it doesn't mean that such magic can tear apart and kill a near spirit-ranked dragon. They possess thick scales as natural armor, wings capable of whipping up hurricane-like force, and sharp claws. They can fly and wield elemental power, thus possessing natural strength. Like the strongest ant, although it can lift something heavier than itself, it cannot lift anything beyond its limits. In arena combat, even boxers are judged by weight class. A dragon's size and weight are a given. Even if you surpass it in technique, magical application, and understanding of laws, killing it is still extremely difficult. Of course, in the world of magic, the advantages of a dragon's size and physique don't necessarily allow for instant kills across levels, but it's quite normal for a spirit-ranked dragon to struggle against a near spirit-ranked dragon on the Dust Sand continent. Precisely because spirit-ranked dragons are rare, and when two appear, they inevitably vie for dominance. When a spirit-ranked dragon dies of natural causes, The immense energy it possesses, and the power of laws it comprehended creates unusual phenomena at the site of its demise. The Far East Dragon Tomb is a rare find on the Dust Sand continent, the final resting place of a spirit-ranked dragon. It is said that this dragon died in its former lair, but the closer one gets to its death, the greater the chance of encountering deadly dangers. The strange species and vegetation in this wasteland, when processed into medicine, can make people stronger and more powerful. Some are even said to have broken through to the highest rank and entered the ultimate rank. Then why is it said that humans, by their own strength, can only reach the level equivalent to a high-ranking magic warrior or archmage? Shinru asked, puzzled. That's because those who broke through paid the price with their lives. The shopkeeper helplessly spread one hand. That human who broke through only lived for less than 3 years after the breakthrough. The dragon buried here is said to be the first wild dragon on the Dust Sand continent to transform into a human dragon race. The evidence is that while the cave where the dragon was finally buried might be large enough to accommodate a dragon, the entrance is too large for a dragon to enter. It is very likely that the dragon transformed into a human dragon form, entered the cave, and died inside. Dragons are fond of treasures, so it's said that the Far Eastern Dragon Tomb contains mountains of riches. That's just a legend. Who knows the truth? The shopkeeper sighed. Many adventurers have died on the way, and over time, no one has become interested in that cave anymore. After all, wealth is tempting, but you need to be alive to enjoy it. Then where can you gather the herbs that can prolong life? Shinruo was very curious. If no one could enter the cave where the dragon perished, what did it mean that the herbs came from the Far Eastern Dragon Tomb? That's outside the cave, inside the Dragon Tomb sinkhole. Shinruo understood. This probably referred to a type of terrain similar to lava caves on their home planet Earth. Only the lava caves on the Dust Sand continent were likely not the karst formations of Earth. After informing Shinruo of the life-extending herbs, the shopkeeper thoughtfully added, actually, calling it a life-extending herb isn't entirely accurate. Shinruo was taken aback. Why? The shopkeeper thought for a moment, and explained in detail, that's because this herb only extends the lifespan of humans, and not by much. However, it's exceptionally effective for humans with Eastern human blood. In other words, for other races, and even for humans themselves, it's somewhat of a useless herb, not worth the great risk. Also, the side effects of the power-enhancing drugs here are weakened for those with Eastern human blood. The stronger the Eastern human bloodline, the fewer the side effects of the power-enhancing drugs. Scholars believe this might be due to the fact that historically, Eastern humans consumed poisonous substances. This is also the legendary birthplace of ancient Eastern humans, so perhaps this side effect isn't necessarily caused by the dragon, but rather is inherent to the local plants. The Eastern humans simply have a greater resistance to this poison. As for becoming stronger, that's simply because the energy from the dragon's death affected this area. That's why this place attracts many humans with Eastern blood flowing through their veins. You came here for that reason, didn't you? It was a beautiful misunderstanding. But Shinruo had no intention of proving to the shopkeeper that she had no such intention. Besides, just because it hadn't happened before didn't mean it wouldn't happen now or in the future. Shinong tasted hundreds of herbs. Could the buff that imprinted on his body, preventing his organs from aging and deteriorating for 8 years, offset the life-shortening side effects of the poisonous herbs here? Regardless, carrying some with him might help in future life-or-death crises requiring explosive power. He wondered how much it would cost to bring it to the Tower of Eternity for Yuki to study its safety. Furthermore, if he collected life-extending herbs and then consumed drugs that would shorten his lifespan but increase his strength, would their effects cancel each other out? Shinruo's mind was already filled with many thoughts. The tasks he had to accomplish suddenly seemed much greater. It seems this trip will definitely be worthwhile. Shinruo politely thanked the innkeeper, and was about to leave when the innkeeper called out to him again. Did you come alone, or with companions? Or do you have a group? I came alone. Shinruo had no intention of deceiving the innkeeper. After all, he had entered the city alone, and checked into the inn himself. If someone wanted to, his whereabouts in the city wouldn't be a secret. If you want to gather herbs for longevity, I suggest you hire a reputable team of wilderness hunters from our city, otherwise. The shopkeeper kindly advised the young man. After all, he didn't look like someone suited for the wilderness, he seemed more like a pampered nobleman, except humans don't have nobles. Probably the son of some wealthy merchant. The merchant's wife must be a beautiful Eastern human. The shopkeeper thought, but if that were the case, why would a wealthy merchant let his son come to such a desolate borderland alone? Shouldn't they have hired a team from somewhere like the Tower of Ion to help their son obtain the necessary herbs? Or perhaps they could have just bought them, even though it would have cost more. How could they have let such a frail young man run off on his own? While the shopkeeper was puzzled, Shinrua had already left the shop where they had been talking. It was getting dark, and he decided to return to the inn for dinner and sleep, so he could head directly to the eastern wilderness the next morning. Shinrua encountered the group of wilderness hunters again not far from the inn. Their leader had his arm around the shoulder of the dark-eyed Sack, who still looked grim. As they passed Shinrua, one of the wilderness hunters whistled and then turned around. "Hey, you don't look like someone who lives in the wilderness. Look at your pale face and thin frame. Are you perhaps a woman in disguise?" Shinrua ignored the provocation and continued walking towards the inn. He knew his appearance very well. While not rugged, he wasn't effeminate either. Besides, even if he really did look like a woman, would a person take a dog's bark as human speech? If he showed even the slightest hesitation, he'd lose. "Boss, he's a bit arrogant," another wilderness hunter said to their leader. "I think so too," said the wilderness hunter responsible for provoking Shinrua, completely oblivious to the fact that he was the one who started the trouble. "Let's teach him a lesson, boss, or you two go have a drink first." The leader frowned as he listened to the two hunters back and forth, but this was the rule of the wilderness hunters. He had protected Sack this way before, and if he chose to stop them now, he would have to accept the tradition of the hunters deciding whether or not to possess Sack based on strength. Yes, if he chose to stop these two hunters now, the pretext must be that he had taken a liking to a new human, then Sack would no longer be his exclusive possession. Therefore, as a member of the wilderness hunters, Sack would have to duel with other hunters who coveted him. Anyone who wanted Sack only needed to defeat him. Although Sack's combat prowess was considerable, if these wilderness hunters took turns challenging him to duels, the situation would become uncontrollable. Fine, one was Sack, with whom he had already spent a considerable amount of time, and the other was an unfamiliar Eastern human. The leader ultimately decided to tacitly allow his two subordinates to cause trouble for Shinrua. Chapter 217. "Hey!" A wilderness hunter grabbed Shinrua's shoulder. Shinrua had actually heard their entire conversation. Sure enough, the hunter called out to her just before she reached the inn. And this time, he completely blocked her path. "Get out of the way," Shinrua said. "Take care of the guards. Every town has a town guard. This small town probably doesn't have many guards, but Shinrua saw two when she entered, so there must be some kind of organization." Ha ha ha. The wilderness hunter seemed to have heard a joke. "Guards, outsider, do you know the rules here?" "No, I'm waiting for you to tell me," Shinrua said. "In this town, as long as humans don't use crystal weapons, the guards won't interfere." The wilderness hunter laughed. "Might makes right. I thought it was some kind of rule." Shinrua breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed her dinner wouldn't be a problem. "You? Ah!" The wilderness hunter let out a scream. Shinrua's hand had somehow reached for his shoulder, but it wasn't a throw. His fingers pried open the other's hand gripping his shoulder, making it look like he was about to interlock his fingers, although the feeling of interlocking fingers in that position seemed a bit odd. Because the movement seemed to lack any point of leverage and posed no threat, the wilderness hunter was completely unprepared. But just as Shinrua's fingers fully locked on, the wilderness hunter suddenly felt a piercing pain. Then, Shinrua twisted his wrist, pulled his hand away, and slammed his shoulder into the wilderness hunter, sending him crashing to the ground from the force of his inner energy. Who are you?" another wilderness hunter asked in terror, looking at his companion, who was clutching his hand in pain. Although their ranks in the wilderness hunter team were determined by strength, even the leader wouldn't act rashly under such circumstances. Because they weren't alone in their troublemaking, and the leader wasn't far away. Then why was this person doing this? The remaining wilderness hunter had also come to his senses. Although they had underestimated the black-eyed human before them, he couldn't possibly be stronger than the leader. This must be a bluff, a show of force. Because they had been careless, unprepared, and had rashly made physical contact with him, completely unsuspecting, this had resulted in this outcome. Then this person used a move that caught the high-ranking wilderness hunter off guard, eliciting his companion's scream, thereby intimidating him. This was deliberately done in front of him, making it seem like he didn't take them seriously, a truly clever tactic. If they fought seriously, this person's muscular strength wouldn't be a match for theirs. After calming down, the still-standing wilderness hunter slowly drew a curved knife. Even though they had initiated the undue provocation against Shinrua, Shinrua didn't understand the wilderness hunter's action of drawing his knife. In the wilderness hunter's eyes, he was an outsider. Someone like Shinrua, daring to come here alone, was probably carrying crystal weapons in the wilderness hunter's estimation. The wilderness hunter drawing his knife was a test, a provocation, and an attempt to entice him to break the rules. The leader of the wilderness hunters hadn't gone far. After his two subordinates caused trouble for Shinrua, he couldn't help but slow his pace. Hearing the scream, Sack immediately turned around, only to find that the scream wasn't coming from the black-eyed human. "Leader. Something's not right, isn't it?" Sack said, and the leader also turned around, then realized the scene was indeed unexpected. "Go drag Rice back and find him a healer," the leader said in a deep voice. The wilderness hunter lying on the ground, whose hand Shinrua had seemingly crippled, was named Rice. He was dragged away from the battlefield. Shinrua didn't stop him. The hunter, wielding a scimitar, looked ready to pounce. "Del, put down your knife. You're no match for him," the leader suddenly spoke. Actually, interrupting the duel at this moment was neither in accordance with the town's rules nor the wilderness hunter's rules. So Del didn't listen to him. He too had the pride unique to wilderness hunters. "Let Del go." The leader suddenly turned to Shinrua and said, "Spare his life." "He didn't want to live," Shinrua said. "What's the point? I haven't killed anyone." Shinrua finished speaking looking uninterested, as if he wanted to walk past the wilderness hunter and return to the inn. As he said, he hadn't killed anyone. "Haha, leader, listen to this. If I surrender now, I'd be his dog." As Del said this, Shinrua was still wondering, do dogs exist on the Dust Sand continent? It seems there are similar creatures, but they're not dogs, are they? Shinrua actually had the mind to think about the effects of the law of language at a time like this. It seemed to be working in the way he could most easily understand, which meant that his thoughts also participated in the process of the law of language taking effect. The chief fell silent at Del's words. The rules of this small town were different from elsewhere. Here, only unspoken rules existed, not governed by law. In a situation like this, where Rice and Del provoked each other in the street, then fought, and Del even drew his knife, according to the rules of the wilderness hunters, if Shinrua won, or if Del laid down his weapon at that moment, it meant Del would become like Shinrua's slave. His status might even be lower than a slave's. Shinrua was an outsider, and clearly didn't understand these rules, but in Del's view, from the moment he provoked Rice, the outcome was already related to his dignity. Moreover, their team was the strongest among the wilderness hunters. These hunters who often drank together all possessed high-level strength without the aid of crystal weapons, including Sack. Although Sack was the weakest among them, he had indeed reached a high level. Furthermore, because Sack's Eastern human bloodline was purer, the medicinal herbs he could gather here would be more beneficial to him. So, several wilderness hunters, envious of Sack and spouting nonsense, or because if he continued to rely on the power of drugs, Sack might very well surpass them. But of course, simply using drugs isn't enough. One also needs to train their own strength. The drugs only enhance their effects. It's like a dragon's potential is very high, but if a dragon isn't trained during its infancy, and just relies on others for everything, its strength is only naturally high. Currently, the strongest human on the continent has reached the peak of the high level without the aid of crystal weapons. This was why Del dared to draw his sword. Although Shinrua seemed completely unfazed, even if he truly was a peak-level expert, Del didn't see the need to beg for mercy. Especially since the other claimed he had never killed anyone. This was incomparable to the life-or-death struggles of wilderness hunters like them. Del had already sprung into action after saying that, his body already at its peak of arousal, with such full force, like a fully drawn bow. Could that kid maintain his nonchalant demeanor when he took his head? Decapitation. These were Del's last thoughts. "I'm sorry," Shinrua said to the leader. No one saw how Shinrua made his move. Del didn't even shed a drop of blood. But Del fell to the ground without a cry of pain. After a while, Sack walked over, knelt down, checked Del's breath, and shook his head at the leader. "Never mind, bury him." The leader took out the communication crystal and said a few words, then said to Shinrua, "Can we talk?" Shinrua looked at the fallen Del, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Just as he himself had said, he had never killed anyone. He wasn't a native of the Dust Sand continent, and even among the natives of the Dust Sand continent, customs varied from region to region. From the perspective of his home planet Earth's culture, Shinrua didn't quite understand Del's behavior. The other's killing intent was real and almost tangible. Although Shinrua had never killed anyone on his home planet Earth, where everything could be experienced virtually for training, he had also trained repeatedly in simulators. Although it wouldn't cause real harm. As for actual combat, his battles with wild animals on the island and his fights after arriving on the Dust Sand continent had given Shinrua enough to understand that feeling. Especially the demons, who showed him no mercy. The most oppressive battle was the one with Junja by the pool. What gave him a strong sense of crisis was the probing from Long Wei's father. The most dangerous, the closest he came to death, was in the ruins of ancient Tronisha. After all, he faced a powerful evil will, and its controlled legion of the dead. A moment's hesitation could have meant death. Moreover, he suffered a serious injury that time. If it weren't for being on the Dust Sand continent, and if Sains and another healer, Shuzha, hadn't been there, he would have suffered lasting damage. Therefore, Shenrua's senses were much sharper than when he left the island. This kind of sense could only be honed in life or death combat, so he sensed that Del truly intended to kill him, and was using all his strength. In this situation, Shenrua respected the other party's choice, even though none of the books he had read and studied on the island contained any content about life or death situations in such circumstances. Although he still retained values from his home planet Earth, Shenrua believed that at that moment, offering the most suitable solution to the opponent's attack was the greatest form of respect. Life or death was irrelevant. Others couldn't clearly see Shenrua's movement, but he was actually simply using his body's instinct to step aside and strike with a finger infused with true energy towards a point that could incapacitate his opponent with a single blow. This single finger strike wasn't without hope. For example, Shenrua had once struck Junji in the same way. His strike wasn't as focused as that previous one, but Junji only experienced numbness on one side of his body, rendering him unable to move. This was because Junji never neglected his body's defense. Almost instantly upon Shenrua's contact, he instinctively created magical armor, simultaneously entering a state of extreme defense. However, Del wasn't Junji, he didn't possess that ability. Furthermore, although Shenrua had engaged in various battles with different races since arriving on the Dust Sand continent, he had fought the fewest against humans, yet was most familiar with their anatomy. Not only was he human himself, but in the simulation system on the isolated island, humans were also his most common opponents. Because of this familiarity, his attack was extremely precise. The opponent, having launched a full-scale attack, was wide open. True martial arts, especially ancient martial arts, are about efficient killing techniques. The fastest way to eliminate the threat is naturally to strike vital points. The true energy infused in Shenrua's finger strike was enough to shatter the bones at the point of contact, rupturing the meridians and arteries beneath the skin. When the people preparing Del's body arrived, Shenrua was still standing there, offering no reply to the leader, seemingly lost in thought. The leader realized that this powerful figure before him appeared to be truly killing for the first time. "I'd like to talk to you, is that alright?" the leader said, walking up to Shenrua after their initial conversation. "I'm going to have dinner," Shenrua said. "Then I pay for this meal. My name is Yolos, and this is my partner, Sak." The leader only introduced himself in Sak, then gestured twice to the other onlookers, who then dispersed, as if the battle had never occurred. Rice, drenched in cold sweat from the pain, was also taken away. Chapter 218. Shenrua walked into the inn without giving a clear answer. The chief showed no sign of giving up, he seemed to know the innkeeper, and after greeting the restaurant staff, he and Sak sat down opposite Shenrua. Shenrua was momentarily confused. "I think you're confused for two reasons," Chief Yolo said, unperturbed by Shenrua's coldness. In this small town, human strength without using crystal weapons was highly valued. Shenrua had already demonstrated considerable power, even defeating a high-ranking enemy wielding a scimitar with his bare hands in a matter of seconds. Even though his team was previously the strongest in the town, the chief didn't believe they could easily defeat this human. Unless crystal weapons were used. That wouldn't be in accordance with the town's established rules, and besides, he didn't want to deal with Shenrua. Creating such an opponent was something only Del would do. Yoral explained to Shenrua, "While it's surprising you haven't killed anyone before, your behavior just now certainly suggested it was your first time doing something like this. That's the first reason you're confused. The second reason is why I seemed indifferent, even though I was so eager to save his life. To be honest, it's related to the customs of the wilderness hunters in this region." At that moment, the waiter brought out the appetizing-looking dishes. Seeing that Shenrua didn't intend to eat, the chief picked up a piece of each dish and gave it to Sak, who ate it. This was to show Shenrua that there was nothing wrong with the food. "Your actions remind me of." However, the Dust Sand continent didn't have the idiom to hide something obvious, so Shenrua only got halfway through her sentence before realizing that this kind of proverb, which required a story to accompany it, wasn't suitable for communication. So she changed her phrase to, trying to cover up the truth. "You misunderstood the leader," Sak said at this moment. "He's just naturally drawn to black-eyed humans, because the person who raised him was one." Shenrua was taken aback. He heard these past few days that Sak was the leader's lover, but it turned out he wasn't. "They do think we're in that kind of relationship," Sak said unhappily. "But actually no. The leader is just using this relationship to prevent me from being touched or injured in a duel." He spoke reluctantly, but it felt very real. And that person? Shinruo couldn't help but ask. I heard he's been gone for a long time, Sak said to Shinruo. I put the note in your room. If I'd known you were so powerful, I wouldn't have bothered. Sak turned his head away as he said this. Let's not dwell on the past. What's your name? The leader asked Shinruo. You can call me Black Eyes. Shinruo didn't intend to reveal his real name. This place was remote, and no powerful spirit-level experts came here to stir up trouble. Although the people here easily obtained information from the outside world, few outsiders were interested in the people and events happening here. This was also why Shinruo abandoned his usual cautious approach and directly displayed his strength. Furthermore, he was currently wearing a wig. While black eyes were rare, Sak's existence showed that rarity didn't mean non-existence. This is why Shinruo was bolder in dealing with the wilderness hunters who challenged him. Black Eyes? This name sounded like a pseudonym. Of course, black pupils were a distinguishing feature, but the leader couldn't help but glance at Sak. Wouldn't Shinruo's name be misleading? Sak also had black eyes. Strength is paramount, isn't it? Shinruo reminded the leader Yolos. In the end, Shinruo not only didn't touch the food in front of him, but also decided to change inns for the night. Yolos was also puzzled. How could this self-proclaimed Black Eyes be both high-profile and cautious? Actually, Yolos seemed quite sincere to Shinruo, because he explained the internal and external rules of the wilderness hunters in this area, as well as the rules of the town. He even talked a lot about the known dangers near the Far East Dragon Tomb, experiences gained by wilderness hunters risking their lives. Due to its remoteness, this town was essentially a no-man's land. It belongs to the Plant Spirit Clan nation, but the wilderness outside the town is very unfriendly to the plant spirits. This town wasn't originally founded by the plant spirits, but rather by descendants of the eastern humans on the foundations of ancient ruins. To the west of the town lies the region Shinruo had passed through, where there are many plants that can be used for medicine. The Plant Spirit Clan nation doesn't want to relinquish those areas as part of its territory. To the east of the town lies the wilderness, which the plant spirits dislike. However, continuing eastward from the wilderness into the Dragon Tomb area, the situation changes again. The area near the Dragon Tomb also has many medicinal materials, but it's also very dangerous. The Plant Spirit Clan's healers either don't venture near the Far East Dragon Tomb to gather herbs, or they send experts of the highest rank or above with their gathering teams. Because of the characteristics the shopkeeper had described to Shinruo, the types of herbs here actually don't meet the Plant Spirit Clan's needs very often, so they don't come frequently. The town's defense force is composed of human warriors funded by the Human Merchant Guild Alliance, as well as mobile forces from the nearest town. The strongest member of the nearest town's defense force is a Plant Spirit Clan member of the Near Spirit rank. If something unmanageable happens in this town, they can request help through the communication crystal, and the Plant Spirit Clan there will send a mixed guard to reinforce the town. Therefore, in this town, the rules for wilderness hunters are essentially the rules of this town, not the rules for the merchants, who are warrior hunters. They operate according to the laws of the Plant Spirit Clan's nation. However, even if these merchants don't completely abide by the trade laws, most of the time, as long as they deem the customer someone they can afford to offend, they find ways to let such illegal behavior go unpunished. Of course, if the customer discovers the trickery and insists, there's a chance they might recover some of their losses. Therefore, those who come to the city are not exactly benevolent, highly skilled individuals are few, but there are quite a few desperate criminals, wilderness hunters, and unscrupulous merchants. Among them, wilderness hunters of Eastern descent are the main permanent residents of this town. These wilderness hunters, who spend half their time living on the edge of the Far Eastern Dragon Tomb, place great emphasis on raw strength without the aid of crystal weapons, because they firmly believe that through such combat and honing their skills, they can achieve breakthroughs to higher levels of power. This tradition initially arose from the need for universal conscription, as people of Eastern descent face far greater hardships than other human races in the past. However, with the passage of time and various uncontrollable factors, few people here still retain the dominant characteristics of Eastern races, and the way of the wilderness hunters has evolved towards savagery. Due to harsh living conditions and a high risk of death, few of the good traditions of these people have survived, while bad habits have easily taken hold, resulting in most wilderness hunters today being highly aggressive. Furthermore, the number of women here is dwindling, leading to a severe gender imbalance. Therefore, a handsome man like Sak, if he loses in a wilderness hunter competition, faces an irreversible fate. Of course, there are some who enjoy it, finding it addictive. However, Sak doesn't share this interest. For him, it's a forced and torturous experience. That's why the chief protects Sak, claiming he's one of his own. Because resources are scarce, even the strongest wilderness hunter leader cannot protect two people simultaneously. This is the way the wilderness hunters operate. Unless he has the ability to defeat all the wilderness hunters who come in a tag team battle, the leader will not only fail to protect others, but will also get himself killed. Here, a wilderness hunter who loses his team has no good end. However, for those who are not wilderness hunters, finding a team is very simple. They only need to defeat one member of a team, or take their place. This is precisely what Yolos wanted to discuss with Shinruo. Their team was about to depart for the far eastern dragon tomb in search of longevity herbs. Although the team members joked that their leader was doing it for Sak, everyone there actually needed those herbs. Sak's eastern human bloodline was simply purer, thus yielding higher profits. They had been preparing for some time to enter the area where they could collect the herbs, but now, Rice and Del had suddenly caused trouble, trying to cause trouble for Shinruo, resulting in one of them being killed and another wounded. The team had suddenly lost two high-level combatants, which made Yolos very uncertain about the trip. He hoped that Shinruo would accept their invitation to go to the far eastern dragon tomb with them, even offering to take his leader's position. Shinruo refused Yolos. The customs of the wilderness hunters were too barbaric. Shinruo had long been influenced by the values of his home planet Earth, and while he understood their way of doing things, he did not accept it. He also did not want to become a member of the wilderness hunters. Although Yolos confidently asserted that if any extraordinary figure were to emerge from the eastern human race to influence the continent, it would undoubtedly be born from their town, from among the wilderness hunters. However, Shinruo viewed this confidence as a belief born from the need for people long mired in hardship to sustain their current lives. If most wilderness hunters were humans, like Rice and Del, even if Shinruo himself had the ambition to achieve great things and become a victorious representative among the candidates for the god of the dust and sand realm, he couldn't rely on the wilderness hunters as his base. However, Shinruo's refusal clearly didn't sway Yolos' decision. When Shinruo changed hotels, he sent someone following him. Judging from the footsteps, it was probably Sak. There was only one follower. Shinruo came to this conclusion after walking for a while. Since it was only Sak, Shinruo didn't take it seriously. He first found a restaurant to eat at, then wandered around the city aimlessly. Shaking off was impossible, not because he lacked the ability, but because it wouldn't be difficult for the follower to find his whereabouts. The city wasn't big, and there were only so many hotels. Shinruo's pupils were still black. Unless Shinruo went to sleep in the wilderness, it was highly likely that Sak would find him soon enough. The opportunity to sleep in the wilderness wasn't something to cherish. Starting tomorrow, Shinruo would have to sleep in the wilderness every day. So Shinruo ignored it, and found a clean hotel to stay in. Shinruo's cautious demeanor wasn't actually due to a genuine fear of poison. When Yuki left the abyss, he left behind some antidotes. Later, after reading books on pharmaceuticals, Shinruo also bought some drugs to examine the finished products. He had antidotes and antidote solutions, though not all were available. In Earth terms, he bought broad-spectrum drugs. While they might not be effective against all poisons, the chances of these wilderness hunters needing to drug him on short notice and preparing rare medicines were slim. His cautious demeanor was merely to convince those who might be hostile or have ulterior motives that he lacked such means. Open play is only used when there's absolute dominance. Shinruo wasn't particularly worried about the wilderness hunter's raw strength. It was just that they outnumbered him, making open attacks easier to dodge than hidden ones. Chapter 219. Shinruo woke up and opened his door, unsurprisingly finding Sak outside. Sak had slept right outside his door last night. Shinruo had recognized his breathing. What was going on this time? Seeing Shinruo come out, Sak hurriedly greeted him. "Good morning, Lord Black Eyes." Shinruo didn't know what Sak wanted, but the other man was very polite, and even used honorifics. Shinruo suddenly felt that this Sak was much more difficult to deal with than the Sak he had with the wilderness hunters yesterday. "Is there something you need?" Shinruo asked in a low voice. Because of Sak's actions last night, Shinruo's sleep was very light. Although he usually remained alert in his sleep, his nerves were definitely more tense last night. "I've spoken with the chief, and I wish to become your disciple," Sak said to Shinruo. "But I have no intention of taking on disciples." Shinruo stepped downstairs. "I'm leaving now. You don't need to follow me anymore." "Then please let me start as a servant," Sak persisted. "I don't need one, and I don't like you," Shinruo said to Sak, then headed out towards the east of the city. Sak followed behind Shinruo, watching him trade a mount at the beast-taming trading area near the east gate of town. He quickly traded one himself, and continued to follow closely behind. Perhaps because Sak was the only one trailing, Shenrua didn't spur his horse to deliberately shake him off, but Sak, unsure of Shenrua's intentions, dared not relax his vigilance for a moment. "You need a guide," Sak said, approaching Shenrua as he took out a biological compass and map to check his location. "And why don't you like me? Why should I like you?" Shenrua was puzzled. From the moment he met these wilderness hunters, their behavior was far removed from the culture he could accept. Shenrua preferred simple and direct things. He had learned a bit about emotions and human relationships since arriving on the Dust Sand continent, but it was never his forte. "Lord Black Pupil, we are connected by blood, we both have black pupils. You know the history of our race, right? But in recent years, the relationships between many of our clansmen have not been close, so I know some secrets that only I know," Sak said sincerely. "You look too melancholy." Shenrua shook his head. "Or do you know what a pledge of allegiance is? Go kill your chieftain and bring him to me as a pledge of allegiance." Sak never expected that Shenrua's request would be for the chieftain's life. Didn't they say he never killed anyone before Del? The chief even said this guy seemed clean, so why is he asking me to take the chief's life? "See, you don't want to." Shenrua shook his head. "Don't follow me. No, you're making this request just to get rid of me." Sak looked at Shenrua. "You know I definitely won't." Sak was telling the truth. For Shenrua, he couldn't understand these wilderness hunters. Without understanding, he couldn't predict their actions. Therefore, Sak followed him. Even though he didn't take Sak seriously, Shenrua needed to spare some attention to be wary of him. Sak dared to follow him precisely because Shenrua hadn't killed anyone before killing Del. "Although I don't want to kill you, there are many ways to keep up with me." Shenrua shook her head. "You don't need to test my patience. A black-eyed king will appear in the Far East Dragon Tomb." Sak suddenly spoke. "My grandfather was a divinely ordained prophetic poet, and he never went to the Holy See. No one knows this prophetic poem except my family. Prophecies aren't always accurate." Shenrua looked at Sak. "Have you heard the prophetic poem of the 1,000 Desolate Plains?" Sak fell silent. He had clearly heard the famous prophetic poem. Because of the conflict between the Skyfox clan and the He clan, the 1,000-Year Pact, and the Skyfox clan's extraordinary beauty, they naturally garnered more attention on this continent. Unlike the wilderness hunters here, generation after generation, their stories circulated only within their own small territory, because no one cared whether they could write their own epic. That prophecy was only partially correct. The illustrious Millennium Ceremony failed. But what about the wise leader of the Celestial Fox clan? Does Gazurfa count? Shenrua looked at Sak. The gods only set the initial laws. On their wheel, they can calculate the probability of every event. They simply set the prophecy by constantly maximizing the probability. Before that, our family was the only Eastern human race that still retained the black-eyed trait. Sak said, "So my grandfather required me to visit the Far Eastern Dragon Tomb at least once I came of age. He even made it a family precept, requiring Sak to pass it down. Among their descendants, anyone with black eyes must be sent to the Far Eastern Dragon Tomb for an adventure." The divinely ordained poem related to the black pupils, sung by a human who inherited them, foreshadowed something obvious to Sak's grandfather. The black-eyed human who had once saved the chief was also related to Sak by blood, but that person had left no children, and Sak didn't want the chief to know their relationship. Looking at all the black-eyed people he knew who were related to him by blood, including himself, Sak always felt that his grandfather might be a false divinely ordained prophetic poet. Could his grandfather have fabricated that divinely ordained poem to give them a false hope, to ensure the continuation of their bloodline, and to force them to persevere in physical training despite their weaker bodies compared to other humans? But divinely ordained poems are related to gods, and even thinking like this was disrespectful. Until he met Shenrua. Shenrua only made one move, but that one move was enough for Sak to realize that there really was someone who could instantly kill other high-level humans. This person also possessed black pupils. Such strength, and it seemed they were heading to the Far East Dragon Tomb. This must be the king foretold in the prophecy, right? But why does the king seem like a lone wolf? Sak's handsome appearance always casts a shadow over his life. If he lived in a prosperous town, with parents having stable jobs, his appearance might not necessarily be a bad thing. But living in a small town bordering the wilderness, and with his eastern bloodline destined to cause his parents' health to decline with age, the children here learn to fight and kill from a young age. Even if he becomes a member of the wilderness hunters through his strength, he still can't escape trouble. Fortunately, the leader, Yolos, is willing to provide him with protection, but Yolos only spares him from substantial humiliation. Like when Shenrua first met them at dinner, the other wilderness hunters were already gossiping about him. After Shenrua killed Del, and then refused Yoloz's invitation, Sak didn't know what he was thinking. He hadn't truly figured out what he wanted, or what he would do if he followed Shinrua. But he knew one thing. This person hadn't killed anyone before Dell. This meant he was very well-mannered. Unless absolutely necessary, and the other party didn't preemptively attack him, this person probably wouldn't take action personally. He wanted Shinrua to take him as a disciple, but unsurprisingly, he was refused. A servant? The other party certainly wouldn't refuse a servant, Sak thought. Offering himself up wasn't out of the question, as long as the other party was willing to help him become stronger, or be willing to let him follow. Are you going to the Far East Dragon Tomb? Seeing you, I know that the king certainly doesn't belong to our family. Only someone like you can be worthy of such a title. Thinking this, Sak couldn't help but press Shinrua for an answer. First, I don't need to be king. Shinrua searched for flammable branches. Second, there's no need for empty flattery. If you just want to follow me to find the longevity-enhancing herbs, you might as well wait in the city. Sak did indeed want this. This was something he had come to realize while following Shinrua. After following Shinrua to the inn where they had stayed the previous night, the leader had messaged him, informing him that their investigation revealed Shinrua had spoken with the owner of the herbal medicine shop, and that Shinrua's destination also seemed to be the Far Eastern Dragon Tomb. The leader also explained that although they didn't know exactly what the outsider was going to the Far Eastern Dragon Tomb for, this person's strength made it more likely that he could approach the Far Eastern Dragon Tomb. Have you seen that medicinal herb before? Sak pressed. The last time this herb appeared was 30 years ago. I have the blueprints. Can you please stop following me? Shinrua, as he said, truly disliked Sak. He disliked Sak's gloomy expression, and he disliked this man's current obstinate and persistent behavior. But as Sak had predicted, he wouldn't kill Sak. Lord Black Pupil, no, unless you're willing to take me as your disciple or servant. Sak insisted. This isn't how you become a servant. Shinrua was rendered speechless. He had always had to handle everything himself. The term servant had been mentioned to him by many people since arriving on the Dust Sand continent, but they all treated him as a servant. As Long Wei's servant, as the servant of the King of Soldiers, she, as the servant of Junja. When he needed to use the aura of these figures to cover his own brilliance, he was willing to play that role or accept this misunderstanding, but he had no interest in having others serve him. What did I do wrong? Please teach me. Sak's expression was always gloomy, but he took advantage of Shinrua's attempt to get rid of him, even under the guise of gloom. Shinrua only knew how to handle interpersonal relationships, and for a moment, he was speechless. If Sak had spoken like this to a wild hunter far superior to him, and the other party felt as annoyed as Shinrua, they would have been killed instantly. However, Shinrua's upbringing didn't include the option of taking someone's life over a disagreement. Beating Sak up wouldn't solve the problem. Knocking him unconscious in the wilderness was tantamount to murder. Therefore, Sak was unilaterally emboldened. Shinrua pressed his temples, finally deciding to try a different approach. Servants don't make their masters do things. Shinrua recalled the literature summaries his AI assistant had read to him before bedtime on his home planet Earth, specifically the sections related to servants, and resolved to make Sak back down. Chapter 220. That's right, Sak said. So, if you were sincere, why didn't you take the lead and do the work while I was looking for things to start a fire? Shinrua questioned Sak. This time, it was Sak's turn to be stumped. He had followed Shinrua out, seething with anger, thinking that even as a servant, he would follow her to the Far Eastern Dragon Tomb. However, although he had been forced to practice martial arts since childhood and was often bullied, he had never actually been made to do those kinds of chores. The bullying he suffered was mostly when he couldn't beat someone, being forced to kneel and call them brother, or being humiliated with vulgar language like waiting to warm his bed when he grew up. His parents were also wilderness hunters. Wilderness hunters only cared about finding things in the wilderness to exchange for money. Their children were cared for by specialized wilderness hunters. Cared for really meant keeping a group of children together, having them eat at a fixed restaurant, and then having their meals taken back by their caretakers for the children to divide among themselves. His time was basically spent fighting, hunting, eating, drinking, and sleeping. This was the life of a wilderness hunter in a remote town. Servants were meant to serve and care for people. It was a term that only existed in the world of nobles. Shinrua had already rummaged through his memories and found many unreliable written textbooks on how to command servants, and had decided on his own usage. If you don't know how, then leave. If you do, start a fire for me now. I want fresh roasted meat, and preferably some vegetables too, otherwise my nutrition won't be balanced. In this wilderness, achieving a balanced diet of fresh meat and vegetables was truly difficult. Shinrua had actually brought enough food and water, he only brought it to persuade Sack to give up. Furthermore, he felt confident in his abilities, and didn't employ any of the most outdated and futile practices. For example, he wouldn't suggest finding a basin of water, and kneeling to hold it above his head for him to wash his hands. After saying this, Shinrua actually stopped what he was doing, took a reclining chair from his space gym, placed it on the wilderness, and laid down to look at the sky. Sack, who carried some wilderness gear, set up a curtain to shield Shinrua from the wind, and then used his own tools to start a fire. Sack then left. Shinrua listened to his footsteps recede into the distance, and closed his eyes. About an hour later, Sack's footsteps approached again. Shinrua didn't open his eyes, letting him do as he pleased. The only water source in this wilderness was the far eastern dragon tomb, so the most abundant item stored in a wilderness hunter storage gem was water. As per Shinrua's request, consuming fresh ingredients required a large amount of precious water each time. Sack diligently washed the ingredients, though he didn't know how to cook. If the food in front of him turned out badly, going back to hunting and gathering was a minor matter, but washing the ingredients would waste a lot of water. Shinrua had gotten up from the recliner at some point. "I only demonstrate once," Shinrua said to Sack. It wasn't that he didn't intend to make things difficult for Sack, but in the wilderness, wasting fresh ingredients was unforgivable in Shinrua's eyes. 2 pieces of bone and some wild vegetables were thrown into the pot, and the remaining meat was sliced off and roasted. The aroma quickly filled the air. Shinrua directed Sack to add seasonings, and turn the roasted meat, then brought a bowl to serve soup. Sack placed the soup in front of Shinrua and asked, "Am I now your servant?" "You're not." Shinrua didn't acknowledge this. "Right now, you're the one doing things for me, not the other way around." "I know." Sack didn't back down. "Lord Black Pupil, the leader should have already set off for the Far East Dragon Tomb. You stay away from me tonight." Shinrua answered irrelevantly. "How far?" Sack cautiously pressed. 100 meters away. Shinrua replied coldly. In the days that followed, Sack relentlessly followed Shinrua. His cooking skills were mediocre. Shinrua initially wanted to turn a blind eye, but considering it was his own appetite, he couldn't help but remind Sack a few times. These reminders, in Sack's eyes, became a sign that Shinrua would eventually accept him as a disciple. He still only dared to address Shinrua as Lord Black Eyes. Knowing that Shinrua had no intention of traveling with the wilderness hunters, Sack specifically used the communication crystal to inform the leader not to overlap with their route. Shinrua didn't encounter any of the wilderness hunters from Sack's previous team along the way. Before entering the radiation zone of the Far Eastern Dragon Tomb, supplies and vegetation were scarce in the wilderness, making it difficult for Sack to find wild vegetables. Moreover, his water was running out quickly. "Lord Black Eyes, although I really wanted to offer you fresh ingredients today, my water is finished." That day, Sack hesitated for a moment before finally speaking to Shinrua. "Give me all your storage gems and storage ornaments," Shinrua said. Sack hesitated for a moment, but did as he was told. He had run out of water. If this black-eyed one left him to fend for himself, or made him follow without providing water, his situation would be dire. Of course he wouldn't die. He could still hunt some edible animals in the wilderness, and their blood could serve as water. If all else failed, the chieftain could come and fetch him. But that would mean admitting defeat. He would be driven away by Lord Black-Eyed. His pent-up anger would become a joke. Fortunately, after checking all of Sack's storage gems and ornaments, Shinrua simply said to Sack, "From today onwards, eat dry rations." He then tossed a water jug to Sack. Thank you, Lord Black-Eyed." Sack's face lit up with surprise. The gloomy expression on his face was finally gone. "How far is it to the outer perimeter of the Far Eastern Dragon Tomb?" Shinrua was too lazy to look at a map. He'd been having Sack lead the way these past few days, only checking the map at dusk. Sack was indeed an excellent wilderness hunter in this area. He could lead Shinrua in the right direction even without a map. "About 2 more days." Sack answered every question. Seeing Shinrua had already reclined in his chair, he continued to find topics to discuss. Among the wilderness hunters, Sack wasn't talkative. The unfriendly atmosphere within the group made him uninterested in speaking. If he spoke to another wilderness hunter, they might take advantage of the situation and push their luck. He had developed a quiet personality, but if Sack didn't speak, the black-eyed lord before him would be even less likely to say anything, except for asking for directions. Seeing Shinrua's skill, Sack understood that if he could reach the highest level, he would no longer be used as the subject of dirty jokes. Even just for the sake of venting, Sack felt disgusted. The moment Shinrua made a move, Sack knew this person wasn't just a high-level expert. The other party must have some method to break through the limits of humanity, and was also a human with black eyes like himself. Besides the leader's group, there are 2 other groups of wilderness hunters wanting to enter the area influenced by the Far East Dragon Tomb this season. One of them, while ranked below the leader's group in strength, has a notorious reputation, Sak explained to Shinruo. The leader knows you don't want to encounter wilderness hunters, and has slowed down his pace, but the other 2 groups set off before us, and should already be on the outskirts of the Far East Dragon Tomb. If we go any further, we likely encounter them. Shinruo closed his eyes to rest, unsure if he had heard Sak's words. Sak had no choice but to stop his explanation and tiptoe 100 meters away. Since Sak learned to maintain a safe distance, Shinruo's sleep was no longer affected, and he no longer found Sak so offensive. However, Sak's habitually gloomy expression still reminded Shinruo that they weren't people he could be friends with. As for the servants, the guide, well, let him be, Shinruo thought. The following evening, Sak pointed to the area to the east where a landscape different from the wilderness began to appear and said, "That's the outer edge of the far eastern Dragon Tomb." Shinruo didn't say much. He dismounted and, as usual, unfolded his recliner. "Actually, I know that once we return to the hunter's town, I won't be able to follow you anymore. So, if I want to become your disciple or stay by your side, this time is my last chance." Sak, used to Shinruo's silence, continued speaking while taking out some dry rations. "You understand that, don't you?" Shinruo responded this time. "That's because the wilderness offers a wide field of vision. Even if I wanted to follow you, you still deviate from your route to the Far East Dragon Tomb, even if you manage to shake me off temporarily. As long as you're heading to the Far East Dragon Tomb, I eventually catch up with you. So, instead of wasting time and energy trying to shake me off, it's better for you to just let me go and see what my purpose is." "But my purpose has always been the same as I said." "I'm afraid I can't help you," Shinruo suddenly said. "Our cultivation methods are different. It's already too late for you to start practicing my martial arts now. Life is short, don't waste time." "No," Sak said. "I won't waste it." After saying that, Sak quietly stood up again and went to rest 100 meters away as Shinruo had requested. Shinruo watched Sak's retreating figure, lost in thought. Everyone in this world is not allowed to choose their birth and upbringing, including Shinruo himself. But the choices made after adulthood are always influenced by the personality formed during those times, beyond one's control. Shinruo's past cannot be judged as good or bad, because the island did not lack anything materially, and the training programs were all packaged in a way that could arouse interest and immerse people. However, even though she could see the world in a virtual setting, she still wanted to go to places she had never been before. Even the largest isolated island is still just an island uninhabited most of the time. The wilderness hunters here are also trapped on their own island, except this island is overcrowded with limited resources, forcing them to compete for them. "Good morning, Lord Black Eyes." Early the next morning, Sak greeted Shinruo, who was storing her belongings into her storage gym. Shinruo didn't say much, moved the stone weighing down the knotted rope, and mounted her mount. Today, they would be entering the outer perimeter of the Far Eastern Dragon Tomb. Centered on the Far Eastern Dragon Tomb, colorful vegetation stretched outwards. The vegetation on the outer perimeter was relatively sparse, but compared to the wilderness, it was quite lush. Shinruo had originally planned to come alone, so she could study the encyclopedia of vegetation, but Sak's presence beside her was inconvenient. "From now on, I want you to maintain a distance of 100 meters from me at all times," Shinruo said to Sak. "Beasts can suddenly appear here." "All right, Lord Black Eyes." Actually, Sak wanted to say that it was a bit presumptuous for a wilderness hunter to travel alone. He could certainly continue walking alongside Shinruo, but after spending these past few days together, he knew that doing so would only take him further away from his goal. Shinruo dismounted, found a place to secure the rope holding the mount, and placed some food on a rock for it. But then he heard Sak say, "Lord Black Eyes, this is useless. The beasts will eat it. We usually release them back into the wild after we arrive here, and then we walk back." Sak had already dismounted his own mount by this time. He whispered something in his horse's ear, then patted its rump, and the mount indeed rode off into the wilderness. Seeing this, Shinruo followed suit and released his mount. Sak, witnessing this, suddenly thought of a way to avoid being chased 100 meters away. "Lord Black Eyes, I can now keep my distance, but could you, for the sake of my efforts these past few days, let me know why I can't stay here and act alongside you?" As he spoke, he desperately recalled all the grievances he had suffered since childhood, finally filling his beautiful eyes with tears. Sak, a wilderness hunter trained from childhood, and taught not to shed tears in the wilderness, had probably never cried since he'd learned to fight. He gleaned a clue from Shinruo's act of releasing his mount. The other wasn't a wilderness hunter. In the world of wilderness hunters, life and death were insignificant, tears were impossible, and compassion was limited. Just like the leader, despite his extraordinary obsession with black pupils, his compassion was confined to the rules of the wilderness hunters. He wouldn't stop any actions that went beyond the rules, even if the other hunters in his group were to harm an innocent, black-eyed passerby. But this black-eyed human before him probably possessed some form of compassion, the extent of which was unknown, but it was worth the gamble. Chapter 221. Your presence around me will only hinder my research into the flora and fauna here, Shinruo explained to Sak. How could that be? Sak felt he finally had a chance to prove himself. We wilderness hunters must be familiar with the plants and animals of this area, which are edible, which are inedible, which have medicinal properties, and their side effects. This is essential knowledge. Sak volunteered, the only problem being that the tears he had painstakingly prepared seemed to be fading. Alright, then you can give me a presentation. Since Shinruo had already had Sak follow him for so many days, if he could act as an encyclopedia, Shinruo wouldn't mind. Shinruo took out the specimen bottles he had specially purchased. If he encountered any plants that particularly interested him, he planned to collect some specimens to take home. This is called a purple leaf berry, and you can't eat it. Sak dutifully pointed to a beautiful purple plant in front of him and said to Shinruo, but it can be used in medicine. After being refined with magic, it can become a medicine that enhances the strength of our human bones. However, the side effect is that it will cause bone spurs to grow in our bodies, causing pain. Bone spurs? Shinruo repeated. Was this the ancient medical term he recognized? Thousands of years ago, when human medicine was not as advanced, people called the protrusions that felt different from healthy bone caused by bone repair and hyperplasia bone spurs. Actually, bone spurs aren't sharp. The reason they were called that was because people's understanding of them was incomplete. Because their existence caused pain, they gave them that name. This thing is still the culprit behind lumbar disc herniation. Yeah, bone spurs, I have them too, feel them. Seeing that Shinruo didn't say anything or show any anger, Sak boldly grabbed Shinruo's hand and placed it on his joint with the bone spurs. Shinruo indeed felt the abnormal sensation in Sak's bones. Since medical technology on their home planet Earth had later solved the problem of bone spurs, the tactile sensation of this abnormal skeletal condition was outside Shinruo's training. Touching the problem in Sak's bones now gave Shinruo a real sense of time travel. But maybe not? Perhaps when he left the island, he would find that the world wasn't as projected in the island's houses. Crossing the ocean and crossing the world might not be that different. Shinruo calmly withdrew his hand from Sak's. It's possible to study human skeletal diseases, but not in this way. The side effect of strong bones is bone hyperplasia, which makes sense. Shinruo felt that medicinal herbs, like those on the Dust Sand continent, were actually quite beneficial to the humans there. Because in ancient times on their home planet Earth, medications used to treat osteoporosis could induce hyperplasia, the increased bone strength here is likely far beyond what those osteoporosis treatments could achieve. However, this also helped Shinruo understand why the culture of the revenant hunters was so difficult for him to accept. Before humans on their home planet Earth developed medicine that could truly solve a wide range of diseases, they had been searching for ways to alleviate pain. Pain, as a physical sensation, is very important to humans, but hidden pain can also be extremely tormenting. Over time, even gentle people can become irritable. In this long process, humanity has continuously created addictive drugs that cause social problems, but the initial purpose was always to find painkillers. To better cultivate, Shinruo also underwent pain simulations, experiencing various types of pain through neural stimulation to ensure his body knew the optimal level of harm to bear in the face of danger. This is why he could endure the pain inflicted when the mark appeared on the quest item. While chronic pain increases his pain threshold, it also decreases his tolerance. Shinruo only possesses one fragment of the Heavenly Fox Jade, while the Heavenly Fox Jade itself is the quest item. Similarly, he possesses the Star Spirit Balance and the Dark Star Disc, but the complete Star Spirit Balance requires the addition of the Light Star Disc. Therefore, the persistent pain he has been experiencing recently has intensified. Since he has already obtained an incomplete form, the pain is still within a tolerable range. However, the wilderness humans here likely consume more than one type of herb to strengthen themselves, resulting in short lifespans and constant suffering from pain. Thinking this, Shinruo continued walking forward without a word, and Sak quickly followed, continuing his explanation. The adorable lop-eared rabbit is actually quite ferocious. It's not carnivorous, but it can deliver powerful flying kicks and then quickly escape. The enormous ant-like creatures are carnivorous and ruthless. They lack intelligence and can fly. Watching Shinrua use a fire elemental spray gun to eliminate the ant-like creatures before him, Zack retracted his assessment of their ferocity. He felt these ants were ferocious only because the firepower was insufficient. Isn't this a bit too much crystal consumption? Zack whispered to Shinrua. The reason the wilderness hunters dueled using crystal-free weapons was because crystal weapons, especially those capable of large-scale damage, were quite expensive for them. The money Shinrua earned at the auction was actually equivalent to the normal cash reserves of a small country. On the Dust Sand continent, most countries didn't need to store so many gold coins. Since the amount of gold coins in circulation on the continent was constant, countries primarily stored food, minerals, various weapons, magical items, items of different levels, medicinal herbs, storage gems, etc. There were rarely situations requiring the large amounts of gold coins that Shinrua had at the auction with the sacred relic. Even in cases of urgent need for gold coins, bartering or installment payments could be used to tide over the period of need. Therefore, while calling Shinrua rich enough to rival a country wouldn't be accurate, being rich enough to rival a country's treasury after earning those gold coins at the auction was probably not wrong. Human warriors typically carry only 2 or 3 magical weapons they are proficient in, changing the crystals as needed. Swords, blades, and other easily wielded crystal weapons are their first choice, usually paired with a ranged weapon, preferably a bow and crossbow. However, Zack noticed that the weapons Shinrua had taken out were unconventional, and the crystal consumption was rather extravagant, yet Shinrua didn't seem too bothered. Besides being genuinely wealthy now, and having a genetic predisposition to a fear of insufficient firepower, another reason why Shinrua's crystal spending seemed so outrageous to Zack was her past experience in the Demon Abyss. Magic cannot be used lightly in the Abyss, as it easily corrupts one's meridians. Junji's habit provided Shinrua with a very bad example. In Shinrua's view, crystal weapons should produce a domineering effect like Junji's light blade to truly fulfill their purpose. Otherwise, why would he use a crystal weapon? Wouldn't a regular sword be better? Are you alright? Shinrua checked his luggage. It didn't cost much. Before he could finish speaking, Zack suddenly shouted, "Watch out." Shinrua could sense the attack that Zack could sense, but he felt the attack was so accurate that he didn't need to move. The trajectory seemed aimed at them, but due to the distance, it would inevitably graze his ear and land behind him. However, Zack was very nervous, especially seeing Shinrua's lack of reaction. He couldn't help but grab Shinrua's arm with one hand and try to pull him close to avoid the attack with the other. But Shinrua was faster. Zack grabbed empty air. Shinrua wasn't trying to dodge the attack, but rather to avoid his protection. The attack landed on the ground as Shinrua had expected. But it wasn't a lethal attack. Instead, it produced a cloud of smoke. Was it poison gas? A suffocating mist? Shinrua immediately held his breath. Although he wasn't entirely confident against many beings on the Dust Sand continent in a contest, he felt that even Long Wei's father might not be his match in a breath-holding contest. That's a gas used to guide wild beasts around here. Zack's expression was grim, whether from Shinrua's distrustful avoidance of his protection or from the wild beasts the gas would attract. The earth shook violently. Zack's clothes were suddenly grabbed from behind. Shinrua gathered her inner energy, pulled Zack up, and leaped into the air, throwing him towards the direction of the attack. "Can you come with me to retrieve the longevity herbs? Prove it to me yourself." The moment Zack was thrown, he heard Shinrua's voice behind him. The enemy was a team of wilderness hunters. Zack smiled bitterly to himself. Had he overestimated himself? But staying behind was probably more dangerous, because the beast about to appear was called the Eastern Dragon Graveyard Dragon, a gigantic creature capable of swallowing a building whole. It usually lay dormant underground, only emerging when a strong, stimulating scent appeared on the surface. If Shinrua landed where he was, he would likely fall right into its gaping maw. Could the Black-Eyed King from the heavenly poem be so easily defeated by this Earth Dragon? With a deafening roar, the Earth Dragon emerged. This creature, known as the Eastern Dragon Graveyard Dragon, would likely be akin to the mythical Bahui in Eastern legends on Earth. As Zack predicted, Shinrua landed right in the dragon's gaping maw, falling into its enormous jaws without warning. Zack had no time to worry about what happened next, as a group of wilderness hunters, not in his team, launched a ranged attack. After its head emerged from the ground, the Eastern Dragon Graveyard Dragon, for some reason, didn't retract. Instead, it arched its body, burying its head in the forest, its lower body then emerging and rolling wildly through the trees. These wilderness hunters lure the earth dragon to attack other creatures, but rarely attack other groups of hunters. They adhere to certain rules among themselves. Luring the earth dragon is usually to eliminate other races that have come to the far eastern dragon graveyard, because humans are inherently weaker than other races. If they wanted to compete for the resources of the far eastern dragon tomb, they couldn't possibly win against other races. Having long made their living within the far eastern dragon tomb's territory, these wilderness hunters had developed numerous methods to utilize the ferocious beasts, aggressive plants, and natural poisons of the tomb to deal with other races who came to gather herbs and explore. This is also why this small town and its wilderness hunters are almost entirely human. Chapter 222. The Eastern Dragon Graveyard Dragon wasn't particularly difficult to deal with. Although it was enormous, hard to kill, and lurking underground, making it difficult to defend against and chase, it generally followed its scent, suddenly peeking out to swallow the scent source that had let it down before returning underground. Therefore, it was perfect for dealing with a small team like Shinrua's and Sak's, where the number of members was small, but the individual strength was very high. This team of wilderness hunters wasn't worried about Sak at all, but rather about Shinrua. Logically, Shinrua was also human, and there was no need to lure out a creature like the Earth Dragon to deal with, especially since Shinrua looked even thinner than Sak. Even during the long-range attack, it seemed to the wilderness hunters that Sak was practically about to pull this black-eyed human into his arms. A human who could be easily pulled into the arms of Sak, the weakest among the high-ranking members in terms of both strength and physique, made the wilderness hunters, looking through their binoculars, think that they were taking the information transmitted through the communication crystal about a black-eyed alien human instantly killing Del far too seriously. Although Shinrua's sudden throwing of Sak was somewhat unexpected, his subsequent fall into the Earth Dragon's mouth clearly indicated he wasn't a formidable opponent they needed to worry about. The next step was to capture Sak alive, find out what their team was up to, why Sak was relentlessly pursuing this outsider, and, incidentally, have some fun with Sak. The wilderness hunters believed this was the script to unfold. However, the Eastern Graveyard Dragon's failure to return underground disrupted their plans, giving Sak a brief respite. Out of the ground, the Eastern Graveyard Dragon was indiscriminate. It didn't know who had summoned it, or who the summoner intended to attack. With a flick of its tail, it launched an indiscriminate attack. Sak and another team of wilderness hunters dodged the Earth Dragon's attacks, while Sak didn't forget to deliver vicious blows. "Is this Earth Dragon crazy today? Sak, call a truce." Someone on the other side yelled at Sak. Just then, the Earth Dragon's lower body was flat on the ground, while its upper body suddenly rose high, then violently swung its upper body. Like a powerful pendulum swinging, this swing affected both Sak and the opposing wilderness hunters. Sak barely managed to roll to the ground before being thrown, but he was still slapped by the Earth Dragon's body. Fortunately, he was already rolling, so this only sent him rolling further. At the same time he was slapped, a strong, pungent stench filled the air. Using the trees behind him to steady his rolling body, Sak felt his internal organs shift, and he lay on the ground, wanting to retch. A sound of something falling reached his ears. Opening his eyes, he saw a large drop of thick, foul-smelling liquid beside him, its color resembling the blood of some animal. Sak instantly realized something. He looked up in disbelief and saw a young man covered in slime, holding a sword, standing indifferently on a large rock. Lying on the ground was the massive corpse of an Eastern Dragon Graveyard Dragon. Even the top-tier experts like Shishi and plant spirits couldn't handle this enormous Earth Dragon, yet this thin, black-eyed youth had ripped it open from its belly with a sword without any inlaid crystals. Shinrua's gaze swept across the battlefield. The wilderness hunters instantly lost their will to fight, but Shinrua remained silent. For a moment, they didn't know if they still had a chance of survival. Shinrua took out a magic scroll, and after unfolding it, a magic circle floated above it. Blood pact magic. Those still alive, get over here. Swear an oath never to harm me again, and never to refuse any of my requests. Anyone trying to run. Shinrua hesitated for a moment, recalling the rules of the wilderness hunters that the shopkeeper and Yolos had told him after arriving in the small town. Even if he wanted to act according to his own value system and understanding, it was impossible right now. Even though he was much stronger than these people, even though the wilderness hunters in this town were all planning to make things difficult for him, he didn't take them too seriously. He could simply hide in a forest, and no wilderness hunter team could do anything to him. However, Shinrua was powerful, and the inertia of the customs and rules formed over thousands of years in this small town, and the areas covered by the wilderness hunters, who grew up there was even greater. Unless Shinrua could defeat everyone whose values differed from his, and subdue them one by one. Shinruo had absolutely no intention of doing so. Since he didn't intend to do that, the only way to make these wilderness hunters understand Shinruo was to speak according to their rules. So, after a brief hesitation, Shinruo uttered a sentence that contradicted his own values, but which the wilderness hunters could understand. Come here, or die. Either sign the blood pact and accept Shinruo's unequal demands, or die. Shinruo, having just killed the earth dragon, exuded immense pressure. In the world of wilderness hunters, where strength reigned supreme, they didn't find Shinruo's demands unreasonable at all. They even felt they were the proper thing to do. Faced with these wilderness hunters, whom Shinruo considered utterly clueless, he could only demand that they swear an oath to obey him, and not to make any further oaths detrimental to him, that is, to the master of the contract. Not a single wilderness hunter showed any intention of escaping. One by one, they dripped their blood onto the magic circle, completing the blood pact. Finally, Sak approached. He seemed eager to participate as well. Shinruo felt a headache coming on. He was now convinced that Sak wouldn't try anything against him. But when Shinruo reached for the magic scroll, Sak wore a hurt expression. Lord Black Eyes, please let me participate too. Sak couldn't help but cry out. Why? This is a contract. Shinruo was utterly bewildered. In his view, what was there to actively seek out in such a contract? But Sak's idea shocked him. No, swearing allegiance to a powerful human like you is the honor of a wilderness hunter. Besides, you possess black eyes, representing the bloodline of the Eastern human race. Why are you rewarding them but not me? They wanted to harm you, and I stayed by your side for so many days without complaint. Don't I deserve to drip my blood on the contract? Shinruo was speechless. The culture of the revenant hunters is truly harmful, Shinruo thought. Sak took Shinruo's silence as tacit agreement, quickly biting his finger to swear, as if afraid Shinruo would change her mind if he was too slow. I need a bucket of water, Shinruo said to one of the revenant hunters, putting away her magic scroll. The revenant hunters didn't dare to delay, quickly taking out the water they had prepared from their storage rings and handing it to Shinruo. However, they hadn't brought a bucket. The largest water container they had was a basin. Sak was much more perceptive now, taking the water and basin from them and filling the basin to the brim for Shinruo. Except for Sak, you can do whatever you want, but don't come within 100 meters of me. Shinruo spoke in a cold voice. The wilderness hunter seemed to want to follow Shinruo, but he had already shown them what the word evil star meant, so they could only leave dejectedly. Their conversation drifted back. What do we do now? He probably doesn't want to be our leader. We can only continue doing what we were doing before. We should just avoid him from now on. He probably doesn't need much here. Sak couldn't hear these conversations, but Shinruo heard them all. Shinruo wasn't particularly concerned about whether they intended for him to be their leader. After confirming that these people wouldn't interfere with his exploration of the Far Eastern Dragon Tomb, he held the basin of water above his head and poured it over himself. The Earth Dragon's blood was incredibly sticky and reeked. 2 teams of wilderness hunters had arrived before Shinruo, but they seemed to be in contact with each other, so no one bothered him while he collected and studied herbs. Shinruo's actions greatly broadened Sak's horizons. Some medicinal herbs had side effects, such as accelerating organ aging and causing short-term organ pain. After inquiring about the processing methods, Shinruo readily consumed any herbs that could be processed and eaten on the spot. Sak was unaware that Shinruo possessed a locked skill that prevented bodily functions from aging during the 8 years on the Dust Sand continent. He never imagined Shinruo was exploiting a bug. In his eyes, Shinruo was recklessly pursuing power. No wonder this person could even kill earth dragons. Through hybridization, they could probably achieve a lifespan of around 27 or 28 Dust Sand years. This is under the condition of not getting injured and not consuming any herbs or foods that would accelerate aging or have side effects. A year on the Dust Sand continent has 800 days. Considering the difference between the Sand Time system and the Hour system on Earth, 25 years on the Dust Sand continent is roughly equivalent to 60 years on Earth. Therefore, in Sak's view, Shinruo's age is only about 10 Dust Sand years. At this rate of consumption, it's uncertain whether he can even live to 20 Dust Sand years. No wonder he needs to find longevity-extending herbs. He must have endured a lot of pain to become stronger. Sak silently thought he was already quite resilient, but he hadn't expected this to be the upper limit for his kind. Shinruo was unaware of Sak's thoughts. His ability to exploit bugs and test herbs was purely out of interest. Such opportunities, as Shinong tasting hundreds of herbs, are rare. However, although his organs weren't aged or damaged, some painful side effects were still unavoidable. At times like these, meditation and breath regulation are extremely useful. Whenever Shinrua meditated and regulated his breath, Sak would become increasingly worried as he looked at Shinrua's increasingly pale face. 60 days had passed since they left the small town. Except for the first 10 days, or so spent trekking through the wilderness, Shinrua's pace had slowed considerably since entering the outskirts of the far eastern dragon tomb. Shinrua became engrossed in collecting medicinal herbs, combining them, and directly consuming them. Initially, he didn't waste too much time on any single herb, but he gradually became more and more absorbed. The only thing that brought Sak some comfort was that Shinrua seemed to have gained a little more trust in him, because Shinrua had used a communication crystal in front of him one day. However, Shinrua's speed also slowed down after that call ended. The other party seemed to be an expert in pharmaceuticals, and upon hearing that Shinrua was currently within the territory of the far eastern dragon tomb and might even venture deeper, they immediately became interested. Shinrua's call was with Jimmu. While Jimmu could freely travel to and from the far eastern dragon tomb, it was extremely far away, and most medicinal herbs were only effective for eastern humans. Therefore, coming here to collect and experiment with herbal combinations would be a waste of Jimmu's resources. However, if someone in the far eastern dragon tomb was willing to act as a guinea pig and offer advice on herbal combinations, Jimmu would have many more ideas. After all, although Jimmu hadn't tried these medicines himself, he had a vast collection of herbal books. A day after receiving Shinrua's message, Jimmu replied, providing a long list of suggestions on using and roughly processing various medicinal herbs from the far eastern dragon tomb. Jimmu bluntly expressed Shinrua's hope that he could combine and consume the herbs locally and record his observations to give back to him upon their next meeting, adding that this would be considered a consultation fee. Don't worry, after my research, while the combination of these herbs might cause more severe short-term side effects, the long-term side effects will be reduced. Try it and see. The voice on the other end of the communication crystal made Sak tremble with fear. Fortunately, Shinrua seemed to be selectively accepting the other party's suggestions. Sak watched as Shinrua jotted down the other party's plans on paper, marking them up, presumably to determine which plans were feasible and which were not. Sak's communications with the leader were no longer kept secret from Shinrua. One day, Shinrua overheard Sak saying to the leader, "Well, I'm planning to quit being a wilderness hunter. If Lord Black Eyes is willing to take me in as a servant." The other party asked Sak something, and Sak replied, "I don't know how to say it. I didn't get along well with him either, but I don't want to live the life of a wilderness hunter anymore." The children of wilderness hunters, raised by wilderness hunters, belong to the property of the town where the wilderness hunters live. When they reach a certain age, they must become wilderness hunters and join the wilderness hunter ranks. This is the rule of the wilderness hunters. If someone wants to take this wilderness hunter away, they must either defeat every single member of the opposing team or prove their strength so that the entire team has no choice but to obey. The news of Shinrua slaying the Earth Dragon has already spread among the wilderness hunters. If Shinrua agrees to let Sak follow him, then Sak can indeed shed his identity as a wilderness hunter. However, Sak has absolutely no confidence in this matter. Chapter 223. Lord Black Eyes, there's a path ahead that leads to the bottom of that sinkhole. Below lies the growing grounds of the longevity herbs, Sak said to Shinrua, pointing to the sinkhole in the distance. The sinkhole looked unremarkable, but according to Sak, the real test would only begin once they started descending the path. The various beasts we encountered before, though terrifying, were often territorial, with only one powerful beast existing within a certain radius. Other animals were rarely seen after entering its territory, so we only needed to deal with one, Sak explained to Shinrua, describing the impending danger. But the creatures in the sinkhole are different. Once inside, the plants and animals seem organized. Even different animals act in concert. There's a cave entrance at the bottom of the sinkhole, said to lead to the burial place of true spirit-level dragons. However, in the past, even spirit-level beings couldn't pass through there. The bottom of the sinkhole is the closest we can get to the dragon's tomb. Even so, no one has successfully brought medicinal herbs back from there for 30 years, Sak thought silently. After all, he didn't think Shinrua couldn't go down into the sinkhole. He hadn't witnessed the power of the team that brought back medicinal herbs 30 years ago, but he had personally seen the strength of this black-eyed lord. Even having seen it with his own eyes, he couldn't estimate the difference in strength between himself and the other. Try this and practice operating it until you're proficient. Sak was still thinking when Shinrua tossed him a mechanical wing device. Lord Black Pupil, this is far too valuable. The people Shinrua had spent a considerable amount of time with since arriving on the Dust Sand continent were all at the very top of the social hierarchy. A pair of mechanical wings was nothing to them. Long Wei's father casually handed him 20,000 gold coins. The elite soldier, she hadn't displayed his wealth, but his habit of booking entire inns at a time clearly indicated that even if he were short of money, he wasn't at the level of a wilderness hunter. Junja didn't consider money at all. Although he might not be as wealthy as Shinruo now, his main characteristic was that he had absolutely no concept of money. While Shinruo had initially tried to stretch every copper coin to 2, when he first arrived on the Dust Sand continent, this was because he had no money but needed to spend it. He himself had no concept of what was too valuable, what was suitable, or what was too cheap when giving things to his companions. For him, it was simply an extra layer of insurance. Since Zack instructed him to follow the path downwards, it meant that falling into the sinkhole using either the mechanical wing or the glider would be quite risky. However, even following the path downwards required taking precautions against the risk of falling, and the mechanical wing served as a preventative measure. Knowing that entering the Far Eastern Dragon Tomb required navigating the sinkhole, Shinruo had specifically purchased the mechanical wing in a nearby town, and now it was finally proving useful. Isn't that what things are meant to be used? Shinruo had no intention of taking it back now that he'd given it up, and besides, Zack's strength made him doubt he could even reach the bottom of the sinkhole. The reason he decided to take Zack along was because of Zack's instinctive reaction to protect him when the Earth Dragon was attracted. He didn't intend to take Zack as a servant, but helping him gather herbs at the bottom of the sinkhole shouldn't be a problem. Okay, alright. Perhaps because he had been away from the wilderness hunters for a while, Zack's expression wasn't as gloomy anymore, and Shinruo could even sense embarrassment in his slightly hesitant response. Because he needed to wait for Zack to practice using the mechanical wings, Shinruo stayed outside the sinkhole for a few more days. He personally enjoyed it quite a bit, as he could gather herbs and make medicine, and meditate and cultivate at night. Although he experienced short-term, but severe side effects such as allergic reactions causing his whole body to turn red and unbearable abdominal pain, Shinruo could feel the medicine taking effect. First, his poison resistance had increased. Shinruo carried some poison with him, which he planned to apply to his hidden weapons. Sometimes, ordinary throwing knives and similar hidden weapons were really convenient and inexpensive, a fact he had fully verified during his nights in the Demon Abyss. Crystal weapons had their advantages, but in Shinruo's opinion, they were unsuitable for assassination because they would cause magical fluctuations. If there were powerful races with special abilities nearby, they could easily detect someone using magic. Shinruo didn't intend to actively assassinate anyone, but having more methods was never a bad thing in a world like the Dust and Sand continent. Poisons also come in different grades. On his home planet Earth, there was once a saying, talking about toxicity without discussing dosage is just being irresponsible. Because the medicinal herbs within the Far Eastern Dragon Tomb area had very high toxic side effects, Shinruo diluted some of the poison after consuming them for a period of time. The diluted poison wouldn't be fatal. After experimenting, Shinruo unsurprisingly concluded that his poison resistance was higher than that of the average human. Furthermore, the greatest gain was in bone strength. Although Shinruo had practiced hard qigong, it was practically useless against the physical strength of the various races on the Dust Sand continent. If he didn't use his true qi to continuously extend his sense of time, and use speed to dodge all attacks, a solid blow would result in either internal bleeding or a comminuted fracture. Shinruo was very aware of his weakness. Extending his sense of time was the most qi-consuming of all the perceptual control abilities he had cultivated. If there was only one opponent, it wouldn't be a problem. However, if the opponent was strong enough and could detect his lack of stamina through attrition and prolonged combat, once Shinruo's true qi was exhausted, he would be in a very bad situation. Although there weren't many opponents who could remain undetected during a prolonged fight. For example, Junja was unaware that after Shinruo changed his perception, he could detect his weaknesses through qi and seize fleeting opportunities to launch his attack. If he truly understood how Shinruo had done it, then as long as he maintained a steady and balanced aura, focusing his attacks on keeping Shinruo glued to him and preventing her from disengaging, and with enough patience, Shinruo would eventually be no match for him. However, Junja didn't understand this, and Shinruo wasn't so carefree as to explain her weaknesses, or how anyone could defeat her. Therefore, in Junja's eyes, Shinruo was an insurmountable mountain, and an uncrossable river in terms of martial arts. If the opponent were a dragon, a spirit-level dragon, Shinruo knew that if they were to actually fight, she would absolutely lose. Not to mention, if the opponent understands him, even if their strength is slightly inferior, as long as they set up a formation specifically targeting him, he would be overwhelmed. Therefore, if he truly had to face a powerful enemy, and it came down to life or death, Shinruo believed that he should always resort to sneak attacks rather than direct confrontation, and use poison rather than direct combat. Therefore, increased poison resistance and bone strength were invaluable positive benefits for Shenruo. It's just that Sak seemed to have misunderstood something, believing that Shenruo's strength came from frantically taking drugs. In Shenruo's view, Sak's gaze lately often revealed worry and sympathy. For someone like Shenruo, who wasn't very good at reading expressions, to understand this, Sak's expression was indeed very obvious, without any attempt to hide it. To challenge the sinkhole, which the local wilderness hunters described as extremely difficult, Shenruo, despite being equipped with mechanical wings, still prepared an extra rope. Over the past 30 years, this path leading to the bottom of the sinkhole had been challenged, but no one had ever reached the bottom, or perished before even collecting the medicinal herbs. Therefore, the trees growing on the walls of the sinkhole become increasingly dense and lush the closer they get to the bottom. After entering the path, Shenruo found a tree on the wall, threw the rope over, tied a knot, and tossed the other end to Sak, saying, "Hold on tight." Sak caught the rope, skillfully wrapped it around his hand, and then followed Shenruo. A clear bird song rang out in the sinkhole. This area was much quieter than the outer perimeter of the Far East Dragon Tomb, and this bird's song, originating from within the sinkhole, echoed through the pit, creating a reverberation. The flapping of wings echoed in the silent sinkhole, as if Shenruo and Sak's arrival had startled the flock. Shenruo looked closely, and saw a massive swarm of birds emerge from a dark cave entrance at the bottom of the sinkhole. They first flew upwards towards the opposite side of the mountain wall, then circled to the vicinity of the opposite wall before making a right-angle turn. They then spun around, tightly covering themselves with their feathers, and charged towards Shenruo and Sak on the mountain wall. Like bullets. These birds were incredibly fast, flames erupting around them as they flew. The air itself seemed to distort due to this change. The birds' speed slowed down in Shenruo's eyes. They were too fast, too decisive, too powerful, forcing Shenruo to adjust his perception of time in an instant to react. Shenruo retrieved a shield inlaid with water elemental crystals from his storage necklace. He raised the shield towards the direction the birds were approaching, and using the magic circle and activation device on his gloves, a semicircular water shield enveloped Shenruo and Sak. Some of the birds, unable to break in time, crashed into the water shield, hissing as they fell into the sinkhole, their fates unclear, whether stunned or dead. Those that managed to stop turned, circled again, and charged at Shenruo's raised water shield once more. They forced Shenruo to maintain her shield-raising posture, continuing her descent with Sak, circling endlessly within the sinkhole. The path down into the sinkhole was still long. This path had been carved along the uneven mountainside, supposedly built before the arrival of the dragons. Back then, this was just an ordinary valley where the Eastern humans frequented. Now, since the legendary arrival of the dragons, this path had been neglected, falling into disrepair and barely discernible. To make it easier to traverse, the path wound its way down the mountainside, not a steep, vertical drop. The water element crystals embedded in the shield were quickly running out. "Put on your gloves," Shenruo said to Sak. Since Shenruo hadn't let Sak fight along the way, and the wilderness hunters weren't nearly as extravagant with their crystal weapons as Shenruo, Sak hadn't worn any special gloves. Hearing Shenruo's instruction, Sak quickly retrieved his gloves from his storage ring and put them on. Just as he finished putting on the gloves, a shield identical to the one Shenruo was holding was tossed to him by Shenruo. "Don't get distracted, it's your turn to hold the shield," Shenruo's voice came from in front of Sak. Chapter 224. Sak raised the water shield, and Shenruo replaced the shield with a crystal. He then took out a rope and tied it to a branch growing from the cliff face above. Since there weren't any trees as thick as a bowl growing from the rock face here, Shenruo simply tied a cluster of branches together and tossed the rope to Sak. Sak realized that Shenruo wasn't pulling on the rope, he was holding it in his own hand. This didn't seem like a master and servant relationship at all. Shenruo seemed more like a mercenary hired to bring him down to the sinkhole. This realization made Sak's face flush red, but now wasn't the time to boast. "I can do it without the rope." Ahead, Shenruo drew a sword. Sak recognized it clearly. It was the same sword Shenruo had used to slay the Earth Dragon. Although Shenruo often used elemental crystal weapons extravagantly, such as the fire-breathing tool he used to kill the giant bloodthirsty flying ants, he only used a sword against a powerful enemy like the Earth Dragon. The single sword strike that brought about the kill left Sak utterly convinced and in awe. Now, as he saw Shenruo draw his sword again, something nimbly leaped and charged towards them from the front of the path. It was ape-like creatures with long arms, each about the size of Zhezhe or Hishi. Most importantly, they blocked Shenruo and Sak's path. They couldn't break through the water shield, But these creatures pushed one after another, the one at the front gripping the outer shell of the shield with immense brute force, which Sak's strength was no match for. Shinrua swung his sword forward. Sak was stunned. Shinrua's sword only reached the edge of the water shield. Would it even work? Follow my steps, and don't stop, Shinrua shouted. His voice wasn't loud, but it had a buzzing quality that invigorated Sak, who quickly focused on his task. Shinrua's sword only struck the water shield's wall, but a strange thing happened. The water shield's shape changed because of Shinrua's sword strike. The creature pressing against it let out a gurgling sound, its hand pierced by a water-like spike. As it removed its hand, the spike shot forward, piercing its chest. Then, the spike, like a mobile sword growing from the water shield, slashed towards the sinkhole. The creature was deflected aside by this water sword and fell directly into the sinkhole. A heavy thud followed by a scream rang out. Shinrua didn't stop, continuing to swat at the creatures lining up to block their path. These creatures, just as Sak had said, seemed organized and disciplined, able to fight collaboratively, and fearless of death. On a narrow path built clinging to a sheer cliff, a formidable barrier, one man could hold off 10,000. To advance, one had to eliminate the creature before him. If these creatures had a master, then this unseen master was the first being to exploit Shinrua's weakness since arriving on the Dust Sand continent. Shinrua's weakness wasn't truly a weakness, his lack of stamina was relative to those of powerful beings. If the characters he encountered on the Dust Sand continent hadn't all been among the continent's top fighters, he wouldn't have considered his stamina a weakness. Normally, anyone who fights for too long will run out of stamina. Even Junja, and even Long Wei's father, had problems with exhausting their elemental power. However, after their elemental power was depleted, they replenished it faster than Shinrua, and they also had potions for recovery. Furthermore, the amount of elemental power stored within them was significantly greater than Shinrua's true energy. If Junja were present, he could easily clear most of the creatures blocking their path, and the flocks of birds with his overwhelming light blades. Now, with Sak in tow, if Shinrua were to use rapid clearing methods, it would inevitably affect the water shield's protective effect. This wasn't a city defense magic, specially designed, it was simply a shield that any human could wield, and use to activate a magical shield effect. In this situation, Shinrua's mind raced. He needed to find a way to clear out more of these blocking beasts at once. Achieving this within the water shield was truly difficult. If he walked this path himself, he might be able to act more freely. Realizing this, Shinrua realized he had fallen into a misconception. The sinkhole first sent a flock of birds, trapping him and Sak inside a water shield. However, since this didn't hinder their progress, Shinrua figured they could continue advancing using the water shield. Then the sinkhole sent creatures to block their path. To maintain the shield's effectiveness, Shinrua had to find ways to clear the obstacles from within. But the shield was two-way. If he didn't want to leave, using powerful magic from inside would shatter the shield from the inside. Thus, his thought process shifted to staying within the shield with Sak. Protecting the shield from breaking became his way of eliminating obstacles in their path. What a wise commander, and he even understands psychology. Shinrua muttered to himself before handing the now replaced crystal shield to Sak. Then, Shinrua instructed him, protect yourself. This shield, just as Shinrua had anticipated, would change shape wherever his true energy flowed. This was the principle behind how he had previously used his true energy to kill creatures blocking his path with his sword through the water shield. Now, Shinrua was influencing the flow of particles around him with his true energy, a method he used to resist the pressure exerted on him by his father, Long Wei, using particles from the air. It was also the method he used to bury Sak using the earth elemental energy of the Held Grand Palace. Using this method, Shinrua escaped the water shield's defensive range without affecting its protection of Sak. The shield formed by the water shield now felt like real water, clinging to Shinrua's skin. He leaped from it, as if suddenly emerging from the water. He gathered his inner energy and strode across the uneven, sheer cliff face, appearing like a bird constantly undulating across the rock. Shinrua leaped up, using his lightness technique to ascend the cliff face, but his goal wasn't to return to the outside of the sinkhole in one breath. Rather, he wanted to find a relatively high vantage point where he could exert force. A crossbow was clutched in Shinrua's hand. With each step he took on the uneven surface of the cliff face, he fired a magical arrow. This crossbow, inlaid with wind element crystals, differed from the previous fire crossbow. It fired magical arrows, while the fire crossbow fired extravagant fire darts. The greatest advantage of the fire crossbow was that it didn't require precise aiming at vital points or incapacitating the opponent. As long as it pierced the torso, the magic circle on the dart would trigger the fire element crystal to explode, guaranteeing a kill, unless the opponent is some particularly difficult to deal with entity. A well-used fire crossbow, with a single swing releasing fire darts, can create an effect similar to Junji's overwhelming barrage of light blades. The downside is its excessive cost. The crystal bow Shinruo is currently using, which allows it to generate magical arrows, is the mainstream crystal weapon carried by the humans of the Dust Sand continent, used to supplement their ranged attack capabilities. Its area of effect damage is negligible. Its only advantage is that it doesn't require constantly firing physical arrows. As long as the crystals haven't been depleted, magical arrows can be fired. Shinruo kills them one by one with each arrow, sending those blocking her path falling. Then, Shinruo leaps into the air, landing lightly where the creatures that have just fallen into the sinkhole haven't been covered by the water shield, already holding a crystal weapon with extremely high penetrating power. In Ammonite, he used this weapon to deliver a crucial blow to the defensive barrier of the female demons, who control the wind elemental god. This attack penetrated the weak point of the defensive magic array operated by several witches, demonstrating its immense power. A powerful magical beam shot forward. The creatures blocking his path were all quite fast, but Shinruo had already extended his sense of time while leaping into the air. Therefore, the time from landing to launching the crystal weapon was merely a split second. Even to Zack, it was just a blur before a beam of magical light pierced through the row of creatures attempting to block his way. Shinruo didn't try to withstand the immense recoil from the weapon. He allowed himself to be pushed back a few steps, just enough to re-enter the water shield's defensive range. The birds that swooped down following him crashed into the mountainside and the water shield, suffering heavy losses. "Let's go!" Shinruo sheathed his crystal weapon and stepped forward. It seemed the flock of birds and the beings behind the creatures blocking their path sensed that this method, usually used to intercept wilderness hunters, was ineffective. The collective attack subsided. But Shinruo didn't believe the sinkhole's methods were limited. Sure enough, as they walked along the path to the bottom of the sinkhole, the ground suddenly began to tremble slightly. The rocks on the ground shook as if alive, then rained down on Shinruo and Zack in an organized and disciplined manner. Shinruo and Zack dodged repeatedly. Zack drew his heavy sword and swung it. Even as a high-ranking human, he could slice through thick rocks in half with his swings. His strength was inferior to Shinruo's. Enhanced by drugs and training, he possessed great strength, and his heavy sword was thick and sharp. If Shinruo didn't use his true energy, and relied solely on physical strength and brute force in a contest like arm wrestling, he might not be able to defeat Zack. However, the rocks weren't affected after being cleaved. The split rocks still possessed offensive power. These rocks fell, bounced on the ground, and then sprang up like popping candy, attacking Shinruo and Zack. Cleaving them up simply transformed them from projectiles into a shotgun-like attack pattern. Shinruo seemed to realize something. He took out a shield even more valuable than the previous water shield and handed it to Zack. "Set up the shield." Zack activated the magic circle and crystals engraved on the shield. This shield, like the one Shinruo had given him before, created a magic circle with a protective radius. This type of magic shield is more expensive than ordinary magic shields. In battle, protecting one's front is usually sufficient, so they rarely buy such crystal magic shields. Does Lord Black Eye not have anyone he can trust to protect his back? Zack couldn't help but drift off, wondering what kind of person this black-eyed human who had brought him to the bottom of the sinkhole was. In Zack's eyes, Shinruo suddenly leaped from the water shield's protection, stomping off the mountain wall and landing, instantly dispatching dozens of ape-like monsters blocking his path. Although he used a crystal weapon, could an ordinary person do that? However, the being orchestrating the events within the sinkhole hadn't appeared. Even the rocks in the sinkhole were under this being's control, constantly flying towards them, smashing against the magic shield with resounding impacts. Zack couldn't stay distracted for long. He called out to Shinruo, "Lord Black Pupil, even if the shield is expensive, it won't last long." Wait a moment. Shinruo pulled out a storage gem from his backpack. He hadn't originally planned to take out such an expensive item, but now, he couldn't worry about that anymore. Shinruo took out a legendary quality magic scroll from the storage gem. This one-time use magic scroll cost more than 1,000 gold coins. Shinruo using it was truly spending a fortune. Hopefully, the effect would be worth its price, Shinruo thought. His gloved hand gripped the button on the magic scroll, and Shinruo activated the unfolding magic scroll. Chapter 225. Defensive Magic. Limited Time Radiant Barrier is the name of this magic scroll. There are 6 types of this type of defensive magic, corresponding to 6 different elemental forces. The reason for choosing a light elemental magic defensive scroll is that the shopkeeper told him that this type of scroll still has room for improvement. As long as a spirit rank archmage using light elemental force continuously infuses it with their own elemental power, and leaves their exclusive magic circle in the blank space reserved on the scroll. At that time, Shinruin was still in the Holy See, and a spirit rank archmage like Junju was nearby. With the idea of not wasting resources, Shinruin had the 5 scrolls Junju bought for him reinforced. The powerful light elemental barrier, like a small fortress, unfolded from the magic scroll in Shinruin's hand, blocking the giant hailstone-like rock attacks outside the barrier. The barrier was 10 meters in diameter, forming a hemispherical shape, and upon its formation, it also isolated the threat from the ground beneath their feet. Even beneath Shinruo and Sak's feet flowed a barrier of light elemental energy. How long will this barrier last? Sak had never seen such a magic scroll in a shop before, and couldn't help but ask Shinruo, "How much does this scroll cost?" "A little over 1,000 gold coins before my friend helped me upgrade it. After my friend upgraded it, I don't know. This barrier should last for a day or two, right?" Since Sak had already eagerly donned the shackles of the Blood Pact, Shinruo no longer felt overly wary of him. 1,000 gold coins. They, as wilderness hunters, wouldn't earn 1,000 gold coins a year, not even considering expenses. "I have it left here." Sak asked Shinruo, "Are there many wealthy humans outside? You brought so much stuff, it must be very expensive." I'm not really sure," Shinruo replied. "Most of them probably aren't much richer than you wilderness hunters, but a few are definitely very wealthy." "Oh, could you tell me about it?" Sak asked in a low voice. Although the question was inappropriate, Sak felt they had nothing else to do. While the light elemental magic barrier protected them, it also locked them inside. Unable to leave the barrier, they couldn't gather herbs or explore the Dragon Tomb cave. Finding herbs is more important now. "Although we can't gather them now, you can look around to see if there are any herbs you want," Shinruo said. "Besides, hiding here isn't a solution. I need to think of how to deal with this thing here." Upon entering the sinkhole, they learned that the animals, plants, and even lifeless rocks were under the control of this being. Since the nature of this being was unknown, Shinruo could only refer to it as this thing here. A deity's power wouldn't extend to just a sinkhole and a dragon's tomb, but within this particular area, the being truly resembled a deity. However, this deity differed from the creator gods in the grand narrative. In the ancient Eastern mythology of Shinruo's home planet Earth, there were some minor gods of humble status whose actions were quite similar to those before her. For example, the Earth God and the Mountain God. The Earth God and the Mountain God, Shinruo pondered for a moment. Why were the Earth God and Mountain God of such lowly status? Was it because they were called ghosts to mortals, beings without physical form? Suddenly, Shinruo understood something, and a bold idea popped into his mind. "What will we do after the barrier expires?" Sak muttered to himself. But then Shinruo took out something. "Don't touch me for a while. Eat your own dry rations if you get hungry," Shinruo said to Sak. The thing Shinruo took out was a dark star disk. Rocks cannot be alive, they can only be manipulated. However, there were no magical traces on these rocks, nor on the birds or the creatures blocking the way. In the past, beings came here, gathered medicinal herbs, and left safely. Gathering herbs under such harassment from these rocks was extremely difficult. After all, there was rock everywhere. In the lava landscape, on the ground, on the walls, in the caves, rock always outweighed soil. To complete gathering under these conditions, there must be a being capable of breaking through the endless attacks of these rocks. It wasn't magic, but a method usable on the dust and sand continent. The word Star Spirit Priest quickly flashed through Shinruo's mind. Perhaps, this was the way to break free from his current predicament. However, even though he had read books about Star Spirit Priests along the way, and received a small amount of inheritance from the Star Spirit scales, Shinruo still hesitated. Because if he used the Dark Star Disc, his body would enter a vulnerable state, which was why he hadn't yet obtained the Dark Star Disc's inheritance. He dared not use it casually within the Holy See. Even if he did occasionally use it, he would find a secluded place and quickly put it away. Firstly, he worried about any connection to the Dark Star Compass. Secondly, while it was one thing for Zhizhe, the candidate, to be in the Holy See, the other candidate, she, seemed glued to the Holy See as well, refusing to leave. If they happened to pass by his door, and he took the Dark Star Compass out of his earring, the consequences would be unimaginable. Later, he traveled, gathering herbs and studying the flora, customs, and landscapes of the Dust Sand continent. He spent a lot of time alone, including in many remote and sparsely populated areas. However, without a trusted, powerful figure to guard him, Shinrua dared not take out the Dark Star Compass. He wondered if he immersed himself in the world of the Dark Star Compass, he could end his meditation at will. The Celestial Spirit Priest's manual had specific terms to describe the state of a Celestial Spirit Priest using mental magic. However, in Shinrua's view, the only method he currently knew for using mental magic required entering a meditative state, a practice rooted in the ancient Eastern cultivation methods of his home planet, Earth. Later, if he had the opportunity to obtain more of the inheritance from the Dark Star chart or the Celestial Scales, perhaps there would be a better way to solve this problem, but the prerequisite was that he had the opportunity to obtain these inheritances. However, he didn't sense any such good opportunity along the way. The wilderness hunters chose to avoid Shinrua, so only Shinrua and Sak went down into the sinkhole. Shinrua was on high alert the whole way, and his hearing was kept extremely sharp, so he knew very well that no one was following him and Sak. In the current situation, it wouldn't be easy for other beings to go down into the sinkhole. The opponents in the sinkhole couldn't break through the light elemental magic barrier he had used, and Sak, having formed a blood pact, wouldn't harm him. It seemed like a suitable opportunity to use the Dark Star Disc. The only problem was that if he couldn't break free from the mental manipulation guided by the Dark Star Disc within 2 days, he and Sak would likely perish here. Shinrua had been cautious since arriving on the Dust Sand continent, but deep down, he wasn't without a spark of passion and adventurous spirit. He sat cross-legged and gripped the Dark Star Disc with both hands. As his consciousness entered the darkness, Shinrua sensed a ray of light. Following the light, Shinrua entered the world of consciousness guided to him by the Dark Star Disc. Knowledge about mental manipulation flowed continuously from Shinrua's consciousness. He realized this was the legendary inheritance hidden within the sacred relic. Shinrua opened his eyes after a day and a night. Sak had been anxiously waiting inside the barrier, but he knew that leaving it would mean certain death for him. Shinrua finally woke up, and as if he had found his pillar of support, he excitedly exclaimed, "Lord Black Eyes." Shinrua nodded, got up and stretched his limbs, then said to Sak, "I still need to continue what I was doing before, but this time it will be a little different." "Do you need my help?" Sak asked. "Once I'm in a meditative state, you can leave this barrier. Nothing outside will attack you," Shinrua instructed Sak. "After you collect the longevity herbs, leave as quickly as possible via the same route and contact your leader up there to meet you. Then, what about you, Lord Black Eyes?" Sak asked. "After I finish what I'm doing here, I go back to town and find you then. You're only a hindrance here, a burden to me. After these past few days, I think you should have realized this by now." Shinrua gave him the order to leave. "Don't make me kick you out in another way." All right, Lord Black People, I do as you say. Have you forgotten? I already completed the blood pact. I can't refuse your request." Sak looked a little pitiful, but he understood that he probably really couldn't help. Shinrua wasn't actually sure he could contend with the mental magic present in the sinkhole, but the Dark Star Disc was far superior to ordinary star discs. The team that came here 30 years ago most likely didn't bring a light star disc. Given the Holy Sea's style, a light star spirit priest coming to such a remote border town would certainly have a large number of guards. Therefore, the star spirit priest who came here wouldn't be the holder of a light star disc. The Dark Star Disc, as a sacred relic of the same level as the light star disc, and him as the holder of the Dark Star Disc, was still worth a gamble. According to the inheritance within the Dark Star Disc, Shinrua activated her mental technique for the first time using the Dark Star Disc. The activation principle of mental techniques is similar to meditation, but the key is that after activation, it creates a conscious link with other beings within a certain range. The scene of this conscious link is controlled by the user. The inheritance directly imprinted into the brain using the Dark Star Disc differs from the Star Spirit Priest's teaching materials that Shinrua saw. With mental techniques activated using the Dark Star Disc, the holder can exit the mental state at any time without suffering backlash. The 10-direction Star Luo is the recognized consciousness of the Star Disc. Although the Light Star Disc is held by the Light Star Spirit High Priest, its true owner is Zhezhe, who was the first to obtain it. He tried to pass on the knowledge from the astrolabe orally and in writing, but the understanding and direct imprinting of this knowledge into the consciousness of later inheritors, making it seem like innate knowledge, is completely different. The former, due to the linguistic descriptions and misunderstandings, cannot achieve perfect synchronization. The latter has no such problem. The first world of consciousness that Shinrua constructed was the sinkhole where he now resided. He recreated in his consciousness every blade of grass, every tree, every bird, and every stone he had seen in the sinkhole before entering meditation. On his home planet, Earth, This was only possible after thousands of years of exploration of the human body, especially extensive research on the brain, neurons, and endocrine system. Through training, before the advent of interstellar travel, humans on Earth could already recreate more detailed content from memory. Achieving this high-intensity brain processing required discarding many things. When interstellar travel began, most people remaining on Earth were unwilling to accept this practice of discarding most emotions, turning the brain into a computational tool. However, they also employ advanced methods to optimize their brain function, only applying the brakes at the point of emotional depletion. Those who fail to do so often choose to embark on interstellar voyages with ships that periodically land on their home planet, Earth. Shinruo has also received relevant training, allowing him to recreate as many details as possible within the sinkhole he can see using his mental techniques. However, for someone who retains emotions, this is certainly not comparable to those who have conquered new territories in interstellar space, perhaps no longer even considered human. The triggering of the 10-direction star Luo is actually related to this mental computational power. Among those remaining on their home planet Earth, a considerable number insist that through another method of cultivation, it is possible to break through to a higher level of mental computational power than requires relinquishing human emotions and other forms of awareness. However, until Shinruo left, this idea had not received any strong proof. The 10-direction star Luo possesses a subtle power left behind by the gods, allowing the construction of an intricate world of consciousness without excessively straining the participant's mental energy. Using the dark star chart himself, it wouldn't be so easy. In reality, not everyone in the 10-direction star Luo had an easy time. At the end, some, like Shizhe, couldn't wake up, and others suffered mental health issues. Shinruo simulated a sinkhole using her mental techniques to clearly observe the origins and flow of the mental energy within it. Chapter 226. The sinkhole in the world of spiritual magic, though exquisite, was as if veiled by a thin gray gauze. To discern the details of even a single flower or tree within, one needed to concentrate intently, activating a great deal of spiritual energy to illuminate it. Even so, Shinruo felt that this spiritual magic was extremely taxing. The light representing spiritual energy was either her own or came from another spiritual source. The other spiritual light extended like tentacles from a cave at the bottom of the mountain wall, or like a spider web, intricately weaving its way through the various things at the bottom of the sinkhole. The other party's spiritual power surpassed her own. Almost instantly, Shinruo understood this. But why was someone able to take away the longevity herbs from here 30 years ago? At this moment, the other party raised a faintly glowing spiritual tentacle and waved it in front of Shinruo. Is this a greeting? Heh, it's been a long time since someone I can chat with has come here. Let me see. A lazy voice echoed in the spiritual world. If it wasn't unexpected, it was the other owner of spiritual power in the sinkhole. How should she address this person? According to the customs of her home planet Earth, she should probably address them as senior, but it seemed rare to use such a respectful title for powerful beings on the Dust Sand continent. A spirit-ranked dragon soul? Shinruo thought. Considering the origins of land gods and similar beings in novels, there weren't many options for someone with such powerful spiritual power residing here. Little one, you're quite knowledgeable. Let me see. You're actually an Eastern human? So, after all this time, you didn't know who came to the bottom of the sinkhole? My true form isn't in the sinkhole, so of course I didn't know. I just sensed an intruder, and was simply giving you a heads up. As expected of a spirit-ranked dragon, quite the grand entrance. Shinruo said helplessly, this greeting is a bit too much. If you don't even have this much ability, why should you take away medicinal herbs with such precious power? The other party was quite frank. So what are your plans now? Your companion is gathering herbs, never mind. What do you mean by never mind? Shinruo asked. It means I'm letting him take the herbs, but on the condition that you come in. I've been bored here for a long time. Your mental strength is much stronger than the last star spirit priest, and I smell the scent of sacred relics. I want you to come in and chat with me. The spirit-ranked dragon soul said to Shinruo. Alright, Shinruo said, withdrawing her mental spell and standing up. Unexpectedly, this spirit-ranked dragon soul's request was simply for companionship. Shinruo roughly understood why, 30 years ago, despite the star spirit priest's insufficient strength, his team had still managed to smuggle the medicinal herbs out of the sinkhole. Using mental magic for the first time, Shinruo was cautious. He wanted to try imagining a scene identical to his surroundings in his mind, to ensure he had clear control over the other party's whereabouts. However, he felt slightly dizzy when he stood up. After resting for a while, Shinruo stepped out of the light magic barrier. It was completely dark. Shinruo took out a light elemental illumination staff and headed towards the cave at the bottom of the sinkhole. The cave was filled with jagged rocks. The further he went in, the colder and damper the environment became, and the cave gradually narrowed. After walking for a full half-sand-wide stretch of the dark cave passage, barely wide enough for two people to pass through, the view suddenly opened up before him. Ahead lay a colossal dragon-shaped rock, its wings folded as if guarding something important. Behind the rock lay a vast collection of gems, gold coins, and various rare metals and ores. Scattered around the treasure were bones. Truly dragon-like habits, Shinru remarked. On a whim, he climbed onto the mountain of treasure, imagining himself as a dragon, and rolled around on it. Then, Shinruo was pulled into a world of mental magic. How about it? My resting place is quite nice, isn't it? The dragon's mental world was much brighter than Shinruo's, meaning it knew every detail of the place intimately. Do all spirit rank beings die like you? Shinruo couldn't help but wonder. He could now see the dragon. This dragon wasn't in human form, but lying on its back on the pile of treasure, belly up. I don't know, the dragon said casually. Maybe not. I was ambitious to begin with, but then I realized things weren't as simple as I thought. Instead, I'm trapped here. After I died, I had no sleep and no one to talk to. What about the celestial priest who took the herbs? Shinru asked. He turned into a skeleton, of course. Didn't you see those under the treasure? The next one could be you. The dragon's soul spoke in a flat, ghostly tone. So the price they paid for gathering the herbs was leaving the celestial priest here? Shinru was shocked. Would the celestial priest have agreed? Whether he stayed or not, he was captured and brought into my mental world for a chat. If I don't want him to leave, he can't. His companions wouldn't wait for him forever, they left after gathering the herbs. The dragon soul spoke casually, completely unconcerned about what he had done. Indeed, judging from the many skeletons on the ground, this was a seasoned criminal seeking out companions to die with. Where did their souls go after they died? Shinruo looked around. Your goal was to talk to them. Even if they're dead, shouldn't you have tried to preserve your conversation partners? They dissipated. The dragon soul sighed. Actually, I dissipate too. Seeing Shinruo's silence, the dragon soul probably really had been isolating himself here for too long and desperately needed someone to talk to. He proactively said to Shinruo, actually, you don't need to worry. You're different from the last star spirit priest. I can't hold you for long. Huh? Shinruo hadn't been worried about this at all, but the dragon soul's words made her curious. Why? You have a mark. The dragon soul pointed to the location of Shinruo's mark. Shinruo looked down and found that her clothes were still intact. This is a world constructed by mental magic, the dragon soul said to Shinruo. It relies on perception. The imprint left by divine power is very strong. So, I'm currently sleeping dead in your former treasure pile? Shinru asked. How dare you speak like that, young man? The dragon was clearly dissatisfied with the mention of a former treasure pile. That's just soil from my grave. But the skeletons underneath don't look like dragons at all, Shinru retorted. Some of them are the remains of your kin, what I ate in life, the dragon soul continued its ghost story. Once you're dead, you can't eat them anymore. Shinruo broke the eerie atmosphere it had created. Since your mental magic can't trap me indefinitely, I can still leave alive. Hey, can you at least show some respect for the horror level of my grave? The dragon soul was very dissatisfied with Shinruo's attitude. You won't need these treasures anyway. I heard the number of gold coins on the continent is limited. Shinruo seemed to remember something. The dragon sat up warily. This is my private property, grave soul, understand? Your grave soul is too hard. Change it to something softer, it'd be more comfortable. Shinruo coaxed. It's not impossible. The dragon suddenly relented, but I've really been here too long. I want to leave. So you can't leave this place after all? A bound spirit? Knowing that the dragon soul couldn't run around shouting, Shinruo spoke much more casually, even using characters from the metaphysical stories of their home planet Earth to describe the dragon soul. Explaining this whole story is complicated. The dragon soul scratched its head. After my blood and bones merged with this land, my spirit could control the plants and trees here, and even in that sinkhole outside, but I'm also trapped here. That's not so bad, is it? Doesn't that mean you become the mountain god here immortal? Shinruo had previously thought the owner of this spiritual technique was something like a mountain god, and now it sounded even more like it. However, the Dust Sand continent doesn't have the tradition of building a temple, erecting a statue for the dragon, and setting up incense. This dragon probably wouldn't have to do anything for those who worship it, like a mountain god. The dragon shook its head, It's not that simple. This place has become lush with trees, abundant with medicinal herbs, and has water sources. It's like a different world from the wilderness outside. The fundamental reason is the ecosystem here. It's consuming me. Even gods who merge with the world eventually exhaust themselves, how much more so a mere spirit-level dragon? The reason I possess such formidable spiritual power after death, remaining here, and even controlling the plants and animals that have sprouted from my essence, isn't entirely because I'm a spirit-level dragon. I'm not lying to you about something. In my previous life, I loved to eat Eastern humans, which is why I resided here. After I became a spirit-level dragon, one day I awoke to find myself transformed into a human. I won't go into the details, but before I died, I found this cave and claimed it for myself, because it contained something extremely important to our dragon race. However, upon reflection, I realized this is probably why I haven't dissipated after death and am still trapped here. The dragon soul paused here, blinking at Shinrua. Shinrua didn't understand. The dragon suddenly said angrily, "I've been speaking so enthusiastically, and you're pausing at such a crucial point? Shouldn't you be nervous, asking me why, and urging me to continue?" Shinrua was shocked. So the dragon's inexplicable pause was to create suspense, and even implying praise? And because she hadn't praised him, he was now angry? Fine, I don't have any other listeners. Although you're unqualified, oh dear, extremely annoying, I still mercifully finish what I said. The dragon soul reconciled with itself and continued on its own. Because I felt I couldn't die too ugly, I decided to choose how I died, so I used a spell. By the way, I'm a dragon born with earth elemental magic. After eating many people and breaking through to the spirit rank, I comprehended something different. That's not important. Look at that dragon-shaped stone over there. That's actually my true form. However, in my dying moments, I cast earth elemental magic, turning my body into stone and merging it with the cave. After I felt my body completely lose sensation, my mind began to stir, and I started to feel my body resonating with the cave under the influence of earth elemental power, my consciousness expanding accordingly. Did you find my action before I died strange? Dragon Soul asked Shinrua again. After all, this human hadn't responded after so long. He had finally managed to get someone to talk to, but it still sounded like he was talking to himself. Chapter 227. Seeing the Dragon Soul's appearance, Shinrua found it somewhat amusing. Although this Dragon Soul claimed to eat people one moment, and to have killed the Star Spirit Priest here through mind control the next, perhaps because it was currently just a Dragon Soul, it completely lacked the terrifying, villainous aura it usually projected to Shinrua. Human, you dare laugh at me? The Dragon Soul sensed Shinrua's emotions, and became childish again. Shinrua could feel it trying to unleash its dragon's pressure, which was indeed terrifying, but since realizing the dragon was actually powerless against him, the intimidating effect was greatly diminished. Moreover, the dragon itself would undermine the effect. Because it discovered Shinrua wasn't afraid, it quickly gave up on intimidation. Fine. The dragon seemed to say, I can't be bothered with you. Great Spirit Rank Dragon Lord, you are magnanimous. Shinrua offered the Dragon Soul a flattering compliment. Long Hun glared at Shinrua, his eyes saying, You're smart enough. You seem completely unconcerned about the many people I eaten. Long Hun found the person before him strange. There are all sorts of wild beasts in this world that eat people, and people eat wild beasts, Shinrua said. Initially, it was said that dragons could transform into humans as a result of a magical potion, but I had contact with dragons, and I always felt that the descriptions in the books were a bit off. Shinrua explained to Long Hun that he was the 8th gatekeeper, actually the encyclopedia left to him by the will of the God of Light for the sake of the gate, and then said, according to the books, the dragons I encountered are very proud of their dragon form. If that's the case, it's illogical that they would specifically research how to transform into human form for the sake of sustainable resource development. Even if one wanted to save space for enjoyment, the ability to freely change size should be more appealing. Normally, a slave's taste wouldn't become the taste pursued by a slave owner. The dragon believes itself strong and humans weak, yet it actively seeks to transform into human form. Something seems off. You said you ate many people, imagining that scene is indeed uncomfortable, but how to put it? Unexpected yet predictable. Moreover, even without personally experiencing the era of dragon hunting, Shinrua knew that the dragon race's later establishment of a friendly consensus between dragons and humans on the Dusan continent was probably far more thorough than that of the demon race. Those humans who knew the truth were probably all either eaten or wiped out by the dragons. The few remaining, no matter how much they spread the word, time always obliterates the truth of history. Sometimes, it's even forgotten before it becomes history. Just like in the ancient, sealed history of their home planet Earth, the phrase "a feast for the eyes" actually occurred in a fragment of history from an ancient eastern country where a young girl was transformed. The horrific way the food was prepared was ultimately transformed into a word of praise. Most people have forgotten the true origin of this phrase, because so much time has passed. Although Shinruo felt uncomfortable about this, the dragon before him was already dead. Regardless of whether it was his place, as an outsider, to avenge the ancestors of the Dust Sand continent, even if he truly wanted revenge, how would he do it? With the dragon's rock-crushed body, in short, grinded to dust? Shinruo had no interest in such things. Since there was no question of killing it again, Shinruo felt that there was no inherent adversarial relationship between him and this dragon's soul simply because the dragon had eaten a few people. Tigers on Earth in ancient times also ate people, but would a person go and fight a tiger in a zoo? Wu Song fought the tiger because he had to cross a mountain, and another important reason was that he was drunk. Shinruo doesn't like drunken boxing, so this dragon isn't his practice subject. Since you have no hatred for the dragon race, I have something I'd like to ask of you. After so many roundabout ways, the dragon's soul finally began to discuss its true purpose. Shinruo was taken aback. Could a being like a dragon soul really have regrets from its past life? And judging by its appearance, this dragon soul had been dead for a long time. Were things related to it still preserved? Looking at Shinruo, the dragon knew she must have misunderstood. Judging from your expression, you misunderstood. The reason I couldn't leave this place is because my spirit has remained for so long after death, controlling everything here. Has a reason. My body, which I transformed into rock, did indeed merge with this cave after the transformation. But the real reason my spirit has remained for so long is the totem poles covered by my rocky body. We dragons are a race born from the god who governs space. But the gods who co-created this world are actually of varying strengths. I only understood this after death. And I also understood why we become dragon-human hybrids after eating humans. By the way, do you know about the demon race? The dragon soul suddenly asked Shinruo. As their favorite food, it must be difficult for you not to know, right? Shinruo said. The demon race is actually a product of the influence of the fire elemental god's thoughts and the wind elemental god's energy. But do you know why the god of fire needs to do this? Long Hun asked Shinruo. Aren't they gods in the true sense? True gods can create their own worlds and control all laws? Huh? You actually know that? Long Hun exclaimed in surprise. What does this have to do with you? Shinruo didn't join in Long Hun's exclamation. The dragon proudly declared, of course. The god of space hasn't diverted his thoughts. This means that even if he has some thoughts that might affect his path to true godhood, everything is under his control. Isn't that incredibly powerful? Doesn't it leave the god of fire elements far behind? Shinruo already knew that the god of space was powerful, but wasn't this dragon a bit outrageous? Didn't he ask her for a favor? His ramblings have gone completely off topic. However, the dragon immediately got to the point. Actually, my trouble is related to the god I worship. This is the slumbering place chosen by the god of space. Shinruo was shocked. The dragon actually chose the slumbering place of her worshipped god as his burial site? It's not what you think. You're wrong again. Perhaps because this was a world of mental magic, and Shinruo had been pulled in by the dragon's soul, the dragon's soul accurately understood Shinruo's misunderstanding. I didn't know the slumbering place chosen by the god of space was here. Dragon's soul looked awkward. The totem pole I was talking about is actually a large space gem that grows from the ground, like a stalagmite. The reason the dragon soul neither dissipated nor could leave this place was because the god of space slumbered here. The dragon soul unconsciously absorbed the power of the god of space, or perhaps the dreams of the slumbering god influenced it. In any case, by spending so much time here, the dragon soul acquired some historical knowledge related to the creator god. The power of the god of space imprisoned the dragon soul, but also made it stronger. Thus, the dragon learned why it had become a human-dragon hybrid. The god who created humanity was the god of time. The intersection of time and space creates space-time and anchor points. But the god of time left humanity to vanish completely at the time of creation. The god of space, for the sake of racial balance, bestowed upon the dragon race the talent of elemental power of change. The dragon race was born from the power of the god of space, therefore, they always retain the power of space within them. This power can only awaken under very extreme conditions. Spiritual rank is only one of them. Because the power remaining within humans is that of the god of time, however weak. But time and space are the natural pairings of laws. Just like the gods of light and darkness, although Shusha and Ishi on the Dust Sand continent dislike each other, the two scales of the star spirit scales are composed of a light scale and a dark scale. Therefore, only when dragons consume humans can they transform into human-dragon hybrids. Only a spirit-level human-dragon hybrid, and by killing another spirit-level dragon, can potentially awaken the power left by the god of space within the dragon race. The dragon soul transmitted this knowledge to Shenrua through mental magic, and then finally adopted a somewhat pleading posture. He asked Shenrua somewhat hesitantly, "So, can you let me leave here? As a reward, you can take all my savings, and you can gather as many herbs as you like outside." "Didn't you say I couldn't leave?" Shenrua was surprised. "It's definitely possible. I've been researching for a long time, but before today I had no hope at all, because my research was based on information leaked from the spiritual power of the sleeping god of space. So I know the conditions are extremely harsh. The reason I didn't have any hope but still continued research was purely because I wouldn't completely disappear or die anytime soon. That's why I did this. But I never expected that someone could meet these conditions." "Don't agree to him." The wind god had appeared unexpectedly. He stood between Shenrua and the spirit-ranked dragon soul, his expression unfriendly. "You are? The god who governs the wind elements?" The dragon soul never expected that there would be another being spiritual here. But if the other party was a remnant of a god's will, then it was normal that he couldn't sense it. "Why?" Shenrua asked curiously. "He needs a vessel, and your earring is the best one. Plus, he needs to awaken that guy named Space. I dislike space for reasons similar to why I hate time. Oh, I don't hate time anymore, but I don't want to see space. Most importantly, if he gets inside your earring too, I'd be driven crazy by the noise." Of course, there's another reason the god of wind didn't voice. A mere spirit-ranked dragon soul, influenced only by the sleeping space entity, dares to look down on the god of fire, even though the god of fire is also a bottom-tier character, but the bottom-tier one is the god of wind. Even the god of fire dares to look down on him. Isn't this blatant contempt for the gods? If this dragon were still alive, he would never dare to do that. Now that it's dead and a spirit, it's only concerned with figuring out who's stronger between the god of space and the god of space, and even dares to show contempt. How dare a dragon despise a god? Thinking this, the remaining will of the god of wind wanted to directly help this dragon soul dissipate, to let it understand what it means for a dragon to be an ant before a god. However, this would be against the rules. Having entered Shenrua's earring, he couldn't do what a god could do when appearing because of a wish. But whether expressing his unwillingness to share a vessel with a dragon soul was compliant with the rules wasn't specified to that extent. Therefore, the god of wind disregarded his image and appeared to express his opposition. "I'm sorry." The dragon soul tensed up. He actually grasped the key point. "Besides, I didn't know his earring could accept me. I originally wanted the Dark Star Disc." "Never mind, discussing the Dark Star Disc would be against the rules." The god of wind gave Shenrua a warning look before disappearing again. Shenrua felt he was definitely expressing opposition. However, this bird had entered the earring without his permission. In contrast, this dragon soul was still seeking his opinion. After the god of wind appeared, Shenrua even felt that this spirit-ranked dragon soul looked a little pitiful, perhaps even being affectionate. Chapter 228. "Actually, I was going to put an earring in the Dark Star chart too." Shenrua touched her ear. The earring was small and delicate, completely concealing the possibility that it might also be a spatial storage accessory. "I never intended to talk to him." The spirit-ranked dragon soul's aura had subsided. Besides, the god who governs space is the strongest of all the creator gods. I mean the 8. As for the one related to the human race, he had never appeared on the continent, and the spirit-ranked dragon soul couldn't glean any evaluation of him from the sleeping consciousness of the god who governs space. "What are the harsh conditions you mentioned for leaving here?" Shenrua steered the conversation back to what the bird had suddenly interrupted. He listened, but whether or not to help was ultimately up to the bird. Besides, this dragon soul had collected quite a few treasures. If they took this place, they wouldn't need to go back to the Tower of Eternity to get money anymore, right? However, he still needed to visit the Tower of Eternity. Looking at the large amount of rare metals and various treasures beneath him, Shenrua could auction them off or forge weapons and magical items. Shenrua had almost spent all the gold coins he brought with him before leaving the Tower of Eternity. In the Dust Sand continent, if it were just about finding a human town for basic necessities, like food and oil, a few tens of thousands of gold coins would be enough for financial freedom. But if he wanted to buy high-level crystal weapons and magical items, tens of thousands of gold coins were practically pocket change. Now Shenrua understood why Longwei's father had casually given him 20,000 gold coins, and why Junja hadn't hesitated to exchange tens of thousands of gold coins for the energy contained in the water flame lotus. Although they may not have a lot of gold coins, they carry many valuable items with them, which is the foundation of those high-ranking mages or nobles in this world. Their wealth included gold coins, but even more so, expensive and rare items. First, I need a container to hold my soul without letting it dissipate, Long answered Shenrua's question. Such a container is hard to find. It must be related to the spirit. A star spirit priest's astrolabe is one. Of course, your earring should be the best, capable of even containing the will left behind by a god. However, I suspect there must be conditions. I genuinely hadn't discovered this before. I thought an astrolabe could do it, but the astrolabes of the star spirit priests, who came here before, were all too fragile, until I saw yours. It's a sacred relic. Its quality should be able to contain my spirit, but that's only one condition. And the second condition? Shenrua asked. It's to awaken the god of space and obtain his permission after he awakens. This is the most difficult part. But Shenrua wanted to try. He had already interacted with the god of light, the god of darkness, and the god of wind, and had even encountered the evil will arising from the power of the god of fire after he left his body, but all of these were remnants of his will. Judging from the bird and the dragon soul's words, is the god of space, who sleeps here, his true form? And why is he sleeping here? How do we awaken the god of space? Shenrua asked the dragon soul. First, remove my body from the space stone. To be honest, I can control the plants, insects, fish, and even rocks here, but I can't control the rock that my body has transformed into. Remove it. Shenrua stared at the huge dragon-shaped rock. I need my consciousness to return to my body first. Before that, I need to clarify one thing. Is it okay to remove it destructively? I'm dead. Before I died, my body turned to stone, and my power, along with my stone body, merged into the cave. I'm now a soul, my body is useless. That makes sense. Shenrua finished speaking and gathered his consciousness. He felt a blur before his eyes, reached out, and clenched his fist, then realized he had detached himself from the dragon soul's mental magic world. While the mental world created by the dragon soul was exquisite, Shenrua had also seen pavilions and towers in meditation. Although not as realistic as the world created by the dragon soul's mental magic, he still possessed the knack for distinguishing illusion from reality. This difference in sensation was extremely subtle, but one of the focuses of Shenrua's cultivation had always been discerning these subtle differences in sensation. Although he also cultivated strength, there was a limit to human strength. Even with the enhancement of true qi, allowing him to pluck leaves and flowers, and pierce the bodies of other races enhanced by magic with his short sword, it would still be quite difficult in the era of his home planet, Earth. Those who remained on their home planet Earth were all cultivating their awareness. They believed their bodies could resonate or synesthetically connect with the universe, and that through cultivation, they could uncover the memory chains within their bodies, seeking the truth about the universe's birth and development. Tempering the body and practicing various martial arts were essentially for the purpose of enhancing their awareness. Therefore, if Shenrua were to evaluate himself based solely on physical strength without the aid of internal energy circulation or temporary defensive techniques to condense internal energy in a specific part of his body, he would rate himself as inferior to Sak. However, when it came to sensing changes within the spiritual world, Shenrua felt his strength was quite considerable. Of course, his mental discernment abilities couldn't compare to the dragon soul before him, which had trained for countless years and stolen the energy of the god of space. However, being able to distinguish between the world created by the dragon's consciousness and the original reality of that world was enough for Shenrua. The next thing to deal with was destroying the life-size dragon statue before him. Shenrua drew his short sword. True energy surged within his body. Shenrua unleashed 10 sword strikes in each direction, horizontal and vertical. By the time he sheathed his sword, the enormous dragon statue was neatly sliced into pieces, gradually crumbling from the clean cut. A crystalline, cylindrical, enormous space gem was revealed from the shattered dragon statue. What do I do next? Shenrua asked, unable to resist reaching out to touch the enormous space gem. It's so big, how much could it store if it were cut open? Actually, I don't know either. As Long Hun uttered the word no, Shenrua's sword touched the enormous space gem, causing it to emit a dazzling light. By the time Long Hun reacted and used momentum to finish uttering the word Dao, Shenrua was no longer where she was. Space gems cannot store living beings, but Shenrua's earring could not only absorb Jasilfa's blood, but also the remaining will of the god, who governs the wind elements. This enormous, totem pole-like space gem was connected to the slumbering god, who governed space. Whether it could absorb life or spirit probably depended on the whim of the god who governed space. This was Shinrua's thought when she saw the deity before her. The deity's true form looked like an ordinary human dragon, perhaps an exceptionally handsome one, if that was his true form. Just as Shinrua was scrutinizing him, the deity opened his eyes. No need to look anymore. This is not my true form. The god of space didn't speak, but his voice echoed in Shinrua's mind like a thunderclap. Then what is your true form? Shinrua wasn't afraid at all, and even asked sincerely. The god of space's true form is, of course, space itself. The deity said lazily, his tone now sounding like an exceptionally kind elder, unlike his earlier thunderous voice. Everything else is an illusion, created so you can see me. The god of space told Shinrua. Very amazing. Shinrua sighed. This deity felt more divine than the remnants of other gods he had encountered before. Because in famous theological texts on their home planet Earth, it is mentioned that gods are omnipresent. This being states that he is space itself, and all places inhabited are existences called space under the laws of nature. The dragon race is a race I protect, and that dragon soul seems to understand this very well. The god of space chuckled. Just as Shinrua was about to ask what the dragon soul understood, a consciousness entered his mind, allowing him to immediately understand what the dragon soul had grasped that made it so eager to leave. The dragon soul chose the place where the god of space preserved its power as its dragon tomb, usurping the throne with smug satisfaction. Of course, this smugness was from the god of space's perspective. In Shinrua's view, the dragon soul, unaware that this was the sleeping place of the god of space before its death, completely surrendered upon discovering it. When the 8 years of the dust and sand realm have passed, or when the candidates complete their collection and trigger the settlement ahead of schedule, the god of space will surely awaken from his slumber. At that time, the dragon soul will endure the excruciating pain of its soul being torn apart before finally dissipating. The pain of a torn soul is far greater than the agony of a body being ripped apart. The dragon soul simply wants a peaceful death. Let me see your sword, the god of space said to Shinrua. The being that resembled a human dragon reached out to Shinrua. Although Shinrua didn't see it speak, he clearly heard its voice, like an echo in space. Shinrua was still not used to this form of communication. However, he didn't think he could refuse the request of such a powerful god, so he handed over his sword. The god of space twirled the sword, then examined it for a while, before finally returning it to Shinrua. Alright, I give the dragon soul a chance. The god of space spoke, but Shinrua thought it was utterly absurd. I won't use any divine power, just this body I use to communicate with you. We fight. If you win, I release the dragon. How could I possibly? Enough talk, I'm starting. The god of space was a man of his word, no wasting words. Before Shinrua could refuse, a punch landed on his abdomen. In an instant, Shinrua pushed all his awareness to its limit, barely managing to gather true energy in his abdomen the instant the fist touched it, while simultaneously taking a step back to deflect the force. Even so, he was still struck so hard he coughed up blood. So strong. Shinrua didn't dare to be careless. After firmly planting his foot, he suddenly flipped his hand and thrust his sword to the side, aiming straight for his opponent's neck. The god of space was clearly holding back, allowing Shinrua to wield the sword without conjuring any other weapon, intending to fight Shinrua barehanded. Shinrua, however, showed no sign of yielding. What a joke. He was only attacking an image conjured by the god of space. The other was attacking the real Shinrua. Chapter 229. The body created by the god of space for communication was still swinging its punch at Shinrua's abdomen. Against any other being, Shinrua's lightning-fast sword strike would have been impossible to dodge, but this being had done it. This body, with incredible control, stopped the unfinished punch, tilting its head back. Shinrua's sword tip grazed its neck, missing its target. Shinrua didn't linger. Instinctively, he pressed his sword down. Even with the body's backward tilt and roll, there was still an element of variation. The body twisted, bracing itself with its hands, and kicked Shinrua's wrist and jaw with force, one leg forward and the other back. The flow of energy was flawless. Shinrua dodged one kick and blocked the other. Using the momentum from the block, the body rolled to the ground, and before Shinrua could catch his breath, another punch landed on his temple. Shinrua channeled his true energy into his hand, raising his arm to block the punch. He had already switched his sword to his other hand and thrust it out sideways. He heard the crack of his elbow bone breaking as his sword pierced his opponent's abdomen. However, it was avoided. Shinrua's dominant hand was his right. A broken right hand compared to a sword wound to the opponent's abdomen didn't seem like a worthwhile trade. Because this body was different from his usual opponent. An abdominal injury to an ordinary opponent would impair their movement, but this body was merely a communication device created by the god of space. Shinruo suspected that the opponent didn't possess the ability to feel pain. As for determining victory or defeat, either he could strike the opponent's vital point, or the opponent would meet the conditions for incapacitation, such as having both hands severed, or losing so much blood that they would fall unconscious due to excessive blood loss. Shinruo knew very well that even if he went all out, he might not be able to defeat his opponent. However, every move his opponent made was a killing blow, forcing Shinruo to give it his all. Stronger than I imagined, but not enough. He didn't know how long the fight had lasted. Due to the altered perception of time, Shinruo no longer had the energy to adjust his timing. His opponent's voice rang out. Shinruo felt his vision beginning to blur, but he had no intention of giving up. He wasn't sure if it was his imagination, but he sensed a hint of mockery in the voice of the god of space. Compared to the god of wind, the god of space seemed to genuinely view the game, reminding Shinruo of the words left by the gatekeeper, a deity who called himself the gatekeeper's disciple. The god's game, the dust and sand realm. All living beings here were born from the power of the gods, but they themselves developed their own culture and are now living, breathing entities. In the eyes of the gods, the dust and sand realm was a game that determined which incomplete god could ascend to a higher dimension. This vast continent was merely a sandbox they created, and they were the soldiers spawned on that sandbox game. As a candidate, he was probably the elite among those soldiers. While the gods certainly possessed such qualifications, looking at the various races that revered them, Shinruo felt a fire burning within him for some reason. He wasn't arrogant enough to believe he could challenge the gods, but this body created by the gods for communication, acting so arrogantly without using any divine laws to fight him, was truly infuriating. I got the dragon soul. Shinruo knew that people who shouted such lines were usually easily embarrassed, at least in novels. But this time, he used all of his lion's roar's power, a pure case of injuring the enemy 800 while losing 1,000 of his own. This roar actually caused his opponent to freeze in midair. Based on their previous exchanges, Shinruo had a rough assessment of his opponent's physical strength. This roar used up most of his remaining true energy, aiming to rupture his opponent's eardrums. His opponent felt no pain, but the sudden change in his body caused a momentary pause, his only chance. His sword moved like a meteor. Shinruo poured all his remaining true energy into the blade, neither dodging nor blocking the opponent's downward palm strike, his sole purpose being to drive the short sword into his opponent's chest. The palm struck Shinruo's shoulder first. Shinruo heard the sound of his shoulder bone cracking, and this time, his opponent also failed to avoid a vital spot. Heh, clumsy technique, you failed. The last thing Shinruo heard before falling unconscious was the voice of the god of wind. When he awoke, Shinruo found his injuries completely healed. His true energy hadn't fully recovered, but it wasn't nearly empty as he had thought. With both the physical body of the god of space and the remnant will of the god of wind still present, Shinruo wouldn't find it strange that he had survived such severe injuries without dying. What puzzled him was why the god of space had used a body created for communication to fight him, and what the last words the god of wind had spoken before he lost consciousness meant. However, he was still inside the space of that enormous gem. You're awake. The voice of the god of space rang out, but his physical body, used for communication, was gone. Yes, you must keep your word. Shinruo not only woke up, but also remembered that the duel had conditions. The dragon soul has been placed on your celestial spirit scales, said the god of space. If it were placed on the dark star chart, and you later obtained the light star chart, these celestial spirit scales would be crooked and distorted until the dragon dissipates, which would be too aesthetically unappealing. Huh? Shinruo didn't understand what this meant. The light star chart and the dark star chart were originally two balances of power. If you let the dragon soul reside in the dark star chart, wouldn't that disrupt the balance between the two charts? The god of space explained. Do you prefer a star spirit scale that's constantly tilted towards the dark star chart? No, thank you for being so considerate. This feeling of absolute imbalance would drive anyone with OCD crazy. Although Shinruo wasn't OCD, a scale should still look like a scale, being crooked and uneven really looked strange. Anyway, this dragon soul chose this place as its final resting place because I was sleeping here, and it was attracted by my spatial power, which led to the changes after its death. Since you take it its dragon soul, I give you a little something. In your world's terms, what's it called again? After sales service? The god of space could read information from the dust sand continent, as well as information from various universes. Although the laws of language weren't under his control, the channels connecting different worlds were essentially spatial transformations. The stronger the deity, the more difficult their power and thoughts are to understand for ordinary people. Therefore, Shinrua wasn't surprised that the god of space could converse with him as freely as beings on his home planet, Earth. What kind of after-sales service? Shinrua asked. It's like having the Dragon Soul provide after-sales service for your mental spell, said the god of space. Actually, I will inevitably awaken from my slumber. With the activation of the cataclysmic laws, this dragon would have dissipated anyway, but now I added conditions to its dissipation. The star spirit scales can cast mental spells when the star chart is present. This mental spell is similar to the 10-direction star chart, but if you cast it, you yourself will be dragged into the mental spell, becoming its anchor point. You can now use the Dragon Soul to complete this mental spell for you. It cannot refuse, but there's a limit to the number of uses. For non-spirit rank beings, it will dissipate after 10 uses. For spirit rank beings, it will dissipate after 3 uses. If this Dragon Soul hasn't dissipated by the end of the Dust and Sand realm, then I grant it a gift it would really want. Then I hope it can hold out until then, Shinrua said. You're very clever. The voice of the god of space rang out once more. Shinrua felt a blur of light and shadow before his eyes, and when he regained his senses, he was once again in the heart of the far eastern dragon tomb. Everything was the same as before he entered that strange space, except for the totem pole-like space gem. The totem pole-like space gem had vanished, and in Shinrua's hand lay a beautiful, cylindrical, crystal-clear gem. Shinrua opened the encyclopedia. Entry: Space Totem Stone. Quality: Divine Relic. Category: Sacred Relic. Other: a sacred totem stone once connected to the slumbering place of the god who governed space. Due to the god's departure, this totem stone lost its totem function, but the spatial power within it remains. Its effects other than storing items are unknown. It is a sacred relic that can eclipse all other space storage gems. Shinrua put away the encyclopedia, pondered the description of eclipsing all other space storage gems for a moment, and then gripped the totem stone tightly. Unlike ordinary space storage gems, this didn't seem to be a directly usable gem. Shinrua tried to infuse it with true energy, and the totem stone suddenly flashed with a 7-colored light. Where the light shone, the treasure mountain guarded by the dragon flew up with a whoosh. Even the bones were affected. The totem stone absorbed everything in the cave, and Shinrua couldn't help but sigh. This stone can probably be organized, but the method will likely need further experimentation. Regardless, while its storage capacity is strong, it will cause problems. Especially since I haven't yet mastered how to selectively retrieve items. Furthermore, the stone's special effect of 7-colored light is far too conspicuous. It's practically unusable unless in a very safe place. So, even though I obtained a totem stone that would eliminate the need to worry about limited gem storage space when inlaid into a necklace, I can't use it properly, and still have to carry a backpack full of storage gems. Who understands this kind of suffering? Shinrua sighed, put away the spatial totem stone, and walked out of the cave. It will take more than 10 days to return to town from the heart of the Far East Dragon Tomb. After leaving the cave, Shinrua noticed that the vegetation was beginning to wither. Although it hadn't completely lost its vitality, changes were taking place. Shinrua understood that this was the area nourished by the Dragon Soul. With the Dragon Soul gone, the god of space was nowhere to be found, or perhaps omnipresent, but in any case, this place would soon become no different from the surrounding wilderness. The wilderness hunters in this area relied on the outskirts of this region for survival, and they didn't know how their lives would be affected in the future. Shinrua sighed and began gathering herbs. These might be the last life-extending herbs for the Eastern humans. Chapter 230. Following the methods described in the encyclopedia, Shinrua roughly processed the collected herbs to prevent further reduction in their medicinal properties. Only after the vegetation had completely withered and turned yellow did Shinrua leave the sinkhole along the path carved into the mountainside. He carried the star spirit scale in his hand. At night, Shinrua would attach a magic lamp of light element to the handle in the middle of the scale with a rope for illumination. He did this to communicate with the dragon soul within the star spirit scale. The spirit-ranked dragon soul, placed into the star spirit scale by the god of space, knew perfectly well why the changes in the herbs and creatures here had occurred. This used to be the settlement of the Eastern human race. I once came here and discovered a totem pole of the god, actually that spatial stone. I didn't know it was related to the slumber of the god who governs space. I just instinctively felt I had to guard it. The environment here is harsh, the soil contains toxins, and I don't eat what grows here, but the Eastern human race living here does, which is why their lifespans are so short. However, after eating poisonous food for a long time, they develop resistance, so they survive. What happened back then? I fought with another dragon. You know, our dragon race's spiritual ranks are incompatible. I won, but I was badly injured and couldn't go far to find food, so I ate the humans here. The dragon recalled something from a long time ago. Actually, after becoming a dragon-human hybrid, I inexplicably developed a strong aversion to cannibalism, because it seems my body was affected to some extent. But never mind, there's no point in talking about it. The reason those medicinal herbs are so effective on humans, especially Eastern humans, is because of my power. I consumed a lot of Eastern humans, so some of their has become part of my blood and bones. Because my blood and bones are integrated with the land here, and this area, influenced by my spirit, produces plants. You know what I mean? The lifespan extension is because dragons live longer than humans, and the herb's ability to strengthen the human body is also influenced by dragon power. The reason humans, especially Eastern humans, experience fewer side effects is because this dragon has already absorbed a lot of humans into its body. If we consider this a side effect, is it similar to a rejection reaction? After chatting with the dragon for a while, Shinruo started looking for the remaining will of the god, who governs the wind elements, trying to increase his participation through verbal persuasion. Sigh, I don't know why my hair has grown so much, Shinruo said. It was already a bit long before I went to find the dragon's tomb, but I didn't want to attract too much attention in town, so I had to cut it myself. It looks a bit like a dog chewed it, but at least I can cover it with a wig. The god of wind, of course, wouldn't be swayed by Shinruo's meaningless words. Shinruo sighed, Lord Wind God, do you know, there's a poem in my hometown that goes like this: Who cut out these green leaves? The February spring breeze is like scissors. As the god of wind, your hairdressing skills must be far superior to mine. Would cutting my hair affect the rules? I guess not. It's just that you're too noble, you certainly wouldn't do something like cutting my hair. But you already cut the tree's hair, so I don't think I'm any worse than a tree. Shinruo wasn't good at interacting with the various races on the continent, but he was very good at talking to thin air. After all, back on the isolated island, he basically chatted with his intelligent assistant and various flowers, birds, insects, and fish. Aside from the intelligent assistant, which could execute commands and offer some interaction, the flowers, birds, insects, and fish, in Shinruo's eyes, were not much different from the lingering will of the god who governed the wind elements. Oh, he was a bird too. Shut up. The god who governed the wind elements seemed very displeased. A gust of wind swept past Shinruo, and when he came to his senses, he found that his wig had vanished, and his clothes had been changed. Although Shinruo hadn't looked in a mirror, he could tell from the scattered strands of hair on the ground that his hair had been cut. The clothing felt somewhat androgynous, and most troublesomely, besides being trimmed, his hair had also been combed up. You want to turn me into a cross-dresser again, but then think it's too childish for someone of your status to do such a thing? Shinruo said to the one in the earring. Since it wasn't actual women's clothing, Shinruo wasn't too bothered. Even if he changed the wig, it wouldn't be the same one as before. Anyone who had seen him before would probably immediately recognize it as a wig. Wigs weren't very comfortable to wear either. Shinruo was the kind of person who even found rings and bracelets slowing down his reflexes, so he didn't bother changing the wig. Instead, he planned to cut his own hair once he got to the city. After more than 30 days of this journey, Shinruo finally returned to the town. He found that the town had changed quite a bit. Firstly, the number of guards patrolling and defending the city was already small. This time, the city gates were completely unguarded. The town, though small, wasn't originally desolate. It was primarily populated by descendants of Eastern human bloodlines, and the plant spirits collected local medicinal herbs for research, ensuring a constant presence of hunters and herb merchants. Now, the town was extremely deserted, many shops were nearly empty, and many were closed. The place where Shinruo had bought his mount was now deserted, and he had no mount left. Shinruo listened intently, and realized that very few people remained in the town. Using his sense of direction, Shinruo headed towards the remaining inhabitants. It was an inn that combined restaurant and guest house. Shinruo pushed open the door, and saw the chief standing at the front desk, and Sak sitting outside the counter. Sak, Yolos, Shinruo greeted them. Huh? Sak turned around, not recognizing Shinruo at first. Only when Shinruo called him, and Chief Yolos by name, did he realize something from the color of Shinruo's eyes. Is that Lord Black Pupil? It's me. Shinruo said. What happened? It seems everyone here has left? Lord Black Pupil, if it weren't for waiting for you, we would have left too. Sak, seeing Shinruo, excitedly recounted what had happened after Shinruo told him to leave. Shinruo then realized that the length of time he had been unconscious in that space far exceeded his imagination. He had stayed in that cave for nearly 200 days. After Shinrua told Sak to leave, Sak mustered his courage and stepped out of the barrier of light magic. The attacks from the surrounding rocks indeed stopped, and no other plants or animals tried to harm him anymore. After gathering the herbs for prolonging life, he quickly left via the path on the mountainside. However, upon reaching the top of the sinkhole, he couldn't resist using his observation goggles to check the activity below. There was still no movement inside the sinkhole. Sak knew that the surrounding wilderness hunters were waiting to see if Shinrua would emerge, and whether they could potentially gain some advantage by using his power. For example, if Shinrua eliminated everything that was in the way, blocking their path, or hindering their progress, the wilderness hunters could get a share. So, Sak had just put away his goggles when he encountered other wilderness hunters. "Sak, what's up? Where's your formidable new leader?" The hunter Sak encountered had clearly heard the terrifying rumors of Shinrua slaying the Earth Dragon. Seeing Sak, he didn't dare to act rashly, only testing the waters with his words. "He went down himself, telling me to wait here. He said if he doesn't return in 3 days, you can do whatever you want." Sak lied. In the wilderness, sincerity wasn't needed between hunters who weren't in the same group. Sak lied because he was carrying longevity-enhancing herbs. If these people knew he had gone down into the sinkhole and returned alone, they might subdue him and search him. Although they probably wouldn't inflict any irreversible physical damage on Sak to avoid revenge, the longevity-enhancing herbs were very important to him, and he didn't want to hand them over. On the way back, he had contacted the leader, Yolos, as Shinrua had instructed. He could only hope that the leader and his team, now missing 3 high-level wilderness hunters, would still be able to arrive safely. After all, he had followed Shinrua all the way here. In Sak's eyes, the Black-Eyed Lord was mysterious and powerful. Before entering the sinkhole, they had rarely encountered even powerful creatures. Either the Black-Eyed Lord had some way of predicting the activity patterns of these creatures, or these creatures sensed the Black-Eyed Lord's power and avoided them based on their instinct for self-preservation. However, while they hadn't encountered these creatures in the areas they had passed through, they were still quite active in other places. The leader had previously planned to lead the team into the sinkhole, albeit only as a trial. This indicated that their team was indeed strong, but without 3 high-level hunters, including Sak, reaching the vicinity of the sinkhole might still be somewhat difficult. Sak was uneasy, but the other party also had reservations, only saying to Sak, "All right, I spread the word. In 3 days, we're going down into the sinkhole. Don't stop us." In the other party's view, if Shinrua was already dead, then what was below probably wouldn't be so easy to obtain, and they might be able to get the medicinal herbs without lifting a finger. If Shinrua wasn't dead, then they would have kept their promise, and Shinrua had no reason to stop them from collecting the medicinal herbs in the sinkhole. He couldn't possibly have killed all the obstacles and collected all the herbs in 3 days by himself, could he? Seeing the other side turn and find a place to set up camp some distance away, Sak breathed a sigh of relief. Just then, his communication crystal lit up. It was their leader, Yolos, arriving with his men. Sak reported his location, and when Yolos had his men set up camp, he pulled Yolos aside and whispered, "I obtained the longevity herbs, which are our team's share, but I want the lion's share. Lord Black Eyes told me not to wait for him." Leaving the camp as a cover, they quietly left in the dark. Halfway there, they felt a violent shaking. Realizing something was wrong, they found themselves in the wilderness, outside the influence of the far eastern dragon tomb. Looking back, they saw dust slowly rising from the outer perimeter of the far eastern dragon tomb. The vegetation was slowly crumbling. The shattering began at the outermost edge of the far eastern dragon tomb. Although what happened inside was unknown, the sight and their sudden spatial shifts were terrifying. Wilderness hunters thrived here thanks to the profits from the far eastern dragon tomb. While there were forests to the west of the city, also suitable for hunting, without the power boost from the animals and herbs of the far eastern dragon tomb, the hunters here couldn't possibly have so many high-level hunters. This generation can survive by hunting in the forest, but what about the next? Chapter 231. It took the wilderness hunter some time to gradually accept the fact that the far eastern dragon tomb was being abandoned. Some even attempted to approach the changing tomb, only to find it impossible. Ultimately, the wilderness hunters disbanded their groups. Those with children took theirs and left the town. Although the town belonged to the Plant Spirit clan, the lack of resources led the clan to cease supplying it and maintaining basic order. Only the border line on the map remained as proof of its ownership. "There was a reason we gathered here before," Sak said. "Because without the resources here, our physical strength would be weaker than ordinary people, making it difficult to find work suitable for primitive accumulation. If it weren't for beautiful women, Our ancestors would have had difficulty interbreeding with other human races, because Eastern men don't live long and aren't very strong, Yolos said. Now, among the hunters gathered in the wilderness, there aren't many women. The pretty ones don't come here. You don't like our customs, but there's nothing we can do about it. So when did you originally plan to wait? Shinru asked. The change started from the outside. If the vegetation in the sinkhole has completely changed, we have to leave, Sack said. I just always felt that if it were Lord Black Eyes, you wouldn't have died there. After I arrive, what are your plans? Shinru had originally asked Sack to wait for him in the town, but she hadn't expected to encounter this situation. Sack thought for a moment, then brought up what he and Yolos had discussed. If Lord Black Eyes is willing to let us follow you, we can be your disciples, servants, or apprentices. In short, as long as we're not slaves, we're all welcome. If you're not willing, then we go to the nearest town and see what kind of work we can do. Fortunately, Yolos and I don't have families yet, so we don't have to worry about our future children being affected by our bloodline without the enhancement drugs. So even if you meet a suitable partner, you don't plan to start a family? Shinru seemed to be asking Sack, or perhaps talking to himself, before deciding to let the two of them follow him for now. She left on her own. You guys follow me for now. I estimate I'd be going to the Tower of Eternity, or the human settlement. I have quite a few spoils from this trip that need to be processed, and there's no way to do so here. I have some friends over there. If you like, I can have them help you find suitable jobs and places to stay. Thank you so much, Lord Black Eyes. Sack said happily. By the way, I haven't asked yet, Lord Black Eyes, what happened to your hair? Why did it turn black? He didn't seem to mind Shinru tying her hair up. On the Dust Sand continent, many men, due to their constant adventures, didn't have time to trim their hair regularly, so tying it up was quite common. The prank of the god of wind elements was a very subtle move. Shinru sighed. My hair was originally black. Because I recently attracted some attention on the continent, I didn't want people to know my whereabouts, so I changed my hair color, but my wig fell off. So that's how it is. Then, Sack wanted to ask what to do next, but saw Shinru wave his hand. It's alright, nobody here knows me. In the current situation, there's hardly anyone in the city. We just avoid going into towns before we reach our destination. The wilderness is vast, and Shinru didn't really need to hide anything. He just wasn't actively collecting quest items, and planned to disappear from other beings' sight for a while. Now that he obtained so much dragon stock in the dragon tomb, and he still hadn't figured out how to use the spatial totem stone, opening it rashly, and having a mountain of treasure appear out of thin air was bound to be troublesome. He needed to find a relatively safe place. In Shinru's opinion, to find such a place, he could only ask Feng He or Junja for help. While Long Wei was trustworthy, that guy was still a young master. A young master meant there was a master overseeing him, and the wealth of a spirit-level dragon seemed quite tempting to other dragons. Shinru spent the entire night planning the route. The city's food supplies were running low. He checked his own rations and found they were still intact. He couldn't tell if it was the divine space's preservation mechanism or the truly high quality of the rations. Since there wasn't an immediate problem with food and water, he just needed to find a route convenient for hunting along the way, one with edible plants available. Although Yolos and Sack didn't say much, Shinru could tell they were still somewhat reluctant to leave this small town. In Yolos' words, the inn Shinru found was partly owned by their group of wilderness hunters. Shinru recalled reading books on his home planet Earth about how, before human civilization had advanced to the point of being able to leave Earth, land was a scarce resource. Many people would dedicate their entire life savings to building or buying a house. These wilderness hunters could certainly build simple shelters in the forest after leaving the town, but it would present numerous inconveniences. It seemed that settling down in a town with a permanent home was truly difficult for them, and Shinru felt he should say something at this moment. But what should he say? The place we're going to is probably under construction too. I think if you work hard, you have new houses soon, Shinru comforted Sack. This was actually also meant for Yolas, but because Shinru wasn't familiar with Yolas, and given Yolas' burly, tough guy image, Shinru felt it would be strange to say it directly to Yolas as well. Something just wouldn't feel right. Perhaps because he was no longer subjected to the bullying of the other members of the wilderness hunters, Shinru sensed a significant change in Sack. The gloomy aura had vanished from his expression. Although the Mount Market here had closed, since Yolos and Sack had stayed behind, they would regularly travel to the nearest town to procure supplies. Mounts were necessities, so when leaving town, Shinru rode in a vehicle they had modified. This vehicle was somewhat similar to the old-fashioned ox carts used in the countryside to haul mountain goods. Just a plain cart, pulled by the local specialty mounts. Sak and Yolos took turns driving, with Yolos driving more often. Yolos sensed that Sak, having followed Shinruo for some time, seemed to know better than him how to communicate with the mysterious black-eyed lord. Shinruo chose mostly remote routes, but fortunately, both Sak and Yolos were former wilderness hunters, and they encountered few troubles along the way. Sometimes, Shinruo would prepare medicine while referring to a book, and then give the potions to Sak and Yolos to drink. Although Shinruo didn't specify what the medicine was, Sak and Yolos, perhaps having discussed it privately, drank it without question. In their view, the black-eyed lord might be testing their loyalty with drugs. This was understandable, but another thing the black-eyed lord did was less so. The black-eyed lord liked to touch their wrists. When Shinruo first made this request, Sak blushed. Shinruo couldn't understand the meaning of blushing, even though he knew that the humans on the Dust Sand continent hadn't developed a medical tradition of pulse diagnosis. However, Shinruo didn't think he had done anything strange. Pressing his wrist was nothing unusual, and as long as Sak and Yolos cooperated, he wouldn't delve into it further. The drug system of the Dust Sand continent was quite abstract to Shinruo. The abstractness lay in the fact that its names only concerned the effects, and these effects were very general. For example, energy potion, mental strength potion, internal injury potion, external injury potion, basic recovery potion, intermediate recovery potion, and advanced recovery potion. There were also things like headache relief potion, chest pain relief potion, and abdominal pain relief potion. There are various antidotes, categorized as basic antidote, intermediate antidote, and advanced antidote. There are also many fancy magical potions unrelated to disease. Potions to increase elemental power concentration, potions to bind someone to your love at first sight, potions for special items. These potions don't have the clearly defined names of their ingredients like those on their home planet Earth, nor do they provide any explanation of their therapeutic logic, giving off a sense of extremely sloppy primitive shamanism. However, they have also developed some methods similar to Western medicine, such as elemental thread suturing, and of course, there are surgical procedures, like the one involving Jimu, that Shinruo found highly unhygienic. But it's said that the plant spirit race's magic can prevent wound infection. The only saving grace is that the pulse characteristics of humans are exactly the same as those of humans on their home planet Earth. But the problem is that there's no way to find a suitable treatment from the names of these potions. Fortunately, the potion-making book that Yuki gave Shinruo contained brief descriptions of the raw materials for each type of potion that humans could make. These descriptions covered the specific types of potions the humans targeted, any potential side effects, and which medications could neutralize them. Most of the potions humans could make weren't potent emergency treatments, they were more for long-term relief and improvement of symptoms. Shinruo had previously sold these potions in a shop in a small town. The shopkeeper there liked them because most of the humans living in that town suffered from various chronic illnesses. These medicines could only fetch a relatively good price in that town. In a place like the Tower of Eternity, these potions would probably be completely ignored. Shinruo selected some harmless raw materials, processed them simply, and had Sak and Yolos take them. He then observed their pulses, and the changes before, and after taking the medicine to better understand its effects. After some time, Shinruo also tested the medicine on them with acupuncture. In theory, both Sak and Yolos are human, so acupuncture should not be difficult for them. However, in reality, due to the long-term effects of drugs from the Far East Dragon Tomb area on their bodies, the types of chronic diseases they suffer from are different from those on their home planet Earth. Chapter 232. Besides acupuncture and drug testing, Shinruo also had Yolos and Sak learn some movements that seemed strange to them. Not only that, Shinruo also required these movements to be sustained for a sufficient amount of time, to conform to a certain rhythm, and to be in sync with the rhythm of breathing. Yolos and Sak both had questions, but seeing that Lord Black Eyes didn't seem inclined to explain, they didn't dare to dwell on the matter. What did you do with the longevity-extending herbs? After dinner that day, Shinruo inquired about this. I sold some, Sak said. Most of them were processed by the pharmacy owner, and then we divided them according to our internal rules, leaving a little for Lord Black Eyes as well. Shinruo thought for a moment. Were they processed into a potion? How much did you take? I already finished my own portion. Now only Lord Black Eyes' portion remains. Actually, I lied to them, and said I drank it all, because this stuff is really... Sak answered cautiously. Then start drinking the portion you left me today, and give me your wrist after you're done. Shinruo wanted to understand the workings of the longevity-enhancing medicine. Of course, pulse diagnosis could only reveal some direct changes in physical health. Human lifespan was related to telomere length, but also influenced by many acquired factors. Shenrua couldn't use this ancient medical method to confirm how the medicine on the Dust Sand continent worked, especially since it involved magical medicine making, which was beyond his knowledge. He could only gain some experience by recording the changes in Sak and Yolos. Essentially, ancient Eastern medicine was also a form of empirical medicine. If magic and magical artifacts were disregarded, Shenrua felt that the methods of preparing potions in ancient Eastern medicine on her home planet Earth were at least more complex than those on the Dust Sand continent. Because, judging from the medicines found on the Dust Sand continent, they were almost all potions. In any case, they all involved turning various strange medicinal materials into liquids for oral or external use. Before the advent of later scientific pharmaceutical methods, ancient Eastern medicine on her home planet Earth could at least make pills, powders, or granules from herbs or animal parts, although decoctions were indeed one of the most important methods before the scientific age. However, the methods of preparing medicine on the Dust Sand continent were much simpler, and they all required being packaged in special potion bottles. These potion bottles prevented the medicine from spoiling, and part of the price of the medicine was spent on the bottle. Therefore, apart from wealthy nobles like Jun Zilongwei, who might not care about the bottle after finishing it, most poorer commoners would keep the potion bottle and only buy the potion, not the bottle, when purchasing medicine. When Shenrua first arrived on the continent, he encountered ordinary human civilians. However, Long Wei then took him directly to a central town like the Eternal Tower, where he experienced firsthand the vastly different cost of living. Afterward, having no further experience with the anxieties of money, Shenrua didn't feel a strong sense of reality about this world. The lifestyle of the wilderness hunters, and the cost of living in the small town suddenly made Shenrua understand something, though not completely. At times like these, Shenrua would feel a sense of unease, realizing he wasn't a native, and therefore unable to fully integrate into the local customs and culture. Shenrua planned to go to Shishui first. The closest and less crowded route to Shishui involved traversing the Hanling Mountains. Shenrua first saw the Hanling Mountains on his way to Shishui with the soldier king Hishi. However, their route at that time didn't require passing through the Hanling Mountains. They could see them from afar outside the dark wasteland. The Far Eastern Dragon Tomb was on the other side of the Hanling Mountains he had seen before. Crossing the Hanling Mountains was a shortcut from their current location to Shishui. Before Shenrua went to the Far Eastern Dragon Tomb, a major event related to the Hanling Mountains occurred on the continent. Shenrua obtained a brief summary of this event while purchasing intelligence in the small town of the Wilderness Hunters. Jisilfa of the Sky Fox clan led the Sky Foxes to attack the Frost Serpents. After a brief but intense battle, the Sky Foxes retreated to the Thousand Silence Plains. In other words, the battle most likely took place in the Hanling Mountains, where the Frost Serpents reside. As for the reason, the quest item possessed by the Frost Serpent clan was probably the reason. Although they had been avoiding detection along the way, Shenrua didn't intend to keep their tracks hidden indefinitely. The Cold Spirit Mountains were now far from the Far Eastern Dragon Tomb, and they had been traveling for nearly 100 days. This trip to the Far Eastern Dragon Tomb, including the travel time to and from there, was arguably Shenrua's longest journey since arriving on the Dust Sand continent. While the journey to the Demon Abyss was treacherous, and he had witnessed the demon race's war firsthand, it had only taken about 100 days. However, because the Far Eastern Dragon Tomb was located in a remote area, Shenrua had chosen to travel there on foot, so even reaching the nearest desolate town had taken over 100 days. After that, the time spent traveling back and forth through the heart of the Far Eastern Dragon Tomb, trapped in the cave, added up to nearly 300 days. Now, on the way to Shishui, having a mount to pull the cart would normally be faster than walking, but Shenrua wasted a lot of time researching how to alleviate Sak and Yolos' chronic illnesses. Finally, by the time they reached the vicinity of the Cold Spirit Mountains, nearly 100 days had passed. All of this time, in total, exceeded half a Dust Sand year, approximately 500 Dust Sand days. However, 200 of those days passed by without Shenrua even noticing, as if he had just taken a nap, so he didn't feel that so much time had gone by. Shenrua retrieved a wig from his storage necklace and adorned himself. He instructed Sak and Yolos, "If anyone asks, say we're from our hometown, looking for a living. That's our story in the Frost Serpent's territory. Once we reach Shishui, say we met on the road. You can make up a story about how we met, but I don't want anyone to know I've been to the Far Eastern Dragon Tomb." Shenrua didn't insist they uphold this requirement through oaths or blood pacts, because his trip to the Far Eastern Dragon Tomb wasn't particularly noteworthy to the powerful beings on the Dust Sand continent. At least, they wouldn't think of him as a candidate, because his area of activity didn't overlap with any of the candidates. While the candidates were all vying for the mission items, he had gone to such a remote wilderness. More than competing for the candidates, his actions seemed more like searching for herbs that could prolong the lives of the Eastern humans. Even if other beings knew his whereabouts, his behavior would be more like that of a native of the Eastern humans than a candidate. The only problem was the commotion he caused at the far eastern dragon tomb. However, the resources there were only truly useful to wilderness hunters, so they weren't exactly newsworthy enough to be shared on the mainland. Yuki knew Shinrua's whereabouts because Shinrua had asked him many questions about medicinal herbs, but this was consistent with his public persona and wouldn't raise any suspicion. Therefore, Shinrua asked Yolas and Sak to cover his trip to the far eastern dragon tomb. He genuinely didn't want too much attention, and he didn't want to reappear with his black hair and black eyes before reaching Shishui and meeting the king of soldiers, Hishi. Of course, this was also a test. He wanted to see what kind of excuse or partnership Sak and Yolas could come up with for his trip, and to what extent they would keep his requests for secrecy without constraints. The most unreserved relationship Shinrua had ever witnessed on the Dusan continent was probably that of the king of soldiers, Hishi, also known as Fenghe, and his Shishui companions. But this relationship belonged to them, not to Shinrua. Shinrua didn't necessarily need this kind of bond, but after seeing it, he couldn't help but wonder if it would be wonderful if someone could share such a relationship with him, someone he could confide in, someone he could entrust his secrets to, and someone who would protect him. However, he quickly dismissed these thoughts, because he had lived on the Dusan continent for 8 years according to the Dusan calendar, which was about 20 years on his home planet Earth. For him, this time frame was certainly not short, but for the other races in this world whose lifespans were longer than humans, Shinrua was somewhat uncertain. Whether or not to forge important partnerships with a few, or even just a few, among the races of the Dusan continent within the relatively short 8 Dusan years, was a question that weighed heavily on Shinrua's mind. Shinrua didn't dwell on this for long, as they had reached the last town before entering the Cold Spirit Mountains, and he needed to take Sak and Yolos to purchase some supplies. Since leaving the Wild Hunters town, they hadn't entered any other towns, and Shinrua was completely unaware of the major events that had occurred on the Dusan continent during the 400 days since he went to the Far East Dragon Tomb. After leaving the Far East Dragon Tomb, he could, of course, ask the king of soldiers, Hishi, but Shinrua figured they would meet again in Shishui, so he only confirmed that Hishi would be in Shishui for a while, and didn't ask any further about what was happening outside. This town outside the Cold Spirit Mountains was entirely white, except for the top of its highest clock tower, which was painted gold. The town was named after its color, Golden Bell White City. This is a town where humans and frost serpents coexist. All humans heading to the Frost Spirit Mountains resupply here. Sak's black eyes are now Shinrua's best cover, making his own black eyes understandable. Wearing a wig similar in color to Sak's hair, he could even say he and Sak are brothers. If possible, Shinrua hopes to leave Sak and Yolos in Shishui. Shishui has a cooperative relationship with the strongest human warriors and craftsmen. Sak and Yolos should be able to find work and start a new life, whether in the stream or in the human cave-dwelling settlements. Everything depends on reaching Shishui. To reach Shishui, one needs to cross the Frost Spirit Mountains, follow the icy staircase carved out by the Frost Serpent tribe, and pass through various Frost Serpent settlements before finally reaching the other side of the mountains. Chapter 233. The Cold Spirit Mountains are one of the coldest regions on the entire continent. Purchasing warm clothing is essential to crossing them. Due to the dry climate of the wilderness near the far eastern Dragon Tomb, reminiscent of the Indian summer in the temperate subtropical climate of Shinrua's home planet Earth, neither Sak nor Yolos had much warm clothing. Although Golden Bell White City was built near the Cold Spirit Mountains, it wasn't as cold as the mountains themselves, but the temperature was much lower than in the far eastern Dragon Tomb. Upon entering the city, Shinrua first asked for the address of a clothing store, then led Sak and Yolos on a short run to buy clothes. The people of Golden Bell White City seemed to have a strong preference for white. All the clothes in the clothing stores were predominantly white, with only minor accents of other colors at the collars and cuffs. The people here also had fair skin. Shinrua's slightly pale complexion wasn't particularly noticeable in Golden Bell White City, but Sak and Yolos' skin tone was quite different. Along the way, Shinrua noticed several women whispering about Yolos and Sak. After buying clothes, Shinrua purchased some warm clothing for temporary camping to prepare for sleeping outdoors. Only then did she begin looking for a hotel. After settling in, the next day Shinrua went to the Jelly House in Golden Bell White City, a place similar to an ancient tavern on their home planet Earth. Sak and Yolos both loved alcoholic beverages, But as the population of the wilderness hunter town gradually dwindled, and they could no longer gather game and herbs with special uses, they no longer spent their money as readily as before. Shenrua noticed their hesitation and, after a moment's thought, understood why, having been stumped by a single coin when he first arrived on the Dust Sand continent. Here, have some gold coins. Let's go for a drink. Shenrua took out some gold coins, counted them, and found a bag at the inn's front desk to put them in for Sack. Lord Black Eyes this. Sack suddenly felt a little embarrassed. During this time, he and Yolo still adhered to the rule of keeping their tents 100 meters away from Shenrua in the wild, but they had already felt the benefits of being with him. The pain in their joints from wind and rain had lessened considerably, and more importantly, they felt their movements became smoother when hunting. It was a difficult feeling to describe, but they had definitely become stronger. If they were bold enough to ask Shenrua why, he would tell them it was the result of breathing exercises, and those sets of movements. There was a word specifically used to describe their changed state, fluid and effortless. However, perhaps because Shenrua's image of defeating Del with a single finger and instantly killing the Earth Dragon was too intimidating, despite his seemingly harmless and mild-mannered demeanor during their travels while gathering herbs and studying plants, Sack and Yolo still held a certain amount of awe towards him. Throughout the journey, Shenrua never interfered with their lives, but Sack and Yolos meticulously completed the tasks he assigned each day, and when they hunted animals, they would prepare them and prioritize feeding them to Shenrua. During the 200 days that Shenrua was away from returning from the Far Eastern Dragon Tomb, Sack and Yolos discussed what they would need to know if they intended to follow Lord Black Eyes. Shenrua's fondness for fresh ingredients left a deep impression on Sack. Having no culinary skills, he and Yolos diligently learned during that time. They had considered the possibility that Shenrua might not return from the Far Eastern Dragon Tomb, but perhaps because of Shenrua's extraordinary strength and agility, the best they had seen in their years in this desolate town, and his status as a descendant of an Eastern human with black eyes, they chose to wait. If any extraordinary figure could emerge from the black-eyed human race, in Sack and Yolos' limited experience, someone like Lord Black Eyes would be it. Therefore, they were prepared to become followers to Shenrua's satisfaction, doing things to impress him. Instead, Shenrua improved their ailments, and now they even had to get gold coins from him. "It's all right," Shenrua said, stuffing the money pouch into Sack's hand. "You're more likely to produce gold coins than I am. Let's go!" The Golden Bell White City's brothel was both a place for travelers to drink amidst the cold Spirit Mountains and a hub for news in the town. Shenrua's main purpose in coming here wasn't to drink, but to inquire about the details of the war between the Sky Fox clan and the Cold Serpent clan, and the current situation in Shishui. After overcoming their initial awkwardness, Sack and Yolos quickly began drinking at the liquor store. Shenrua found their behavior quite novel. No one had ever told him that the unrestrained wilderness hunters would become reserved simply by arriving in another town. He couldn't understand the origin of this change, and therefore didn't know that it was actually a kind of inferiority complex arising from stepping out of their comfort zone and entering a new environment. Wilderness hunters are very uninhibited in their familiar living environment precisely because they know they have nothing to lose. On their own territory, they can earn and spend as much as they want. Everyone is the same, and no one should look down on anyone else. However, they could sense the bad habits among the occasional outsiders they encountered, and the way they saw the plant spirits or others who didn't need to make a living in the wilderness when visiting nearby towns. They were unwilling to muster the courage to leave the towns where the wilderness hunters lived. Their high-level strength wouldn't be looked down upon among mercenaries, but the source of that strength was the wilderness of the Far East Dragon Tomb. Without their high-level strength, they were nothing. But as they discovered that sitting down in the sap shop, having a couple of drinks, and chatting about everything under the sun, everyone seemed quite the same, and they gradually relaxed. Sack and Yolos weren't considered particularly uncouth among the wilderness hunters. Shenrua left their table, and went to the sap shop's front desk to order more. There were 2 frost serpents at the front desk. It was clearly a sap shop run by frost serpents, although most of the staff were human. "Add this to my menu, and this one too." Shenrua looked at the drink menu, pointed to the 2 most expensive items, and placed his order. He received a smile from the serpentine receptionist, though Shenrua wasn't entirely sure, as Snake's expressions were notoriously difficult to read. Shenrua had figured out this pattern after interacting with Saints for a while. Besides, he had just ordered such expensive drinks, she shouldn't be angry. "Please wait a moment." The serpentine handed Shenrua's table number, and ordered to another serpentine, a male who, according to Shenrua's observation, was only responsible for preparing the expensive drinks. "Would it be alright to chat with the beautiful serpentine while I wait?" Shenrua searched his knowledge base for ways to start a conversation in this situation, finally asking a question that sounded like a casual flirtation. This made the female frost snake chuckle and flick her tongue. Can you humans even tell if we frost snakes are pretty or not? Has no one told you you don't look like a regular in these kinds of situations? Your flirting skills are terrible. Since you're so cute, I ask you whatever you want. Shenrua felt his face burning. He wasn't exactly unfamiliar with big scenes on the Dust Sand continent, but in this situation, he felt like he was being teased by a frost snake. Actually, I just wanted to ask about the war between the Heavenly Fox clan and the Frost Snake clan, Shenrua said softly. Ha ha ha, you're so cute. The female frost snake laughed loudly, attracting all the attention around them. Shenrua could only lower his head, facing the front desk of the sap hall, trying to avoid the probing gazes. Since the customer had paid a considerable sum for drinks, the female serpent stopped teasing Shenrua. The little incident quickly passed, and once no one was paying attention, the female serpent smiled and waved a tentacle-like hand in front of Shenrua. Alright, no one's looking now. Why are you so shy? You solemnly ordered 2 such expensive drinks. I thought you had some important information to gather. How long has it been since the Heavenly Fox clan incident? It's not a secret at all. Do you know about that famous sacred relic auction at the Tower of Eternity? I heard of it, Shenrua said softly. He not only heard of it, but one of the sacred relics auctioned there was actually handed over by him. One of our frost serpents, a spirit rank being, won the bid for a fragment of the celestial fox jade, the female frost serpent said mysteriously. Of course, if you want to know who won, that's a different price. I'm not interested in that. Shenrua shook his head. I'm just curious why that battle started so suddenly and ended so quickly. The details of that battle aren't a secret to us, the female frost serpent smiled. Actually, we were indeed caught off guard by the Celestial Fox clan at the beginning. Shenrua had seen a small squad of Celestial Foxes, all near spirit rank, in the demon abyss. Gisilpha looked like a tyrant, and he really was, but a tyrant doesn't mean he's completely ignorant of the art of war. The powerful yet streamlined squad formation, like a clenched fist striking with lightning speed, had a distinctly special forces feel to it. Gisilpha first trained a group of near spirit rank and ultimate rank Celestial Foxes by burning their lifespan, greatly enhancing their collective combat strength. Although the Celestial Fox clan had no other spirit rank members besides Gisilpha, the Frost Serpent clan certainly did. For example, Saintson was a spirit rank Frost Serpent that Shenrua knew of. Under these circumstances, Shenrua could deduce that the Frost Serpent clan's candidate must also be a spirit rank Frost Serpent. However, spirit rank members were undoubtedly rare. It was said that the organization with the most spirit rank members on the continent was the Holy See, with 11, followed by the Eternal Tower, and the 10 Absolutes of Dust and Sand, both the organization's name and the fact that its leaders were 10 spirit rank members. Even if the Frost Spirit Mountains had many spirit rank members, they were only a handful, but the Celestial Fox clan's near spirit rank members were likely not in the single digits. When Gisilpha led the Celestial Fox clan's elite warriors to the Frost Spirit Mountains, the entire Frost Serpent clan was unprepared. Because wars between nations and organizations on the Dust Sand continent have historically rarely involved the Frost Serpent. This is not in their best interest. For any war to begin, there must first be a sufficiently large conflict of interest, and there is no such conflict between the Frost Serpent and other races. Chapter 234. The Frost Spirit Mountains are not well suited for other races, and the Frost Serpents dislike leaving them, so for many years they have coexisted peacefully with other races. If there's anything from the Frost Spirit Mountains that's needed on the continent, it's the microorganisms in freezers that Shenrua has seen. These microorganisms thrive in the frozen lakes of the Frost Spirit Mountains. Besides freezers, many daily necessities in the hot climates of the Dust Sand continent require these microorganisms. However, the Frost Serpent clan has never regulated the use or trade of these microorganisms, and the price remains reasonable. Some humans have settled near the frozen lakes to facilitate the production of related daily necessities, because these microorganisms require a specific environment to survive, and they need to create a suitable environment for them in the products they make. But apart from hardworking artisans among the humans, no other race is willing to come to such a harsh and cold place to live and develop. In their eyes, perhaps the most valuable town in the entire Frost Spirit Mountains is Golden Bell White City. Oh no, Golden Bell White City is still at the foot of the Frost Spirit Mountains. This is why both the Frost Serpents and the Stone Spirits can be considered reclusive races. The Frost Serpents living here once went to the Eternal Tower and obtained a fragment of the Celestial Fox Jade. After that, they weren't entirely unprepared for Gisilpha, But they never expected that Gisilfa's obsession with the celestial fox jade fragment would completely overshadow all other quest items. After arriving on the Dust Sand continent, there were no rumors about Gisilfa collecting any quest items other than the celestial fox jade fragment. Of course, Shinruo, who met a group of celestial foxes in the abyss, knew that Gisilfa was still advancing his quest. However, none of his other actions were enough to warrant mention in the major reports of the Dust Sand continent. Given Gisilfa's high-profile nature, he probably hadn't been particularly interested in any overtly visible quest items other than the Heavenly Fox Jade, except for those from the Demon Abyss. But he was truly obsessed with the Heavenly Fox Jade, too determined to obtain it. The outside world only says that the Heavenly Fox retreated after one attack. What was the actual outcome? Shinruo couldn't help but wonder. On the surface, it's a draw. The female serpent's head moved closer to Shinruo's face, her tongue flicking slightly. If you want to know more details about the battlefield, that's a different price. A different price is fine. Shinruo pondered for a moment. But how do I know how much the details you provide are worth? That's a gamble, little cutie. The female serpent's face turned, then pressed against Shinruo's other cheek. How about it? Want to take a gamble? How much? Shinruo asked. It's not about the money, the female serpent said. The key is to bring out something that interests me. Shinruo did have one, but he wasn't keen on giving it up. Because it was too conspicuous, and he hadn't given it to Sains when he wanted it before. He also had more than one water elemental heart. Shinruo estimated that this quest item wasn't as rare as the 11 quest items recorded in the book. He had obtained quite a few from killing the water serpent, at least a dozen. The encyclopedia mentioned that it was the essence condensed from water elements. Following this logic, the flame coral was probably something similar. It was likely the fire elemental energy attached to the fire elemental god when he stripped away unwanted thoughts. Therefore, the number of flame coral was not small. Because its purity differed from the impure energy generated later by thought, it didn't turn into scarlet energy floating in the demon abyss, but instead condensed at the bottom of the demon king's city. Following this logic, the Frost Serpent clan, naturally favored by the water element god, should also possess water element hearts in the Frost Spirit Mountains. However, they would likely be located in places like the bottom of frozen lakes, making them difficult to obtain. For a rare quest item, this is a lot, but a single giant serpent only dropped about 10 pieces. Adding the output from other places where water element essence is concentrated, Shinruo estimated the total wouldn't reach 3 digits. This number is certainly considerable for the Star Spirit Scales quest item, which requires a unique dark star chart, light star chart, and star spirit balance to assemble, and often only one Heavenly Fox Jade is available. However, considering the entire continent, with so many races, and comparing the number of sentient beings with the quantity of water element hearts are still extremely rare and precious. Although Shinruo was certain that the amount of water elemental heart he brought out would be sufficient, and that the female serpent would likely call the shop owner to offer him more money and magical items in exchange, that would only amplify the impact of his carefully concealed presence. The spirit-ranked dragon's legacy should contain valuable items, but Shinruo didn't want to bury everyone in the liquid pavilion alive with a mountain of gold. Why is exchanging information so difficult? Seeing Shinruo's troubled expression, the female serpent couldn't help but laugh. Oh dear, how amusing. I can get something you'd definitely be interested in, but I can't produce it right now. Shinruo had her own thoughts. First, it's inconvenient for me to carry it with me. Second, no matter how high level your intelligence is, it's not equivalent to it. Oh! Such a confident tone. Do you have a sacred relic? The female serpent's voice became meaningful. No, you say you can get it. You're not trying to get something for nothing, are you? Legis, this isn't the place. Put your letter away. The male serpent brought over the drinks, reminding the female serpent. Haha, how could I? I haven't even started yet. The female serpent chuckled maliciously. Alright, you came with 2 companions. Give these 2 drinks to them, you don't mind, do you? The female serpent, called Legis, didn't seem to intend to wait for Shinruo's consent. She turned her head and gestured to the male serpent to take the drinks to Sak and Yolos. She stroked Shinruo's cheeks with her tentacles and whispered, "As for you, come with me." After she finished speaking, Shinruo seemed genuinely tempted, following the writhing body of the female serpent as they left the front desk of the Vine Pavilion. The Vine Pavilion sold alcoholic beverages. Although the production principles were different, the finished drinks needed to be stored. Therefore, the Vine Pavilion had numerous rooms in its basement. Led by the female serpent, Shinruo arrived at one of them, letting Lycus open the door and push her inside. The door was locked. Such a good girl. Although the chances are slim, it's better to miss an opportunity than let it slip away. The female frost serpent chuckled, using her tentacles to lift Shinrua's chin. I heard that a spirit rank frost serpent once teamed up with a black-haired, black-eyed human, and that human sold a water elemental heart for a very low price. Yes, so what price are you willing to pay for this water elemental heart? Shinrua asked. Huh? What seemed like a normal conversation was unbelievable to the female frost serpent. This human should be under her control, so why wasn't he affected? The female frost serpent used a hypnotic-like ability on Shinrua, but it was different from the types of hypnosis Shinrua knew. This was probably some kind of magic or trick from the Dust Sand continent, but the core of hypnosis is to influence the mind. On their home planet Earth, hypnosis usually requires the cooperation of the subject. Shinrua knew that similar hypnotic techniques, or perhaps some kind of talent or magic, existed here after arriving on the Dust Sand continent. He wasn't a native of the Dust Sand continent, so he didn't know how the people here had summarized such techniques, talents, or magic. However, in Shinrua's view, the innate eye technique of Wanlia of the Illusion clan, whom he encountered in the Eternal Tower when he first arrived on the Dust Sand continent, was essentially a form of hypnosis. The Heavenly Fox clan's innate charm was also a form of hypnosis. With sufficiently strong mental power, one could remain unaffected by it, and Shinrua's ability to use a technique similar to Lion's Roar to awaken the affected Ling, he further supported his idea. Compared to the charm of the Heavenly Fox Tianxue, the female frost serpent before him was somewhat lacking. The female frost serpent was very confident in her ability to control Shinrua, mainly due to his appearance and racial disadvantage. To be able to connect it to the heart of water, and to know that Sains is a spirit rank, your Vine Hall is no ordinary place. Shinrua concluded. The female frost serpent was about to say something when she felt a blur before her eyes. Realizing something was wrong, a sharp pain shot through her transverse process. Since it's a snake, transverse processes are always prone to breaking. Shinrua casually picked up a piece of cloth and stuffed it into the female frost serpent's mouth. Don't bite off your tongue. Ugh! 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 The female frost serpent protested in pain, but with her mouth gagged, only groans could be heard. Hypnosis isn't done like this. Shinrua's voice remained unchanged. It was a gentle, youthful voice, suggesting he was a human who had never traveled far and didn't seem to possess any adventurous abilities. But at this moment, the female frost serpent dared not underestimate him anymore. She even forgot to remove the cloth from her mouth, only trying to retreat in panic as Shinrua approached, but her transverse process was already broken. Alright, I also know a little medicine, you don't need to be so nervous. Shinrua's voice seemed to possess a soothing magic, and the female frost snake felt a momentary daze. In reality, Shinrua had hypnotized the frost snake through conversation by altering the frequency of her voice vibrations, just as the frost snake had originally intended to do to him. If the hypnotized subject cannot relax, then falling into fear and feeling powerless to resist is another way to accelerate the hypnosis. Shinrua finished asking the questions she wanted to know to the weakened female frost snake, and then kindly treated her. Although she couldn't use magical threads to fix her broken transverse process, she disassembled 2 stool legs to make splints, used her true energy to knead healing potions into her body, and even used straps to tie the stool legs, which were clamping the snake's body to the snake's body. Back on her home planet Earth, wilderness first responders probably could only do this much with the materials at hand for fracture first aid, right? Shinrua thought to herself, tying a bow with a taut strap in her hand. It's beautiful. Shinrua praised the bow without reservation. Chapter 235. Shinrua now possesses the Dark Star Disc. If we're talking about using mental techniques, the effects achieved by using either the Light Star Disc or the Dark Star Disc, excluding their combined form, the Celestial Spirit Scales, are arguably the best on the continent. Hypnosis is essentially a form of mental technique, as its essence lies in influencing the mind. Therefore, the inheritance within the Dark Star Disc would likely contain similar content. Shinrua took this opportunity to try out the Dark Star Disc once. He had been carefully listening the entire way, and there was no one in these underground rooms. The female frost serpent had clearly brought him here to facilitate hypnosis. If hypnosis failed, she might resort to torture. In this situation, the male frost serpent, knowing he had been brought here, wouldn't come over because the guest and the female frost serpent had been gone for too long. On the contrary, he might even cover for the female frost serpent. Shinrua dared not easily use mental techniques with the Dark Star Disc, fearing he might be ambushed while in a mental state. The female frost serpent had thoughtfully locked the door for him. So, Shinrua fabricated a memory for the female cold serpent, and then discreetly left the underground space. He didn't conceal his tracks well, because returning to Sack and Yolos's table from the underground space always involved passing the reception desk where the cold serpents were located. Shinrua simply walked over and greeted the male cold serpent, saying that Miss Cold Serpent bumped her head on the corner of the table, fracturing her transverse process. I gave her some first aid, but I think you should go and see her. The male cold serpent's expression changed, and he quickly turned and headed back the way Shinrua had come from. Let's go! Shinrua tapped the table with her fingers, speaking to Sack and Yolos, who were still drinking their semi-alcoholic beverages. Huh? Lord Black Pupil, are you done with your business? Sack asked. Yes, I'm done, but I'm not sure if it caused any trouble. So let's leave first. Shinrua was actually quite confident in her hypnosis, and had left behind valuable magical artifacts at the scene. The purpose was to ensure that the female frost serpent's memories after waking up were consistent with the events at the scene. However, the power behind the liquid pavilion was not to be underestimated in the Frost Spirit Mountains, and Shinrua didn't feel that all her actions were without flaws. The inn they were staying at was protected by the continent's merchant guilds, but Shinrua had already experienced the effectiveness of this type of protection in Qing's kingdom. So, even though there were 2 rooms, Shinrua still meditated in Sack and Yolos's room. This made Sack and Yolos very nervous. Shinrua noticed their unease and said, "It's all right, you 2 go to sleep. I wake you if anything happens. But how can we let you stand guard at night?" Sack was even more embarrassed. He and Yolos had already decided to become Black-Eyed Lord's followers, precisely to play a role in times like this. It's mainly about your strength. Shinrua tried to be tactful, but ultimately found it impossible to be tactful at all. Anyway, you 2 go to sleep. If the other side can just take me out, I don't think it will make much difference whether you wake up or not. As a result, although Shinrua had prepared for the worst, nothing happened that night. The next morning, Shinrua left Golden Bell White City with Sack and Yolos. Lord Black Eyes, what exactly happened at the Vinegar Pavilion last night? Sack had now figured out Shinrua's temperament. Once you got to know him, he wasn't so scary. If it was a question he could answer, Shinrua would give a direct answer. If he felt it was difficult to answer, he would also explain it clearly. As long as you didn't press further, there wouldn't be any consequences. It's nothing much. I had a conversation with that frost serpent lady, but she accidentally broke her transverse process. That's the trouble with snakes, she wasn't careful enough. Although I gave her first aid, we were on their turf. If they still had misunderstandings, our journey would be further complicated. Shinrua gave a brief explanation, similar to what he had told the male frost serpent at the Vinegar Pavilion. Although Sack knew things were probably not that simple, he also knew that this meant Lord Black Eyes didn't need him and Yolos to know. Shinrua chose an ancient path as their route to cross the Frost Spirit Mountains. This ancient path was more difficult to traverse than the wider roads built by the Cold Serpent clan. Even their mounts pulling carts couldn't make it across. Sack suspected that Lord Black Pupil had caused some serious trouble, hence the need to avoid detection by taking a less arduous route. However, wider, easier roads were more circuitous, while the ancient path was a shortcut. Therefore, without the aid of mounts, it wouldn't take much longer. Shinrua walked along the narrow mountain path, map in hand. Although this place was called the Cold Spirit Mountains, it wasn't a landscape of snow and glaciers everywhere. It was simply that the mountains were filled with cold, hard rock. The dust sand continent didn't experience the same climate changes as its home planet Earth, and its coldness wasn't manifested through snowfall. The mountain rocks here are icy. If you touch them directly for a while, you might get a piece of skin stuck to them. However, there isn't a thick layer of ice along the ancient path. The ancient path and the new path intersect at various points, often at settlements of the Frost Serpent clan. The Frost Serpent clan settlements are mostly located around frozen lakes in the high mountains. They break through the ice of these lakes and dive beneath it to cultivate. Shinrua walked silently, his mind replaying the events of the previous night. Now that he had the female Frost Serpent under control, Shinrua decided to ask a few more questions. The owner of the Jelly Pavilion was that Great Serpent, one of the 3 major powers of the Frost Serpent clan. The female Frost Serpent couldn't directly reveal his name, but since he belonged to one of the 3 major powers of the Frost Serpent clan, Shinrua would have a chance to use a process of elimination to deduce which Frost Serpent he was. That Great Serpent had a beloved Frost Serpent, but this serpent had fallen in love with a candidate chosen by the gods. That Frost Serpent sounded quite formidable, as the serpent candidate had outmaneuvered Gisilfa at the option to obtain the Heavenly Fox Jade Fragment, all thanks to the serpent's financial support. Gisilfa led the Heavenly Fox clan in a fierce attack on the Frost Spirit Mountains, but the war ended quickly because Gisilfa used a feint. The main battlefront was merely a diversion. On the surface, it appeared the Heavenly Fox clan had deployed its elite forces, but their true objective was to subdue the Frost Serpent, who had fallen in love with the candidate. Shinrua never expected that her inquiries about the details of the war between the Heavenly Fox clan and the Frost Serpent clan would unexpectedly lead her to learn about the love and hatred within the Frost Serpent clan. This candidate from the Frost Serpent clan seemed to have been quite busy as well. Although it was unknown whether he loved the Frost Serpent, he was already the protagonist of the Frost Serpent clan's most dramatic and suspenseful story of the year. According to the female Frost Serpent's account, the Celestial Fox clan couldn't be considered a winner either, because the Frost Serpent clan didn't agree to directly exchange the Celestial Fox jade fragments for that Frost Serpent. Their demand was that Gisilfa find another sacred relic, then exchange that for the Celestial Fox jade fragments, while that Frost Serpent would be exchanged for the captured Celestial Foxes. Judging from the negotiation results, the Celestial Foxes seem to have suffered a slight loss. Of course, while both are sacred relics, there's a difference in quantity, something Shinrua already knew. The Celestial Fox Jade is a unique sacred relic on the Dust Sand continent, further enhanced by the presence of a single Celestial Fox, and also carries a lineage, making the gains and losses truly difficult to calculate. However, from the perspective of gossip, the value of that Frost Serpent in Gisilfa's eyes should be higher than his captured Celestial Foxes. In that case, Gisilfa's strategic objective is quite easy to guess, Shinrua thought. Regardless of the tactics he employed during his actual campaign against the Frost Serpent clan, for Gisilfa, the Celestial Fox Jade was the most crucial element among all the quest items. This strategy wasn't wrong, because no matter how many quest items were collected, the other candidates had another way to obtain them besides collecting them, through combat. Killing another candidate, or removing their mark, would grant them all the quest items that candidate had collected. Therefore, until the very last moment, the quantity of collected items was irrelevant to the final victory. Of the 8 candidates, one had yet to appear, and Shinrua had already guessed that he was likely a dragon. This absence might indicate a plan to ultimately seize the other candidates' achievements through force. In this context, it's reasonable that the Celestial Fox Jade has a higher priority for Gisilfa. Because the Celestial Fox Jade contains the exclusive inheritance of the Celestial Fox, it can enhance Gisilfa's strength, and Gisilfa can even use it to improve the strength of the entire Celestial Fox clan. Of course, the collective improvement of the Celestial Fox warriors involves an exchange of their lifespans, but Gisilfa doesn't particularly care about the lifespans of the Celestial Foxes. Besides the candidates, there are 3 other spirit rank beings in the Frost Serpent realm. Sains is one of them, that Great Serpent is another, and there's a third whose relationship with that Great Serpent is said to be quite complex. They are related by blood, but their respective territories within the Frost Spirit Mountains are far from friendly. In this war intertwined with a love triangle, Shinrua is somewhat concerned about the candidate's attitude towards that Frost Serpent, who is loved by that Great Serpent. Perhaps this is the inevitable process from being an ignorant bystander to becoming one. That Frost Serpent has already been used by Gisilfa as a key element in the war. Even the female Frost Serpents in the SAP can't say whether the Frost Serpent candidate loves that Frost Serpent, making it seem like a TV series stuck at a crucial moment. As for the Heavenly Fox Jade fragment, it was definitely already in the Frost Serpent candidate's hands, and would be traded away. Either the candidate loves that Frost Serpent, or that Frost Serpent is more valuable to the candidate than the Heavenly Fox Jade fragment. The ancient path in the Frost Spirit Mountains isn't some desolate wilderness. Although few people and Frost Serpents travel this path, it has always been present. While the new path is flatter and wider, the temperature makes the terrain less suitable for walking. It's much easier for Frost Serpents to wriggle along. Furthermore, although vehicles can travel on that path, it's very taxing on their mounts. Therefore, many humans who come to the Frost Spirit Mountains as apprentices choose to travel via the ancient path. This is why, every so often along the ancient path, there would be a man-made campsite, the distance between which was generally about a day's journey. Shinrua and her 2 companions arrived at the campsite beside the ancient path before nightfall. Using the existing foundation of the campsite, Sak and Yolos quickly set up their temporary camp. Remembering Sak and Yolos' actions along the way, Shinrua said to them, "This place is different from the wilderness. You don't need to stay this far from me, you can pitch your tents together." Chapter 236. Sak and Yolos exchanged a glance, both seeing joy in each other's eyes. The Dust Sand continent didn't have distinct spring, summer, autumn, and winter. The climate varied depending on the region. For example, the cold Spirit Mountains were perpetually cold, covered in frozen rocks. The wind howled through the mountains from time to time, as if whispering to travelers. There weren't many people traveling on the ancient path, but it wasn't entirely deserted. Just as Shenruo and her group had set up their camp, 2 more people arrived. Perhaps they had entered the mountains later, or perhaps their pace couldn't keep up with Shenruo's group. In any case, by the time they arrived, it was already dark enough to need lamps. Shenruo was hanging a light element lamp on the wooden frame of the tent. "Hey, buddies!" The newcomers were 2 craftsmen, clearly regulars in the Cold Spirit Mountains. One of them greeted Shenruo as they sized him up. "I haven't seen you here before." "New apprentices?" "First time here, not necessarily an apprentice." Shenruo wasn't good at lying, so he brushed off the greeting with a vague answer. At that moment, Sak and Yolos also emerged from their tent, having just laid out their bedding for the night. Once they finished, they would start cooking. The craftsmen took out their belongings from their storage gems, not intending to end the conversation. As they set up their tents, they sized up Sak and Yolos. "2 of you 3 have black eyes. That's quite rare," the craftsman said. "However, if you're planning to work here, these 2 are probably the most suitable." These 2 referred to Yolos and Sak. Looks like I need to work on my training," Shenruo said, pulling a storage gem from her bag and tossing it to Sak. The craftsman then watched as Sak magically produced firewood, a soup pot, a piece of meat, and some plant stems from the storage gem. The meat was processed. The Dust Sand continent has various sauces, but there's no sea on the map. Therefore, the salt here isn't necessarily salt. The various races here also use a salt-like, crystalline substance for seasoning, in addition to various spices. It's not simply a matter of saying a dish made with a single ingredient or seasoning tastes good or bad. They need to be combined correctly. The meat was cooked using the same heat and cutting method as braised beef on their home planet Earth, but the different sauce gave it a different flavor. The processed meat can be stored for 10 to 15 days. In the Cold Spirit Mountains, if you don't mind the weight, you can carry it directly in your hand. Its shelf life would probably be even longer. Edible plant stems and tubers are easier to preserve than leaves, so Shenruo put quite a few into her storage gem before entering the Cold Spirit Mountains. Sak started a fire. He was now quite skilled at cooking. Although the seasoning was still prepared in advance by Lord Black Pupil, he was very adept at handling semi-finished ingredients like these. The aroma wafted through the camp, making the dry rations carried by the 2 human craftsmen suddenly seem less appealing. "Guys, what are you eating?" The human craftsman couldn't help but ask Sak. "Stewed meat with fragrant root tubers." After finishing his speech, Sak ladled out the best-looking bowl and served it to Shenruo. He then scooped up some broth mixed with bits of meat and sesame seeds, mixed it with crumbs of bread, and gestured for Yolos to help himself. This situation puzzled the 2 human craftsmen. However, the aroma was undeniably enticing. Having finished setting up their tents, they couldn't resist the urge to shamelessly whisper to Sak, "Brother, could you share some of the broth with our rations? These rations are so cold and hard." Sak looked at Shenruo questioningly. Seeing Shenruo lower his eyelashes and tacitly allow him to share the remaining hot broth with the 2 craftsmen, Sak then ladled half a bowl for each of them. However, very little meat remained. Only some shredded pieces stayed at the bottom of the pot. The 2 craftsmen didn't mind. They picked up their bowls, soaked their cold, hard rations in the broth, and hastily finished their dinner. They then discovered that Shenruo had already gone into her tent and seemed to be asleep. The craftsman boldly guessed the 3's identities. "Thanks for the soup, sir. It seems you 2 are mercenaries. Is he the employer, or someone the employer commissioned you to escort?" "Whatever you think," Sak said, not wanting to continue this seemingly meaningless conversation, nor to explain his relationship with Shenruo. Humans don't have any advantages as mercenaries. The craftsman didn't sense Sak's rejection. The hot soup made him feel like a familiar acquaintance. "However, if you came from the direction of Golden Bell White City, then after crossing the Cold Spirit Mountains, you reached the territory of the Hishi tribe. The Hishi tribe is said to soon establish its own country, to be jointly governed with humans, giving humans a higher political status. The person you're escorting, could he be the son of some human leader?" Sak paused, surprised. The 2 craftsmen clearly knew a lot about the gaps in their knowledge during their long journey through the forests and mountains. Seeing Sak's silence, they didn't seem to care and began chatting amongst themselves. "It's quite possible, really. It's said that nearly a year ago, the Hishi tribe and the White Tree Kingdom fought a battle near the Rare Water. The Hishi tribe found someone of Eastern human blood who broke the curse on that pass for them, and now the Dark Wasteland is their sacred land. Originally, the Dark Wasteland was bordered by the Rare Water on one side, the Hishi tribe's town on the other, and the ancient past of the eastern humans on yet another side. Now they'd driven out the White Tree Kingdom's territory that had penetrated deep into the Hashi tribe's former domain, and are expanding outwards from the pass as a base. The territory has expanded, and now it's the size of a medium-sized country. Humans have contributed significantly to both their battle against the White Tree Kingdom and the subsequent construction of fortifications and towns, so it's only right that they have secured a place. Speaking of which, if the King of Soldiers were to ascend the throne, this would be the first country in the history of the Dust Sand continent where a human could enter the decision-making level. Something to celebrate. Hey guys, you're all here now, aren't you going to attend the ceremony? We see. Zack replied casually, but inwardly he thought that if Lord Black Eyes was willing to become king, why should humans be happy just to enter the upper echelons of a country and be on equal footing with the Herxi race? Equal footing, in reality, is different. The upper echelons are never the king. Are you going to attend the ceremony? Zack asked again, thinking of this. No, not at all. The craftsman said, we'd love to go, but the construction schedule doesn't allow it. The Frost Serpent clan recently recruited artisans, offering substantial salaries in hopes that human craftsmen could forge new water elemental crystal machines. The water elemental crystal machines they requested weren't simply machines capable of using a particular water elemental magic, they needed machines with icy effects. Several skilled mechanics were said to have already designed the blueprints, but the craftsmen needed to collaborate on the construction. These two craftsmen, though summoned, couldn't explain why the Frost Serpent clan was doing this. They only knew they were responsible for manufacturing some parts. They had no idea what the final machine would look like. Encountering the two craftsmen was merely an interlude on their journey across the Frost Spirit Mountains. Early the next morning, Zack and Yolos packed up their camp and continued their journey. They were faster than the two craftsmen. Traversing mountains was physically demanding, and idle chatter only occurred during rest periods. As for the daytime, it was all about climbing. At nightfall, they arrived at a Frost Serpent settlement. The settlements of the Frost Serpents are mostly built around frozen lakes high in the mountains. Their habitats are relatively fixed, they prefer the cold, so even in the frigid mountains, they haven't built sheltered, warm structures. Several neatly carved fissures dot the frozen lakes, through which Frost Serpents occasionally dive underwater, while others rise from the fissures and scoot ashore. The human camps and the Frost Serpent structures are clearly separated. This isn't because the two races have any problems coexisting, but rather because the human camps need to prioritize warmth, while the Frost Serpent camps don't. This made it impossible for the two groups to live together. The human camps were strategically located in sheltered areas, with stone walls erected to block the wind. Throughout the camps, a type of silk ribbon extracted from plant stems was laid out, providing excellent insulation. This ribbon, after processing, was dry, extremely resilient, and difficult to ignite. Shinruo and her group found an open space in the human camp and began to set up camp. The human camp used fire in a centralized area. A furnace stood by the frozen lake, its fire burning year-round. This furnace's fire was readily available for the humans to use, while a portion of the fire was channeled through a special ignition box into a nearby mechanical device. This device contained a fire magic array and an internal structure to increase the heat of the flames. At the other end of the device were the workbenches of human artisans, who could use the flames from the device to smelt metal and forge various weapons and mechanical components. There were also fishmongers by the frozen lake. These fish were brought ashore by the Frost Serpents during their cultivation in the frozen lake. The fish here spawn every year, and after spawning, the adult fish become one of the Frost Serpents' favorite foods. If the Frost Serpents didn't speak or adorn themselves, it was truly difficult for Shinruo to distinguish their male from female. Most of the female Frost Serpents Shinruo had seen before wore a thin veil as an adornment, but the Frost Serpents by the frozen lake mostly didn't do so. Shinruo walked towards the intersection of the human and Frost Serpent camps, where a large quantity of fish was being sold. A Frost Serpent was responsible for guarding the fish caught from the frozen lake. Shinruo picked out 2 plump fish and handed them to Zack, then struck up a conversation with the Frost Snake. While speaking, she slipped in an extra gold coin. It's been quite lively here lately. I heard from the craftsmen I met on the road that they're rushing to finish a project. What are you planning to build? Don't ask what we're building. That great snake doesn't want people talking about it before it's finished, the Frost Snake said, glancing at the gold coin in its hand. But we guess it's something that will even move Mr. Zhu Han. I heard you talking about that great snake all along the way. Shinruo thought of the rumors she heard in Golden Bell White City. Since he wants to make Mr. Hanju happy, then that great snake is. Is this your first time in the Frost Spirit Mountains? Don't you know that the leaders of our frost snake settlement are all women? The frost snake's expression wasn't as rich as a human's. Shinruo guessed that if it were a person, it would probably be frowning, questioning its own lack of common sense. I'm sorry, that's true. This is my first time here, and I haven't had much contact with the Frost Serpent clan before. Shinruo quickly said, I won't ask such basic questions again. Well, it's good you met me. The Frost Serpent licked the gold coin Shinruo had given it. I won't give you change. Shinruo hadn't intended to take the gold coin back anyway. Both parties felt the transaction had met their expectations. Seeing Shinruo stand up, the Frost Serpent flicked its tongue, revealing its signature Frost Serpent smile. Shinruo carried the fish and strolled back to the human camp, calling to Sak and Yolos, who had just set up their tents, to come to the fire pit to cook dinner. Chapter 237. Shinruo took a small folding recliner, unfolded it by the fire, and lay down. The slight crackling of the burning firewood, the surrounding voices, and the sounds of the frost snakes moving created a kind of white noise effect on ordinary hearing, especially in the cold mountains. Lord Black Pupil. Sak had finished his work, and Yolos was preparing grilled fish, so he came over to Shinruo to explain the conversation he had with the two craftsmen the previous night. Then he asked Shinruo, should we go watch the frost snakes forge their machinery, or go to Shishui for the ceremony? Either is fine, depending on the time. Shinruo didn't give a definitive answer. Before arriving at Shishui, he hadn't told Sak and Yolos about his plans after leaving the Far East Dragon Tomb, so there was no need to reveal them now. Just as they were talking, two frost snakes suddenly slid out from the ice in the distance. Then, the skin below the frost snake's eyes changed. Shinruo then noticed that the two frost snakes had an additional layer of skin beneath their eyes. Calling it a layer of skin wasn't quite right, because when this layer of skin below the eyes unfolded, it resembled two wings spread out on either side of the snake's head, somewhat similar to a cobra's eye pattern, but much larger and much thinner. When these two pieces of skin were folded together and attached to their original snake skin, they overlapped perfectly with the original scales, making it impossible to tell that they were two layers. And the fact that these two frost snakes had suddenly slid to the center of the frozen lake and unfolded their original layer of skin reminded Shinruo of a phenomenon unique to the animal kingdom: courtship. In the animal kingdom of their home planet Earth, this kind of physical transformation, which enhances their visual appeal, often occurs in male animals. It's unknown whether the frost serpent is similar. The two frost serpents touched the ice and immediately separated. Then, behind each of them, the image of a giant serpent appeared. These were two serpents formed from water magic. The frost serpent on the ice seemed to be performing a double serpent dance, while the water magic serpent images in the air were locked in a fierce battle. Crystal Serpent, the Lord of Lake Dogon invites you into her tent. A female frost serpent's voice rang out. Then, the two fighting serpents separated, one submerged beneath the ice, while the other entered the frost serpent tribe's settlement on the shore. Lake Dogon was the name of the high-altitude frozen lake they were currently in. The Lord of Lake Dogon sounded like the title of the leader of the Frost Serpent tribe settlement here. It seems that the Frost Serpent settlements are named after the center of their controlled territory, and the settlement leader is addressed as the Lord of the Frozen Lake at the center of the settlement, Shinruo thought. If his suspicions were correct, then the two frost snakes had been vying for the right to enter the Lake Lord's tent. Although the competition between the two frost snakes had ended, the other frost snakes seemed to be influenced by them, and more came to the frozen surface of the lake. This was probably a custom of the frost snakes, though Shinruo couldn't quite understand it. The later frost snakes didn't create any more water magic snake forms, but they seemed to be dancing in pairs. The upper bodies of the frost snakes would sometimes intertwine and then separate, and sometimes they would interact with other frost snakes dancing in pairs, seemingly a unique nocturnal entertainment activity for the frost snakes. By then, the fish was grilled, Sak served the soup, and Yolos divided the grilled fish into 3 portions. They finished their dinner watching the frost serpents dance. Frost serpents, what a strange race, Sak exclaimed. What, you never seen a frost serpent before? Shinruo was a little surprised. Sak and Yolos were both natives of the Dusan continent, and having lived there for years, they should have seen every race before. How could I have? Sak smiled. The climate where we live is such that the frost serpents wouldn't go there. They don't need the medicinal herbs from the Far East Dragon Tomb. Although we go to nearby towns, it's limited to adjacent towns. Although they are a race from the same continent, as long as they don't go near the Far East Dragon Tomb, the wilderness hunters there might never see them in their entire lives, making them no different from a legendary race. Nothing special happened that night. The human craftsmen worked in a division of labor, some forging parts during the day, others at night, alternating between using the fires by the frozen lake. On the third day, while traveling, Shinruo and his group encountered the frost serpents for the first time on the ancient road. This group of frost serpents was coming from the opposite direction, not traveling in the same direction as them. Shinruo moved aside, brushing past the frost serpents. After they had all passed him, he felt that one of the frost serpents looked somewhat familiar, but the frost serpents all looked very similar to humans. Shinruo couldn't be sure for a moment, but if he had indeed seen it before, it would be from the auction where he bought the phoenix feather at the Tower of Eternity. Because he believed that among the frost serpents there might be candidates for the frost serpent clan, he deliberately and repeatedly tried to memorize the frost serpents that emerged from the venue. However, what was most striking and memorable about these frost serpents was their adornment. They wore ring-shaped ornaments inlaid with storage gems. Since candidates would have an initial storage device, Shinruo believed that at least one candidate in that group of frost serpents would have an irreplaceable piece of jewelry. None of the frost serpents he saw today possessed such an adornment. Perhaps it was a frost serpent from outside the candidates, but one that had attended the auction that day. Thinking this, Shinruo continued towards the next camp. That night, Shinruo heard the sounds of snakes moving in the distance. The sounds were very faint, but even sleeping in the Frost Spirit Mountains, Shinruo dared not be careless. His nerves were far more taut than in the deserted forest. Not only was he afraid of some unexpected event, but he also remembered using mental magic on the female frost serpents in Golden Bell White City. This matter could be big or small, but they were still on the territory of the frost serpents, and behind the brothel was that great serpent, one of the 3 spirit rank members of the frost serpents. So Shinruo quietly got up and found a convenient hiding place to crouch down. Shortly afterward, a small group of frost serpents arrived at the camp. They didn't intend to hide their presence, but instead began shouting towards the tents, "Hey! Campers, come out!" Sak and Yolos were awakened, rubbing their eyes as they crawled out of bed. Yolos stepped out of the tent first and asked, "What's the matter?" The frost serpents looked at Yolos and asked, "Have you seen this frost serpent?" He then held up a painting. Yolos looked at it for a moment, then could only tell the truth. "Even if I saw it, I couldn't be sure. Because to me, you frost serpents all look almost identical. Before we reached this camp today, we did see a group of frost serpents, about a dozen, heading along the ancient path." The frost serpent glanced at Yolos. He was an unfamiliar face. Thinking he was probably a newly arrived craftsman in the Frost Spirit Mountains, it didn't pay much attention. After all, aside from craftsmen who had lived in the Frost Spirit Mountains for many years and dealt with the frost serpents regularly, ordinary humans coming here without experience would indeed find it difficult to distinguish the frost serpents' appearances. Of course, it was different in the eyes of the frost serpents. Each frost serpent looked unique to them, but this special method of identification was not possessed by other races. "Go back to sleep." The frost serpent waved its hand. At this moment, Sak emerged from behind Yolos. "What's going on?" The frost serpent, who was about to leave, stopped after seeing Sak. A descendant of the black-eyed Eastern humans? Yolos immediately felt a sense of foreboding. Had Black-Eyed Lord's actions in Golden Bell White City stirred up trouble with the frost serpent? Yes, is there a problem? Sak was starting to realize what was happening, but since the other side hadn't made a move to attack, he couldn't appear too tense. "Are there 2 of you?" The frost serpent's gaze swept over their faces. Then he took out another drawing to compare. "Yes, just the 2 of us." The frost serpent frowned. He had clearly seen Sak come out of Yolos' tent earlier. Was there someone else in the tent next door? Why would they need a tent if no one was there? So Hanshi went over and lifted the tent flap, only to find bedding inside, but no one. "Where's the person sleeping here?" Hanshi asked. "Huh? What?" Sak feigned ignorance. "Oh, you mean this tent? I was sleeping in it, but it got too cold in the middle of the night, so. He lowered his voice, fiddling with his clothes. Yolos reached out and pulled Sak close, expertly making a soothing gesture. All right, go back to sleep." After letting Sak into the tent, Yolos asked Hanshi, "Is there anything else I can help you with?" Could it be? Hanshi stammered, a rare occurrence. He heard of intimate relationships between 2 human men, but he never witnessed one firsthand. Hanshi also felt that the 2 men's intimate behavior just now seemed natural and genuine. Just as he was still struggling with his difficulties, he heard Yolos say, "Yes, we're a couple. We're wilderness hunters, and our harvest has plummeted recently, so we had to travel a long way to find a new settlement. We heard that Shishue will be a particularly friendly settlement for humans, and they're even planning to establish a nation. We're thinking of trying our luck there." "Good luck then," Hanshi said, before leading his group away from the camp. He didn't delve into the matter further, partly because the two people before him didn't look like the people in the painting, and partly because finding the people in the painting wasn't actually a high priority. That great serpent meant that if they encountered this human, they would detain him, simply because this human made her feel embarrassed. But it wasn't a major issue. Chasing after Mr. Hanju was their top priority. In terms of quest rewards, chasing after Mr. Hanju was the main quest. The rewards and pay were secondary. It was a quest that had to be done, while finding Shinruo and tying him up was probably a side quest worth less than 10 gold coins. These two humans encountered a group of frost serpents on their journey, and Mr. Frost Candle is very likely among them. Although the route of the ancient road is fixed, the frost serpents could easily travel through areas where there were no roads. Ancient roads, whether new or old, were primarily built to facilitate the needs of humans and their transport vehicles. Chapter 238. After the frost snakes had gone far away, Yolos asked Sack in a low voice, "Where did Lord Black Eyes go?" Sack shook his head. "I'm like you. How would I know where he went?" "Then what do we do now?" Yolos asked. "Should we find a frozen lake nearby to become an apprentice, or wait here for Lord Black Eyes?" "I haven't left. Shinru emerged from behind the tent at some point. They don't seem particularly eager to find me, and I doubt the portrait they have is very accurate." "Lord Black Eyes, how did you know they were coming?" Sack asked excitedly. "I only heard some noises while I was sleeping." "Go back to sleep." Shinruo listened as the sounds of the frost snakes faded into the distance, showing no sign of turning back. Then she added, "We need to speed up our pace tomorrow. After all, although they aren't particularly keen on finding me, they're still searching, which is always a problem for us." "Are they really not going to turn back?" Sack asked uncertainly. "We were at the Vinegar Pavilion with you, weren't we?" Shinruo shook her head. "We might have just formed a temporary companionship. Of course, if they see me as someone important to capture, you would also be sketched. That's why I said they weren't particularly keen on finding me. The female frost snakes in the Vinegar Pavilion probably weren't even among the most prominent frost snakes. Besides, I didn't do anything to her. I even bandaged her broken bone. I don't think things have reached the point of making enemies with the frost snakes. However, the frost snake they're so desperately searching for should be Mr. Cold Candle, the one the craftsman mentioned to you." Sack and Yolos, unfamiliar with the love triangle within the Frost Serpent clan, were somewhat bewildered by Shinruo's explanation. Shinruo didn't intend to explain further, and simply returned to his tent to sleep. The fact that Lord Black Eyes hadn't left eased Yolos and Sack's anxieties. They realized that, away from their small town, they weren't as resilient as they thought. The life of a wilderness hunter was harsh, but they only knew one way of surviving. However, without trying a different way of life, they would never know what other ways of life were like. After the night's incident, upon reaching another frozen lake settlement, Shinruo decided against spending the night by the frozen lake. Instead, he instructed Yolos to find a nearby human to hire a vehicle, so they could continue their journey along a new road. Shinruo provided a generous sum, and Yolos quickly found a comfortable vehicle, complete with thick cushions and mattresses. However, since it was a rental, the three of them were somewhat cramped. After checking the interior space of the car, Shinruo gave the money to Sack, and told them to wait for her in the town, outside the dark wasteland. "This car is too cramped. It's fine for 2 people, but 3 is out of the question," Shinruo said. "Let Yolos ride with you," Sack suddenly said. "You need him." Shinruo knew what Sack meant. Any problems could be handled by Yolos, and the frost serpent they encountered along the way. He had already changed his wig. As long as the frost serpent couldn't see his eyes, there wouldn't be any problems on the journey. "All right, but can you manage by yourself?" In Shinruo's memory, although Sack was a high-level powerhouse among the wilderness hunters, his somewhat indecisive nature made him seem inferior to the average high-level wilderness hunter. "Of course I can," Sack said. He also wanted to become a powerful human like Lord Black Eyes, but before that, he needed to change Lord Black Eyes' impression of him. Because Sack insisted, Shinruo had the car take Sack away first, while he and Yolo stayed overnight. This frozen lake was larger than the ones they had passed before, and the structures built by the frost serpents here were more densely packed, clearly indicating a larger frost serpent settlement. The human camp and the frost serpent settlement remained clearly separated, although humans occasionally went to the frost serpent settlement to trade, and frost serpents occasionally went to the human settlement to communicate. The reason for this clear separation was the same as with the previous settlements. The two sides had fundamentally different living habits. The frost serpent settlement here is built along the mountainside surrounding the frozen lake. It evokes the feeling of ancient Eastern hanging temples and cliff carvings on earth, only the architectural style here is cold and austere, and wood is not used. In the center of these structures, there is an empty space, which, if it were a scene from a large stone carving photograph that Shinrua had seen, would appear to be the location for carving a main image. On the frozen lake here, there is also a spectacle of two snakes fighting, similar to the previous frozen lake settlement. Of course, for them, this is not for Shinrua's viewing pleasure. The only difference between this and the previous snake fight on the frozen lake is that when the two male frost serpents begin their battle on the ice, a large snake appears in the empty space in the center of the structure. In that instant, Shinrua suddenly realized that this must be the great serpent the craftsman and the female serpent from the jelly pavilion had mentioned. That empty spot was where she watched the male serpents perform to please her. Although everything about the serpent race was quite entertaining, given that she was still someone that great serpent disliked, Shinrua decided it was best to leave as soon as possible. She could return to the Cold Spirit Mountains for sightseeing once. She had almost forgotten about her insignificant status. The two serpents had fought to a draw, and neither had received the invitation to serve the Lake Lord at the frozen lake. It seemed that great serpent was currently very interested in the serpent Hanju. It was even possible that he was willing to be devoted to her. However, seeing the hurried manner of the group of serpents she encountered on the road, Shinrua felt that great serpent was probably going to be disappointed in his affections. How outstanding must a candidate for the frost serpent be to make Cold Candle avoid that great serpent, who only wants to create mechanical surprises for him, and disdains the display of other male frost serpents? It can't be because their sizes don't match, can it? Just as Shinrua was pondering the entanglements of the frost serpents, a machine cast a magic circle into the air. One, and another. Water vapor slowly drifted from the magic circle, then condensed into snow. On the dust sand continent, snowflakes never fall from the sky. So even the frost serpents probably don't know as many types of snowflakes as Shinrua does. In fact, on their home planet Earth, snowfall varies in speed, size, and intensity. Some snowflakes are light and loose, drifting gently and creating a tranquil and romantic atmosphere, while others are fine and lack any aesthetic appeal. Clearly, the snowflakes falling from the mechanically generated magic circle weren't aesthetically pleasing due to a lack of reference. Could this be a gift that Great Serpent wanted to give to Hanju? If so, it's still lacking something. But Hanju is a male serpent, and in Shinrua's opinion, this romantic snowflake scene, according to the books, is the best backdrop for pursuing a young woman. It's probably not very effective for pursuing a male. The idea of snowfall, regardless of its actual beauty, is creative enough for the perpetually snowless dust sand continent. Moreover, the craftsmen here possess remarkable skills, capable of creating artificial snow effects using magical machinery. Considering the craftsmen are still traversing mountains to get here and need to meet a deadline, Shinrua figured what he saw tonight wasn't the final product. It was probably a prototype, made to show that Great Serpent the effect. Sure enough, once the magic circle dissipated, Shinrua saw the giant serpent leave her vantage point and arrive on the frozen lake, then reach out to converse with the human craftsman. Lord Black Eyes, the camp is set up. Yolos silently completed the camp setting work, a fact that Shinrua appreciated but also felt a pang of regret about. Yolos, as the leader of the wilderness hunters, certainly possessed considerable ability. Furthermore, amid so many unprecedented events unfolding on the frozen lake, his choice was still to first complete the tasks expected of a servant, a flexibility and adaptability characteristic of those destined for greatness. However, Yolos and Sak had misjudged the situation. They followed him believing themselves to be capable of great things for humanity, a fact Shinrua was well aware of, hence her slight regret. Yolos was good in every way, except he was a little off when it came to understanding Shinrua's thoughts. Sak was obsessed with the so-called divinely bestowed poem passed down from his ancestors, but what was Yolos after? To find a leader with powerful combat abilities? Shinrua sighed. The logic of the dust sand continent was indeed quite different from that of his home planet, Earth. A leader could certainly be virtuous and martial, but what a leader truly needed wasn't necessarily martial prowess. Their tendency to follow based solely on combat strength was giving Shinrua a headache. He hoped that once they arrived in Shishui, their psychological adjustment wouldn't be too great. After all, he initially used Sak to persuade him to leave. But not only did he fail to do so, Sak had also used some kind of spell to make Yolos, who seemed to have a better grasp of the bigger picture, stubbornly follow him. To this end, Shinrua provided them with longevity-promoting herbs, alleviated their chronic illnesses along the way, and taught them health-preserving techniques. Shinrua felt that even if Yola's and Sak's expectations were ultimately disappointed, he could at least have a clear conscience. Then, they rented another luxury vehicle, and traveled day and night along the new roads of the Cold Spirit Mountains. The rented vehicle allowed for driver changes at the Frozen Lake Settlement, a unique car rental service in the Cold Spirit Mountains. This change in travel method significantly accelerated their progress. That Great Serpent indeed treated the incident at the Liquid Pavilion as a minor incident, merely indicating that they should look at the portrait when encountering black-eyed humans, with the task still carried out by the Cold Serpent. Due to the recent increase in the number of vehicles used by human craftsmen traveling in the Cold Spirit Mountains, that Great Serpent's sphere of influence was primarily concentrated in the section of the Cold Spirit Mountains near Golden Bell White City. The section near the Dark Wasteland was within the territory of another spirit rank Frost Serpent, so no one would question whether there were any black-eyed humans in the vehicles. The heroic legend of Black-Eyed Lord single-handedly charging out of the Frost Spirit Mountains, as imagined by Yolas, did not unfold. Chapter 239. Leaving the Cold Spirit Mountains, Shinruo and Yolos encountered not only Sak in the town nestled against the Dark Wasteland, but also a dashing woman named He from the Rare Waters. Ling He arrived as promised, as the humans couldn't cross the Dark Wasteland without their guidance. "Hey, long time no see." Ling He greeted Shinruo, then noticed a black-eyed woman among the humans with him, and couldn't help but look at Sak with repeated curiosity. Sak felt extremely embarrassed by Ling He's gaze, thinking to himself, if we're talking about rarity, isn't this black-haired, black-eyed woman next to you even rarer? Shinruo had already removed her wig upon arriving, and gone to a barbershop to get her hair done. Her previous attempts at cutting her hair in front of the mirror were far from impressive. "Long time no see." Shinruo said to Ling He, "We have to trouble you to take us there. I originally thought we have to go around to the pass to enter, but I didn't expect you to come." Shinruo had only briefly told the King of Soldiers, He, about her general plans and itinerary, but shortly after ending the crystal communication, He's message arrived, saying that Ling He insisted on coming to pick them up. "I'm getting restless at the fortress," Ling He said. "Just think of me as someone who's come out for a walk to clear my head." Ling He led over 4 special mounts for entering the Dark Wasteland, Hiru, and rode alongside Shinruo. "A happy kind of trouble, isn't it?" Shinruo teased. "Isn't this the goal your Shishui branch has always wanted to achieve? The impending power will corrupt friendships." Ling He sighed slightly. "Can you understand?" Shinruo was taken aback. "Let's talk about something else." Ling He didn't intend for Shinruo to discuss this topic, which she herself found unsolvable. Feng He is the more conflicted one. He feels he's not suited to be a monarch, but for now, he's the only one who can. They were fortunate. The efforts of the Hushi tribe generation after generation had reached their zenith in their generation. But they weren't fortunate enough, because they discovered that the zenith wasn't the true zenith. It was, in fact, another beginning, shrouded in shackles. Not every Hushi of the Shishui branch shared the same sentiments as Feng He or Ling He. Some were immersed in the joy of their hard-won victories. Listening to Ling He's words, Shinruo, for some reason, thought of a transitional system that emerged on their home planet Earth after the Industrial Revolution, a constitutional monarchy. The King of Soldiers, Hushi, didn't want to wield the power of a king, but the Shishui branch needed him as the symbol of the newly established nation. Wouldn't it be better to have a monarch as the symbol, but actually adopt a republican system? However, given the existing system on the Dust Sand continent and the inequalities brought about by individual strength, a republican system could only be a limited one. Earth, their home planet, had explored various paths throughout its history, ultimately relying on the relative equality brought about by rapid technological advancements and the advent of the interstellar age. Personnel decisions were now made through automated information databases, conditions the Dust Sand continent currently lacked. Shinruo was considering whether to discuss with the Soldier King, Hershey, the potential system for their soon-to-be-established nation, while Sak and Yolos were thinking about something else entirely. Like humans, the Hershey race had never established a nation. Yolos and Sak's understanding of the outside world came solely from the various rudimentary pieces of information about the continent they could buy in remote border towns. In their understanding, the Rare Water branch was already quite weak, and the fact that the Hersher tribe could now establish a nation centered around Rare Water must be due to the rallying cry of the Hersher king, who emerged from Rare Water. This kind of individual hero worship exists in every era of the Dust Sand continent. The Celestial Fox tribe anticipates a legendary wise ruler because of the divinely bestowed poems, while the Rare Water branch gains considerable cohesion due to the birth of its youngest spirit rank Hersher, and the aura of being the Hershey's birthplace. Although the Celestial Fox tribe is currently under the tyranny of Jasilfa, who, in their eyes, is not the wise ruler they expected, and the Husher King of Soldiers doesn't rely on the few brief descriptions of his deeds in the continent's succinct information to gain power, people always tend to believe what they imagine and accept. Yoris and Sak only felt that Lord Black Eyes seemed to have a close relationship with the Hersher of the Rare Water branch, and given that Lord Black Eyes' power among humans must be at the pinnacle, they believed that if Lord Black Eyes were willing to rally the people, humanity could unite like the Rare Water clan. Beyond the Dark Wasteland, the original Rare Water clan was already within reach. The Dark Fortress, constructed of super spirit level magic, shimmered with dark magic runes, protecting the ancient Rare Water clan's unabandoned living quarters. The new town was partly built upon the renovated ancient Rare Water clan, and partly extended outwards. The Dark Forest had also been transformed. The former White Tree Kingdom's fortress on the other side of the Dark Forest, now owned by the Herxi clan, had changed hands. Using this fortress as an outpost, the Dark Forest behind it was transformed into a magical forest labyrinth. If the outpost fortress falls in war, the Hersan warriors can use the Dark Forest to protect the town behind it. The capital of the soon-to-be-established nation is located on the side of the Dark Fortress leading to the former ruins of the Eastern Humans. The ruins of the Eastern Humans have already been rebuilt. It is said that the reconstruction here was particularly difficult, as the Eastern Humans had previously built it as a closed pass. After the reconstruction, the high walls of the pass were transformed into a giant, multi-arched dryland bridge. Water from the water source flows through aqueducts on the bridge, forming a waterfall that cascades down one side of the bridge into the Shishui River. Beneath the two tall dryland bridges, the Eastern Human houses have been demolished and rebuilt. Their stature and lifestyle made their houses too small. Although this area is designated as the human settlement area of the new capital, the humans who wish to develop here also hope for more spacious living spaces. Most of the residents here are people who relocated from human settlements that originally had cooperative relationships with the Shishui branch. Those settlements already possessed highly developed warrior training systems and artisan forging techniques, which have now been moved here as well. Shenrua also met the doctor and his daughter from his time living in the human settlement. The young girl, Tiffany, saw Shenrua and ran over happily, but her question wasn't directed at him. Shenrua, the two brothers you brought back are so handsome. Especially the one with black eyes, like you. He's really handsome and beautiful. Shenrua couldn't help but chuckle. Handsome and beautiful. So is he handsome or beautiful? Tiffany blinked. Of course, handsome and beautiful. Brother, my name is Tiffany. What are your names? Sak. Jolos. Sak and Jolos each told Tiffany their names. Shenrua thought meeting Tiffany here was quite good. The doctor's daughter would help her father with psychological counseling for his patients, and if Sak and Jolos were to stay here, Tiffany would be the perfect person to show them around the town. Shenrua took out a handful of gold coins from his storage ring and gave them to Sak, then another handful to Jolos. He said to them, I have other things to do, and can't take you with me. You two can explore the town with Tiffany. You might end up living here. He didn't explicitly say whether he would stay, leaving the question of who would live here ambiguous. Jolos and Sak didn't think much of it, accepted the gold coins Shenrua gave them, and watched him leave with Tiffany. Shenrua then followed Ling He towards the newly built palace. The king of soldiers He, also known as Feng He, was already waiting in the side hall. He gave Shenrua a warm hug, seemingly very happy about her arrival. How about considering settling down here this time? King of soldiers He joked. No, I rather not. Shenrua shook her head. At most, I stay until your coronation. If there's enough time, maybe I can even make you a crown. Haha, then there must be enough time. King of soldiers He said. Actually, we still have many specific details and procedures to finalize. We have some disagreements on certain ideas related to national development. Lingy mentioned some things to me on the way here. Shenrua pondered for a moment, then decided to share his thoughts. I don't know if it's appropriate, but I have some ideas. Since Lingy is here, you might want to listen. The final decision is yours. The soldier King Hishi hadn't expected Shenrua to offer his opinions on such matters. Had he changed his mind and decided to participate in continental affairs like the other candidates? But Shenrua said, actually my idea is based on your personality. Whether this method of nation building is suitable is for you to judge. Afterwards, Shenrua, who had been thinking and organizing his thoughts throughout the journey, integrated the constitutional monarchy with the current situation on the Dust Sand continent and his understanding of the Hishi tribe's traditions, arriving at what he believed was a constitutional monarchy more suitable for the Dust Sand continent. Unlike the constitutional monarchy on their home planet Earth, where the monarch in ancient constitutional monarchies inherited the throne from the descendants of powerful feudal monarchs of the ancient monarchy. Although a constitution was established and power was distributed, the historical legacy was astonishing. The wealth of the mercenary king, Hishi, was accumulated through the activities of his mercenary group on the Dust Sand continent, and most of it has likely already been donated to the soon-to-be-established nation. After the nation is established, it would be highly illogical for the king to continue running a mercenary business. Heshi's achievements, however, provide him with a stable source of income, which is perfectly acceptable to the people of the new nation. As king, Heshi is the symbol of the Heshi nation, but he doesn't need to wield real power. Real power can be achieved through elite co-governance. Similarly, the system should guarantee upward mobility for ordinary people, ensuring that the elite are not always confined to the nobility. Of course, a republican system doesn't necessarily require elite co-governance. Shenruo also thought a better, fairer form of universal republic would be desirable, but such class barriers exist in every country on the Dust-Sand continent. Breaking down these barriers often requires breakthroughs in one's own strength. However, for families unable to fully support their children's magical cultivation, the likelihood of their children continuously improving and even breaking through to the spirit rank is far lower than that of nobles with abundant resources. On such a continent, it would be unwise to promote a system that allows commoner families direct access to upper-level discussions and decision-making. The history of their home planet, Earth, has taught Shenruo that the most important factor for any system or science is its timeliness. In an agricultural society, designing a water wheel is appropriate, but developing a particle collider is simply unacceptable and incomprehensible. For city-state systems still in the transition from the Stone Age to the Bronze Age, slavery was a progressive system because it met the needs of social development. However, allowing it to adopt a capitalist system would be out of step with that era. The productive forces were insufficient to support such a system that transcended its time. It would only bring chaos and displacement. Shenruo's trained brain could simulate the development and changes brought about by different systems after the Heshi tribe established their state. He also admitted that his suggestions might not be the optimal solution. It wasn't difficult for the Heshi king of soldiers to become merely a symbol of the throne. What constituted the best system for this soon-to-be-established state would likely require continuous exploration and refinement. Shenruo was only thinking that if the Heshi king of soldiers felt he was unsuitable to be a centralized monarch, this line of thinking might help him. If the Heshi king of soldiers wanted to return to his former self, Feng He, but also needed to become the king of the Darkfall Kingdom. Chapter 240. That's a good idea. The king of soldiers, He affirmed Shenruo's opinion, then looked at Ling He, whose gaze was complex. However, I will likely request a certain amount of real power. This power will not be inherited by the successor when the throne changes hands, thus completing the establishment of a nominal monarchy. Shenruo hadn't expected the king of soldiers, He to intend to retain a certain amount of real power, but while unexpected, it was also quite reasonable. Based on his understanding of the king of soldiers, He was more likely acting out of a sense of responsibility than for the sake of power. That's something for you two to worry about, Shenruo smiled. I'm a free spirit, these things aren't really my concern. These are things we need to think about how to move forward during tomorrow's meeting, said the soldier king He. Long time no see, shall I treat you to dinner? Ultimately, the meal wasn't a grand affair with the palace chefs. Soldier king He, along with Ling He and Shenruo, slipped out through a secret passage in a side hall. Soldier king He even disguised himself. They went to the future capital and found an inconspicuous restaurant, achieving a remarkable feat of being discreet except for ordering the food. The Heshi tribe's appetite differed from that of humans. They went to a human restaurant, as humans were known for their superior cooking skills. However, the portion sizes were also based on human appetites. Therefore, Shenruo and her companion, 2 Heshi each, ordered 8 or 9 plates of food, filling the table to the brim. It had little to do with being discreet. The events of this period could not be fully recounted in a few words. Remembering the spatial totem stone, Shenruo asked Feng He and Ling He, could you help me find a large, empty house or warehouse? Something where no one will dare to go in. It's not difficult, but what do you need this place for? Ling He asked curiously. Probably to make the crown? And to study something I found on my recent adventure, but it's not good to let others know about its existence, Shenruo said. If you're worried, I might do something detrimental to you, then forget it. There are many ways to prevent you from interfering with the ceremony, Ling He said. Like having you sign a blood pact, but that wouldn't be interesting. I want to see what you found, and you can swear not to tell anyone. Only I or you, and Feng He can know, if you allow it. How about that? Shenruo actually had a very good impression of Ling He. She possessed a unique feminine emotional strength that gave her a distinctive charm. In Shenruo's opinion, as a woman, Ling He was more charming than Tianhu Tianxue. It's just that Tianhu Tianxue's beauty and allure always attracted other people's attention. Okay, I trust you. But as for Feng He, everything else is fine. But when I'm making the crown for you, shouldn't we avoid him for a bit? Haha, can I watch? Ling He asked happily. Of course, Shenrua said. Actually, I'm more concerned about its practical use. I probably need your help with the aesthetics. Then, I won't participate in tomorrow's meeting. I give you an authorization crystal first. Ling He was clearly uninterested in a meeting where representatives from the various Heshi branches and human races, who had participated in the establishment of the nation, discussed the allocation of their respective rights regarding the system. In fact, there weren't many Heshi members in their Shishui branch who truly enjoyed this kind of scene, but there were also none, like Ling He, who so clearly and consistently wielded a hands-off approach, stating that Feng He's opinion was his own. Ling He desired a nominal position after the nation's founding, one devoid of real power, primarily involving ritual and document management, tasks she wouldn't personally handle. This was likely her long-held goal. After establishing the Heshi nation, she wouldn't need to be a mercenary anymore, but could be a leisurely Heshi with a job. In her spare time, she could participate in tasks that didn't affect her, such as reinforcing border defense magic arrays. The ladder of power was like tempting honey to a Heshi like Guhi, but he had already sworn a blood pact not to betray his companions from Shishui, and neither Feng He nor Ling He felt they should change their partner's mind. After dinner, Ling He arranged accommodations for Shenrua in the same palace, then showed her around the small palace. Are any of these rooms the right size for you? Ling He asked. If her small palace could meet Shenrua's needs, that would be ideal. Unexpectedly, Shenrua shook her head. These places aren't big enough. You need to find me a large space. Does making a crown require such a large space? Is Feng He's head that big? Ling He joked, then thought for a moment. It seems we need to go to the prepared weapon workshop. Won't there be many craftsmen in such a place? Shenrua asked doubtfully. You find out when you come with me. Ling He led Shenrua along the edge of the city, entering the dark wasteland. Isn't the dark wasteland already the dwelling place of the will left behind by the god of dark elements? Here? Shenrua was now truly baffled as to what Ling He was up to. The remaining will of the god of dark elements, now restored, doesn't seem to have extended to the entire dark wasteland, Ling He explained to Shenrua. There's a corner of the dark wasteland that remains unchanged. Although it seems premature to consider a retreat plan in case of an invincible enemy now that the nation is just beginning to be established, Feng He and I both think it's alright to prepare a backup plan. However, as a backup location, it only has some basic weapon forging facilities. If you want to forge there, you need to solve all the problems yourself. For example, you need to raise the furnace and get the temperature to the required level. Also, there aren't any materials there right now. That sounds perfect, Shenrua said. Actually, the crown doesn't necessarily have to be forged there. I just don't want anyone to know about my material selection process. What kind of forging materials did you get? I can't stand it anymore. Let's get there quickly. Led by Ling He, and with Hulu taking the ride, Shenrua and Ling He arrived at the hidden workshop Ling He had mentioned in half a day. Judging from the time it took to get here, we probably have to stay here tonight. Luckily, I've been in the wilderness for a while, so I have all the necessary overnight gear. Ling He was completely excited when he brought Shenrua here, without considering the distance or what they would need to prepare if they couldn't get back to the city in time. Staying here is fine. Let me see what materials we need to select here. My little palace isn't enough. Ling He urged Shenrua. Okay. Shenrua responded, taking out the spatial totem stone. Ling He leaned closer for a look. With her discerning eye, she naturally recognized it as a totem-shaped ornament carved from a spatial gem. However, upon closer inspection, she sensed that the magical fluctuations contained within this spatial gem seemed different from ordinary spatial storage gems. Shenrua channeled her true energy into the spatial totem stone, and it slowly emitted beams of light. Shenrua felt half of her true energy drained before the spatial totem stone reached its peak of light. When the light faded, Ling He saw the mountain of treasures before her, gold coins and various forging metals. My god! Ling He exclaimed in shock. If I kill someone to cover my tracks, will I immediately become incredibly wealthy? Yes, you can try. Shenrua didn't sense any murderous intent in Ling He's words, because Ling He even patted her own face to bring herself back to reality, clearly thinking she was dreaming. It's forgivable to ramble a bit in a dream. I need to figure out how to systematically store things into this stone. Theoretically, it's possible, Shenrua said, quite troubled. It always just shoves everything away at once, and now it's releasing everything. And storing things doesn't consume as much true energy, but releasing them does. Oh right, if I can't figure it out, When I put things back in, it might even damage your forging equipment. Shenrua told Ling her worst-case scenario. Ling was numb. She waved her hand. Let me lie down on this mountain of gold for a while, and calm down. Then I sort them out first, although I think it's difficult. Shenrua began sorting. The gold coins were all put into her storage necklace, while the unfamiliar treasures were thrown into an empty storage gem. Shenrua didn't recognize all the metal ores. He had shown Ling everything on the mountain of gold, and Ling had already sworn a blood pact to keep everything from Shenrua, so Shenrua was happy to directly use an encyclopedia to classify the metals. These can be used to make a set of jewelry for your formal wear. During the selection process, Shenrua found a set of beautiful blue gemstones, but such purely decorative gemstones were not rare in the Dust Sand continent. These gemstones were probably thrown onto the mountain of gold by that spirit-ranked dragon simply because they were very clear and sparkly, thus triggering the dragon's collecting instincts. He tossed all the gems into a storage gem, but Shenrua's main focus remained on organizing the metal ores. He tossed the metal pieces one by one onto the open ground, quickly dividing them into a dozen or 20 piles according to their type. Even with Shenrua's speed, half a day wasn't enough to organize this mountain of gold. Shenrua didn't dwell on it. He began preparing dinner. Usually, Yolos and Sak would do these things for him, but Shenrua actually enjoyed doing them himself. The reason he had Yolos and Sak do it was initially to dissuade Sak, but later, it inexplicably developed into the situation they had on their journey. Ling also joined in. Although she was a female hermit, she was more skilled at this than Yolos and Sak. Are you going to organize everything? Ling asked. That seems like it'd take a lot of time. Actually, it's not necessary. Shenrua shook her head. There's just too much. After I put what I need into my spatial storage gem, if I can't figure out how to use a particular stone, I just take it all with me and organize it later. Shenrua remained seated on the golden mountain until Ling entered the prepared tent. Once Ling was fast asleep, he planned to try his mental magic. Chapter 241. The spirit-ranked dragon soul used mental magic to create a cave filled with his collected treasures, a one-to-one replica. The use of spatial storage gems also showed traces of mental magic. Previously, Shenrua hadn't delved into the magic of this world, only gleaning fragments about spatial magic from other beings on the Dust Sand continent or from encyclopedias. No race in this world could truly master spatial magic, not even the dragons born from the god who ruled over space. The spatial power of this continent had been banished by the god who ruled over space to spatial storage gems and other special spaces. All races using spatial gems, or as in the construction of the Eternal Tower, merely borrowed the spatial power of the god who ruled over space. That power was not under their control. The reason they could use spatial storage gems to store and retrieve items was that upon obtaining and touching the spatial storage gem, they would see the scene within it in their consciousness. By simply desiring the item, one can retrieve it from the spatial storage gem. From this perspective, the method of borrowing spatial magic is essentially a form of mental magic. It involves using mental magic to communicate and converse with the remaining power of the god who governs space within the spatial storage gem, allowing this power to complete the storage magic on one's behalf. Shenrua placed the spatial totem stone in her palm and entered a meditative state. True energy, like tentacles, enveloped the spatial totem stone, incorporating it into Shenrua's breathing cycle. In his internal meditation, Shenrua first visualized his dantian, lower abdomen, then, guided by the flow of true qi, visualized every inch of the meridians through which the true qi passed, and finally visualized every line on the surface of the spatial totem stone in his palm. Visualization is indeed a method of cultivation, but while it can advance the cultivation of a particular school of thought by focusing on true reality, as the Diamond Sutra says, it is the Tathagata cannot be seen, and is not the highest level of cultivation. Although some practitioners of esoteric martial arts can achieve indestructible Vajra through this method, Shenrua had never visualized specific true reality while learning the visualization system. In the history of his home planet Earth, visualization of figures, like White Terra or Vajra was common, practiced by spiritual cultivators who practiced asceticism on the highlands. Shenrua had only studied it as knowledge, understanding the principles, so he never imagined that the first true reality he would visualize in his life would be the changed size of a totem pole from the Dust Sand continent. However, the totem pole itself is an embodiment of will. This totem pole of the god who governs space stands naturally in the cave, unlike the totem poles carved by various races. Some of those totem poles carved by various races were carved after sensing the arrival of the will left behind by the gods. Some were carved by divine inspiration, and others were carved based on the prototypes of the 8 natural giant stone statues in the sacred temple. The patterns on this totem stone were formed at the same time as the mountains and rivers of the continent. It is a creation of divine power. The totems carved on it are not figurative transformations of imagined or remembered gods, but truly symbolize the left-behind will of the god who governs space. Therefore, visualizing it with one's mental power is like visualizing the god who governs space, and this observation is untouched by any artistic processing by oneself or others. Observation itself is cultivation. If one's mental power is sufficient, then the entire universe can be drawn within a world of mental imagery. While Shenrua's mental power is considerable, it is clearly insufficient to depict a detailed world in his mind. However, it is enough to trace every inch of a totem stone. The problem lies in the fact that the pattern on this totem stone is not an ordinary pattern. Shenrua felt his true energy crawling across the intricate lines and details on the totem stone, and his mental techniques extended along with it, as if opening the door to a vast space. If he hadn't physically entered that space before, the power of the god who governed space contained within would have torn his spirit to shreds. This sacred relic seems to contain a space beyond the comprehension of mortals, intertwined with the dust and sand continent, an object that is not something in existence like Shenrua can control. The light sweat that had appeared on Shenrua's face from circulating his true energy, and the surge of energy from touching the totem stone, had now turned into cold sweat, dripping down his nose and chin. The icy sweat dripped onto the spatial totem stone in his palm, causing a slight fluctuation in the true energy he was visualizing. Shenrua suddenly realized how dangerous it was to rashly try to probe the divine power within the totem stone using his spiritual techniques. He calmly withdrew his energy-wielding hand, and slowly withdrew from the vast spatial image he had inadvertently touched. Shenrua had figured out how to use the totem stone to store specific things, but he still couldn't effectively retrieve them. If he wanted to retrieve them, he would inevitably have to empty everything inside at once, just like now. The reason is that what he wants to collect can essentially be confirmed through mental magic. To confirm, one must simultaneously visualize what they see and mentally visualize it, thus determining the scope of what to collect. However, if he doesn't retrieve everything at once, Shenrua must allow his mental magic to enter the space within the spatial totem stone. Even setting aside whether he can control it, just glimpsing a small part of it, confirming the location of the items he placed inside, and retrieving them would take an unknown amount of training time. Normally, placing small amounts of items at a time is easier to remember and manage, but Shenrua has acquired the wealth of a spirit-level dragon. Besides this spatial totem stone, there's really nothing else suitable to store this mountain of gold. To accurately retrieve the items, Shenrua must first be able to construct the entire pile of items in his mental world at a 1-to-1 ratio, just like the spirit-level dragon. Then he must endure the impact of the spatial power contained within the spatial totem stone. Although Shenrua can feel the absolute benefit of this impact in enhancing his strength, danger and energy consumption will also accompany this process. It's a bit like people die for wealth, birds die for food, Shenrua assessed himself. Because of this mountain of gold, he had to abandon the wonderful function of the space stone. He could only organize as much of what he needed as possible, then put the rest back into the space totem stone, to be retrieved later, when the opportunity arose. Shenrua couldn't help but laugh at himself for being so greedy for treasure, unwilling to store it away. He felt like a snail trying to hoard a mountain of gold on its back. However, he quickly reconciled with himself. There was still much for him to study. He liked this mountain of gold, even if it affected his ability to use it, even if it was troublesome, he still wanted to take it with him. So what? Shenrua thought it through and planned to stand up and collect the unsorted gold. Only when he stood up did he realize his body was a little numb, and his hands and feet felt frozen. The cold sweat he had just broken out had actually lowered his body temperature considerably. Shenrua rarely experienced this feeling of being unable to control his body. He quickly moved his hands and feet. And then Ling He, who had just woken up, saw Shenrua practicing boxing. In the east of their home planet Earth, martial arts were originally a killing technique. Later, in peacetime, competitions intended for exercise and friendly sparring resulted in numerous deaths and injuries. Therefore, in that era, another branch of martial arts developed. Routines. A routine is a single person performing a particular martial art, such as boxing, in a continuous, visually appealing sequence, showcasing the characteristics of a specific school of martial arts, in the absence of an opponent, for comparison. Many people later practiced routines as a way to improve their health. Shenrua had also learned some routines, but on the isolated island, his practice subjects were simulated, so he learned more ancient martial arts. That is, practical combat skills rather than routine techniques. However, there is one particularly good thing about performing routines. They are pleasing to the eye. While pleasing to the eye is no longer very useful in the interstellar era of Earth, in ancient times on Earth, martial arts performances were a lucrative business. There are crude forms, like breaking stones on one's chest, and beautiful forms, like martial arts blended with acrobatics. The prototypes of these routines are also formed from the combination of street art and practical combat styles. Therefore, some people call performance-oriented martial arts showy but ineffective, but it is precisely this name that indicates these routines are genuinely beautiful. Ling He saw Shenruo performing a Tombe Quan routine. Shenruo's physique actually seemed somewhat incongruous with the style of Tombe Quan, but his long limbs made the movements quite aesthetically pleasing. Ling He didn't compare it to anything else, only noticing that Shenruo's basic training was very different from their strength training. Their training often involved repeating certain movements to increase strength, while Shenruo's basic training directly resulted in a smooth, flowing performance. She was completely absorbed in watching, and only cheered for Shenruo when he finished, panting heavily. Shenruo shook his head and remained silent. Normally, he could perform a set of punches without getting out of breath. It was only after his brief encounter with the power of the god of space that his blood and meridians became stagnant and blocked. It wasn't until he finished the set that he felt his true energy and blood flow freely through his meridians again, hence his panting. Fortunately, this time the sweating was due to the heat emanating from his body, otherwise, that uncontrollable feeling would have been unbearable. Shenruo used the spatial totem stone to collect the unsorted gold mountain. He then divided the sorted items into different spatial storage gems, ultimately avoiding the possibility he had told Ling He that he might take away your equipment as well. However, when Ling He asked if he had mastered how to use the spatial totem stone to freely retrieve items, Shenruo smiled wryly and denied it. I can only freely put things in, but I can't freely take them out. Isn't that a good thing? Ling He laughed and patted his shoulder. Then if you want to find things inside in the future, you have to ask me to bring you here. Haha, that's practically like I control your gold mountain. Chapter 242. Ling He's teasing lightened the atmosphere, and then she said, So shall we go back? Shenruo nodded. Although there's equipment here, I can't operate it myself. Let's go back to the city first. This time, Ling He showed a lot more of a womanly warmth compared to when Shenruo first met her. The Ling He of the past was certainly very warm-hearted, as evidenced by her willingness to exchange her necklace for Shen He. However, that kind of loyalty was only shown in crucial moments. The way she treated Shenruo like a friend at all times was a very different feeling for her. Although Ling He maintained a relaxed demeanor in front of Shenruo, she was still very cautious when necessary. She chose this backup location because it was a refuge and stronghold prepared for war, and therefore equipped with various magic arrays. After arriving here, Ling He activated a warning magic array, which was used to detect the approach of other creatures. Because the Dark Wasteland is the dwelling place chosen by the will of the God of Darkness, it has no native flora and fauna. Anyone who comes here is most likely an uninvited guest. Seeing that Shenruo was about to leave, Ling He retrieved the crystal that activated the magic circle from it. Their return journey took slightly less time than the way they came, arriving in the city close to noon. I want to explore the city on my own for the next couple of days. Our schedules might not match, so I take care of my own food and lodging first. I send you a message via crystal after I finish preparing everything. Shenruo stopped snoring and said to Ling He, Alright, since many people know me, I take it as you being shy. Ling He smiled and said goodbye to Shenruo, pointing him to a newly built, top-of-the-line hotel. Seeing your mountain of gold, I recommended the most expensive one to you, Ling He said. If you don't help increase the income of our country's future citizens, I'd beat you up. No problem. Shenruo agreed to Ling He. He really didn't need to save his gold coins. When he first arrived on the Dust Sand continent, he didn't have a single gold coin, so his initial intention in earning money was to save enough for a period of time, so he wouldn't have to worry about working anymore. Who would have thought that he would truly never have to worry about money again? Entering the hotel, remembering Ling He's words, Shenruo couldn't resist indulging, ordering the most expensive room and booking it for 27 days. Because it was said that in 27 days, the Hishi clan would officially establish its nation. You have excellent taste. Some important figures from the continent will be coming here to attend the ceremony. This room in our hotel is the only one available. You really can't stay here without paying for all these days at once. The person at the hotel reception, whether the owner or the manager, said proudly to Shenruo. Even though no important figures would arrive in Shishui that early, he managed to make Shenruo's act of paying for a bag of gold coins at once sound like he was getting a bargain. Shenruo found this quite novel and interesting. The returning Heshi branch and the humans who chose to settle here brought new vitality to the new Shishui branch, the future Heshi nation. After confirming his accommodation, Shinruo didn't bother to find Sak and Yolos. In his view, allowing Sak and Yolos to have as much contact as possible with this soon-to-be-established nation, without his influence, was the best way to integrate them into the customs outside the wilderness hunters community. Shinruo first browsed the weapon and magical item market in the commercial district. The exquisite, high-level weapons corresponded to the capabilities of the artisans and workshops behind the shops. Although the highest-level finished products still had to be transported from the original mountain caves, now that it was beginning to resemble a national capital, the merchants here naturally wouldn't all sell goods from the same place. Furthermore, handcrafted products always had parts that could be made in the city, especially jewelry, which didn't require large equipment. Shinruo took the decorative gemstones he had casually picked out from the gold mine to a jewelry shop to be crafted into finished products, but he said he wanted to give Feng He a crown, so it couldn't be that simple. The most suitable gem for the crown's apex would undoubtedly be the Heart of Water, but since it's a quest item, even though it might not seem as rare as other quest items, Shinruo certainly didn't want the crown she gave away to become a target for other candidates. The dragon had collected many treasures of various levels, but not a single sacred relic. The space totem stone didn't count. It wasn't even something the dragon collected. It was already in the cave, but the dragon sensed its power and claimed the cave for itself. Even in its death, the dragon only clung to the stone, instead of transforming it into its normal size. It could change. Shinruo thought perhaps the god of space felt the beating he received was too severe and was giving him some compensation, or perhaps it was because he had shed blood within the space totem stone. Weren't divine artifacts supposed to require a blood pact, a blood oath to bind them to their master? Perhaps it was his own vomited blood that created a tiny connection between him and the spatial totem stone, allowing him to use it. Truly, fortune favors the bold, the kind of risk that leads to physical harm, even vomiting blood. But without this ordeal, Shinruo felt he definitely wouldn't have been able to take much from the cave. Besides the central stone of the crown, Shinruo had already selected the other necessary materials and had a design in mind. A small wind magic array, which wouldn't create any wind, but would have a comb-like effect, smoothing hair with a subtle breeze. This was a very niche magic array on the continent, called a wind comb. Barbershops used it, consuming wind crystals. It was generally used only by wealthy women. Shinruo only learned about this kind of everyday magic when he saw combs inlaid with wind elemental crystals and engraved with magic arrays while browsing the market. Without further hesitation, the gift would be too late to be given. Shinruo finally decided on a legendary grade gemstone as the main stone for the crown. Its shape resembled the Heart of Water, and Shinruo had purchased it separately to compensate for not being able to set the sacred relic into the crown. As for this legendary grade stone, it was a raw material for a magical item. It could absorb and contain the energy of an element and could be used to realize one of Shinruo's ideas. Of course, this idea came to Shinruo after understanding the gemstone's properties and characteristics. That is, the main stone of the crown, used to emit an energy ray, like the three-eyed characters in ancient legends and picture books of their home planet Earth. Wouldn't that be incredibly cool? The charging process is rather complicated, requiring placement within a crystal energy array. However, a crown inherently needs a magnificent stand. By transforming the stand into a crystal charging array and creating a complete set, it would be worthy of the upcoming founding ceremony. Having made up his mind, Shinruo spent a considerable amount of gold coins to hire a high-level craftsman for the remainder of his time. Besides collaborating with Shinruo to bring the crown's design to life, the craftsman also intended to forge some custom-made weapons and a replica of the star spirit scales. Previous weapons were selected from existing designs on the Dust Sand continent, but Shinruo felt he could create some more practical and handy weapons. A sword was unnecessary, but a spear could be acquired. For example, a war spear was needed in the Hell Grand Palace, but the war spears circulating on the Dust Sand continent were primarily for Shisha and Hishi, so their shaft thickness was unsuitable for Shinruo. The shaft stiffness was also an issue. The spears Shinruo had encountered in ancient martial arts required a certain degree of resilience, enabling him to twirl and flourish. However, using wood for the shaft would obviously be insufficient in strength on the Dust and Sand continent. This was why Shinruo hadn't chosen a spear before. But now, possessing the legacy of the spirit-ranked dragon, he had found a metal on Gold Mountain with exceptionally superior properties, possessing magic resistance, a certain degree of flexibility, yet not easily broken. Even the most skilled craftsmen were rendered speechless by Shinruo's decision to forge a spear from such metal. A spear without any additional magical effects. Let's add some magical attributes to it. The craftsman suggested, based on your blueprints. However, the craftsman then considered that the gun Shinruo was making was a different size from the battle spear, making it difficult to add a magic circle to trigger the magic on the gun body Shinruo had drawn. Let's make the crown first. Shinruo handed the crown materials to the craftsman. The workshop was divided into individual studios. To avoid interference between craftsmen, Shinruo had already rented the place for 10 days. During these 10 days, the entire workshop would not accept any other orders. The rental fee included the services provided within the workshop, including a dedicated temperature control master and apprentices who helped pass materials. Shinruo had finalized the desired effect on the crown, and the difficult parts had been resolved. Shinruo left the remaining inlay work to the craftsman and went to the next studio to think about how to make the gun and the Protoss scales. Since there was no need to worry about candidates being present, even if a candidate came and walked past the workshop, they wouldn't be able to sense the presence of the quest item. This workshop was quite large. Moreover, since the actual construction of cities, expansion, and the acquisition of sophisticated weapons and machinery mostly originated from the original human settlements, the workshops here were built to meet the needs of a prosperous city. Currently, business is disproportionate to the scale of the workshops, and few people come here to order weapons and machinery. Therefore, Shinruo took out the Star Spirit Balance Pole. As a creation of the gods, and a sacred relic created by more than one god, this balance pole, at first glance, is just a stick with a ring in the middle. However, upon closer inspection, especially by changing one's visual perception, its extraordinary nature becomes apparent. On the pole, there are subtly flowing, changing points of light. Upon closer inspection, one can see that these represent starlight. If, at any given moment, the points of light around the pole are unfolded into a flat surface, a portion of a star map will be obtained. By combining each change in the points of light in a cyclical manner, a complete basic star map can be obtained. Chapter 243. Shinruo had read the history of the Dust Sand continent and the documents of the Star Spirit priests. The basic star map contained within the Star Spirit balance was the most common arrangement of stars in the Dust Sand continent's sky. It was said that this star map symbolized the state of the continent at its initial formation, and everything we have today is a result of the continent's formation. Therefore, all star maps originate from this one. Divine creations could cause starlight variations to appear on a balance beam, but non-divine creations could not achieve such exquisite craftsmanship. If one were to imitate it, one could probably only mimic a portion of the star map obtained at a particular moment on the balance beam. Simulating starlight could be done using two different metals, or by inlaying them and then polishing them smooth. According to tradition, when the dark star plate and the bright star plate are placed simultaneously beneath the star spirit balance, magical lines will appear, connecting the four corners of the star plates to one end of the balance beam. The gods infused the celestial scales and the light star chart with divine power. The dark star chart's power was enough to make the celestial scales magical, but how could humanity, with its limited technology, possibly recreate it with magic? The celestial scales were a sacred relic that humans could obtain by entering and passing the trials within the 10-direction star Luo. This item certainly didn't require magic to use. Therefore, if one wanted to replicate the celestial scales, the line connecting the scales and the star chart must not be a magical line. Shinruo then compared the star chart made in imitation of the light star chart with the dark star chart. The two star charts served roughly the same purpose. In actual use, they should differ. Otherwise, why would they be distinguished by light and darkness? Just call it the astral scales. It has even more universal value. If only I had the astral scales too, Shinruo thought. However, such a good thing is just wishful thinking for now. Crafting the astral scales isn't that easy, so Shinruo can only focus on forging the spear he needs first. After discussing with high-level craftsmen, Shinruo had a new idea. While the water elemental heart can't be inlaid in the crown, it can be inlaid in the shaft of the spear he's forging. Whether he can use water elemental magic is secondary. What if a candidate decides to kill him later? Although Shinruo doesn't think any candidate currently has that inclination, there's a high probability that he and the candidates will become enemies by the end of the 8-year period. So far, Shinruo's identity as a candidate hasn't been exposed, but powerful spirit-level beings on this continent, if they spend enough time with him and are willing to analyze, can still guess his identity. Of course, after the long hundreds of days in the Far Eastern Dragon Tomb, his existence on the continent was as if he had vanished. Compared to other active candidates, the possibility of him being detected was still very small. Nevertheless, Shinruo felt it was still worthwhile to prepare for the worst. That is, if a candidate wanted to kill him, and he used this spear to fight back, the biggest advantage would be that the opponent's mark would cause pain. Especially if the opponent was a legendary wilderness dragon. His dragon scales and hide were like indestructible armor. Even a full-force attack might not be able to break through his defenses. In such cases, the pain generated by the quest item would be an indiscriminate attack, completely unaffected by physical or magical resistance. No matter how high your attributes are, you still experience real pain. However, the prerequisite is that the other party can't sense the gun on their body, which requires placing the gun in the earring. Of course, Shinruo actually thinks that the spatial totem stone might also be able to do this, but using it is still too troublesome for him right now. He can't control it, let alone use it to test whether it can block the brand's perception of mission items. The water elemental heart can be stored in the earring, so after embedding the water elemental heart in the spear, can the spear be stored in the earring? Theoretically, the earring, as the initial spatial gem, has many similarities with the spatial totem stone. For example, both can store the will left behind by gods, and even living things. For example, the spatial totem stone once stored Shinruo. But the earring can freely remove what it places inside. Wait a minute. Shinruo discovered a blind spot. He couldn't take anything out of the gold mountain individually, because he hadn't truly seen everything inside. To retrieve a specific item from a spatial totem stone, one must be able to fully visualize that item, and see it clearly within the world of mental magic. However, successfully practicing its application would be extremely taxing, and Shinruo didn't want to go back to the workshop in the dark wasteland to try again. But she could start now to try embedding a water elemental core into a long spear, and see if it could fit an earring. Based on her memories of ancient Eastern weapons from her home planet Earth, Shinruo selected a spear with an exceptionally long shaft, drew up its blueprint, and had the craftsman in the workshop create a mold to aid in the forging process. To ensure the spear could vibrate, different metals needed to be mixed in specific proportions. Shinruo took out various metal blocks from the Spirit Rank Dragon's collection, and inquired about the mixing ratios. Many of these metals were of extremely high quality. Many craftsmen had never even encountered such high-grade metals in their entire lives. The high-level craftsman Shinruo had hired dared not be negligent, feeling both excited and somewhat apprehensive. However, his lack of experience didn't mean that many weapon-making masters throughout history hadn't encountered them. The cave-dwelling human settlements possessed the most powerful lineages of craftsmen and mechanical designers. These masters left behind various manuscripts, including details on how to mix different metals and the properties of the final product. If only the dragon's might were here to breathe fire on me, Shinruo thought, eyeing the metal in his hand. However, he didn't only have one water elemental heart. These metals were extremely rare, but finding enough in the dragon's gold mine for several more spears was more than enough. In short, he hadn't fought such a wealthy battle, so even if it wasn't a dragonfire spear, it wasn't a big deal. After considering the formula left in the manuscript, Shinruo officially began forging the spear. Unlike the crown he gave to the king of soldiers, he whose most important craftsmanship lay in the inlay, the density and evenness of Shinruo's forging would greatly influence its quality. This had already been proven when Shinruo forged the Dragonfire War Spear. The human craftsmen had sufficient strength and number of strikes, but their aura, density, and evenness of strikes couldn't match the continuous, flowing aura that Shinruo demanded. Therefore, Shinruo decided to forge the spear himself. The current Shinruo is different from the Shinruo who forged the Dragonfire Spear. He still retains the water elemental power of the water flame lotus within him. He hasn't researched how to convert the water flame lotus's elemental power into magical applications. He only uses it for circulating within his body. The water elemental power circulates within Shinruo's body, experiencing some loss when it widens his meridians, but it's far from being completely depleted. Shinruo isn't fixated on whether this will allow him to use water elemental magic. In fact, guiding the water elemental power out of his dantian through true qi to complete the circulation, while having the effect of widening his meridians, makes Shinruo feel different from ordinary true qi circulation, a sense of imbalance. The energy of the dust sand continent is more materialized and elemental, so it's different from the true qi generated on his home planet Earth through cultivating the boyhood technique, starting from childhood, and repeatedly refining it in the dantian. However, after arriving on the dust sand continent, he breathes in the air rich in elemental particles. Shinruo feels that only when these particles are in balance, in the state of air, can he form true qi that can circulate stably for him. He originally brought his innate true energy from his home planet Earth to the dust and sand continent, but in order to reform the god of dark elements, all of his original true energy from Earth was completely drained. Now, with the water elemental power of the water flame lotus in his true energy circulation, the imbalance is only more pronounced. Therefore, during normal meditation, Shenrua doesn't consciously guide the water elemental power of the water flame lotus during his true energy circulation. Only when he wants to train himself to better control his true energy will he use his true energy to control the water elemental power and incorporate it into his circulation. This was to find balance amidst the imbalance, allowing him to more realistically feel the flow and changes of true energy within his body. Now, he planned to test the circulation of this water elemental force while forging the spear. This demanded even greater control from Shenrua. The reason he accepted this challenge was the water elemental heart to be embedded in the spear. As both are water-based forces, who knows what kind of qualitative change it might trigger. Furthermore, the magic circle for the spear had already been chosen. Shenrua selected a very simple one, merely activating the water elemental force. After all, he actually intended to make this spear a melee weapon. The water elemental heart was a sacred relic, not a water elemental crystal. His main reason for embedding it was to use it unexpectedly in a battle against the candidate, if necessary, to inflict pain upon his opponent, if his identity were exposed. After repeatedly confirming the forging plan, Shenrua raised the hammer in his hand. What was the tradition in ancient forging on his home planet Earth? Sacrifice the furnace, sharpen the blade. Among the humans of the Dust Sand continent, such precedents might not be entirely uncommon. Shenrua remembered witnessing a ceremony with Long Wei during his trip to Qingzi Kingdom. The girl commemorated in the ceremony was a girl who performed the furnace ritual. Shenrua didn't intend to perform the furnace ritual himself, but for the sake of ritual, he could do it by dripping his blood. Thinking this, before the forging was finished and the spear was completed, Shenrua pierced the artery in his wrist with an awl, and a drop of blood fell onto the spear. As the spear was completed, the heart of the water element emitted a blue glow, which diffused amidst the golden light of the completed divine weapon, just like when the Dragonfire War spear was formed. The workshop attracted the attention of passers-by and Heshi. The difference was that this time Shenrua didn't intend to leave the workshop immediately, so these onlookers and Heshi were destined to remain unaware of what had been created. Shenrua tried to put the war spear away using his earring, and as he expected, he succeeded. This was probably what they called exploiting a bug. Because the metal used to forge the spear cannot be incorporated into an earring, and Shenrua had embedded the water elemental heart within it during the forging process. Unless the spear is melted down again, the water elemental heart will only be flush with the spear shaft on one side, revealing a small patch of blue. It cannot be removed, like a weapon with replaceable crystals. Chapter 244. Shenrua wasn't in a hurry to find a place to test whether the spear could unleash water elemental magic. Although he had successfully forged the spear and was eager to try it out, he wasn't in a rush. While he was forging the spear, the high-level craftsman he had hired had completed the forging and setting of the crown. After discussion, the crown stand was constructed by combining upright crystals with a magic array made of metal to activate the crystal's energy, making the crown appear as if it were placed on a carefully constructed miniature crystal landscape. The crown's primary function was decoration and a sense of ceremony, so aesthetics were paramount. Once the crown was finished, Shenrua didn't continue researching the method for creating the celestial scales. Perhaps he lacked inspiration, or perhaps he needed the star chart as a reference to gain ideas on how to create a substitute for the celestial scales. Now, he wanted to check on the progress of his custom-made jewelry. Shenrua didn't have much expertise in jewelry aesthetics. When asked to be the client for a custom order, he only gave a general overview of his feelings. Fortunately, he had found the custom shop based on word of mouth. The craftsman had excellent taste, and he gave her plenty of gems and gold coins, so she received more than one set of jewelry. Shenrua chose the best set based on the color scheme and kept it for Linghe, while packing the others in a simple box and heading towards the human settlement. The doctor's clinic wasn't hard to find. When Shenrua arrived, Yolos and Sak were doing odd jobs in the courtyard. The doctor's daughter, Tiff, was directing them to dry some herbs. Speaking of which, Tiff's father was one of the few human healers. Her father's becoming a healer was somewhat unusual, because the number of humans who insisted on living in caves was considerable, and their proportion was not equal to that of the Hermiones. The healers in Hishi's mercenary group primarily treat the wounded and often accompany the mercenaries on missions, providing emergency care. Humans suffer from a variety of illnesses, some unrelated to internal or external injuries, others potentially linked. For example, years of blacksmithing can cause muscle strain, bone spurs, and so on. Sometimes, untreated external injuries can leave lasting health problems, but there isn't enough money for surgeries requiring highly skilled magical healers. These illnesses develop slowly but still require treatment. The occupations of most people in the cave-dwelling human settlements dictate that these injuries and illnesses are inevitable, meaning he/she's healers are simply insufficient to meet the needs of the cave-dwelling human settlements. I asked you to show them around your new capital, and you turned them into a labor force? Shinrua teased Tiffany. What are you talking about? Tiffany muttered. They offered to help themselves. Well, we already explored all the places in the future capital. We all feel that what we're doing here is more like working for Lord Black Eyes, so we're more used to helping out here, Yolos explained to Shinrua. Well, why don't you two come with me for a walk today? Shinrua said to Yolos. Okay, we'd be right there after we tidied up and handed things over. Yolos and Sack spread out all the herbs to dry, then took off their aprons, washed their hands, and greeted Tiffany. Tiffany wanted to come along, but Shinrua stopped her. I'm taking them to some places girls shouldn't go. Shinrua made up a reason that shocked Tiffany, who stared wide-eyed. No way. The sex industry is prohibited here. Who says places girls shouldn't go are necessarily places of ill repute? Shinrua waved his hand, ultimately preventing Tiffany from following him. Actually, it wasn't that he was going to a place Tiffany couldn't go, he simply had something to say to Yolos and Sack. Don't call me Lord Black Pupil here anymore, Shinrua instructed Sack and Yolos as he walked towards the commercial district. Call me Shinrua. Lord Shinrua. Sack still addressed him with a respectful form of address, but Shinrua interrupted him. It's Shinrua. Okay. Sack still couldn't immediately adjust, and could only refrain from addressing Shinrua in that way for now. He probably needed to practice mentally. How have you two been feeling here these past few days? Shinrua asked casually. It's certainly very nice here, much better than the small town we used to live in. Tiffany is also very welcoming, but we still prefer to follow you. The words Lord Black Eyes were on the tip of Sack's tongue, but remembering he couldn't address Shinrua that way now, he paused and changed it to you. But I don't want you to continue following me, Shinrua said. We can be friends, but because of the unique circumstances of our acquaintance and experiences, it's difficult for us to interact as friends anymore. Yolos asked in a low voice, Do you think we're useless to you? No, Shinrua shook her head, it's that I'm useless to you. I need to go look around first, we can talk about this later. They had arrived at the commercial district, and Shinrua was heading into a magic item shop. Although he had invited Yolos and Sack to discuss their future plans, Shinrua decided to look for materials that could be used as substitutes for the Protoss skybound threads, since they needed a destination after leaving Tiff's place. After buying various magical materials suitable for making threads, Shinrua left the shop and took Sack and Yolos to a restaurant for dinner. Do you know why I'm useless to you? Shinrua asked Yolos after ordering. Yolos didn't answer, and Shinrua wasn't waiting for his reply. He continued, You chose to follow me not because you were raised with servility, but because you believed I was capable of great things. You are different from those humans raised as servants. One of you is the leader of the wilderness hunters, and the other actually looks down on the other wilderness hunters. The people, cities, and lifestyles you've seen are limited to those in small towns, or the surrounding plant spirit towns. You may not even have truly experienced or understood life in those surrounding towns. You are not blank slates, you have witnessed fighting and killing, and the life or death struggles of the wilderness hunters. You are not afraid of death, but you deeply admire the strong. Under such circumstances, you feel that pursuing a larger arena of combat, becoming a member of the strongest human race, is the most worthwhile and glorious thing to do. But I do not intend to become the strongest, nor do I intend to do anything glorious. I don't believe this is the only truly worthwhile way to live. I hope that after experiencing different lifestyles and comparing them, you can truly determine what you want. If it's adventure, the strength of the humans here is renowned throughout the entire Dust Sand continent. You can try joining them, if you like this lifestyle and they accept you. If you ultimately prefer the life of an ordinary human, that's fine too. I think you already noticed that your bodies have greatly improved. As long as you continue practicing your health exercises, your lifespan will significantly increase. So, finding a girl you like and settling down is also an option. There are many choices here, and following me is actually quite boring. I'm just a simple traveler. Having said all that, Sack and Yolos had no excuse left to continue pursuing him. Because, as Shinrua said, if Shinrua was the future king they envisioned, then they genuinely desired a larger stage, exhilarating battles, and a breakthrough to higher ranks. However, Shinrua seemed incredibly frank and sincere, without any sign of lying, and his eyes were calm. This powerful, black-eyed lord before them truly had no desire to achieve great things. Then why had he become such a powerful figure? Yolos and Sack couldn't understand. Don't rush. You fared quite well with Tiffany. For most people, without buying any magical items, the gold coins I given you should last a considerable time. Use this time to slowly figure out what kind of life you really want. I can't make the choice for you. Seeing the mixed feelings on Yola's and Sack's expressions, Shinrua added, if anyone asks you about me, just say I went to find longevity herbs. When I got them, I encountered geological changes in the wilderness. Your area is more suitable for survival, so we came together. Please keep the other details a secret. Compared to the help you've given us, this is insignificant, but... Sack, seeing no one else in the dining room, couldn't help but change his form of address. Lord Black Eyes, I heard you know the king of soldiers, Hushi. Don't you really want to establish a nation dominated by humans? Sack, I know the most important reason you have this idea is the influence of the divinely ordained poem your family left you. If possible, I hope you never mention again that an Eastern human king will appear in the Far Eastern Dragon Tomb, let alone that it originated from a divinely ordained poem. I'm sorry that my thoughts are different from yours, but I wasn't born to fulfill your wishes or achieve your goals. After today, we must all pursue the destiny we desire. If you want a nation for humanity, you shouldn't place that hope in the hands of others. Building a nation isn't something that can be achieved through the efforts of one person alone. Even the legendary soldier Hershey just happened to be on the crest of a wave. The nation didn't exist because of him. You can be a wave. If the tide happens to push you there, you might even become the one on the crest. Black-eyed king, your family memories only say there will be a black-eyed king. You are also black-eyed. It is you who desires the great achievements of humanity, not me. I didn't truly enter the Far East Dragon Tomb. Do you think a sinkhole is a dragon tomb? Sack thought, but he couldn't say it aloud. Lord Blackeye's refusal was expressed with utmost sincerity, clarity, and understanding. I understand. If this is your wish, then whatever kind of life you choose, I will try it first, Sack finally said. After dinner, Shinrua took Sack and Yolos back to Tiff's place. Watching Shinrua's departing figure, Sack, for some reason, suddenly buried his head in Yolos' shoulder. They had done this before in the Wilderness Hunter team, to avoid being noticed. But now Sack did it because he didn't want anyone to see. Hey, don't be so embarrassing, you gotten my clothes all wet. Yora said. Ultimately, things didn't turn out the way they hoped, but life and choices here were already far more plentiful than in that small town on the edge of the wilderness. What was there to cry about? Their health had improved, and because the country was just beginning to be established, they even had the chance to achieve the town life they once thought unattainable through their own efforts. Perhaps even in the future, they could have a beloved girl, children around their knees. Not every wilderness hunter who leaves the small town has such a fortunate choice. But why, Sack thought, did he still feel something was missing? Was it only fighting that could ease this emptiness in his heart? He shouldn't feel this way. Chapter 245. In the following days, both He, the king of soldiers, and Ling He were extremely busy. Ling He managed to squeeze in a short afternoon with Shinrua, during which Shinrua handed over her jewelry and crown. Ling He then gave Shinrua a formal suit, but noticing her casual attire, she asked, "This is the outfit for the ceremony. By the way, can you manage it yourself? I need to wear a formal suit?" Shinrua was also surprised. Shouldn't he be blending into the crowd to watch the ceremony? The viewing area is divided into inner and outer sections. We reserved a spot for you in the inner section, allowing you to ascend to the highest point of the new royal city during the ceremony. Actually, you may have already been there, but it's been renovated and is usually inaccessible. Ling He explained to Shinrua, many people attending the ceremony in the inner section will be dressed very formally. If you dress too casually, like you are now, you stand out. I see, okay. Shinrua accepted the suit. By the way, there's a celestial high priest who somehow learned of your arrival. His village is a celestial priest village of our Hishi tribe. Every nation, if conditions permit, has priestly positions related to reading the stars. They like to have their best celestial priests become our national priests. However, this celestial high priest hopes Fong he can introduce him to you. The soldier King Hishi only gave ambiguous answers, and didn't show any particular familiarity with Shinrua, allowing Ling He time to negotiate with her. Shinrua was momentarily puzzled, but then he remembered something he had almost forgotten. Before heading to the Far East Dragon Tomb, during his crystal communication with the soldier king, He had mentioned the star spirit priest, Hishi. At that time, the only star spirit priest in the 10-direction star Luo to be declared past the examination by the Holy See, that dragon, should be Xiao Jiao from that spiritual world. Although she roughly knew what the other party was thinking, Shenrua still wanted to ask Ling He what they had said. Why did they want to see me? Ling He shook his head. I don't know, but they seem to be using this as a condition for cooperating with Feng He. Of course, even if Feng He doesn't introduce you, the Heshi from their village will still come to be our priests. It's two different things. Then let's meet. Shenrua agreed to the meeting, but let's wait until after the ceremony. I think there are only a few days left before the ceremony starts, so it's best not to cause any trouble. Ling He agreed with Shenrua's idea and gave her a golden branch before parting. This is your pass to enter the inner area on the day of the ceremony. We might all be very busy then, and won't be able to take care of you. Let's meet again after the ceremony. As the day of the ceremony approached, Shenrua saw many guests in the town who seemed to be of very high status. The dragon with the signature blue hair, who had previously attended the auction at the Eternal Tower, also came here representing the kingdom of Shilai. Guests like these would be accommodated in the palace area, while the inn where Shenrua stayed was mainly for representatives of various merchant caravans. After resolving the conflict with the Herxi tribe, Steel Stone actually came here with the head of the Stone Spirit tribe's caravan. However, Shenrua saw him from afar and had no intention of going up to catch up with him. Tianhu Tianxu arrived accompanied by a Heshi clan member adorned with priceless gems. Shenrua realized this Heshi likely belonged to the Eternal Tower, one of the 10 absolute dust and sand. The connection between Tianxue, Shenrua, and the Heshi king stemmed from the incident in the Eternal Tower's plaza where a fragment of the Tianhu Jade was sensed by a Heshi candidate. The Heshi candidate had also arrived in the future capital of the Heshi nation. Ling He was likely responsible for receiving distinguished guests representing their country or organization, which explained Tianxue's knowledge of Shenrua's presence. She didn't send Shenrua a crystal message, but went directly to his hotel, cornering him in the restaurant. You've been gone for so long, she said, slightly annoyed. Shenrua still wasn't entirely used to this habit. Long? Shenrua asked helplessly. 2 drinks were brought over and placed on the restaurant table. The owner said to Tianxue very attentively, these are for you too. Please don't interrupt our conversation. Tianxue wasn't happy about the free gift. The owner's flattery backfired. He just wanted to admire the legendary beautiful celestial fox up close a little longer, but unexpectedly, this beautiful celestial fox only had eyes for a skinny human. You don't even live here. If you offend the owner, I might be the one eating spit in my food. Shenrua protested sternly. You shouldn't eat here, Tianxue said. You disappeared so completely, without a trace. Do you know that Jasilfa is investigating the things he used to auction off those celestial foxes? I think it's related to Tian Shao, and you too. What does it have to do with me? Shenrua said, but then remembered the drop of blood he had placed in his earring. We all know what's controlling Tian Shao, so don't pretend you don't know. Never mind, you just like pretending to be ignorant. Tianxue said. Jasilfa hasn't contacted you again? Shenrua asked doubtfully, is he also wary of the 10 absolutes of dust and sand? Worried? Not really, but he probably wouldn't want to make enemies. In his view, powerful enemies often appear last. Collecting the heavenly fox jade completely is the most important thing. Tianxue chatted with Shenrua for a while longer, but Shenrua still didn't admit that there was anything between him and Tian Shao. Never mind. Tianxue finally gave up helplessly. Jasilfa is just one of the candidates. His current actions show that he believes he has a nemesis. What are you so anxious about? Shenrua said. Is it because you haven't given up on becoming a wise leader? Shenrua was now beginning to understand the thoughts of people like Tianxue on the dust and sand continent. He hadn't understood it before because, in the history of his home planet Earth, whenever such divinely ordained poems or divine relics hinted at the impending arrival of a hero, it was often because someone harbored such ambitions. The stories of hidden books and fish bellies, and the stone man with only one eye, there was never any true divine will, they were all tailor-made for someone. Therefore, Tianxue's personality didn't seem suited to leading the reunion of the Heavenly Fox clan, and the Soldier King, she didn't necessarily like the heavy responsibility he bore. Shenrua couldn't understand them at first. But now, Shenrua was beginning to understand the reasons behind all this, and why they were so persistent. He didn't necessarily need Tianxue to answer, because there was no answer to the question. To become the wise leader, one had to replace Jasilfa. As a candidate, when Jasilfa's mark appeared, the other beings of the Sky Fox clan couldn't actively harm him. The flamboyant Jasilfa simply imprinted his mark on his forehead. Defeating Jasilfa head-on would be extremely difficult for Tianxue. If she hadn't given up on becoming the wise leader, She could only hope that another being could eliminate Gisilfa and allow her to obtain the Sky Fox Jade within him. The one capable of eliminating Gisilfa, and willing to do so, was most likely another candidate, and the Sky Fox Jade was a quest item needed by those other candidates. It was a vicious cycle. Shenrua didn't see Tianxue off. Instead, he stood up, waved to her, and went back to his room, leaving Tianxue lost in thought for a long time. The Celestial Fox's mind wasn't that quick-witted. Although Gisilfa was a tyrant, his intellectual abilities far surpassed Tianxue's. He was an unparalleled figure in the entire Celestial Fox clan. The Celestial Foxes didn't want to live under his tyranny, but they were powerless against this fait accompli. Now, Shenrua's question had already stumped Tianxue. She hadn't carefully considered whether she still had any thoughts about it. She simply felt that since she had joined the Dust and Sand 10 Absolutes organization, and her former tribe had long since submitted to Gisilfa, she believed she wouldn't think about this matter anymore. Shenrua's question made her question herself. Had she truly stopped thinking about it? The Celestial Fox, whose actions are driven by instinct, is most adept at understanding their own true nature. If they allow themselves to think about something, their instincts will reveal the answer. Tianxue is no exception. Subconsciously, she dares not let her instincts run wild, because in her eyes, Gisilfa is not an existence she can defeat. However, Shenrua's words unconsciously draw her back to her instincts. A moment of letting go, and Tianxue finds herself involuntarily conjuring images of herself fighting Gisilfa, surrounded by countless celestial foxes watching. Thinking of this scene, Tianxue trembles all over. There is fear, and even a hint of excitement. Almost instantly, she becomes certain of one thing. She still wants to become the legendary wise leader. She cannot do it alone. As soon as this thought arises, Tianxue's trembling stops. She pulls herself out of her imagined scenario, because she knows she cannot defeat Gisilfa on her own. Tomorrow is the founding ceremony of the Heshi Kingdom, and she's not here to fight Gisilfa. Tianxue patted her cheeks to calm herself down. Early the next morning, Shenrua laboriously changed into the formal attire Ling he had prepared for her, and, with Jinji in tow, headed to the designated viewing location. The first half of the ceremony involved the soldier King Heshi, wielding his scepter, starting from the palace area, crossing the streets, and arriving at a high staircase. Climbing the staircase led to a high vantage point in the new capital, where one could enjoy the spectacular view and receive enthusiastic cheers. Finally, the procession departed from the other side of the high point, with a ceremonial guard performing as they led the way to the other side of the palace area. This led to the palace complex where Soldier King Heshi would reside, where he would live and receive guests. The streets were already closed off, and Shenrua needed Jinji to navigate through temporary checkpoints to reach the starting point in the palace area. There, specially prepared vehicles were available for VIPs to participate in the entire ceremony. Upon arriving at the location, Shenrua handed Jinji to the guards, and was then led to a viewing vehicle. This viewing vehicle differed from ordinary flying cars in its view. It had no roof or side rails, only handrails on both sides. Below were wind crystal magic mechanisms. To Shenrua, it resembled a giant magic carpet. However, this magic carpet was indeed very large, thick, and hard, with handrails on both sides. Chapter 246. As the music began, the procession commenced. The procession passed through historical sites renovated from parts of the former settlements of the Shishui tribe, as well as town buildings expanded after the victory in a small war, reaching the top of the remodeled pass. The area now serves as both a drainage channel and a viewing platform. Normally, it functions as a drainage channel, with the waterfall cascading from the right side of the pass, and the area above the high, dry bridge is impassable. When the viewing platform above is activated, mechanical mechanisms push out massive stone blocks, transforming the area into the scenic space of the high, dry bridge, with the waterfall cascading from the left. Below the high bridge, the terrain is slightly higher on the left. An artificial valley, designed to accommodate the drainage, is planted with numerous amphibious flowering plants that can briefly submerge in water without drowning. Specially designed small boats, intentionally abutted for scenic purposes, float on the current, but their bottoms are fixed in place. These boats serve as platforms for performers of dances and musical instruments during ceremonies. After the procession reached the steps built beside the high, dry bridge, all members of the group, including VIPs, ascended together onto the bridge, which had been transformed from the original towering stone wall of a fortified pass. From the bridge, one could overlook the entire newly built capital city. The King of Soldiers, Heshi, arrived at the center of the bridge, and a wind crystal machine was pushed forward. Although King of Soldiers Heshi was the center of attention, it was Go who spoke first. He reviewed the history of the Rare Waters and the mercenary group, praising King of Soldiers Hushi's immortal contributions to the Rare Waters branch, and his magnanimous willingness to share power with all partners in building the nation, as well as those present who would one day register as members of the nation. He will retain only honor and glory, a personal guard willing to stand before you in times of national crisis, and the power of correction, but we offer him the crown and applause. The magic circle within the wind elemental crystal device lit up, carrying Go's voice to the ears of all spectators. The voice was not loud, but powerful and clear. Thunderous applause erupted below the high bridge. Shenruo saw a dragon-like figure dressed as a priest, holding a crown stand he had designed and crafted. On it rested the crown he had helped create, which was then placed on the head of the warrior king, He, by a magnificently dressed Hesh Protoss priest. After the ceremony, the celestial priest stood aside, and the soldier king Hershey finally spoke. This is our new nation. Through the collection of votes, and with the blessings of the stars, our nation is named Darkfall. Praise be to the great God who governs the dark elements. Praise be to the great God who governs the dark elements. Praise be to the great God who governs the dark elements. The echoes resounded from the crowd. Soldier King Hershey raised his hand. His initial magic was a shaping dark elemental magic. He condensed the dark elements into a massive celestial canopy, appearing above the high bridge over the dry land. Then, a bright star map, projected from the star charts by the celestial priests, representing blessings and aspirations, was projected onto the black celestial canopy. On the small boats below, the celebratory singing and dancing had begun, while the Darkfall Kingdom's high-ranking officials and distinguished guests, at the center, were guided away from the other side, leaving the grand event to the joyful residents of the town. Following the ceremony was a grand banquet. Shenruo's seat was placed in an inconspicuous corner. He hadn't wanted to be the center of attention at the banquet. The Hushi people had large appetites. On each table was a large plate with a whole roasted juju pig, an animal the size of a miniature pig from their home planet Earth. Roasted juju pigs were delicious, but extremely difficult to catch. In some countries on the Dust Sand continent, there was a small-scale breeding industry, because this animal was so difficult to domesticate. The reason for this small-scale breeding industry was solely for the needs of noble banquets. Halfway through the banquet, Ling He somehow ended up sitting at Shenruo's table. Because Shenruo's table was relatively secluded, it wasn't yet full. "How's it going?" "Not bad here, right?" Ling He asked. "Would you consider staying and living here?" "Not yet," Shenruo said. "You've been out there for too long, so you want to settle down here for a while. I'm the opposite. I've been in one place for too long and haven't seen enough of the outside world." "Miss Ling He, what brings you here to relax? Could this gentleman introduce me?" A middle-aged female star spirit high priestess and a black-haired dragon approached. Shenruo had already met these two at the ceremony, and now she understood that they were actually using the opportunity of greeting Ling He to come and see her. Ling He glanced back at Shenruo, and seeing that she didn't seem to object, introduced her. "This is Pan He, one of the star spirit high priests of our Darkfall kingdom. And this is his disciple, Long He, a dragon who wields dark elemental power." One name contained one character each from the Dragon clan and the Hesh clan nobility. If the transformation of the unified language law was correct, this Hesh celestial high priest's name was certainly flamboyant. Afterwards, Ling He introduced Shenruo to them. "This is Shenruo, a friend who helped us break through the barrier." "Appearances can be deceiving, Flanda?" Longha went straight to the point, seemingly convinced that Shenruo was hiding something, his tone somewhat aggressive. "Yes, it's me," Shenruo said calmly, "but this isn't the place to discuss this. If you have any questions, we can talk in Ling He's palace afterward." Receiving Shenruo's affirmative answer surprised Longha, but the celestial high priest beside him gestured with his eyes that he shouldn't continue there, so he could only leave with the priestess, glancing back every few steps. As the banquet ended, Shenruo saw the War King Hesh, now known as King Feng He of the Darkfall clan, walking towards him and Ling He. Although the Heshi people have bronze skin, most possess a wild, handsome appearance, and Feng He was no exception. He walked beneath the wall lamp, the light casting shadows on his face and body, creating a striking contrast between the illuminated and unilluminated areas. He wore a crown and magnificent robes, his face as handsome as a bronze sculpture. While his personality might not be entirely suitable, if we're just talking about looks, he's truly the perfect choice for the throne. Ling He exclaimed. "Look, he's changed his clothes, tidied his appearance, and just looking at him makes my heart flutter. Then you can take advantage of your proximity." Shenruo was puzzled. Among the core members of their Shishui tribe, only Ling He was a young woman. Logically, Ling He should be able to marry whomever she wanted easily, right? Haha, I only like his appearance. Ling He couldn't help but laugh and bend over slightly when he saw that Shenrua actually took it seriously. As for anything else, being too close would turn us into brothers. What are you talking about? King Feng He of Onluo had already arrived in front of them. Did you just meet the priest and the dragon? We arranged to discuss it in detail tonight, Shenrua said. You admit it? Feng He said. That really surprised me, but I came to thank you for your crown. The logistics team for the ceremony all thought it was very beautiful. Yeah, Ling He just said that's why he's interested in you. Shenrua readily betrayed Ling He. I think I did say that. What do you think? Ling He asked, not wanting to miss out on the fun. I don't have the inclination to develop romantic relationships with my sisters, Feng He said with a dismissive look, then turned to Shenrua. How do you feel about here? Want to stay for a while? Haha, I already asked that question, Ling He laughed, waiting for Feng He to be rebuffed. It feels great, but Ling He isn't quite right. She wants me to stay, you're asking if I want to stay for a while. If that's 10 to several weeks, I'm perfectly open to considering it, Shenrua replied. The reason was that, through the power of the Shishui branch, he could find the best and most knowledgeable human artisans. Besides, if they stayed here for a while, Feng He and He Shi of the Shishui branch would become the focus of this newly established nation. Studying the astrological chart, the star spirit scales, and psychic magic here for a while was a good option. What a cunning word game, Ling He said, not really meant to be reproachful. In her view, Shenrua would likely stay in her palace after tonight, and she could see what the star spirit high priestess and her dragon disciples wanted with Shenrua. Feng He probably knew about the dark astrological chart from Shenrua, and Shenrua had admitted it to Feng He, but hadn't mentioned it to Ling He yet. Therefore, Ling He found it strange that the star spirit high priestess and her dragon disciples were visiting Shenrua. And what they said to Shenrua was also strange. But she wasn't in a hurry, everything would be clear by nightfall. As night fell, Shenrua, having previously sought lodging at Ling He's palace, didn't refuse this time and planned to stay for a while. He had already mentally rehearsed how to communicate with the star spirit priestess of the Darkfall Kingdom. Given the characteristics of the quest item, Shenrua knew that revealing the correct names of the star spirit scales and star spirit balance to the other party would likely attract the covetousness of other candidates. Such items would inevitably be recorded in historical annals sooner or later. Shenrua believed that the Holy See would connect the black-haired dragon clan star spirit priest's failure to obtain the dark star disc to him. It was only a matter of time. Without seeing the quest item, a fabricated name wouldn't trigger the mark's reaction. As for the actual names of the star spirit scales and star spirit balance, only Shenrua, who had obtained information through the 10-direction star luo, knew without consulting the encyclopedia. Therefore, he could admit he obtained a sacred relic from the 10-direction star luo, but it didn't have to be the dark star disc and the star spirit scales. It could be the scales of the spiritual balance. Without verifying the item with the encyclopedia, whether the item Shenrua obtained was called the star spirit scales or the spiritual scales was entirely up to Shenrua. The celestial priestess and her dragon disciples arrived under the cover of night, and under Ling He's arrangement, they met Shenrua once more. You? The celestial priestess hesitated, now using a respectful form of address, but seemed unsure how to begin the conversation. Directly asking about the dark star compass would be too abrupt. Even knowing it was in Shenrua's possession, should she demand it be handed over immediately? Or should she appoint Shenrua as the dark celestial high priest? Such a suggestion would be far too frivolous and ill-considered. Chapter 247. Shenrua knew the other party's general purpose. They wanted to know what had happened in the 10-direction star luo, whether there was still a dark star disc, whether they had it in their possession, and, to be impolite, perhaps they wanted to ask for the dark star disc. I did indeed pass the test left behind by the gods, but the sacred relics obtained by humans are different from those obtained by the Hercules. Shenrua flipped his hand and took out the star spirit scales, saying to the star spirit priestess, "This is the sacred relic I obtained there. As you can see, it is actually a scale, used to weigh spiritual power. The wool left behind by the gods calls it the spirit scales, which can form a spiritual balance together with the light star disc and the dark star disc. However, because I cannot use dark elemental power, the dark star disc is not a sacred relic given to humans. And this scale, without the light star disc and the dark star disc, requires the highest level replicas of both to be usable, but there is still a time limit. If the replica's capacity is exceeded, the replica will shatter. The Star Spirit Priestess's gaze swept over the Star Spirit scales in Shinrua's hand. Her spiritual power probed the scales with her gaze, discovering that they contained unfathomable power left behind by the gods, undoubtedly a sacred relic. A human produced a sacred relic they had never seen before, its surface shimmering with a faint light that resonated with the power of the Protoss. Clearly, it could only be obtained through the 10-direction star Luo. It seemed the young man before them was indeed telling the truth. Passing the trials of the 10-direction star Luo meant becoming a Protoss priest recognized by the gods, and not just any ordinary one. This is a celestial priest who has inherited the sacred relic. I heard you have a considerable relationship with our Darkfall king. Would you be willing to stay in Darkfall and become our celestial high priest? The celestial priestess had changed her attitude. She asked very respectfully. I'm afraid not. Shinrua put the celestial scales back into her earring. As you can see, I only obtained this scale. Without forming a complete scale with the star chart, I cannot obtain its inheritance. I apologize, it was my oversight. The celestial priestess sighed. It seems that if our Hushi wants the dark star chart, we can only undergo further trials at the Holy See. Actually, although Zhezhi and Heshi have always been at odds, why did you allow the Holy See to change the celestial priest examination, which originally belonged to all races, to be reserved for the Celestial Sea's celestial priests, just for the sake of pride? Selection? Shinrua said, the high ground of war is always occupied by the enemy if you don't seize it. Your way of protesting against the Holy See is merely satisfying your own desires, but to use a local saying from my birthplace, it's saving face while losing substance. You don't need to treat sending your disciples to the Holy See for assessments as something so extraordinary. Perhaps, the Star Spirit Priestess said, but with the priesthood passed down through generations, some things have become unclear. Well, it's become an unchangeable ancestral law. Shinrua stopped trying to persuade her. This was a matter for the Dark Star Spirit Priests, and he was merely an outsider. Besides, there were no longer any Dark Star plates in the 10-direction star Luo, but the Holy Sea's location was filled with powerful divine energy. Even the concentration of particles in the air was unusual. That was a place even the evil will that had left the abyss of demons couldn't easily leave after gaining control of a body capable of absorbing this energy. The Hershey race's decision to forego pilgrimages and cultivation there explains why they were overshadowed by Zhezhi on the continent. Then, my lord, what are your plans? The Star Spirit Priestess addressed Shinrua with utmost respect. The spiritual power and achievements of Star Spirit Priests were often related to the Star Spirit Priest tests they had passed. Shinrua had triggered and passed the 10-direction star Luo, which meant he had received the approval of the divine will, and was qualified to inherit sacred relics. In terms of status as a Star Spirit Priest, Shinrua was undoubtedly more esteemed than her. I want to make a replica of this spiritual scale, Shinrua said. But it seems difficult at the moment. You have been a Star Spirit Priestess for a long time, and have learned a great deal about the inheritance. Perhaps you could offer me some assistance. The Star Spirit Priestess was initially puzzled, but quickly understood. Currently, all star charts are imitations of the light star chart. The only difference lies in the materials, inlays, and the skill of the makers, resulting in variations in quality. Since the light star chart can be replicated, then the scales in Shinrua's hand can certainly be as well. If the replicated scales can be successfully used with the star chart, then if Shinrua is willing to pass on this spiritual technique to her, she would be extremely grateful. However, the original sacred relic, this young man will probably choose to pass it on to the human race. The Star Spirit Priestess thought with some regret. But this is entirely human nature. If she had obtained the Dark Star chart, she would probably only pass it on to the Star Spirit Priestess of the Herxi race, even if she remained unmarried and childless for life to raise dragons of dark elemental power. With the help of the Celestial Priestess, the process of replicating the balance beam made some progress. Shinrua had previously thought that the balance beam needed actual silk threads to replace the threads that appeared when the balance beam and astrolabe were placed together, but the Celestial Priestess told him that this was likely wrong. Seeing the various kinds of silk threads Shinrua had bought, she was both amused and exasperated. However, these threads were quite precious, and the Celestial Priestess told Shinrua not to waste them. She could have them dyed, sorted, and woven into usable items. Since the spiritual balance beam was left to humanity, its replica shouldn't need magic to activate. The threads that appear when the astrolabe is placed under the beam are likely a manifestation of spiritual power guided by the sacred relic, the Celestial Priestess told Shinrua, while simultaneously immersing her own spiritual power into the balance beam. It took her about half a day to emerge from this meditative state. Only you can inherit the legacy. but I roughly sense the flow of spiritual energy after it enters the scales. The priestess, with her rich experience, said, following this logic of spiritual energy flow, select materials. There are similar materials among those used in the creation of star charts. Since craftsmen are primarily skilled in weaponry and machinery, the creation of star charts always involves the participation of a star spirit priest. Therefore, even the most skilled craftsmen require the star spirit priest's advice on material selection. Under these circumstances, Shenrua's previous discussions with craftsmen about replicating the scales naturally became difficult to advance. After determining the materials, the next step was how to create the flowing starlight. Either as you originally intended, using a small section of the star map as a prototype for the inlay, or having a powerful star spirit priest, on a night when the same starry sky as this star map appears, draw upon the power of the stars to infuse the scales. The former would likely produce an effect similar to some ordinary star charts, while the latter would probably result in a legendary star chart. If it were possible to briefly manifest the will of a deity during a large-scale sacrificial ceremony, and then, at the moment of manifestation, channel starlight into the crafted balance beam, it might be possible to achieve this at the divine level, though the conditions are extremely demanding. Not all divine-level items are sacred relics. You understand that, right? The star spirit priestess asked Shenrua. Yes, I understand everything you said before. After understanding the principle, Shenrua had her own plans. I want to forge a spiritual balance beam that requires your help to channel starlight into it. Then I forge the rest as ordinary ones. As for how to forge them, you already know the method. After I finish these things, I also want to try to replicate the Dark Star Disk. Didn't you say you didn't obtain the Dark Star Disk? The Star Spirit Priestess asked, somewhat surprised. Actually, after obtaining this balance beam, the deity showed me the complete form of the spiritual balance beam. What Shenrua said is true, she said. Although I don't really understand it, the shape of the Dark Star chart is exactly the same as the Light Star chart. The only difference is, I draw it for you from memory. Shenrua finished speaking, took out paper and pen, and began to draw. The Light Star chart was square with a black outer frame, representing darkness. The central hemispherical depression was silver-white, representing light. Within the silver-white hemispherical depression, a pattern composed of the same lines as those on the Star Spirit Temple floor when the 10-direction star Lu appeared was drawn. The Dark Star chart, on the other hand, had a white outer square frame, representing light, and a black central hemispherical depression, like an inverted night sky. Within the black hemispherical depression, there were points of light, like the Star Spirit scales, scattered like twinkling starlight. The Celestial Priestess, after examining Shenrua's drawing of the spiritual scales, actually, the celestial scales which Shenrua had renamed, nodded repeatedly. I see. I see. Replicating this astrolabe is much easier than replicating the scales, because we have the Light Star scale as a reference, and the materials are readily available, just like the Light Star scale. The Celestial Priestess exclaimed happily. As a sacred relic, the spiritual scales must have both light and dark star scales as its scales. If they are all replicas of the Light Star scale, even if they are of high level, they will shatter quickly. If we place high-level replicas of the Light Star scale and the Dark Star scale beneath it, allowing it to form the shape of scales, then it can last much longer. Only when it manifests the scales can I obtain the inheritance within the scales, Shenrua told the Celestial Priestess. I see. In that case, I contact the craftsman immediately. Just wait for my good news. The Celestial Priestess was delighted. Although she hadn't obtained the Dark Star Disk, with Shenrua's blueprints, she understood the significance of the divine while leaving Shenrua to see the complete Libra. While they could guess that the Dark Star Disk corresponded to the Light Star Disk, they couldn't simply imitate it based on imagination, for even the slightest difference could lead to a completely different result. Even the existence of a Dark Star Disk was merely a conjecture by the first Celestial High Priest, Hushi, who hadn't obtained it. It was simply a deduction based on the assumption that the starry sky was composed of both light and darkness, and that there was no reason for it to exist solely on a single star disk like the Light Star Disk. However, the 10-direction star Luo never appeared again, making all of this unverifiable. The patterns on the Light Star Disk were those of the 10-direction star Luo, so how should the Dark Star Disk be carved? To imitate a possible divine relic in the void was a form of disrespect to the gods. Historically, such actions have occurred before, and their fates were far from pleasant. Most importantly, as messengers of the divine will, celestial priests hold a far higher reverence for their divine creations than other professions. In this meeting, Shenrua resolved his two objectives. obtaining a replica of the Dark Star Disk and replicating the celestial scales. He also named the celestial scales spiritual scales. Using a 9-fold truth and 1-fold falsehood, he concealed the most crucial information he had brought from the 10-direction star Luo. While the celestial priestess hadn't yet obtained the Dark Star Disk, she now knew its appearance and could replicate it. Since there was only one Dark Star Disk, most celestial priests would still use a disk of equal strength. Even if she went to the 10-direction star Luo herself, she might not gain divine approval, so the celestial priestess wasn't particularly fixated on using the Dark Star Disk. What pleased her most was that the Heshi priests would no longer need to use replicas of the Light Star Disk. Chapter 248. While waiting for the scales and astrolabe to be forged, the priestess's dragon disciple frequently visited Ling He's palace. However, what puzzled Shenruo was that this dragon disciple, Xiaojiu, only came to eat and drink in the side hall where Ling He received guests, and later even had Ling He arrange a room for him to stay in. Don't you star spirit priests have your own palaces? Shenruo could hear the displeasure in Ling He's voice. But the dragon simply wouldn't listen, wouldn't speak, and stubbornly refused to leave. In the end, it was Ling He who gave in and compromised. The priestess requested an audience with Shenruo on the day the ceremony ended. Of course, she would visit Shenruo at a later time to further research the scales, but she was indeed the first to visit Shenruo. The second person to visit Ling He was Gangshi. Unlike the priestess, his main purpose wasn't to see Shenruo. He had Shenruo's communication crystal, and he came mainly to visit Ling He. Because he had previously kidnapped Jinhe and taken Ling He's black soul necklace as collateral, Gangshi felt very embarrassed. Although he had apologized afterward, Ling He didn't seem to have any intention of forgiving him. On the joyous occasion of the founding of the Darkfall Kingdom, offering a sincere gift would probably earn him forgiveness, that was Gangshi's thought. Asking Shenruo if she wanted to join his now sizable team was something he did incidentally. Sure enough, this time Ling He didn't show much aversion to Gangshi. Gangshi even saw her smile, which immediately made him feel very gratified. "Long time no see," Gangshi said politely upon seeing Shenruo. "Long time no see." Shenruo nodded. "How's your item collection going?" The fact that Steelstone needed to collect items related to resisting the cataclysm wasn't a secret to Hishi of the Rare Water Branch or to Shenruo, so Steelstone didn't mind too much. "Much better, probably because I have my own team and partners now." Steelstone said a little embarrassedly, "I had really bad luck. Actually, I still think you always seem to encounter things related to what I want. Of course, that was before. So? If possible, I'd like to invite you to continue searching for related items with me." Steelstone extended an invitation. "By the way, the price you offered me for the sacred relic before was far too low. This is just a small token of my appreciation." Steelstone took out a beautiful little ball from his storage ring. It was a legendary level item. It seems that during the long few hundred days that Shenruo was away at the Far East Dragon Tomb, Steelstone hadn't been idle at all. "It's beautiful, thank you." Shenruo didn't refuse. He had given the Heart of Water to Steelstone at a low price. This legendary level spherical treasure wasn't exactly a free lunch for him. "Then, would you like to consider meeting my new partner and getting to know him?" Steelstone seemed to want to introduce Shenruo to a new friend, but in reality, he hadn't given up on using Shenruo as his treasure hunting buddy. "Are you hoping I bet on you as a candidate to lead the continent out of the cataclysm?" Shenruo suddenly asked. "Then you have to tell me your current resources first, so I can evaluate them." Steelstone hadn't expected Shenruo to suddenly escalate the situation. He just wanted to ride on Shenruo's luck in finding the quest item. The candidates didn't have a list of quest items. The exact number of quest items, and which ones were quest items remained a mystery. Blindly searching for them made finding them incredibly difficult. The 11 quest items listed in the book were undoubtedly coveted by every candidate. Even obtaining these 11 items wouldn't be everything. Why the gods envisioned this competition, set on such a vast continent, and why victory would be achieved in such a bizarre way was likely a mystery to the candidates themselves. Only the candidates themselves knew the hellish difficulty of fulfilling the goals described by the gods' will. "Actually, it wouldn't hurt to tell you," Steelstone said to Ling He and Shenruo. "The gods will tells me that by collecting the designated sacred relics, I can stop the catastrophe." While Steelstone and Shenruo were talking, Ling He, as their master, didn't avoid the conversation, nor did Steelstone ask her to. The reason was that he also hoped to gain Hishi's support, at least to avoid a situation like the Cold Serpent clan and the Heavenly Fox clan. While the Hishi tribe should rightfully support the Hishi candidate, the Shishui branch has remained silent. Initially, the Hishi candidate served in the mercenary group of the former king of soldiers, Hishi, now King Feng He of the Darkfall Kingdom. However, they soon parted ways and never worked together again. This means that while the Hishi tribe, representing their origin, has a bias towards the candidate, it hasn't explicitly declared its sole support. Given this situation, Steelstone, combining the initial rumors with this past coercion of Ling He, can easily deduce that the Shishui branch now knows to some extent what the candidates are planning. In such situations, selectively revealing one's true intentions is a way to win favor. Steelstone's only lie here lies about the competition among candidates. In fact, the narrative of the rules left by the Divine Will doesn't involve the catastrophe on the Dust Continent. Or perhaps it could be considered a catastrophe, but it was the end of the nuclear chain and the 8 interconnected universes. The Gatekeeper, a manifestation of the Divine Will, always spoke of a legend on the Dust Sand Continent, to provide a better gaming experience for participants. The gods, through the power of laws, left behind a legend about those who bear the mark. The legend says that intelligent beings bearing the mark will appear on the eve of a great catastrophe on the continent, and these mark-bearers are chosen by the gods to possess the power to save the world. There will be 8 mark-bearers, and one of them will be able to summon the final god, allowing the Dust Sand Continent to safely weather the catastrophe. If we're talking about a true catastrophe, it would be if no candidate could complete the task designated by the Divine Will and achieve victory in the Dust Sand realm. The energy that destroys the world would then be transmitted to the core, potentially annihilating all 8 universes, the core, and everything within them. However, the legends circulating on the Dust Sand Continent depict the catastrophe as a painful and protracted process, quite different from the instantaneous, silent destruction. Therefore, the catastrophe legends on the Dust Sand Continent are not the same as the actual catastrophe triggered by the unlocking of the currently imprisoned time. Of course, the Gatekeeper's intention in telling this was to allow the candidates to make full use of the legend left behind by the law. Appearing before the continent's inhabitants as a potential savior, bearing the mark of a deity, the ceremony was elaborate and imbued with a sense of ritual. Now, Steelstone was also utilizing this information gap, briefly introducing his current quest items. I have collected the ancient stone hairpin belonging to the Kingdom of Washan. This statement particularly surprised Shenrua, as these were items he would never even dream of. The 11 quest items in the book were all national treasures of their respective countries or important collections of their organizations. Steelstone didn't mind revealing the ancient stone hairpin because he believed it was one of the 11 quest items, and any candidate who had access to the book would inevitably know about them. Although he had received help from the Kingdom of Washan, they were unwilling to keep his secret. Gongsher's pride wouldn't allow him to force them to swear an oath of secrecy after receiving such a benefit. Seeing Shenru and Ling He's surprised expressions, Gongsher explained, "Of course I didn't obtain it for nothing. It was at the request of their king that I found another sacred relic in exchange." Furthermore, they understand that since the ancient stone hairpin is an essential item for candidates to ward off calamities, if they refuse to hand it over, they might face forceful seizure. The blitzkrieg of the Heavenly Fox clan against the Cold Serpent clan serves as a cautionary tale. The king of the Washan Kingdom knows that their nation's strength isn't that great, and our Stone Spirit clan, like them, is a race protected by the god who governs the earth element, thus sharing a common origin. For them, the ancient stone hairpin is a sacred relic whose symbolic meaning outweighs its practical value, so they are willing to make the exchange. Without the ancient stone hairpin, the supporters of the candidates will no longer do anything to the Kingdom of Washan. For the King of Washan, this is even a profitable deal. From now on, the only target for the candidates seeking the ancient stone hairpin will be me. Compared to other candidates, who might resort to robbery or theft, my open and honest transaction with him, explaining the cause and effect, and the shared origins of the stone spirit, is a worthwhile choice. Steelstone explained in detail why he was able to obtain the ancient stone hairpin from the Kingdom of Washan, also revealing his personal motive of persuading Ling He and Shenrua to accept his sincerity. "You don't necessarily need to openly support me, but if you encounter any sacred relics, you can contact me. I will determine whether the sacred relic is necessary to prevent the cataclysm. After contacting me, if the sacred relic is indeed what I need, I will give you the reward you desire. If you can help me obtain it, I will also try my best to fulfill the tasks you require my assistance with." Steelstone's method is undeniably a very quick way to gather information on quest items. He's trying to get information from others who have come into contact with sacred relics, using the reactions of their markings to filter which ones are sacred relics. It's indeed very efficient. However, this requires developing a large network and spending a lot of money on intelligence. But Steelstone has clearly succeeded in his efforts, and his methods are much more sophisticated than when he kidnapped Shenhe. However, there's still a problem. Shenruo didn't intend to hide her doubts. That's certainly good, but with you gathering so much information on sacred relics, once you collected enough, won't other candidates be waiting in the wings, like the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind? Steelstone chuckled. Of course I'm worried, but does that mean I shouldn't collect the materials? Am I just going to sit back and do nothing, killing other candidates to reap the rewards? I can't really accept that kind of victory. And if I did that, no one would be willing to help me. If every candidate had that mindset, even if we just sat and waited for the cataclysm to come, we wouldn't succeed in collecting the materials. Even killing each other wouldn't achieve the goal of averting the cataclysm. Besides, I certainly have ways to prevent them from doing anything to me. Steelstone was very confident, Shenruo thought. Steelstone did have reason to be confident, because if he encountered such a powerful enemy, he could still choose to retreat to the Stone Spirit Clan's country. The Dust Sand continent had a legend that the Stone Spirit Clan was invincible in their country. They might not win, but they could repel the enemy and remain undefeated. He just didn't know what would happen if the opponent was a spirit-ranked dragon. Of all the candidates, besides Shenruo, only one had never appeared in the intelligence networks of the various factions on the Dust Sand continent. Based on the assumption that the candidates must be powerful and likely at the spirit rank, all the powerful beings on the Dust Sand continent would conclude that at least one of the two unseen candidates is likely the spirit rank wild dragon. As for the other unseen candidate, Shenruo, the main reason he was able to remain hidden was that, apart from once asking Junji for the book recording sacred relics, he had never actively sought out any quest items. Chapter 249. Steelstone also mentioned other items he had collected to prevent the cataclysm, such as Flame Coral and Wind Spirit Gem. Both Flame Coral and Wind Spirit Gem were quest items recorded in the book, which attributed the Wind Spirit Gem to the Holy See. However, this sacred relic was not unique, it was a condensation of divine power, like the heart of the water elemental. After obtaining the Flame Coral, Steelstone guessed that such crystals condensing divine power would likely be quest items, so he searched for places where gods had supposedly manifested and indeed found something. The Wind Spirit Gem, Flame Coral, and Heart of the Water Elemental were all similar items. Therefore, Steelstone planned to next travel to the birthplace of the Plant Spirit Clan to search for similar gems. Becoming my partner won't disappoint you, Steelstone said confidently. If I find any sacred relics, I contact you. Shenruo didn't completely reject Steelstone's cooperation, but the idea of going treasure hunting with him held little appeal for her. Because what if you encounter a quest item, and there's only one? If you come across it but don't claim it, the mark has a mechanism to prevent passive participation. Steelstone frankly shared his gains and progress, perhaps not entirely honest, but it let Shenruo know that even during the hundreds of days he spent in the Far East Dragon Tomb without searching for quest items, even the unlucky Steelstone had made significant progress. Other candidates with better luck, and who, like Steelstone, had been actively searching and retrieving, must have also made their own gains. However, this contrast also made Shenruo more transparent. While his performance among humans was certainly worthy of the attention of organizations like the Tower of Eternity, he hadn't done so while all the other candidates were searching for the designated sacred relic. This made him someone who would attract attention, but not yet considered a candidate. After seeing off Steelstone, it was Tianqua's turn to say goodbye. After seeing Tianqua off, while Shenruo was making replicas of the balance beam and the dark star chart with the star spirit priestess, Go arrived at Lingyi's palace. You're here to cause trouble for Fenghe's friend again? Lingyi scoffed. Are you lacking confidence in your future leadership? The country isn't led by me alone, so what's there to talk about confidence in my leadership? Go sat down. What Fenghe's friend? If it weren't for your size difference, or if your genders were reversed, I have to wonder if you're planning an interracial romance. You really don't understand Fenghe, nor do you understand me. Although Lingyi said this, he wasn't angry. Don't worry, after you leave, I disinfect everything you touch. If you privately message anyone who helped me here, I fire them. Isn't it a bit much to be so vigilant? Gorher said, you're only raising his rating on me. He has too much influence over you guys in my eyes. Not everyone is like you, Gorher, Lingyi said, looking at his childhood friend. The nation has just been established. Isn't it good to enjoy the present? He won't be here long anyway, he hasn't left yet, because the Protoss priests need his help. That's one of my concerns. Gorher said, you don't know how the Holy See was established, do you? He's not even a true Protoss priest yet, and you already imagined him using the same methods as the ancient high priests of the star spirits to establish an organization similar to the Holy See. Lingyi couldn't help but chuckle. The ancient times are fundamentally different from now. The soil isn't the same anymore, and he's not Zhezhe. If he were Zhezhe, I wouldn't be here talking to you at all. Go glanced at Lingyi. I just don't want him to lead the strongest human race to establish his own power on the continent. Because this human race was also a vital force for the Darkfall Kingdom. Sometimes things don't turn out entirely by our individual efforts. Go. Sometimes you need to relax, and sometimes you should believe in and understand that fate guides us. When fate reaches that point, even if you try to stop it, it will still happen. It won't be accomplished by this person, but by that person, and it won't change because you're targeting any one person now, Lingyi said to Go. I also hope I can relax and let things settle down for today. Our celestial priest still needs his help. You don't need to think of me as some impatient, restless Hirsch. Go stood up to bid farewell to Lingyi, brushing past Shenrua, who was returning from outside. Shenrua turned back, a hidden weapon between his fingers. He asked, somewhat puzzled, "What's this?" "Just testing your reaction." Go finished speaking and turned to leave, showing no intention of continuing the fight. Shenrua, bewildered, took the hidden weapon and entered Lingyi's palace. "You're... Go? Is he really that strange?" Shenrua tossed the hidden weapon onto the table for Lingyi to see. "I need to wash my hands. This thing is poisoned." The skin that had come into contact with the hidden weapon was slightly red and itchy, clearly indicating that the weapon had been soaked in medicine. This puzzled Shenrua even more, because he hadn't sensed any obvious killing intent from Guhi. After Guhi's failed attack with the hidden weapon, he showed no intention of explaining or finishing him off, and Shenrua couldn't detect any killing intent or fighting spirit from him. If the other party wasn't trying to kill him, but merely using the hidden weapon as a joke or to test his reflexes or skills, then there was no need to poison the weapon. If the other party genuinely wanted to kill him, and considering the poison on the hidden weapon reacted even without breaking the skin, the killing intent should be very strong, yet the other party didn't reveal much killing intent and left very easily. Throwing the hidden weapon was like saying hello. Lingyi, however, knew why Guhi did this. Guhi couldn't completely let go of his own thoughts, but he also didn't intend to do anything before Shenrua took any real action to gather the human race. Sending a poisoned weapon was merely a casual test. If it caused real harm, it was something he had planned to do anyway. Since it didn't cause any real damage, he suffered no loss. Furthermore, it somewhat expressed his displeasure with Lingyi and Fenghi's friendship with Shenrua. However, there was no need to explain the intricacies of this to Shenrua. Lingyi simply said to Shenrua, "He's just crazy. He probably can't stand seeing his friends getting along well with people outside of their circle, so he wanted to warn you. Don't worry, I find a chance to warn him back later." Although Shenrua didn't quite understand this way of expressing deep friendship, since the other party hadn't insisted on threatening his life, he didn't intend to continue. If Go had insisted on killing him and continued to unleash his murderous intent, Shenrua had no intention of showing mercy. He wasn't sure if he could spare Go's life if he actually attacked. Shenrua knew very well that if Go died at his hands, he would likely be an enemy of the Darkfall Kingdom forever. In truth, Go had also chosen this method of attack, one that wouldn't actually kill Shenrua, because killing Shenrua would inevitably alienate him from Fenghi and Lingyi. He hoped to make Shenrua feel hostility, so that he would leave the Darkfall Kingdom as soon as possible after completing the star chart. Unfortunately, his hopes were somewhat misplaced. Even after completing the replica of the Dark Star chart and several replicas of the Star Spirit scales, Shenrua still hadn't left the Darkfall Kingdom. However, the surveillance reports from the informants monitoring Shenrua's movements left Go completely baffled. Although they kept all information about Shenrua a secret during the Blood Pact, Go, and many other members of the Rare Water Branch, speculated that Shenrua might be one of the candidates. The reason for this speculation was, of course, that Shenrua and Fenghi had left the Great Palace of Hurt together. Given the structural features of the Great Palace of Hurt, they were most likely to have encountered each other on the 6th underground level. Even if they had met during their evacuation, it shouldn't have been above the 5th underground level. And to be able to reach below the 5th underground level, the Hurt members considered it highly unlikely that it was a high-ranking human. This was because the 5th underground level of the Great Palace of Hurt contained impurities that required elemental power to remain unaffected. Although humans lacked elemental power talent and couldn't use elemental magic, no one knew what kind of qualitative change humans would undergo at a higher level. Shenrua had most likely passed through the 5th underground level of the Helter Palace, and might even have encountered Fenghi on the 6th level, suggesting he might even be a spirit rank cultivator. This is why, when he was held hostage by Gangshur, He ordered the other Hashi to immediately find Shenrua. They were no match for Gangshur, a spirit rank stone spirit. To intercept him, Their team needed someone capable of fighting a spirit rank cultivator. However, unexpectedly, Shinrua chose to solve this problem by mimicking the voice of a stone spirit. Because the voice of a stone spirit is so different from that of a living, breathing human, though he never imagined this method could fool them. Ultimately, Shinrua and Gang Shi did not fight. While Feng He requested secrecy, he didn't provide a clear explanation of Shinrua's identity or strength, only inferring from his words and actions that this human was undoubtedly very powerful. Go He initially thought his deduction was foolproof, but now he wondered if he might be wrong. Shinrua's behavior was utterly unlike that of a candidate, and certainly not like the image he had always feared most of himself, that of becoming the leader of humanity. Not to mention that he disappeared without a trace after leaving the Holy See, remaining missing for hundreds of days, even giving the impression that he might have gone into seclusion or accidentally died during an adventure. Even in Lingi's palace, aside from initially being engrossed in creating astrolabes and Libra with the Star Spirit Priestess, he subsequently lived a very secluded life. It is said that the two humans who came to the Darkfall Kingdom with Shinrua were completely forgotten by him. Go even summoned the two humans to his palace and summoned a Star Spirit Priest skilled in mental magic to inquire about Shinrua. The conclusion, however, surprised him. These two humans were distressed that Shinrua was unwilling to achieve anything significant. They had hoped he would show some ambition to become king or unite the human race, but Shinrua showed none. Not only did he not show any ambition, but he also believed that since they had such aspirations, they should act on them themselves. Go found this amusing. These two humans were merely two robust, high-ranking individuals. Such humans were plentiful in the human settlements they cooperated with. Why did Shinrua think these two were capable of such a thing? Or was he simply unwilling to do it himself, and was merely offering them some encouragement? Having confirmed that Shinrua had no intention of fulfilling his concerns, Go shifted his attention away from Lingi's palace. Although Go still believed that if Shinrua revealed his true strength, he would attract the support of other humans even if he didn't want to, these two humans who had followed him to the Darkfall Kingdom were proof of that. But was he really willing to create a permanent rift between himself and Feng He and Ling He for such a possibility? When the Dark Fortress was first completed, and they had repelled the attacks from the White Tree Kingdom and the Holy See, Go felt he had considered everything thoroughly and acted without hesitation. He even felt this was his true nature and duty. But now that the Darkfall Kingdom had been established, and the artisans and mechanics living in human settlements were gradually migrating to its territory, he no longer had that same firm resolve, the idea of nipping any potential threat in the bud, even if it meant killing the innocent. Chapter 250. Initially, Shinrua only planned to stay in the Darkfall Kingdom for a few weeks after the ceremony, but she ended up staying for over 100 days. First, she created replicas of the Dark Star Chart and the Star Spirit Scales. Then, she maintained continuous communication with the Star Spirit Priestess. After the replicas were successfully created, their communication primarily consisted of the Star Spirit Priestess visiting Shinrua at Lingi's palace. Shinrua would ask her about the Star Spirit Priestess's methods and the use of mental magic. The Star Spirit Priestess, however, was interested in what kind of inheritance Shinrua could obtain from the scales after using the legendary level replicas of the Light Star Chart and Dark Star Chart. Shinrua did indeed obtain some inheritance related to mental magic, but its uses were mostly the same as known mental magic. When using it, because her consciousness was in a highly concentrated state of applying mental magic, she couldn't effectively protect her body. However, there is a psychic spell exclusive to the Celestial Libra that can achieve a certain degree of control. But this spell is indiscriminate and perfectly matches Libra's characteristics. It's all about psychic power. To use this spell with the replica Celestial Libra, 2 replicas of the astrolabe and the scales are needed. Since the lines are manifested by the celestial power introduced into the scales through the psychic spell, unless you're constantly holding the complete scales, you need an unsightly, crudely made, and inconvenient precasting motion. Therefore, Shinrua and the Celestial Priestess ultimately decided to add metal wire when making the replicas. Although this metal wire doesn't actually connect the scales and the astrolabe, it creates a complete scale. Although he felt the wool left behind by the gods wasn't intended for them to do this, there wasn't a better way. Fortunately, this replica, in his hands, did indeed allow him to use the inheritance Shinrua had received. This mental spell was a ranged attack, capable of controlling anything within its designated area. Then, all beings within the spell's range, regardless of friend or foe, would have their mental strength measured by the scales. Those with mental strength stronger than the user would be deemed immune to the spell's control, and would break free. They would regain control of their bodies, while others with lower mental strength would be unable to escape the spell unless their mental form was killed within it. Of course, in this situation, killing the user required a greater number of people, because victory in the mental world is determined by mental strength, not physical strength. In short, in Shinrua's view, this item from a celestial priest had limited effectiveness in actual combat. Of course, if the power of the spirit-ranked dragon within the celestial scales that he could borrow was taken into account, the situation would be entirely different. The Protoss priestess was delighted. She placed a meticulously crafted, legendary-grade scale in the newly built Dark Protoss temple in the town, something even the most prestigious Protoss temples, comprised of the Holy Sea's strongest Protoss priests, possessed. During her reclusive period, Shinrua spent almost all her time meditating and practicing the Protoss priestess's mental arts. These mental arts and the meditative state of deep concentration initially share some similarities, but with continued practice, one discovers that the two are distinct. Meditation can enhance mental power, while mental arts are the specific application of mental power. After cultivating some of the inherited mental arts, Shinrua tried to sense the spatial totem stone using the method of the Star Spirit Priestess sensing the Star Spirit scales. This time, he had a different feeling about the spatial totem stone. The essence of the spatial totem stone is the wondrous use of the laws of space by the god who governs space. A space is folded within a totem stone, and this totem stone itself contains the great power left behind by the god who governs space. Shinrua can now place an item into the spatial totem stone and then take it out, but he still has no way to see the treasure of the spirit-ranked dragon inside, because his eyes can only see the items in the space in front of him, while his spirit sees the items placed inside the spatial totem stone by first simulating the item with his spirit, and then communicating with the will of the god of space left behind in the spatial totem stone to gain the authority to see the items in the spatial totem stone. The problem with the spirit-ranked dragon's treasure is that there's simply too much of it. Shinrua can't possibly know everything inside a mountain of gold at a glance, and sorting it all out would be an enormous undertaking. However, being able to put new items in and retrieve them without misremembering is already quite good for Shinrua. This means he won't need to carry so many spatial storage gems anymore. But of course, this requires him to memorize even more items. If he forgets something, he could face the embarrassing situation of not being able to retrieve it. Powerful items also have their limitations. Just like powerful offensive magic isn't always the key to victory. On the Dust Sand continent, Shinrua has experienced more than once the so-called balance that these gods have painstakingly created. Theoretically, the Space Totem Stone should be a quest item, just like the Water Elemental Heart, Flame Coral, or Wind Spirit Gem, as it is also a manifestation of divine power. However, this totem stone contains a more profound law of power. Could this be the reason it's not a quest item? Or are only gems that condense divine power corresponding to elemental forces quest items? Besides the characteristic of being a sacred relic, are there any other patterns for quest items? Shinrua rarely pondered questions related to the tasks the candidates were required to perform, and then decided to dive beneath the rare waters to search for gems formed from the power of the dark elemental god. After all, the rare waters are the origin of Hishi, and the dark wasteland is the dwelling place chosen by the god of darkness. And the rare waters, as a river that once housed the souls that contained the will of the god of darkness, might have a chance to contain dark elemental gems similar to the water elemental heart at its bottom. Shinrua had, of course, heard about Jiji's parting of the Shishui River during that battle to cross it. This was probably why the candidates hadn't considered searching the riverbed again. However, Shinrua believed the situation was complex, and even if the Shishui River had parted, the gem might not have been exactly where it had been separated. If that were the case, searching for a few gems in a river tens of meters wide, flowing from the past to a distant lake, would indeed be a very difficult task. On the Dust Sand continent, people hadn't invented any diving equipment, because there weren't oceans as vast as their home planet Earth that required diving. Going down to the riverbed or exploring the underwater world of the giant lake only required hiring a cold serpent or using water-repelling magic. For humans, the cost of underwater exploration is significantly higher, as they cannot use magic directly through elemental forces and must purchase necessary magical items. However, money is the last thing Shinrua is lacking. The journey along the bottom of the rare waters requires consideration of how his skin will be soaked, but the thought is quite exciting. Shinrua also understands that if such a gem exists, the closer he gets to the rare waters, the higher the probability of finding it. If he hasn't found it by the time he's far from the waters, he'd likely give up. This is the first time he's actively searched for a quest item, not because he finds it particularly valuable. The possibility of finding such a quest item is merely a deduction based on the distribution of the water elemental heart, flame coral, and wind spirit gem. What truly motivates Shinruo is the sheer fun of it. He was someone who wanted to explore the world on foot, and walking underwater, wasn't that exactly what he wanted? After deciding what to do next, Shinruo first bought a large quantity of water-repelling items, and then another type of magical item. If he planned to continue walking underwater, he also needed to solve the problem of the natural buoyancy of the water. Then he bid farewell to Fenghe and Linghe. "When are you planning to leave?" Fenghe asked, hearing Shinruo say he was setting off again. "Tonight," Shinruo said, "around midnight." Fenghe and Linghe were both confused. Shinruo smiled smugly and said, "I thought of a particularly interesting way to travel. This time, I decided to start my journey from the bottom of rare waters, but I feel it's a bit inappropriate for me to jump in during the day and not surface, so leaving at midnight will keep everyone in the dark." "But isn't it strange of you to act like this?" "It's so strange." Linghe couldn't help but say. Fenghe chuckled. "Sigh, you're always so unpredictable." "What can I say?" "Good luck," Fenghe said to Shinruo with a smile. "Yeah, my luck has been pretty good since I came here," Shinruo said. The two He and Shinruo finished dinner together. Fenghe was now the Dark King, and if he stayed in Linghe's palace until midnight, rumors would soon spread that Linghe was going to become queen. So, although Fenghe really wanted to participate in seeing Shinruo off, he had to leave Linghe's palace after dinner. When it was late at night, Linghe changed into a tight-fitting, comfortable outfit, while Shinruo wore a magical outfit that wouldn't get wet. Of course, water would seep into the body through the gaps between clothing and skin while walking underwater, wetting the body. However, after emerging from the water, there was no need to worry about drying clothes, and most importantly, the feeling of wet clothes clinging to the body wouldn't affect walking underwater. They stealthily bypassed the few people still active at night and Hishi, arriving at the foot of the waterfall. "I leave you here?" Linghe said. "How about a hug?" Shinruo opened her arms, gave Linghe a simple hug, and turned to jump into the shallow water. Magical item. A water-repelling veil, which Shinruo had now taken out, and tied the ropes on both sides behind her head. This veil was woven from magical threads, including those containing 6 elemental forces. A magic circle was woven into the middle of the veil. The function of this magic circle was to attract particles of other elements in the water, so that the concentration of other particles near the veil reached a certain level, just like a bubble that would not float in the water. This bubble was centered on the veil, and stuck to Shinruo's face.